3 centuries later, the world has entered an extraordinary era of class advancement. Shen Lang initially aspired to become a noble mage, but inadvertently found himself in the peculiar role of a beastmaster. Fortunately, he awakened 2 SSS-level talents and 3 god-tier talents. On September 1st, 2323, the global class awakening ceremony took place. In the eastern sea city of the Great Xia Kingdom, at the prestigious Sandong Lanxiang Vocational Academy, one of the finest advanced vocational institutions in the country, youthful figures, guided by their mentors, awaited their awakening ceremony with hearts full of anticipation. Amidst this, the massive class advancement monument continuously announced information about the students' transitions. Yihei, transition complete. Lifestyle profession, coffin bearer. Xiaohuahua, transition complete. Lifestyle profession, pharmacist. Bai Dachuan, transition complete. Lifestyle profession, chef. Shihao, transition complete. Lifestyle profession, dairy purification specialist. These announcements, emanating from the class advancement monument, were akin to an emotionless electronic synth voice. The uniformity of lifestyle professions caused the headmaster, Song Yuanshou, responsible for recording the students' transitions, to furrow his brows deeply. He glanced at the student roster and noted that they were nearing 1/10 of the awakening process, yet not a single conventional combat or support profession had emerged. This was a disservice to the reputation of one of the finest advanced vocational academies in the Great Xia Kingdom. However, in the next moment, Song Yuan's eyes sparkled with hope as he shifted his gaze from the roster to the student at the forefront of the line. This student, tall and strikingly handsome, nearly 1.9 meters in height, could only be described as extraordinarily attractive. Song Yuan waved to him, smiling, "Shen Lang, it's your turn. Please come forth and prepare." As Shen Lang's name was called, a hush fell over the crowd, and all eyes turned to the student approaching the class advancement monument. In the Lanxiang Advanced Vocational Academy, no one was unfamiliar with Shen Lang. Originating from the impoverished district and raised in an orphanage, Shen Lang had entered the academy with perfect scores in the class transition theory exam and ranked first in the combat assessment. For 3 consecutive years, he had maintained his position at the top, unchallenged. Coupled with his near-perfect looks, he was adored and envied by both students and teachers, particularly among male students and young male instructors. Song Yuan gazed at the young man with hope, pondering whether this time he would awaken a combat or support profession. If a student of Shen Lang's caliber could not awaken a combat or support profession, it would surely be a travesty. "Shen Lang, are you ready? If so, let us begin," Song Yuan said with a kind demeanor. Shen Lang politely nodded at Song Yuan before turning to face the class advancement monument, adorned with countless mysterious inscriptions. As he stood before it, he murmured to himself, "As a transmigrator, surely it's not too much to ask to become a mage?" Indeed, Shen Lang was a transmigrator, having arrived in this bewildering world 3 years prior. Based on his understanding of the historical context, it seemed he had traversed to a version of Earth 3 centuries into the future. 3 centuries ago, it was the age of technology, nearly indistinguishable from the world he had left behind. Yet, 3 centuries later, it had transformed into an era of class advancement. This transformation stemmed from an aberration 300 years prior, when various exotic beasts and monsters emerged across the globe, accompanied by dungeons and secret realms, leading humanity to the brink of annihilation. Nuclear war could not achieve mutual destruction. Humanity was nearly erased from existence. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, class advancement monuments descended from the cosmos, allowing humans to obtain corresponding professions at the age of 18. This transition also granted individuals their professional attribute panels, enabling them to gain experience and equipment through slaying beasts and conquering dungeons, thus acquiring extraordinary powers. For someone like Shen Lang, who hailed from 3 centuries ago, this was easily comprehensible. Was it not akin to the common trope of online games manifesting in reality? Those novels had often provided him solace during lonely nights. Regrettably, in this era, no one wrote web novels anymore. All of humanity was focused on class advancement. Of course, not everyone could awaken to a desirable profession, as most would attain relatively mundane lifestyle roles. Only a select few would awaken combat or support professions, the cornerstone of nations' competition against the beasts. Mages, among the many combat professions, were particularly esteemed for their high burst damage, numerous area of effect skills, and ranged attacks, placing them in the upper echelon of combat prowess. Thus, mages were affectionately dubbed law lords by their peers. Nevertheless, mages had their weaknesses, notably a somewhat lower defense. However, this was hardly an issue. Once one awakened as a mage, whether in parties or when joining guilds or official factions, guardians, tanks, and healers would invariably be part of the ensemble. Ensuring safety was never a concern. Thus, it was not just Shen Lang who wished to become a law lord. 99 of the populace harbored the same ambition. Even if not a law lord, a dragon knight would suffice. In his mind, Shen Lang wickedly contemplated this as he took a deep breath and, under the gaze of the crowd, pressed his hand onto the class advancement monument. As his palm made contact, the myriad runes on the monument illuminated like stars in the night sky. Moments later, one of the runes fell from the monument, slowly merging into his forehead. Simultaneously, a cold voice emerged from the class advancement monument, announcing the result of Shen Lang's transition to all present. Shen Lang, transition complete. Hidden profession, Beastmaster. As the announcement echoed, the square erupted into a cacophony of astonishment and speculation. My goodness, a hidden profession. Shen Lang has awakened a hidden profession, truly deserving of being our academy's top student. A hidden profession, doesn't that guarantee the awakening of talents? Oh no, he's not just handsome. Now he has a hidden profession too. Hidden professions are quite formidable. There are hardly any awakened each year globally. But, haha, Shen Lang's profession is Beastmaster. Beastmaster. Initially stunned by Shen Lang's awakening as a Beastmaster, the students in the square soon shifted to mockery and sympathy. Shen Lang, however, paid no heed to their reactions, for he was engulfed in a torrent of notifications resonating in his mind, his blood surging with excitement. Congratulations, you have successfully transitioned and are now officially a Beastmaster. Congratulations, you have acquired an exclusive Beastmaster space. Congratulations, you have learned the universal basic skill, Exploration. Congratulations, you have learned the Beastmaster exclusive skills, Contract Art, Summoning, and Healing. Congratulations, you have awakened the Beastmaster exclusive SSS level active talent, Bloodline Insight. Congratulations, you have awakened the Beastmaster exclusive SSS level passive talent, Blessing. Congratulations, you have awakened the Beastmaster exclusive God tier active talent, Bloodline Reversion. Congratulations, you have awakened the Beastmaster exclusive God tier active talent, Talent Extraction. Chapter 2. Strength is a single word, and I shall utter it only once. Upon awakening to the hidden profession of Beastmaster, Shen Lang was initially quite bewildered. After all, he merely aspired to be a formidable mage or a dragon knight. He never anticipated that he would transition into such a rare and concealed vocation. Hidden professions inherently possess talents, boasting at least a baseline of B-grade aptitude. This implies that those who embark upon a hidden profession commence their journey with a distinct advantage over their peers. However, the specifics warrant a nuanced examination. While the Beastmaster profession is indeed commendable, if it were to fall into the hands of a wealthy scion, they would undoubtedly be elated. Yet, for Shen Lang, it proved rather unfriendly. As his classmates remarked, the Beastmaster is a profession that devours wealth, one that can lead to existential doubts regarding financial stability. Since arriving in this world, Shen Lang had been diligently laying the groundwork for his transition, with little time or inclination to earn money. He had been relying solely on the Academy's scholarship to get by. His savings barely exceeded 2,000 coins, rendering him a veritable pauper, unable to afford even a single beast, let alone fulfill the role of a Beastmaster. It was akin to being handed a Gatling gun, only to find oneself without a single bullet. Visually impressive, yet utterly useless. Just as Shen Lang was on the verge of uttering a curse, the transition monument activated, unveiling his vocational attributes and talents. 2 SSS-level talents and 3 divine-level talents. Shen Lang was utterly astonished. His instincts suggested that his Beastmaster vocation was anything but ordinary. It certainly transcended the conventional understanding of a Beastmaster. Could other Beastmasters possibly possess such an abundance of elite talents? Shen Lang's theoretical foundation in his profession had always been impeccable. Yet he had never encountered a Beastmaster of this caliber. This indicated that he was unique, the sole embodiment of such an extraordinary vocation. It was only reasonable to consider that he was, after all, a transmigrator. Awakening to an astonishing hidden profession without a system or golden finger seemed entirely plausible. Did it not? In that moment, Shen Lang was determined to access his attribute panel to scrutinize the specifics. However, at that juncture, the words of Dean Song Yuan interrupted him. With a complex tone, Dean Song addressed him, saying, "Do not worry, Shen Lang. Trust in the Academy, trust in the nation. We shall ensure that your hidden profession remains untainted. Other students are awaiting their transitions, so please proceed to the office and await my return. I will provide you with the details shortly." After speaking, Dean Song offered Shen Lang an encouraging glance, seemingly anxious to shield him from disappointment. From the context of Dean Song's words, it appeared that there might be advantages to be gained. When benefits present themselves unbidden, one should not decline. "All right, Dean." Shen Lang responded nonchalantly, turning towards the academic building at the opposite end of the square. Yet, his hurried silhouette struck others as somewhat desolate, imbued with a sense of melancholy regarding the future. "Oh, how pitiable. My eyes are welling with sympathy. Indeed, sisters. Shall we not contribute some funds to Shen Lang to procure him a beast? You infatuated ones, did you not hear the dean? The Academy and the nation will provide support. There is no need for your concern." We are willing. Does it concern you? The support from the nation and the academy is not infinite. It ultimately depends on the talents that Shen Lang has awakened, does it not? Indeed. One cannot help but wonder what talent he has awakened. At most, it might be a B or a level talent, as most hidden professions typically awaken talents of this caliber. For beast tamers possessing such talents, the support from the state and academies is rather limited, considering the exorbitant expenses associated with their craft. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, the class transition ceremony in the square proceeded. At this moment, Shen Lang had already entered the principal's office within the academic building, eagerly opening his attribute panel. Name, Shen Lang. Profession, Beast Tamer. Level, 0. Strength, 23. Agility, 22. Constitution, 21. Spirit, 50. Talent, Bloodline Insight, SSS. Blessing, SSS. Bloodline Reversion, Divine. Talent Extraction, Divine. Beast Taming Armament, Divine. Skills, Exploration, Basic. Contracting Technique, Exclusive. Summoning Technique, Exclusive. Healing Technique, Exclusive. General Abilities, Swordsmanship LV7, Combat LV10. Equipment, none. Beasts, none. Free points, 0. As Shen Lang gazed upon the talent and skill section of his panel, an uncontrollable smile spread across his face, his heart brimming with excitement. Generally, those who undergo class transitions are only able to awaken a single talent, with a staggering 99% of them failing to awaken any talent at all. Certainly, there exist a rare few fortunate individuals who manage to awaken dual talents, but such prodigies are exceptionally rare. Once they mature, they are far from being obscure figures in the global transition community. Yet, here was Shen Lang, having awakened 5 professional talents all at once, including 2 of SSS rank and 3 of divine rank. It was as if he had opened the door to extraordinary achievements. Without further ado, Shen Lang hastily clicked on his first talent, examining it closely. Bloodline Insight, exclusive SSS level talent for beast tamers. By activating this talent, one can detect the bloodline of any beast without level restrictions or consumption. Note, it is recommended to use in conjunction with the divine talent Bloodline Reversion. Upon reading the final note, Shen Lang's gaze immediately shifted to Bloodline Reversion, and he clicked to open it. Bloodline Reversion, exclusive divine talent for beast tamers. By activating this talent, one can revert any beast directly to its strongest bloodline, without level restrictions or consumption. The ability to revert directly to the strongest bloodline? Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. The strength of a beast is intricately linked to its bloodline potential. The more powerful the bloodline, the greater the potential for future growth. The challenge lies in the fact that ordinary methods cannot detect the hidden bloodlines of beasts. Even if one were to spend a fortune to have professionals identify a beast's bloodline, activating that bloodline to achieve a reversion state would demand an even greater price, high levels, countless spirit herbs, and more. This is fundamentally why beast tamers are regarded as a gold-consuming profession. They are either burning money or on the path of burning money. However, for Shen Lang, these concerns were now trivial. With Bloodline Insight allowing unrestricted detection of beast bloodlines and Bloodline Reversion enabling direct reversion without limitations, he was indeed extraordinary. Truly, an SSS-level talent, a divine talent. Calm and composed, I possess other SSS-level talents, alongside additional divine abilities. Shen Lang steadied his emotions and shifted his gaze to the other 2 divine talents. Let us first examine the divine abilities. Talent Extraction, exclusive divine talent for beast tamers. By utilizing this talent, one can extract a single ability from the tamed beast with no level restrictions or costs. Once again, this is without limitations, truly a fundamental trait of divine talents. Gazing at this divine ability and recalling the previously mentioned ancestral bloodline talent, Shen Lang felt a surge of excitement. In order to return the tamed beast to its ancestral form, Shen Lang must choose a beast with a potent bloodline. As there are no restrictions to consider, he would aim to contract a beast of divine potential, for once a tamed beast reverts to a divine form. The abilities it awakens cannot be feeble. At the very least, they will commence at an S level. This implies that as long as Shen Lang can find a tamed beast of divine bloodline potential, it equates to acquiring an ability above S level. Moreover, there is a crucial aspect. A beast tamer is not limited to contracting merely one beast. There is no cap on the number of contracts. Remarkable. This means that I could potentially possess a multitude of abilities exceeding S level in the future. I am destined to be a beast tamer, and no one can hinder my path. Shen Lang grinned widely, his smile nearly reaching his ears, before he proceeded to explore the final divine talent. Beast Gear, exclusive divine talent for beast tamers. By employing this talent, one can equip their tamed beast with gear, with no level restrictions or costs. Typically, beasts cannot don equipment. They rely solely on their unique talents and skills in battle. However, this gear talent allows them to wear equipment and gain enhancements from it. Imagine a divine beast adorned in magnificent gear. Who could withstand such a sight? They would be unstoppable. Chapter 3. I stride toward the pinnacle. There is no need for concealment. Shen Lang chuckled lightly and continued to examine the final SSS level talent. Blessing, exclusive SSS level talent for beast tamers, passive talent. When utilizing skills exclusive to beast tamers, there is no mana cost, no cooldown, and an effect multiplier of 500. Undoubtedly, this is yet another extraordinarily powerful talent. The primary combat strength of a beast tamer derives from their tamed beasts. The tamer themselves may not be exceptionally strong. While the beasts rely on their own prowess in combat, they also depend on the tamer to apply various buffs, such as enhancing attack power, mana recovery, and health regeneration. In essence, the beast tamer acts as a caregiver to their beasts, providing support. This reveals the formidable nature of the blessing talent. In future battles, Shen Lang can freely apply a variety of skill buffs to his beasts without the need for resource expenditure or cooldown periods, while simultaneously amplifying the effects fivefold. As such, Shen Lang immediately turned his attention to the skills section on his panel, noting that he now possessed 4 skills, 1 foundational skill, and 3 exclusive skills for beast tamers. Inspection, basic universal skill for practitioners. By utilizing this skill, one can view the level information of a target, provided that the target's level does not exceed their own by more than 10 levels. The so-called basic universal skill is a capability shared among all practitioners, facilitating the examination of fundamental information regarding targets. Regrettably, this is a fundamental skill that is unaffected by the blessing of talents. Otherwise, Shen Lang would have been able to access information about targets exceeding his level by 50. Contract Art, a foundational skill exclusive to beast masters. By employing this skill, one can establish a master-servant contract with a beast, with the success rate dependent on the level disparity between the beast and the beast master. The greater the level difference, the lower the success rate. Conversely, a smaller difference increases the likelihood of success. However, with my Bloodline insight and Bloodline reversion, I need not seek beasts of higher levels. It suffices to find those with sufficiently potent bloodlines. Furthermore, the blessing can enhance the effectiveness of the contract art, increasing the success rate fivefold. After pondering this internally, Shen Lang directed his gaze downward to continue examining the remaining 2 exclusive skills for beast masters. Summoning Art, a foundational skill exclusive to beast masters. By utilizing this skill, one can summon beasts from the beast space or call beasts engaged in battle to their side, consuming basic magical power. It is straightforward, yet with the blessing, this minor expenditure can be disregarded. Healing Art, a foundational skill exclusive to beast masters. By employing this skill, one can restore the magical and life force of beasts and oneself, with the recovery capability increasing with the practitioner's level, consuming basic magical power. This is considered a standard skill for beast masters, lacking any extraordinary features. However, Shen Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Under the passive talent of the blessing, Shen Lang experiences no skill expenditure or cooldown, meaning he can continuously cast the healing art on his beasts, providing quintuple the restorative effects on their magical and life forces, allowing them to maintain peak condition and engage in combat without harm. Of course, this is contingent upon the beasts not being instantaneously defeated by an enemy attack. Otherwise, no amount of healing can compensate for such a loss. Nevertheless, the beast Shen Lang intends to contract will undoubtedly possess exceptionally strong bloodlines and revert to their most potent forms. Divine beasts will be the baseline expectation. It is unlikely that many practitioners could vanquish a reverted divine beast with a single strike, perhaps even none at all. Moreover, Shen Lang is not foolish enough to provoke these practitioners without cause. Subsequently, Shen Lang examined the general abilities, which are skills accessible to all practitioners and can be practiced before one transitions to their specialized role. These general abilities can also be upgraded through experience to enhance their combat efficacy. After 3 years of diligent training, Shen Lang has achieved swordsmanship at level 7 and combat at level 10, making him stronger than some lower-tier practitioners. However, these general abilities are merely embellishments for practitioners, especially since he is now a beastmaster, making them even less applicable. A beastmaster must engage directly in combat. What need is there for beasts if one is to charge into battle themselves? That would be nonsensical. As for Shen Lang's attributes, they are somewhat elevated compared to the average individual, a testament to his years of effort. Having reviewed the information on his panel multiple times and comprehensively analyzed it, Shen Lang is filled with confidence in his role as a beastmaster. If he cannot soar with this, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. However, before taking flight, there remains a pressing issue, the matter of finances. As acquiring beasts necessitates expenditure, in the wilderness beyond the city, one may encounter fearsome beasts suitable for becoming companions. Regrettably, prior to reaching level 5, one remains a novice adventurer, lacking both the qualifications and the capacity to venture beyond the city walls. Although the city offers dungeons, the creatures within are solely for the purpose of leveling up and cannot be contracted as companions. Thus, for Shen Lang to acquire a beast companion, there exists but one avenue: to purchase one in the vocational trading market within the city. Alas, at present, Shen Lang finds himself devoid of funds. However, this is not a significant concern, for Dean Song has assured him that the Academy and the nation shall not allow such a gem to be tarnished. Indeed, in this world 300 years hence, the policies are quite favorable. Otherwise, mere survival as a commoner would pose a challenge, let alone attending the esteemed Sandong Lanxiang Advanced Vocational Academy. There are indeed numerous scholarships available, particularly for adventurers. Of course, the state does not support the indolent. If one possesses limited potential, the assistance received will naturally be scant. With my vocation as a beastmaster and my awakened talent, I should be eligible for a considerable sum. Should I not? Shen Lang's demands are modest. A mere 10 to 18 million would suffice as the capital required to set his ambitions into motion. As for revealing his talents, Shen Lang has pondered this matter seriously, for he understands the adage that the tallest tree catches the wind. Should he shine too brightly before he has fully matured, he might inadvertently invite calamity, a theme often explored in the web novels of 3 centuries past. Yet, for Shen Lang, a powerless individual, even the intention to conceal his gifts may prove futile. No matter how diligently he attempts to hide his talents, they will inevitably attract attention. Those with intent can easily discern his potential through the slightest clues. It may be wiser to showcase his abilities in the gaze of multitudes, as this could afford him greater safety. Furthermore, I am destined for greatness. Why should I hide in the shadows? Nonetheless, Shen Lang is not foolish enough to reveal everything. He must retain some of his trump cards. While Shen Lang contemplated the path ahead, the vocational transition ceremony at the academy concluded splendidly, and Dean Song Yuan finally returned to his office. Shen Lang, have you been waiting long? Dean Song entered, closing the door behind him, his face beaming with joy. A stark contrast to the frown he wore at the beginning of the ceremony, revealing that many formidable combat and support professions had emerged from the transitions. Shen Lang rose and replied, "Not at all, just a short while. Please, take a seat." Dean Song gestured for Shen Lang to sit, and he settled into the chair opposite him. The smile on his face slightly diminished as he continued, "Shen Lang, you have always been a paragon of our academy, and you have once again lived up to expectations by awakening the hidden profession of Beastmaster. Excellent, truly excellent. However, the profession of Beastmaster may indeed present some challenges for you. Rest assured, the academy and the nation provide support in this regard. Hidden professions are eligible for scholarships." Shen Lang nodded, refraining from interjecting. He was well acquainted with the scholarship system prior to the transition, though he was less informed about the post-transition provisions. Song Yuan continued, stating that upon awakening a hidden profession, the state would grant a scholarship of 1 million, and our academy would additionally provide 500,000. This forms the most fundamental reward, totaling 1,500,000. Furthermore, there will be additional increments based on the level of talent awakened. For those with a C-level talent or below, the reward is 1 million. For B-level talent, it is 3 million. For A-level talent, 5 million. And for S-level talent, a staggering 10 million. At this point, Song Yuan paused, turning to Shen Lang with a smile, inquiring, "Shen Lang, what level of talent have you awakened?" The awakening of a hidden profession typically indicates substantial abilities, generally falling within the B or A levels. Clearly, Song Yuan presumed Shen Lang would belong to such ranks, and the mention of the S-level reward was merely a flicker of hope. As for the SS and SSS levels, there was no need to elaborate. The rewards would undoubtedly be even higher, but the probabilities were exceedingly low, with only a handful emerging globally each year. To articulate a specific figure, only to have Shen Lang realize it was unattainable, would only serve to stab at his heart. Upon hearing that an S-level talent corresponds to a reward of 10 million, Shen Lang's heart soared with delight, for that sum would suffice to procure a formidable beast of the 1st or 2nd rank. He could simply seek out beasts with powerful bloodlines, without the necessity of pursuing those of higher ranks. Regrettably, it seemed he did not possess an S-level talent. The lowest he had was SS level, which was indeed a pity. Shen Lang indulged in a moment of self-congratulation, then turned to Song Yuan with a serious expression, asking, "Dean, may I inquire how much scholarship is awarded for an SSS level talent?" "An SSS level talent." Song Yuan began to respond casually, but as he spoke, he suddenly leaped up from the sofa, staring intently at Shen Lang. "What did you say?" "SSS level talent," Song Yuan exclaimed, overturning the tea table as he leaned closer to Shen Lang, his voice trembling with urgency. "Have you awakened an SSS level talent?" It seems so," Shen Lang replied, his tone a touch evasive, prompting him to shift slightly away. Song Yuan, flustered, urged, "You rascal, what do you mean by it seems so? Show me your talent panel, quickly." "All right, Dean," Shen Lang said, inching aside once more before revealing his talent panel. given that mere mention of an SSS-level talent had astonished Song Yuan to such a degree. There was no need to disclose his divine talent. An SSS-level talent should suffice to attract the attention of those in higher authority, he thought. Consequently, Shen Lang concealed his other talents, leaving only the SSS-level blessing visible. Typically, professionals would opt to hide their entire panels, as many possessed the universal skill of detection, and no one wished for their panel information to be exposed to other professionals. Thus, the detection skill was predominantly utilized for ferocious beasts. Probing into a professional's abilities could be perceived as a provocation, potentially inviting unnecessary calamities. Blessing, exclusive SSS-level talent for Beastmasters. Passive talent. When utilizing skills exclusive to Beastmasters, there is no magic consumption or cooldown, with an effect value of 500. Song Yuan gazed intently at the panel, his expression shifting like the dance of a flame, his brows fluttering. Could it truly be an SSS-level talent? Why does Shandong Lanxiang rank among the finest advanced vocational academies? It is because Lanxiang once produced several practitioners with SSS-level talents, who now hold esteemed positions within the Great Xia Kingdom. However, that was in the past. It has been nearly a decade since Lanxiang last witnessed the emergence of an SSS-level practitioner. At last, one has appeared. His name is Shen Lang, a potential dragon poised to soar into the heavens. The excitement within Song Yuan was akin to a tidal wave, overwhelming him with the urge to share this news with everyone. Yet, reason cautioned him against such impulsiveness. The current international climate is particularly fraught. Outwardly, nations coexist in peace. Yet the clandestine struggles within the professional realm persist unabated. Assassinations of talented individuals from rival nations are a common occurrence among the global vocational community. It is imperative to safeguard Shen Lang until he has matured. Should he thrive, the war god camp of the Great Xia Kingdom will undoubtedly gain a formidable warrior. Taking a deep breath, Song Yuan exhaled slowly, adopting a calm, yet solemn tone as he addressed Shen Lang. Shen Lang, while an SSS-level talent is indeed remarkable, you have only just transitioned in your career. A long journey lies ahead. Henceforth, be cautious in your actions. Do you understand? Yes, Dean, I understand, Shen Lang replied. Recognizing the Dean's concern in his admonition, bowing respectfully, Song Yuan nodded, his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with composed assurance. Very well, you may return now. Dean. Shen Lang hesitated, about the scholarship. Waving his hand, Song Yuan chuckled. Do not worry, it will soon be deposited into your account. As for the exact amount, you shall discover it in due course. Then I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Dean. With the Dean's assurance, Shen Lang refrained from further inquiry. Confident that the amount would be substantial, he would merely await the fund's arrival. However, just a few steps out the door, he heard the sound of someone slapping the table in the office, accompanied by muffled laughter that resembled a braying donkey. Clearly, after Shen Lang's departure, Song Yuan transformed into a whirlwind of exuberance, releasing his pent-up excitement in a frenzied manner. A slight smile crept across Shen Lang's lips. Had he revealed even a fraction of his divine talents? Would the Dean not leap from the building in sheer astonishment? He decided to return home, awaiting the scholarship funds before heading to the trading market. Hailing a taxi at the academy's entrance, Shen Lang hurried home, intent on finding something to satisfy his hunger. To his surprise, the scholarship funds arrived even faster than he anticipated. Just halfway through the journey, his phone buzzed with a notification. BAU Great Xia Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 6789 has received a deposit transaction of 101,500. 000 yuan at 1123. Current balance, 101,500, 984 yuan. Reminder, our bank will never ask for your card password or mobile verification code. Please beware of scams. Shen Lang counted the numbers, 10, 100, 1,000, and so forth, and he was certain that the total amounted to 150 million. While he was aware that the sum was considerable, he never anticipated it would be so vast. Clearly, the 150,000 at the end represented the foundational scholarship for hidden professions provided by both the school and the state, while the 100 million was the supplementary scholarship for those with SSS-level talents. One cannot help but commend the government's substantial support for potential professionals. It is only natural, considering we are now in an era dominated by professionals, and the nation requires them, particularly those with latent potential. To the state, wealth is merely a figure. Trading it for the goodwill of these promising individuals seems a fair exchange. Of course, this depends on whether the professionals will remember their benefactors. 3 centuries ago, many so-called top scholars who received generous scholarships turned their backs and sought opportunities abroad, and such traders were not few. Today, 300 years later, the scenario remains unchanged. Human nature, after all, is an enigma that defies comprehension. Shen Lang was uncertain about the future. To be candid, he felt a slight sense of belonging to the Great Xia nation, though it was minimal. The prospect of sacrificing himself for this 100 million was clearly out of the question. If necessity arose and he possessed the capability, he would not hesitate to contribute. As for undertaking greater responsibilities, that would depend on how the Great Xia treats him in the future, especially considering the numerous crises that may arise before his ascendance. Master, turn around and head to the professional trading market. The funds have been transferred. Why bother with a meal? Let us procure a mythical beast first. Shortly thereafter, Shen Lang arrived at the professional trading market in the heart of Donghai City. This market, spearheaded by the government, boasted both state-owned enterprises and privately owned companies, offering nearly everything one might require for their profession: equipment, potions, beast-taming tools, and various other items. Given that today marked the Global Job Transition Day, countless students had just successfully transitioned into their new roles and were in urgent need of essential items, resulting in a bustling marketplace. Alongside the storefront merchants, numerous private vendors lined the streets, their cries of commerce incessant. Shen Lang's immediate need was for a beast companion. Other items were merely a passing interest. Fortunately, he had checked the largest beast-selling establishment in the market via his phone on the way there, and soon located his destination, the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. Beast companions originate from ferocious beasts, merely referred to as such once they are contracted. The 10,000 Beasts Pavilion is a public-private partnership, ensuring the quality of the ferocious beasts it sells, and it boasts a greater variety and quantity than other locations. With Shen Lang's divine talent and bloodline insight, he required a wide selection of ferocious beasts. As long as there were enough species available, he was bound to find one with a potent bloodline. The first beast companion must not be chosen lightly. Chapter 5. So many ferocious beasts, so many inferior ones. The 10,000 Beasts Pavilion occupies a vast area, with a spacious entrance leading into a grand hall lined with rows of exhibition stands. Within these stands were various ferocious beasts, of all sizes and appearances. Behind the exhibition stand lies a secluded courtyard, where a multitude of fearsome beasts are contained. The entire decor is extravagantly opulent, reminiscent of a royal palace. As Shen Lang stepped inside, he observed several adventurers already engaged in selecting these ferocious creatures, most of whom were freshly transitioned professionals, often accompanied by their parents. After all, newly transitioned adventurers typically lack financial means, relying heavily on familial support during their initial endeavors. Notably, beast tamers, as a hidden class, are quite rare. Thus, these adventurers seldom include beast tamers among their ranks. They merely seek to procure fearsome beasts to enhance their experience for leveling up. The beasts offered at the Beast Pavilion vary in levels and are controlled through special means, allowing lower-tier adventurers to purchase them for the purpose of gaining experience through combat. With sufficient funds, slaying beasts up to level 5 poses no challenge. Consequently, the business at the Beast Pavilion booms immensely following the Global Transition Day. Shen Lang surveyed the bustling hall, where an array of attractive sales representatives passionately detailed the information of the beasts on display to their clients. Just then, a young saleswoman, around 18 or 19 years of age, hurriedly approached Shen Lang, outpacing her colleagues. Beauty holds significant sway, and Shen Lang's treatment was no exception. "Hello, young sir. How may I assist you today?" The tall and lovely saleswoman inquired warmly. "Are you looking to buy a pet beast? We have a delightful selection of adorable creatures. Would you like me to introduce them to you? I'll take a look myself." "Thank you." Shen Lang politely declined, prompting a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Nevertheless, she maintained her professional smile and responded, "Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to seek me out." Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Lang navigated through the crowd towards the front display. At the far right stand, he encountered a beast strikingly resembling a Komodo dragon, yet adorned in a fiery red hue. The scales glimmered with patterns reminiscent of fireworks, and it exhaled wisps of flame, indicating its fiery nature. An electronic screen by the display presented detailed information about this creature. Fire-breathing lizard, level 3, ordinary grade 2-star fire dragon bloodline, possessing commendable fire manipulation abilities. The designation of ordinary grade corresponds to the classification of beasts akin to common monsters in a game, with higher tiers including elite, legendary, king beasts, and divine beasts. The 2-star rating signifies a second advancement among professionals. Adventurers can undergo a transition every 30 levels, so a 2-star represents a second transition. This implies that although the fire-breathing lizard bears the bloodline of a fire dragon, it can at most evolve to level 60, without the potential to transform into a true fire dragon. To achieve further evolution, one would require a rare opportunity. Otherwise, its growth would plateau at level 60. Nevertheless, this is merely the information provided by the Beast Pavilion, and Shen Lang decided to utilize a bloodline insight on the fire-breathing lizard. Fire-breathing lizard, level 3, bloodline limit, ordinary 2-star fire dragon, growth limit, level 60. The results of the bloodline insight were nearly identical to the information provided by the Beast Pavilion. With little discrepancy, Shen Lang glanced at the price, 8 million. For someone like him, who possessed over 100 million. This was an affordable purchase. He could even buy 10 of them. Indeed, Shen Lang had the ability to utilize bloodline regression to revert the fire-breathing lizard directly back to a fire dragon. But what utility would a level 60 ordinary fire dragon serve? It would be a waste of such a divine talent as bloodline regression. A bloodline of less than divine beast quality would not do justice to this extraordinary gift. Better to be selective. Shen Lang unhesitatingly approached the exhibition stand ahead. Swift Wind Wolf, level 4, bloodline limit, ordinary silverback flying wolf, growth limit, 1 star, a level 30 silverback flying wolf? What utter rubbish, onward to the next. Flamingo, level 3, bloodline limit, elite fire red sparrow, growth limit, 2 star, a level 60 elite? It's passable, yet still subpar, on to the next. Ironclad bull, level 4, bloodline limit, elite diamond bull, growth limit, 2 star, an esteemed bull, indeed. But a level 60 bull is quite pitiful. Let us proceed to the next. As Shen Lang continued his stroll, he was suddenly captivated by a particular exhibition stand, for it contained a skeleton. Could this truly be classified as a fierce beast? It seemed plausible, as skeletons were a common type of wild creature, prevalent in the wilderness and various dungeons. Under the bloodline insight, the skeleton's information was laid bare before him. White Jade Skeleton, level 5, bloodline limit, legendary crystal skeleton general, growth limit, 6 star. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. This skeleton was quite impressive, boasting a legendary bloodline. With a growth limit of 6 stars, it meant that after reverting to a crystal skeleton general, this creature could reach level 180. Shen Lang instinctively glanced at the price, 99 million. Contemplating his scholarship, he let out a silent sigh. The government was undoubtedly aware of the prices for beast taming. Perhaps offering a scholarship of 100 million was intended to ensure that his first beast would be of legendary caliber, laying a solid foundation for him. A fierce beast with a legendary bloodline would indeed be a superb beginning for an ordinary SSS-grade beast tamer. However, for Shen Lang, a beast of this level still fell short. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued towards other exhibition stands, reiterating to himself that his beast must not be settled for. Half an hour later, Shen Lang had surveyed all the fierce beasts displayed in the hall. Most were of ordinary and elite bloodlines, with only a scant few possessing legendary bloodlines, and there was even one royal-grade beast. This royal beast was a young lion cub, embodying the bloodline of the Golden Lion King. Setting aside whether Shen Lang held the Golden Lion King in high regard, the price was indeed staggering. In any case, he could not afford it at this moment. As for the ferocious beasts of divine lineage, none could be found. Shen Lang's expression revealed a hint of melancholy. And just then, the female sales representative from earlier approached him once more. "Young sir, what seems to be the matter? Are you dissatisfied with the ferocious beasts of our 10,000 beasts pavilion?" Shen Lang glanced at her and inquired, "Is this exhibition hall all the ferocious beasts you possess?" The saleswoman paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "Of course not. This is merely a small fraction of our collection at 10,000 beasts pavilion. Most of these creatures are suitable as pets or companions, primarily for display purposes. In the warehouse behind, we have many more precious ferocious beasts." Upon hearing the word precious, Shen Lang understood that those beasts would be beyond his reach. "Indeed, they are expensive, and I cannot afford them." The saleswoman, having encountered countless customers, easily discerned Shen Lang's financial constraints. However, she did not exhibit any disdain. Instead, she continued in a friendly tone, "I sense that you have recently completed your class transition. You must be looking to acquire some ferocious beasts to level up and swiftly navigate the novice phase. Am I correct?" As she spoke, she gestured toward a bustling entrance in the exhibition hall, adding, "That area is designated for new adventurers, featuring low-tier ferocious beasts with uncertain bloodline qualities. Would you like to take a look?" Chapter 6. The 10-star Medusa, Queen of Divine Beast Level. Low-tier ferocious beasts signify affordability, suitable for those with limited funds, and ideal for mass slaughter to gain experience points. Yet, this was not what captivated Shen Lang. Rather, it was the uncertain bloodlines of these beasts. With his innate talent for bloodline insight, he had no need for the pavilion's bloodline assessments. Furthermore, the beasts with confirmed bloodline potential either did not appeal to him or were priced exorbitantly. The presence of uncertain bloodline beasts here presented an opportunity for his talent to shine. There was a possibility that within these unconfirmed bloodline creatures lay undiscovered powerful lineage beasts. Such a prospect was not unfathomable. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang said to the saleswoman, "Let us take a look then. I appreciate your assistance." "Not at all. It's my pleasure. Follow me." The saleswoman blushed with surprise and promptly led Shen Lang toward the entrance. While the entrance was bustling with people, the interior soon revealed a more spacious area, devoid of the splendid exhibition stands. Only tall cages housing various ferocious beasts. Each cage contained a single type of beast, with numbers ranging from 3 to 20. Before long, Shen Lang was enveloped by a strong metallic scent of blood. As he walked through, he noticed freshly transitioned adventurers engaged in combat with low-tier ferocious beasts, while their families stood outside the cages, cheering them on. Shen Lang couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in amusement. The low-tier beasts within the cages had long been subdued by the pavilion through some means, allowing novice adventurers to slay them without any resistance. With the saleswoman leading the way, Shen Lang soon encountered an array of cages and ferocious beasts. Young sir, the ferocious beasts here have all been captured by our beast pavilion from outside the city, although they are merely ordinary, low-tier bloodline beasts. If we claim to be second in quality, no one would dare to assert they are first. Naturally, the experience gained by professionals upon slaying these beasts in a controlled state is somewhat diminished. However, if the quantity is significant, it can be compensated for. The two moved in tandem, with the female sales representative patiently introducing the various low-level ferocious beasts in the cages, along with the array of services offered. Shen Lang did not overlook any beast cage. Each creature was subjected to his bloodline insight. As the saleswoman mentioned, these beasts are common entities from outside the city, predominantly possessing a one-star bloodline. It is precisely because of their ubiquity that the Beast Pavilion sees no need for bloodline investigation, directly supplying them for novice professionals to slay and level up. After traversing over a dozen cages, Shen Lang found nothing of particular interest, yet he remained undeterred, diligently examining each ferocious being within. After all, if one could effortlessly discover a beast of formidable bloodline, this world would have long been dominated by beastmasters. The female sales representative displayed no signs of impatience, continuing to guide Shen Lang through the cages with meticulous care and patience. After a little over half an hour, they arrived at a cage housing several pythons of considerable girth. These serpents lay listlessly on the ground, their bodies a pale shade of red, yet under the light, they exhibited an eerie, colorful sheen. The fire python, another ordinary one-star low-level beast, has a growth level not exceeding 30. As before, Shen Lang employed his bloodline insight to scan all the pythons. He initially expected no remarkable findings, yet suddenly, his gaze fell upon one particular fire python, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. This fire python bore no distinct characteristics compared to the others, save for the numerous wounds adorning its body in the most severe areas. One could even glimpse the writhing of innards through gaping blood holes, its overall aura exceedingly faint, as if it might perish at any moment, with only its flickering tongue betraying any semblance of life. Fire python, level 5, bloodline limit, divine beast level 10-star Medusa queen, growth limit 310 stars. A divine beast level bloodline limit. Shen Lang suppressed his excitement, maintaining a composed demeanor as he inquired of the saleswoman, how much for the fire python in this cage? Taken aback momentarily, the saleswoman quickly responded, young sir, these fire pythons are all level 5, with a standard price of 10,000 yuan each. However, if you wish to purchase, I can offer you a 50 discount, making it 5,000 yuan each. What do you think? 10,000 each. This price starkly contrasts with those at the external stalls. Furthermore, how could an ordinary sales representative so casually offer a 50 discount? Shen Lang discreetly scrutinized the saleswoman, nodding as he replied, very well, 5,000 it is. I will take all the fire pythons in this cage. Excellent choice, young sir. The saleswoman exhibited no surprise, for it was evident that anyone who dared to visit the Beast Pavilion must possess some means. In the cage, over 20 fire pythons were merely valued at a few $100,000, in comparison to the ferocious beasts in the exhibition hall, which could easily be worth millions. This sum was but a trifling amount. Under the guidance of a female sales associate, Shen Lang swiftly completed the payment and formalities, returning once more to stand outside the cage containing the fire pythons. The Beast Pavilion offered delivery services, however. Shen Lang's home lacked the spaciousness to accommodate such a beast cage. Thus, he opted for the pavilion to dispose of the fire pythons, which would also buy back their carcasses at a modest price, a service that was quite commendable. Sir, the door is now open for you. I shall not intrude any longer. The saleswoman gestured politely, then withdrew, granting Shen Lang his private space. He glanced around before stepping into the beast cage. The gaze of 22 fire pythons fixated upon him. Fortunately, these creatures were restrained. Otherwise, Shen Lang would have hesitated to enter, for these were all 5th-tier ferocious beasts, each capable of swallowing him whole. Shen Lang approached the fire python that possessed the bloodline of the 10-star Medusa queen, crouching down to scrutinize the creature. Who would have imagined that an otherwise unremarkable low-tier beast harbored the bloodline of a divine beast? It was undeniable that he was indeed the protagonist, stumbling upon this treasure. The fire python was completely immobilized, save for its 2 amber eyes that shifted to regard Shen Lang, momentarily reflecting a glimmer of life before reverting to a lifeless state, seemingly resigned to its fate. Yet at that moment, the human before it placed a hand upon its head, What could this signify? In the next instant, a golden magic circle enveloped both the python and the human. The exclusive skill of the beast tamer, contract technique. The fire python's tongue froze midair, and its amber eyes revealed a human-like astonishment. If it could speak, it would surely exclaim, "What a shock! Are you blind, human? You wish to contract me, despite my inferiority?" Chapter 7. Very well, let us grow closer in the future. Though the fire python was intensely curious as to why this human sought to form a contract with it, its body was honest. In an instant, it acquiesced to the agreement. This beast had witnessed countless ferocious creatures imprisoned in cages, none of which had ever left alive. This cage was their place of demise. Now, someone wished to contract it, signifying a chance for survival, an opportunity to escape death. If even the smallest ant strives to live, how much more so for a ferocious beast? As the fire python accepted the contract, Shen Lang immediately sensed a unique bond forming between himself and the creature. Simultaneously, a flurry of notification sounds erupted around him. Congratulations. You have successfully contracted the fire python. Beast, fire python attribute, fire level, 5 strength, 51, agility, 50, constitution, 54, spirit, 68 talent, F-grade fire attack, 15 skills, fire armor technique, fire spike. Following the information about the fire python, a series of notifications echoed in succession. SSS level talent bloodline insight triggered, detecting that the contracted beast possesses a faint ancient bloodline of the 10-star Medusa queen. Divine talent bloodline reversion triggered. Do you wish to activate the ancient bloodline of the fire python, reverting it to that of the Medusa queen? Divine talent extraction triggered. Do you wish to extract the talent of the contracted beast? Divine talent beast implantation triggered. Do you wish to implant the beast? Listening to the subsequent notifications, Shen Lang did not hesitate to choose no. He had never intended to conceal himself entirely, but aimed to let certain individuals see. And it was evident that the Beast Alliance was not on that list. As the master of the contracted beast, Shen Lang could distinctly sense the fire python's current frailty and suffering. Consequently, he promptly cast several exclusive healing spells for beast masters on the fire python. Under the effect of the SSS level talent blessing, his healing spells were amplified 5-fold, with no consumption and no cooldown. In the blink of an eye, the battered fire python was restored to its perfect state, and its once dull eyes reignited with brilliance. The fire python flicked its tongue incessantly, seemingly eager to show affection to Shen Lang, yet the control effect upon it had not yet dissipated. Shen Lang, mindful of this, swiftly retrieved a blue pill from his bag and placed it at the fire python's mouth, feeding it directly. This blue pill, provided by a female vendor, could dispel the control seal within the fire python. Upon swallowing the blue pill, a small 6-pointed star formation manifested upon its forehead, only to dissolve into nothingness shortly thereafter. Now regaining its mobility, the fire python swiftly reared up, affectionately rubbing its head against Shen Lang's thigh, as if expressing gratitude for being chosen as a contracted beast and for saving its life. Shen Lang gently stroked the fire python's head and said, "All right, we can be affectionate later." With those words, his gaze shifted to the other 21 fire pythons in the cage, and he stated, "Let us eliminate them first." Upon hearing the command from its master, the fire python turned its gaze towards its kin, its amber eyes filled with ferocity. In the next moment, the fire python surged towards the nearest of its kind. Simultaneously, the scales of the fire python transformed into a vivid crimson hue, signaling the activation of its fire armor technique. Under the effects of this skill, the fire python boasted enhanced defense and attack power. With a sudden flick of its tail, the fire python struck down upon the head of the captive fire python like a fiery spear, accompanied by a piercing sound. The controlled fire python offered no resistance. Its head crushed instantaneously. Your contracted beast has slain a level 5 fire python. You and your contracted beast each gain 8 experience points. Shen Lang was aware that the experience points provided by the beasts in the beast hall were meager, but he was still taken aback by how scant they truly were. He and his beast each received a mere 8 experience points, summing up to a paltry total of 16 points. If he were to slay a normal level 5 beast, he should have ideally earned 3 to 5 times that amount. However, this was to be expected, as these creatures were akin to targets, merely remaining inert within their cages, allowing him to dispatch them with minimal effort. In contrast, engaging beasts in dungeons or the wild posed a certain degree of peril, with the risk of death looming overhead. The relationship between risk and reward is invariably proportional. As Shen Lang pondered this, his fire python beast continued its relentless assault, smashing the heads of other fire pythons. Your beast has slain a level 5 fire python, and both you and your beast have garnered 8 experience points. Your beast has slain a level 5 fire python, and both you and your beast have garnered 7 experience points. Your beast has slain a level 5 fire python, and both you and your beast have garnered 9 experience points. Before long, all 21 fire pythons within the cage lay lifeless, their bodies drenched in blood. filled the air with a pungent odor that made Shen Lang furrow his brow as he swiftly exited the cage. With an average of 8 experience points per python, he had accumulated a total of 168 points. Such a trivial amount of experience was insufficient to elevate him from level 0 to level 1, and he had no intention of continuing. Indeed, while such a method of slaying beasts bore no challenge, spending a few million could easily elevate him to level 5. A trivial sum for someone like Shen Lang, who possessed over 100 million in scholarship funds. However, wealth aside, he was not inclined to expend it so frivolously, especially when he had more pressing matters at hand. Once the fire python evolved into a 10-star divine beast, the experience would be of no concern. Dungeons and the wilderness teemed with opportunities for experience. Upon seeing Shen Lang exit the cage, the fire python scales returned to their normal state, and it slithered out to join him. Shen Lang glanced down at the python and quietly remarked, "Let us go. Your new life awaits. No, rather, your new beastly existence." The python tilted its head, seemingly contemplating Shen Lang's words. In a flash of light, the pondering python vanished, as Shen Lang had summoned it into the exclusive space designated for beast tamers. Shen Lang turned to leave, but cast one last glance at the bloody scene within the cage. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to disregard the fallen pythons. Deliberately disposing of their bodies might provoke suspicion, and perhaps it would go unnoticed that one body was missing. Besides, even if someone were to take note, they would likely deduce nothing more than that he was a beast tamer, a pitiable one at that, reduced to contracting low-level, low-star beasts. As Shen Lang stepped outside, the familiar saleswoman approached with a smile, inquiring, "Young sir, do you require any other beasts?" "No, thank you," Shen Lang replied politely, nodding before proceeding to leave the beast hall. The saleswoman, watching his silhouette disappear through the doorway, suddenly stomped her foot in frustration, gritting her teeth. "Oh no, I forgot to ask for his phone number." By the time she reached the entrance, Shen Lang's figure had already vanished from sight. At that moment, another female salesperson noticed her gazing around at the entrance and inquired, "Miss, what are you doing? Mind your own business. Furthermore, I am merely an ordinary sales representative at the Beast Pavilion now. Do not call me miss." "Very well, miss." Chapter 8. Is it not reasonable for me, at level 0, to triumph over 100? After departing from the Beast Pavilion, Shen Lang chose not to return home, but instead booked a room at a hotel. This decision stemmed from the fact that his modest rental apartment, situated in the slum area beyond the 10th ring of EC City, measured merely a meager 10 square meters. There was hardly space to accommodate his fire python. And this was only the fire python, should it revert to the Medusa queen. He feared the apartment would burst at the seams. On another note, he had now amassed considerable wealth, and in due time, he could contemplate purchasing a more spacious residence. The hotel was named Home of Professionals, a 5-star establishment. Shen Lang's choice of this venue was not predicated upon the luxury it offered, but rather its proximity to a novice dungeon, facilitating his entry into the trials. East Sea City is a vast metropolis, hosting 3 novice dungeons, 1 for ferocious beasts and 2 for the undead, with the beast dungeon adjacent to the hotel. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter at hand was to initiate the ancestral return of the fire python's bloodline. Otherwise, he would lack the qualifications to embark on any dungeons. Thus, upon the attendant escorting him to the suite, Shen Lang eagerly summoned his fire python from the beast space. Once it materialized, the curious creature surveyed the room before nuzzling against Shen Lang's thigh. "Get ready to embrace your new beastly existence," Shen Lang mused, gazing down at the fire python with a glimmer of anticipation, silently invoking the activation of the Bloodline return talent. In the next instant, a notification reverberated in his ears. God-level talent, Bloodline return activated. Initiating SSS-level talent, Bloodline insight to detect beast bloodlines. Detection successful. Your beast, fire python, harbors the bloodline of the 10-star divine beast, the Medusa queen. The God-level talent, Bloodline return, has successfully triggered. Your beast, fire python, is activating the 10-star divine beast bloodline of the Medusa queen. With the emergence of these notifications, the fire python before Shen Lang erupted in a dazzling array of colors. The vibrant hues enveloped its entire form, and as its body contorted, its upper half astonishingly transformed into a feminine shape, with the snake's head morphing into the outline of a human visage. Subsequently, countless strands of long hair cascaded from her head like a waterfall. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that these were not ordinary locks, but rather slender, elongated serpents. Simultaneously, scales began to shed from its serpentine body, intertwining and weaving together as if crafting garments. In a fleeting moment, the kaleidoscopic brilliance faded, revealing a humanoid entity with serpentine hair standing before Shen Lang. Is this the Medusa queen? Shen Lang gazed up at the being, whose height was nearly akin to his own, his expression tinged with astonishment. The sight of a head adorned with serpentine locks is typically one of terror. However, Beneath that exquisite visage lies an enchanting allure, complemented by a pair of elfin ears and skin that shimmers with flecks of light. The figure exudes an aura of sanctity that invites admiration from afar, yet forbids intrusion. A voluptuous form is partially cloaked in a crimson robe, from which a vivid serpentine tail subtly emerges, swaying gently, evoking a wild and seductive charm. Yet, the most captivating feature remains the amber-hued, slit-pupiled eyes, cold as an abyssal chill, reminiscent of a desolate starry sky that ensnares the beholder in an irresistible allure. Truly, she embodies a regal presence. Congratulations, Beastmaster. Your beast, the fire python, has successfully reverted to its ancestral form, becoming the 10-star divine beast, Queen Medusa. Upon this announcement, the serpentine hair of Queen Medusa cascaded down, and her serpent heads turned towards Shen Lang. Concurrently, her previously aloof gaze softened into a gentle demeanor as she excitedly approached Shen Lang, swaying her tail. Thank you, Master, for rescuing me from those detestable humans. Thank you for allowing me to evolve and reclaim my divine bloodline. It is no surprise that a divine beast possesses the capacity for speech, as they are undeniably beings of high intelligence. Yet, her voice was remarkably delicate, ethereal, and pure, a quintessentially enchanting tone that sent shivers through one's very bones. Noticing Shen Lang's silence, Queen Medusa, akin to a chastised child, hesitantly inquired, Master, do you not like me? Of course not. I do like you. Shen Lang cleared his throat and continued, well then, let us proceed together from now on. Queen Medusa nodded, elongating her response, yes, my master. Shen Lang felt a delightful tingle spread through his entire being. During their exchange, he also examined Queen Medusa's attributes. Beast, Queen Medusa, attribute, fire, level 5, strength, 1512, agility, 1314, constitution, 1598, spirit, 1945, SSS level talent. Queen S gaze, fire-based attack 500, gaze can petrify enemies, with a chance to incinerate them. SSS level talent. Queen S resilience, health recovery 500, skills, death stare, mystic serpent technique, heart devouring flame, 9-fold fire shield. Falling meteor fire. Upon reviewing Queen Medusa's information, Shen Lang's breath caught in his throat. 2 SSS level talents. All 4 attributes exceeding 1,000, with an average approaching 1,600. Furthermore, the skills. One could glean from their names that they represent formidable powers. It can only be said that Queen Medusa truly embodies the potential of a 10-star divine beast. The pivotal point is that this 10-star potential beast is currently only at level 5. Yet, even at this level, Queen Medusa's attributes are sufficient to annihilate any 4-star or lower equipped practitioners and ferocious creatures below level 120. Moreover, Shen Lang himself remains at a mere level 0. Hey, as a novice beastmaster at level 0, isn't it reasonable to defeat a seasoned professional at level 100? At that moment, a notification echoed in Shen Lang's ears. God-tier talent extraction triggered. Would you like to extract the talent from your beast? Shen Lang, recalling that he had 2 God-tier talents yet to be utilized, promptly responded, extract immediately. Congratulations, you have extracted the SSS tier talent, Queen's Resilience, from your beast. Hearing this notification, Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction. The Queen Medusa possessed 2 SSS tier talents, Queen's Gaze and Queen's Resilience, both of which were passive talents. Queen's Gaze served as an offensive support talent, requiring the use of fire-based skills, something of little benefit to Shen Lang as a beastmaster. However, Queen's Resilience was formidable, restoring 5 times the stamina. Paired with the SSS tier talent blessing, Shen Lang would essentially wield limitless power in battle. Certainly, this talent was not solely about granting him the ability to endure for an entire day and night. Chapter 9. From Queen to Maid, only a master away. Day and night. Perseverance. Precision. One must ask, what man wouldn't desire such capabilities? Anyone who doesn't is hardly a true man, having lived 2 lives. Shen Lang was undeniably sound in both body and mind, and he was no exception to this desire. Just then, another professional notification rang out, drawing Shen Lang's attention once more. God-tier talent beast gear triggered. Would you like to transform your beast into gear? Upon hearing the notification, Shen Lang glanced at Queen Medusa, almost forgetting that he possessed this God-tier talent. However, it seemed of little use at the moment. He had no gear himself. So how could he equip Queen Medusa? Nevertheless, Shen Lang proceeded to transform Medusa into gear. Lacking equipment now did not mean he would always be without it. When the time came, he would equip her without hesitation. Next, he thought to have a bite to eat before heading into a dungeon. With this in mind, he addressed Medusa. From now on, I shall simply call you Medusa. Now, please return to the beast space. To his surprise, Medusa blinked her large eyes. Her voice tinged with a pitiful tone as she implored, Master, I wish to stay by your side always. Is that all right? Implicitly, she expressed her reluctance to return to such a place as the beast space. Hearing this, Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. He indeed wished for Medusa to remain by his side, for even the swiftest summoning would entail a time lag. Should an enemy exploit that interval to eliminate Shen Lang, no matter how powerful Medusa was, she would have no opportunity to intervene. If possible, he would prefer Medusa to stay outside, guarding him closely 24 hours a day. Yet, Medusa's current appearance was somewhat daunting. The Queen Medusa before him was undeniably beautiful, exuding majesty and terror in equal measure, especially with her crown of serpentine hair and the scarlet serpent tail that trailed from her gown. If it were merely a common beast-shaped familiar, that would be acceptable. The profession is not devoid of beast tamers who keep their familiars by their side, such as a formidable earth bear or a resplendent golden dragon, which indeed exudes an aura of intimidation, making it clear to all that they are not to be trifled with. However, Medusa does not embody a complete beast form. She is a hybrid of beast and human. Presently, Medusa would undoubtedly become the center of attention upon stepping outside, instantly revealing her identity as a 10-star divine beast. This contradicts Shen Lang's initial intentions. He never contemplated remaining hidden indefinitely. After all, it would be an impossible endeavor. Yet, for the time being, Shen Lang wishes to confide only in a select few whom he deems worthy of such knowledge, rather than disclosing it to humanity at large. As a 10-star divine beast, Medusa possesses intellect that rivals that of humans. Upon noticing Shen Lang's furtive glance at her hair and serpentine tail, Medusa instantly comprehended her master's predicament. She refrained from speaking, a subtle, confident smile gracing her stunning visage. Subsequently, to Shen Lang's astonishment, the tips of Medusa's serpentine hair, those delicate snake heads, curled inward ever so slightly. As a result, Medusa's most fearsome attribute, her snake hair, transformed to resemble genuine locks. Simultaneously, her hair fluffed slightly, concealing much of her pointed ears, while the vibrant crimson serpent tail outside her skirt was completely tucked away. Beholding this transformed Medusa, Shen Lang's eyes widened in awe. She was nothing short of breathtaking. The previous incarnation of Queen Medusa was easily discernible as non-human, yet now, she appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Although she lacked the feral beauty of her half-beast form, her voluptuous and mature allure was magnified manifold. "Master, do you think I am presentable now?" Medusa asked, her red lips gently biting, her large, captivating eyes filled with hope, evoking a sense of tenderness. Indeed, Shen Lang nodded fervently. It was more than acceptable, it was splendid. However, he quickly added, when there are no onlookers, refrain from such appearances. The previous form, was rather delightful as well. As for beast girls, those in the know understand the allure. This was indeed enticing. "Very well, my master," Medusa replied with a radiant smile, her serpentine hair and tail reappearing, effortlessly transitioning between forms. Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction, instructing, "All right, Medusa, accompany me downstairs for a meal, and shortly thereafter, we shall embark on our adventure to level up." "Yes, master, I shall heed your every command." Medusa gracefully bent her slender waist, responding obediently. As Shen Lang casually surveyed the contours of her form, his breath hitched momentarily. Overwhelmed, he thought, how tantalizing. Perhaps after our dungeon expedition, a little adventure might be in order? If Su Xian and Xiao Hua dared to engage, why should he hesitate? Yet, he pondered whether beneath Medusa's resplendent robe lay a serpent's den or a human's abode. Taking a deep breath, Shen Lang temporarily subdued his myriad of restless thoughts. Escorting Medusa to the dining hall for lunch, Medusa's stunning beauty undoubtedly stirred quite a commotion within the restaurant. However, upon witnessing the strikingly handsome Shen Lang before the enchanting Medusa, no one dared to approach them. Such exquisite beauty, a pairing of handsome men and stunning women, rendered mere mortals unworthy of conversation. The male onlookers gazed at Shen Lang with a blend of admiration and envy. Not only was he exceptionally handsome, but he also had Medusa as a tall, alluring, and elegantly aloof companion. Conversely, the female spectators cast envious glances toward Medusa. Her beauty was undeniable, and she was accompanied by Shen Lang, whose looks could mesmerize anyone. Amidst these envious stares, Shen Lang and Medusa shared a light meal before departing the hotel for the formidable beast dungeon located 2 kilometers away. Throughout their journey, whether at the hotel or along the road, they encountered numerous individuals, yet none could see through Medusa's disguise. At that moment, Medusa, standing beside Shen Lang, exuded an air of captivating allure. No one would suspect that a being who appeared to be a mere human profession was, in fact, a fearsome 10-star divine beast, capable of wreaking havoc. As a major city, Donghai City boasted 3 novice dungeons, while many smaller towns lacked any such facilities, forcing newly transitioned novice professionals to travel to other cities to partake in dungeons and progress beyond the initial level 5. Today marked the global transition day, and regardless of the location, novice dungeons were certainly bustling with activity. Fortunately, entry and exit to the novice dungeons were unrestricted, whether individually or in teams. Each participant experienced a separate spatial realm, thus avoiding any cues. Before long, Shen Lang and Medusa arrived at the entrance of the formidable beast dungeon. The dungeon presented itself as a grand altar, surrounded by an ethereal display of mysterious star array runes, with many freshly transitioned professionals entering and exiting. Most entered with exuberance and emerged panting, indicating that despite being a novice dungeon, it proved to be quite a challenge for fledgling adventurers. Chapter 10. Not choosing Hell mode would be an affront to our Medusa, similar to their presence at the hotel. Shen Lang and Medusa attracted the attention of the youthful crowd outside the dungeon. Although Medusa had disguised herself as a human, she remained the 10-star divine beast Queen Medusa, her noble and powerful lineage inherent by birthright. In her eyes, these novice professionals were nothing more than insignificant ants, easily extinguished with a mere breath. Apart from her master, Shen Lang, she had no inclination to spare a glance at any other human, regardless of gender. As for Shen Lang, he had long since acclimated to such attention and chose to disregard it entirely. Before long, Shen Lang guided Medusa to the altar of the formidable beast dungeon. As the runes shimmered, an enigmatic force swept over Shen Lang, and a text prompt materialized before him. Great professional, welcome to the novice dungeon number 1314, Howling Jungle. Please select your challenge mode, solo mode, team mode. Without hesitation, Shen Lang reached out and selected solo mode. Please select your challenge level, easy difficulty, normal difficulty, hard difficulty, nightmare difficulty, hell difficulty. Shen Lang glanced sideways at the enchanting Medusa beside him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Choosing anything less than hell difficulty would be a disservice to the illustrious Medusa, a 10-star divine beast. Any hesitation would be a blatant disrespect to her. Even foes below level 120, including monstrous beasts and wild creatures, would fall prey to Medusa's wrath. In this mere novice dungeon, even at hell difficulty, the bosses would hardly surpass level 10. The practitioner has chosen hell difficulty, adjusting data for the Howling Jungle. Data adjustment successful. In 10 seconds, you will be teleported to the Howling Jungle. Please prepare yourself. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. As the final 0 appeared, a circle of star patterns emerged beneath Shen Lang and Medusa, and they vanished from the altar. Upon reappearing, Shen Lang found himself ensconced in an eerie jungle. The dim sky seemed to press down upon him, with dense, dark trees and tangled vines strewn about. The environment was desolate and damp, filled with the pungent scent of decaying foliage, while the chilling howls of wolves echoed incessantly in his ears. No wonder it was dubbed the Howling Jungle. Shen Lang silently scoffed, while Medusa stood protectively in front of him, her amber eyes glinting with menace. It was evident that the howling had disturbed her master, inciting her displeasure. Do not fret, Medusa, listen closely. It seems there are feral beasts nearby. Shen Lang offered a soothing word to Medusa before leading her towards the source of the howls. As anticipated, after traversing a mere 100 meters, they stumbled upon a clearing in the woods where 2 gray wolves frolicked and howled. With a swift investigation, the attributes of the 2 gray wolves were revealed. Jungle Gray Wolf, level 9, strength 145, agility 160, constitution 139, spirit 16. Both wolves exhibited identical attributes, their total stats reaching 460, with all but the spirit attribute being particularly formidable. However, this was merely in comparison to other novice practitioners. Typically, even after grinding experience to level 5, a novice's base attributes would hover around 150, averaging 40 to 50 in each category. Yet, practitioners possess gear and skill enhancements, so one cannot solely rely on base attributes to gauge combat prowess. Furthermore, most novice practitioners would not dare to tackle a novice dungeon solo. Collaboration in groups is the norm. Not to mention, not everyone is as audacious as Shen Lang, who opted for hell difficulty upon his first foray into a dungeon. At easier levels, the attributes of the feral beasts would undoubtedly be significantly weaker. According to 3 centuries of global records on novice dungeons, only a scant few practitioners have managed to conquer the hell-level novice dungeon, particularly those who did so alone, a number that could be counted on one hand. For Shen Lang, it was undoubtedly advantageous to encounter formidable beasts. The stronger the creature, the more experience it possessed, leading to a swifter ascent in levels. There was even a possibility of acquiring equipment, as there was a chance to obtain gear from the beasts in novice dungeons. Shen Lang cast a glance at 2 jungle gray wolves before turning to Medusa and commanding, Medusa, it's your turn. Eliminate them. Very well, my master. Medusa replied with a charming smile, striding confidently toward the jungle gray wolves. The 2 level 9 wolves were merely trivial adversaries, and the proud Medusa had no intention of resorting to stealth, nor was there any need for it. As Medusa approached, the wolves quickly became aware of her presence, turning their gaze upon her. Initially, they bared their fangs in a snarl, but soon, As if sensing an overwhelming terror, they cowered on the ground, whimpering and trembling, their tails tucked beneath them. The bloodline of a 10-star divine beast was an exalted force for these lowly creatures. They could not even muster the strength to stand, let alone retaliate. In fact, under the oppressive aura of Medusa's 10-star bloodline, the two jungle gray wolves disintegrated into nothingness, consumed by fear. No skills were employed. Medusa had done nothing but exert her bloodline's dominance to vanquish these beasts. Congratulations. Your beast has slain a jungle gray wolf. You and your beast each gain 25 experience. Congratulations. Your beast has slain a jungle gray wolf. You and your beast each gain 25 experience. Before Shen Lang could fully process the event, he found himself rewarded with 50 experience points. It was alarmingly effortless. He glanced at Medusa, who turned to him with a gentle smile, as if to say, "Is it truly this easy? Aren't you going to commend me, master?" Hastily, he approached her, exclaiming, "Haha, splendid job. My Medusa is remarkable. Let us continue, shall we?" "Of course, my master," she replied sweetly, her tone almost endearing enough to make Shen Lang swoon. They resumed their search for beasts in the jungle and soon encountered 3 wolves. Unlike the previous pair, these wolves were larger, boasting long fangs and bristling fur like iron needles. Jungle Giant Wolf, Level 9, Strength 153, Agility 140, Constitution 180, Spirit 22. Their attributes were somewhat stronger, yet still not significantly different. This time, Shen Lang chose silence, leading Medusa past the 3 jungle giant wolves. As they trembled in fear, the wolves too dissolved into oblivion. Congratulations. Your beast has slain a jungle giant wolf. You and your beast each gain 25 experience. Congratulations. Your beast has slain a jungle giant wolf. You and your beast each gain 25 experience. Congratulations. Your beast has slain a jungle giant wolf. You and your beast each gain 25 experience. Listening to the prompt sound, Shen Lang was filled with emotions. This was not merely a quest. It was evidently an excursion. Chapter 11, The Gaze of Death, where the boss is reduced to mere ashes. Before long, Shen Lang and Medusa encountered a third wave of ferocious beasts, a considerable number at that. 5 jungle wolves, each adorned with bat-like wings upon their backs, stood before them. Jungle Flying Wolf, Level 9, Strength 150, Agility 190, Constitution 140, Spirit 21. Their attributes were similar to the previous jungle wolves, save for their wings that granted them the ability to soar. As Shen Lang and Medusa approached, these 5 jungle flying wolves were scampering about the trees. The outcome was inevitable. Upon noticing Medusa, they lost their strength to remain airborne, plummeting to the ground like dumplings, crushed to death by the bloodline of the 10-star divine beast. Congratulations. Your beast has slain a jungle flying wolf. You and your beast each gain 25 experience. 5 another 125 experience points credited. At that moment, a faint glimmer of white light caught Shen Lang's attention, emanating from the spot where one of the jungle flying wolves had perished. Could it be that an item had dropped? Shen Lang hurriedly approached, and indeed, within the soft white glow lay a piece of white leather armor. To have obtained gear from the third wave of ferocious beasts, his luck was quite remarkable. Shen Lang picked up the leather armor, and his appraisal skill activated upon it. Wolfskin armor, white ordinary, defense 50, spirit 5, agility 10. To his surprise, it was indeed white. As an adventurer, equipment varies in grade according to its color: gray, rough; white, ordinary; green, excellent; blue, fine; purple, epic; and orange, legendary. Thus, to acquire his first piece of equipment as white ordinary was quite unexpected. However, considering the dungeon difficulty he had chosen was hell level, it was reasonable for the rewards to be somewhat elevated. Shen Lang weighed the armor in his hands and silently invoked, "Equip wolfskin armor." Adventurers can don or switch equipment without physically wearing it. A mere thought suffices, making it exceedingly convenient. Congratulations. You have equipped wolfskin armor, white ordinary, spirit 555, agility 2210. It is noteworthy that Shen Lang was still at level 0. Under the influence of the wolfskin armor, his spirit attribute had risen to 60, while agility reached 32. The additional 50 points of attack from the armor held little significance for him. As a beastmaster, commanding a 10-star divine beast, he would not recklessly engage in combat like a warrior. "Let us go, Medusa, onward," Shen Lang urged, and after a few minutes, they once again encountered 3 jungle gray wolves and 2 jungle flying wolves. Once more, there was little challenge. All were transformed into experience points for him and Medusa. Minutes later, a pack of 10 gray wolves with spiral horns came into Shen Lang's view. He furrowed his brow and immediately cast an appraisal on these gray wolves. The jungle horned wolf, at level 9, boasts formidable attributes: strength 165, agility 195, constitution 159, and spirit 25, culminating in a total of 544 across its 4 primary statistics. with an average hovering around 140. More significantly, there are 10 of them. If Shen Lang were to face them alone, the odds of victory would be exceedingly slim. And even in a team, the challenge would remain daunting. Turning to Medusa, he observed her playful smile as she elegantly extended her delicate hand towards the pack of jungle horned wolves. Perhaps feeling a touch of boredom, Medusa decided to intervene. With no ostentatious gestures, she merely clenched her hand slightly, and a barrage of fiery arrows rained down from the void. Although these horned wolves were slightly stronger than other beasts, they were not invincible. Upon Medusa's arrival, they immediately succumbed. The fiery arrows struck them down, reducing them to ashes in an instant, transforming their essence into experience points for both master and beast. Congratulations! Your tamed beast has slain the jungle horned wolf. You and your beast each receive 30 experience points. 10 congratulations! You have leveled up. Your profession level has increased from level 0 to level 1. Congratulations! Your fixed attributes of 10 have been automatically allocated. Strength 1, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 5. Congratulations! You have 10 free attribute points. Level up. The 10 jungle horned wolves yielded 300 experience points, combined with the experience gained from previous beasts and that acquired from the beast pavilion, propelled Shen Lang to level 1. What to allocate the free attribute points to? Given that my spirit is already the strongest, it would be wise to enhance it further. After some contemplation, Shen Lang decided to allocate all 10 free points to spirit and subsequently opened his profession panel. Name: Shen Lang. Profession: Beast Tamer. Level: 1. Strength: 24. Agility: 24. Constitution: 23. Spirit: 55. After a brief glance, Shen Lang closed the panel, eager to press on and conquer the howling jungle. Accompanied by Medusa, he ventured deeper into the thicket. However, instead of encountering more wolves, he spotted a colossal wolf atop a small hill. Adorned with 2 spiraled horns and a pair of meaty wings, far larger than any wolf he had previously encountered, rivaling the size of an old water buffalo. The golden spiraled horns gleamed ominously abass. Contemplating this, Shen Lang promptly activated his reconnaissance skill, and the information about the giant wolf materialized before his eyes. Golden Horn Flying Wolf Leader, Boss. Level: 10. Strength: 210. Agility: 250. Constitution: 320. Spirit: 330. Indeed, it was a boss, and it certainly lived up to its title, vastly surpassing the ordinary beasts encountered before. The Golden Horn Flying Wolf Leader boasted a total attribute value exceeding 1,000, with an average of 277. 5. Approaching the formidable threshold of 300. At that moment, the previously crouching leader of the Golden Horn Flying Wolf suddenly rose to its feet. Having detected the presence of Shen Lang and Medusa, its cold, cautious gaze fell upon them. Upon seeing Shen Lang, the leader's expression remained unfazed. But the sight of Medusa sent a shiver through its fur, causing it to bristle. A divine beast, and a high tier one at that. Although the Golden Horn Flying Wolf was a dungeon boss, it was merely a level 10 minor boss. And thus it was still subjected to the bloodline suppression of Medusa's divine heritage. Shock and trepidation flickered in the eyes of the wolf leader. Yet, the rules of the dungeon compelled it to eradicate all beings that entered, a drive beyond its inherent instincts. With a howl that defied its overwhelming fear, the leader unfurled its wings and let out a roar that echoed through the skies. In the next instant, 10 fierce wolves sprang forth from behind the mountain. 5 on the left, 5 on the right. A total of 10 ferocious wolves, including the previously encountered gray wolves, flying wolves, giant wolves, and horned wolves. Perhaps emboldened by the presence of their boss, these wolves, though still gripped by fear of Medusa, were no longer paralyzed. They crouched low, baring their teeth as if ready to charge. The Golden Horn Flying Wolf soared into the air once more, howling again as golden light erupted from its horns, enveloping the 10 fierce wolves. Under the cascading golden glow, the wolves' strength surged, and they charged toward Shen Lang and Medusa. Unperturbed, Shen Lang crossed his arms and declared, "Medusa, let's go? After all, it's a boss. Show us your skills." "At your command, my master." Medusa replied obediently, turning to face the oncoming wolves with a subtle smile. In an instant, her captivating eyes transformed into swirling vortices, radiating an overwhelming crimson light. In a heartbeat, the scarlet brilliance consumed the golden light emitted by the Golden Horn Flying Wolf. Simultaneously, the surrounding space and time seemed to freeze. Both the 10 charging wolves and the airborne leader of the Golden Horn Flying Wolf became ensnared in a blue light, their bodies visibly transmuting into a deep crimson stone. Medusa blinked, and the crimson light dissipated into nothingness, restoring the surrounding space to normalcy. However, the 10 petrified wolves and the boss were left crashing to the ground, reduced to mere shards of stone. Chapter 12. The Ascendant Beast Maiden, conquering the world with him. Medusa fulfilled Shen Lang's wish, unleashing a skill that instantly annihilated all the ferocious beasts, including the dungeon boss. This was one of her many abilities, Death Glare. Under Medusa's gaze, all living beings would be petrified into fiery red stone, provided they were not stronger than her. Otherwise, the skill would merely inflict petrification damage and control, with the opponent potentially breaking free from its constraints. However, the fearsome beasts within this novice dungeon are nothing more than feeble creatures, effortlessly dispatched by the gaze of death. Congratulations! Your beast has slain the jungle grey wolf, and both you and your beast have each gained 25 experience points. 2. Congratulations! Your beast has vanquished the jungle giant wolf, and both you and your beast have each gained 25 experience points. 2. Congratulations! Your beast has defeated the jungle horned wolf, and both you and your beast have each gained 30 experience points. 3. Congratulations! Your beast has conquered the jungle flying wolf, and both you and your beast have each gained 25 experience points. 3. Congratulations! Your beast has slain the howling jungle boss, the golden horned flying wolf leader, and both you and your beast have each gained 100 experience points. Congratulations! You have completed the Howling Jungle Solo Challenge. A friendly reminder, you have 5 minutes to gather and assess your loot. After 5 minutes, you will automatically exit the Howling Jungle Dungeon. Upon exiting the dungeon, your performance will be evaluated, and corresponding feedback and rewards will be given. The incessant notifications rang in Shen Lang's ears, making him feel as if he were about to float away. The sheer enjoyment of not having to do anything and simply reveling in the experience was utterly delightful. This was the true essence of being a beast master. And this was merely with one beast. In the future, there would be 3, 5, 10, even 100. Just the thought invigorated him. The advancing beast maidens would conquer the world alongside him. Hey, let's clear the battlefield, Medusa. Thank you for your hard work. Shen Lang gave Medusa a thumbs up and turned to collect the equipment. This is what I ought to do, my master, Medusa replied softly, following closely behind with dainty steps. Completely unassuming for a fierce 10-star divine beast. The boss and 10 ferocious wolves yielded 2 pieces of equipment, one dropped by the boss and the other by the jungle giant wolf. Shen Lang first approached the spot where the jungle giant wolf had fallen, marked by a swirl of white light, clearly indicating it was of common quality. Wolf Bone Short Sword, white common. Physical attack 60, spirit 8, agility 11. This short sword bore attributes similar to the leather armor he had previously found. After a cursory glance, Shen Lang stowed it in his backpack and proceeded to the location where the boss had petrified and fallen. Naturally, being a dungeon boss, the equipment dropped here would be more formidable, emanating a green glow. Wolf Fong Ring, green excellent. Spirit 15, Constitution 15. When converted, this amounted to 30 attribute points, which is quite impressive for equipment of green quality. Wearing the Wolf Fong Ring, with a mere thought, the ring appeared upon his left ring finger, and his character panel automatically unfolded before him. Name, Shen Lang. Occupation, Beastmaster. Level, 1, Strength, 24, Agility, 2410, Constitution, 2315, Spirit, 5520, Talents, Bloodline Insight, SSS, Blessing, SSS. Bloodline Reversion, Divine, Talent Extraction, Divine, Beast Mastery Implant, Divine. Skills, Exploration, Basic, Contract Art, Exclusive, Summoning Art, Exclusive, Healing Art, Exclusive. General Abilities, Swordsmanship LV7. Martial Arts LV10. Equipment, Evil Wolf Leather Armor, worn. Wolf Fong Ring, worn. Wolf Bone Short Sword, equipable. Beast, Medusa Queen, 10-star Divine Beast. Free points, 0. Note: in the future, do not write this profession panel in full, as it adds unnecessary word count. Undoubtedly, with the enhancement of leveling up and equipment, Shen Lang has significantly grown stronger. His 4 core attributes likely surpass those of other professions. However, it seems of little consequence. From the moment he entered the dungeon, aside from directing Medusa, he did nothing and simply cleared the level. He didn't even have the opportunity to cast a healing spell on Medusa, as the 5-minute time limit approached. The dungeon's notification chime sounded once more. Your dungeon completion score has been evaluated, based on a comprehensive assessment. Your completion score for this Howling Jungle Dungeon is SSS level. Congratulations, you have obtained a Supreme Treasure Chest, which has been automatically placed in your backpack. Note: treasure chests are categorized into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and supreme levels. Your completion record will be saved in the Dungeon Player Achievement display. You may choose to use your real name or an alias. Your SSS level completion score will be globally announced. You may choose to use your real name or an alias. An SSS level evaluation is undoubtedly deserved, and Shen Lang is not at all surprised. With a completion method and speed like Medusa S, who would dare contest an SSS rating? Moreover, receiving a Supreme Treasure Chest for such an accomplishment seems entirely appropriate. As for the preservation of completion records, Shen Lang is aware. He noticed a virtual screen outside the altar displaying the completion records of other players, ranked by evaluation scores. seemingly for the top 100. However, Shen Lang is not entirely clear about the global announcement of SSS level completion scores. Once his score is broadcast worldwide, he will undoubtedly become the center of attention, drawing the gaze of the global professional community. This is not particularly favorable for Shen Lang. Akin to being thrust onto a scorching grill, while he does not mind exposure, he is not foolish enough to place himself immediately in the spotlight, as that would invite unnecessary trouble. Confidence does not equate to arrogance, especially since he is yet to achieve true invincibility. Fortunately, the global announcement system is quite humane, allowing professionals the choice of using their real names or aliases. Although this code name may not hold much significance, with diligent investigation, one could eventually trace it back to him and ascertain his identity with ease. Nevertheless, it affords him a semblance of reprieve. During this interval, Shen Lang can continue to empower both himself and Medusa, while also gauging the disposition of the Great Xia Empire towards him. While foreign forces might require some time to uncover his whereabouts, the Great Xia Empire will find it far from arduous to clarify the identity of one of its own citizens. However, this largely depends on the level of importance the Great Xia Empire attributes to him. I sincerely hope you do not let me down. The attitude of the Great Xia Empire towards Shen Lang will ultimately shape his own stance towards them. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang designated himself with the codename Hidden Dragon. Codename entry complete. Your achievements and global announcements will be displayed under the codename Hidden Dragon. Thomas up. You will exit the instance immediately. Chapter 13. Find him. Give him what he desires. 5 short. 5 short. We need a healer. I am a hidden class paladin, capable of both offense and defense. Hurry and form a team. I can hardly wait. The guild is recruiting a 5th-tier guild. Newcomers will be paired with dedicated mentors. The benefits are quite generous. Is there a mage around? Preferably a fire type. What are you boasting about? Your support roles are impressive. But who decreed that crafting classes cannot enter instances? Come on, if you're brave enough, challenge me one-on-one. Crafting classes should keep quiet. Do you seek your own demise? Bring it on. We're all level 0. Who fears whom? Come, come, if you dare, end me right now. In Donghai City, outside the fierce beast instance, the atmosphere remained as boisterous as ever, with arguments echoing through the air. However, these voices swiftly fell silent, for all present adventurers found themselves resonating with an announcement in their minds. Global announcement. Congratulations to the Great Xia Empire's adventurer codenamed Hidden Dragon for achieving an SSS rating in the Hell Level Novice instance. Global announcement. Congratulations to the Great Xia Empire's adventurer codenamed Hidden Dragon for achieving an SSS rating in the Hell Level Novice instance. Global announcement. Congratulations to the Great Xia Empire's adventurer codenamed Hidden Dragon for achieving an SSS rating in the Hell Level Novice instance. The consecutive announcements rendered the novice adventurers near the altar speechless, as if the very air had crystallized in that moment. Soon after, a torrent of curses erupted, sounding like boiling water. What the hell, did I hear that right? An SSS rating. Oh my god, I just completed my class change today, and mere hours later, he not only cleared the instance, but also achieved an SSS rating? I nearly perished inside, having barely defeated a single creature, while he completed it flawlessly. By the way, Hidden Dragon belongs to our Great Xia Empire. In a few years, we shall have another formidable powerhouse. What a fitting codename, indeed a Hidden Dragon. Moreover, the announcement only mentioned Hidden Dragon, no one else. Could it be that he soloed the novice instance? Gasp. He cleared the Hell Level Novice instance alone. An SSS rating. Who is this divine being? The SSS rating is indeed remarkable. I have heard there are rewards associated with it, such as the coveted Supreme Treasure Chest. My goodness. The Supreme Treasure Chest must at least yield an epic piece of equipment, or perhaps even a dark golden legendary item. The envy is palpable, turning Jill a shade of purple. Yet, we remain in the dark about the identity of this mysterious figure, Shen Lang. Are they from our Eastern Sea City? Are they male or female? Who can say? The use of a code name clearly indicates a desire to keep their true identity concealed. Nevertheless, let us not dwell on it. Their prowess is undeniable, and it is of no concern to us. We should simply continue our endeavors. While astonishment and envy linger, they ultimately lead to nothing. We must return to our pursuits, for the feat of achieving an SSS rating in a solo challenge of the Novice Dungeon is far beyond our reach, evoking a sense of unattainable admiration. In truth, we exist in entirely different realms. It is wiser to focus on our own affairs. Lacking the fate of a prodigy, one must embrace their own mediocrity. Amidst the bustling crowd, Shen Lang and Medusa exchanged knowing glances, both smiling at the thrill of anonymity, relishing the clandestine pleasure of being near yet unrecognized. However, Shen Lang wasted no time, leading Medusa once more into the howling jungle dungeon. The novice dungeon permits entry only to those above level 5, yet those below this threshold face no restrictions and may grind indefinitely. The howling jungle dungeon gradually returned to normalcy, Yet the global announcement by Shen Lang had repercussions that extended far beyond. In the Imperial City, the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, lies the esteemed Qingbei Academy, a pinnacle of higher vocational education. On the global transfer day each year, the admissions office of Qingbei Academy is besieged with activity, tasked with recruiting exceptional practitioners from across the nation. However, within the admissions office's conference room at this moment, a gathering of mentors and leaders stood, their expressions rife with shock. The sound of a pin dropping would be audible. Clearly, they too had received the news of Shen Lang's SSS rating in the Hell-level novice dungeon. The urgent beeping of communication echoed through the office, snapping the mentors back to reality as a projection materialized in their midst. The projection featured an elderly man adorned with black-rimmed glasses, his demeanor equally electrified. His gaze swept the room before settling on a balding middle-aged man, and in an unmistakable tone, he declared, "Old Guan, I do not care what means you employ. You must locate this Qianlong. He must come to our Qinghua Academy. It is imperative." Yet, the dean, the balding middle-aged man, appeared somewhat troubled. He too desired such a talent, but alas, the individual had concealed their identity. Before he could voice his concerns, the elder interrupted him. Speaking gravely, there are no buts. In any case, spare no effort to find him and bring him to me. If you cannot accomplish this, then you shall no longer serve as the admissions director. We will find someone capable. With that, the elder's commanding words hung in the air as the projection dissipated, revealing his hurried departure. The admissions office merely represented the surface actions. As the dean of Qinghua Academy, he must devise alternative strategies to uncover the identity of this elusive Qianlong. A newly transitioned professional who has achieved an SSS-level evaluation by conquering the hellish novice dungeon must not be permitted to attend other esteemed institutions or be absorbed by rival guilds. Otherwise, it would mark the most significant loss for the prestigious Qingbei Academy in nearly a century, as well as the greatest dereliction of duty for its president. Meanwhile, in the coastal metropolis of Shenzhen in the Great Xia Kingdom, the Shendan Academy, also among the nation's elite vocational institutions, reacted similarly to Qingbei Academy. The president of Shendan Academy, fully armed, rushed directly to the admissions office, demanding, investigate, utilize every conceivable method and resource to uncover the true identity of Qianlong. We at Shendan Academy require him. Find him and offer the most favorable conditions. No, let him dictate his desires. We shall fulfill them. This is a divine opportunity to surpass Qingbei Academy. What are you all dawdling for? Move swiftly. We must locate him before Qingbei Academy does. The president's thunderous voice galvanized the admissions staff, who, snapping back to reality, scurried out like startled rabbits. In the southeastern coastal city of Yangqing, another supermetropolis, while it too boasts higher learning institutions, it is predominantly renowned for a guild known as Mythical Heaven. This guild is among the few 10-star guilds in the nation, signifying that it is home to exceptionally powerful professionals. The day of transition is equally significant for guilds, as it allows them to recruit fresh talent, particularly those with potential, which both high academies and guilds covet. Chapter 14. The Great Xia Kingdom cannot afford another dragon blood warlord. In the Great Xia Kingdom, the higher academies in various cities are officially established and directly overseen by the State Affairs Bureau. In contrast, guilds are recognized as private organizations by the government, fundamentally differing in nature. Compared to government-backed academies, guilds face greater challenges in recruitment, often resorting to competition. Consequently, on each transition day, the president of the Mythical Heaven Guild personally oversees the recruitment process. In the headquarters of Mythical Heaven, President Wang Teng is convening a recruitment meeting. Present in the conference room, alongside key personnel from the headquarters, are the management teams from various city branches via projection. Wang Teng, with an expression of calm authority, surveyed the assembly and inquired robustly. 3 hours have passed since the transition day commenced. All professionals across the nation should have completed their transitions by now. I wish to know your gains this year. Upon his words, a senior executive from headquarters promptly responded, President, the recruitment status across the branches has been quite favorable this year. Thus far, we have amassed a total of 38,000 newcomers, with over 20,000 in combat professions and more than 17,000 in support roles. There are 972 hidden professions, with all but 3 possessing B-level awakened talents, and the rest are A-level or above. The highest talent level recorded is SS-Ranked, hailing from the Yangqing Advanced Vocational Academy, in the rare hidden profession of Ghost Swordsman. Hearing such a report, Wang Ting couldn't help but frown and asked, not a single SSS tier talent? The senior executive responded with a wry smile, I'm sorry, Chairman. Not yet. Immediately after, the executive continued, however, Chairman, we are still trying to contact advanced vocational colleges nationwide. We might have more success if we wait a little longer. Wang Teng sighed and said, although our Great Xia nation has a large population, there are only 3 to 5 SSS tier talent professionals each year. The top-tier universities fight fiercely over them, and sometimes the military steps in to compete as well. Our guild isn't lacking in strength, but our competitiveness is still somewhat limited. Having an SS tier talent like a Ghostblade swordsman is already good enough. For the rest, let us just do our best. Just as Wang Teng finished speaking, a global announcement suddenly rang out. Global broadcast. Congratulations to the Great Xia Nation professional codenamed Hidden Dragon for achieving an SSS tier clearance rating in the Hell level Novice Dungeon. 3 in the conference room. Everyone was stunned, and then they all looked at each other in disbelief. How is this possible? Wang Teng stood up abruptly, his eyes gleaming with excitement and incredulity. It had only been 3 hours since the profession awakening, and someone had already cleared the Novice Dungeon so quickly. This was absolutely unheard of. As the chairman, Wang Teng himself was an SSS tier talent professional. He had once held an SSS tier clearance record for the Hell level Novice Dungeon, but that was when he was at level 5 and in team mode. It was fundamentally different from Hidden Dragon's SSS tier clearance record, and the significance was worlds apart. If nothing unexpected happened, this professional codenamed Hidden Dragon was definitely no higher than level 1 right now. To achieve an SSS tier clearance rating in the Hell level Novice Dungeon at level 1, and in solo mode at that, if it weren't for the global announcement, Wang Teng would have thought it was a fantasy. It was worth noting that the last Great Xia Nation professional to achieve an SSS tier clearance in the Hell level Novice Dungeon right after Profession Awakening was fiercely contested by countless universities and guilds before finally being recruited by the military's God of War camp. That person was now an invincible powerhouse renowned both domestically and internationally, hailed as the Dragon Blood God of War. However, even this Dragon Blood God of War achieved his SSS tier clearance in the Hell level Novice Dungeon at level 3. Taking a deep breath, Wang Teng said solemnly, "Find him. All branches across the nation, find him. No matter who it is, as long as they provide valid information about Hidden Dragon, the reward is 1 blue tier rare equipment. Find Hidden Dragon, and the reward is 1 purple tier epic equipment. Whoever can recruit him into the guild will be rewarded with 1 dark gold tier legendary equipment, and they can choose any position as the chairman of a national branch." Upon hearing these rewards, the guild members in the room regained their composure, their eyes burning with desire. They might not care much about blue tier or purple tier equipment, but dark gold tier legendary equipment was still a treasure among treasures for them. However, someone asked, "Chairman, if we find him, what conditions will we offer?" Hearing this, Wang Teng's gaze sharpened as he pondered and said, "A person like this is bound to be fought over by various factions, including those from abroad, who want to just stand by and watch him grow into another invincible Dragon Blood God of War. If you manage to locate him, please convey to him that upon his admission, he shall become the first vice president of the mythical heaven, with a position subordinate only to mine. Once he ascends to the 10th star, the mythical heaven shall be his dominion. Furthermore, should he join the mythical heaven, I, the president, shall personally safeguard his path until he reaches the 8th star." Upon these conditions being revealed, the crowd erupted in astonishment, yet none dared to oppose. For the mythical heaven was solely crafted by Wang Teng. Is it truly worthy for Wang Teng to relinquish the mythical heaven for merely an SSS-rated completion of a hellish novice dungeon? The answer is a resounding yes. A potential invincible powerhouse is more than sufficient to secure the mythical heaven's position as the foremost guild in the nation, granting it greater influence within the Great Xia Kingdom. Within the Great Xia, various prestigious academies and influential guilds were experiencing similar reactions. Meanwhile, abroad, the atmosphere was equally tumultuous. In the land of the rising sun, Qidao City, the assembly hall echoed with disbelief. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I demand the whereabouts of this individual known as Clandestine Dragon. I wish to hear of his demise within 3 days. No, 1 day. I grant you but a single day. In the Bamboo Nation, at the Qingwatai Congress." Exclamations filled the air. How could such a prodigy emerge from the Great Xia? Only our nation possesses such extraordinary bloodlines. Our spies in the Great Xia must bring Clandestine Dragon back to claim his heritage. In the Heavenly Land, at the Federal Cabinet Secretariat, there were scoffs of disdain. So what if he passed a hellish novice dungeon with an SSS rating? Our population has already surpassed that of the Great Xia. We, the Heavenly People, are the strongest nation in the world. Issue a cabinet order. All novice practitioners this year must consume 10 liters of Ganges water and undergo a 10-day regimen of cow dung and urine baths. Across the vast ocean, in the beautiful nation at Baigong, the news of yet another SSS-rated practitioner emerging from the Great Xia sparked outrage. The Great Xia has indeed become our greatest obstacle to global dominance. Deploy agents from the Shield Bureau to ensure that at all costs, we locate this clandestine dragon and eliminate him. We cannot allow the Great Xia to produce another dragon-blooded war god. Chapter 15. If you expect me to play the role of a caretaker, that matter is non-negotiable. In the Great Xia, within the Imperial Palace, the office of the sovereign, the venerable ruler, well into his 60s, donned a traditional Zhongshan suit. Reclining in his chair with a hand pressed against his temple, A series of knocks resounded at the door, prompting the old sovereign to sit up straight, the weariness vanishing from his countenance as he called out, "Is it you, Xiao Wang? Come in." The door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man, also clad in a Zhongshan suit. "Your Majesty." Upon entering the office, the man stood upright, declaring, "The information regarding this year's novice practitioners has been compiled and is ready for your review." With that, he pressed a button on a remote control, and a virtual screen materialized before them. Displayed on the screen were the data profiles of this year's novice practitioners in the Great Xia, complete with comprehensive charts and details. The old sovereign skimmed through the information and smiled, saying, "Not bad. The number of SSS-rated novice practitioners has increased by 1 compared to last year. The combat and support professions have experienced a 3% increase, a promising sign for our Great Xia nation. Indeed, this year's circumstances appear to be more favorable." The middle-aged man smiled and concurred. The former monarch nodded and remarked, "Xiao Wang, as the newly appointed Minister of Professions, there are matters that require your utmost attention. Each practitioner is embarking on the path of the extraordinary. As ancient wisdom suggests, a hero must tread cautiously with their might. Thus management in this regard is paramount. Furthermore, we must not be negligent regarding scholarship matters. Should we uncover any corrupt elements or detrimental influences, they must be thoroughly investigated and dealt with severely. Scholarships should genuinely benefit those promising practitioners. With our vast population facing both internal and external challenges, fostering a sense of national and ethnic belonging among our practitioners is crucial. Perhaps means is not the most fitting term, but within our management, these are the actions we can undertake in broad strokes." The middle-aged man responded earnestly, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will ensure that potential practitioners are treated justly." Just then, a global announcement of Shen Lang's successful completion of the novice dungeon echoed in their ears. "Congratulations to the Xia Nation's practitioner, codenamed Hidden Dragon, for achieving an SSS level completion rating in the Hell level novice dungeon." The former monarch was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a broad smile, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Though not as outwardly exuberant as others, the repetition of excellent was sufficient to convey the old man's joy. However, he soon composed himself, a glint of wisdom flashing in his eyes as he spoke with a knowing smile. "Xiao Wang, it seems you have more work ahead." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man regained his composure, reflecting on the former monarch's words, and swiftly grasped their significance. After a brief pause, he replied solemnly, "I will make the necessary arrangements immediately." "Yes, go forth. It is an opportune moment to cleanse the domestic distractions," the former monarch waved, dismissively. The middle-aged man smiled knowingly and exited the office, closing the door behind him. The former monarch sat in silence for a moment before once again accessing the recent data, locating the records of the national awakening of SSS-level practitioners. The numbers were few, only 3 individuals, allowing him to quickly peruse the list. Hong Qing, 18 years and 9 months. Combat profession Frost Mage, Duan Zijin, 18 years and 5 months. Hidden profession Storm Knight, Shen Lang, 18 years and 3 months. Hidden profession Beast Tamer. Which one of you could it be? The former monarch tapped his fingers on the desk, musing. Using a code name indicates you're no fool. You are certainly more astute than that young lad. However, you seem rather lacking in confidence regarding our Great Xia nation. Here, no one can harm you, no one. With that declaration, the former monarch sealed the personal information of these SSS-level practitioners. Yet, this alone was evidently insufficient. Both Minister Wang's arrangements and the preparation of these promising practitioners required further action. Thus, the former monarch retrieved his private communicator and initiated a projection call to a contact noted as Little Rascal, in the northeastern region of the Great Xia Kingdom. Within a perilous realm classified as SSS level, an endless expanse of desolate desert stretched forth. Amidst this barren wasteland, a golden dragon-shaped specter soared through the skies, within which stood a man of icy demeanor. Appearing to be in his 30s, he possessed sharp, tiger-like eyes, sword-like brows, and a square jaw, exuding an air of masculine authority without uttering a word. A pack of 2-headed griffins confronted him, roaring defiantly. With a subtle motion, the cold man summoned a gleaming blade that appeared in his grasp, gripping it firmly with both hands. "A bunch of trash dares to obstruct you? Die!" he uttered in a low voice, and with that, he swung the blade, cleaving directly towards the swarm of griffins. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as the blade's radiance swept through the air, transforming into a golden dragon that wreaked havoc among the griffins, slaughtering them mercilessly. In mere moments, over a dozen griffins, each nearing level 300, were reduced to mere flesh and blood, plummeting from the sky. Unfazed, the cold man sheathed his blade upon his back and descended to the ground with the poise of a deity. The impact sent stones from the adjacent desert soaring several meters high, while the ground trembled, cracking open in numerous fissures. Just then, a unique communication device on the cold man's person began to emit a sound. This device was a direct line, accessible only to a select few within the Great Xia Kingdom, who could reach him through it. I knew they'd find me, he muttered, slightly displeased, as he pressed a button on his waist to activate the communication. In the next instant, the projection of the old monarch materialized before him. Before the old monarch could speak, the cold man interjected, "Let me clarify. If this is about babysitting, the answer is no." He was well aware of the SSS level clearance report regarding Shen Lang's hellish novice dungeon. Thus it was not difficult for him to deduce the old monarch's purpose in summoning him. The old monarch, amused, chided, "You little rascal. Have you forgotten to even greet your grandparent? Please, I am 33 years old. Calling me a little rascal is quite absurd." The cold man retorted, exasperated. "If anyone hears this, how can I, the illustrious dragon blood war god, maintain my dignity? What about my reputation?" This cold man was indeed the previous SSS-rated conqueror of the hellish novice dungeon, now renowned throughout the Great Xia Kingdom as the dragon blood war god. His name was Chu Jinhua, the grandson of the old monarch, though few were aware of this connection. "All right, our dragon blood war god, let us discuss serious matters," the old monarch said, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. "You need to return at once. What other serious matter could it be? If not concerning that young lad mentioned in the global announcement? I concede, he has indeed accomplished feats I could not in my youth. However, if you expect me to attend to him, it would be preferable for me to venture to the beautiful nation instead." Chu Jinhua outright refused. "Let those old geezers from the ward god camp handle it. They have nothing better to do, while I am quite occupied. It's not about escorting him," the old monarch replied, exasperated. Upon hearing this, Chu Jinhua inquired, puzzled, "Then what is the purpose of my return?" The old sovereign cast a glance at Chu Jinhua and languidly remarked, "Have you forgotten the time you triumphed over the hellish novice dungeon with an SSS rating?" Upon hearing these words, Chu Jinhua immediately raised an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with a fierce intent. Chapter 16, Satan. Anthony, the Demon King. 15 years ago, Chu Jinhua, much like the current Shen Lang, had conquered the hellish novice dungeon of his city with an SSS rating. Although he achieved this feat at level 3, the global announcement nonetheless sent ripples of astonishment worldwide. To evade unforeseen consequences, he too had opted for a codename in the announcement. However, this guise did not afford him much protection. Merely a day later, his true identity was exposed. In a nutshell, exceptionally gifted individuals, no matter how deeply they conceal themselves, will inevitably reveal glimmers of brilliance through the cracks. Among the countless souls of the world, there are always those extraordinary minds capable of deducing the source of that radiance from the slightest hint. Without a doubt, Chu Jinhua became the target of foreign assassination attempts. It is vital to note that Chu Jinhua is the beloved grandson of the old sovereign. Though publicly unprotected, formidable allies quietly safeguarded him. Alas, foreign forces had invested heavily in his assassination, infiltrating numerous skilled operatives from various nations. Chu Jinhua could never forget that battle, in which the Great Xia lost several 10-star professionals and countless civilians on his behalf. A significant portion of the city lay in ruins, with rivers of blood flowing. Logically, such catastrophic casualties should not have occurred within the Great Xia, for even the mightiest dragon does not trample upon the local snake. This is the heartland of the Great Xia. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the United States would dispatch national-level 10-star superpowers to eliminate a mere level 3 professional. Anthony Curios, the foremost powerhouse of the United States. He was a hidden-class demon summoner, capable of calling upon fallen angels, a figure of renown for many years. And at that time, a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, Anthony earned the moniker Satan, symbolizing the king of demons and the lord of hell. It was precisely due to Anthony's leadership that the Great Xia's professionals suffered grievous losses, and Chu Jinhua himself narrowly escaped death at level 3. Fortunately, the elite forces of the Great Xia's god of war camp united to repel Anthony, allowing Chu Jinhua to preserve his life. In the aftermath, the old sovereign was both astonished and enraged. His beloved grandson had almost been slain, and within their own borders, no less. Consequently, the entire Great Xia initiated a year-long, bloody campaign of domestic cleansing. The ease with which foreign powers infiltrated the Great Xia was entirely due to the abundance of traitorous professionals within the country, who provided cover and intelligence. Among them were high-ranking individuals playing the role of traitors. That year, major television networks frequently broadcasted live executions of foreign spies and traitors, with heads rolling and hearts trembling, sending shockwaves across the globe. However, for Chu Jinhua, this bore no significance. He chose not to remain hidden any longer and directly joined the military. With fervent determination, he engaged in relentless leveling and external combat, thereby earning the title of Dragon Blood War God. Over the past decade, in battles both domestic and foreign, Chu Jinhua has undoubtedly eliminated countless foreign professionals. Yet, the one he yearns to vanquish the most is Anthony Curios. Unfortunately, Anthony has long since assumed the position of director of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau in the beautiful nation, rarely making an appearance or taking action. Even when Chu Jinhua, personally ventured into the territory of this beautiful nation to provoke him, Anthony remained unmoved. A source of deep regret for him. After all, no matter how formidable he may be, breaching the lair of the Shield Bureau is an endeavor fraught with peril. Much like how Anthony once refrained from confronting the War God camp directly, such an act would be tantamount to seeking death. Contemplating these matters, how could Chu Jinhua not be filled with murderous intent? He solemnly inquired of the old sovereign, Satan, will he come? The likelihood is slim. However, his subordinates will undoubtedly make an appearance. The old sovereign provided a reasonable conjecture. Upon hearing this, Chu Jinhua felt a twinge of regret. Yet the murderous glint in his eyes showed no signs of abating. He further questioned, have we clarified the identity of that young fellow? From which city is he? I shall await him in that city. Not yet, but it won't be long. When you return, you should have the information, the old sovereign replied. Chu Jinhua nodded, stating, understood. I shall return to the Forbidden City for a brief period. Grant me half an hour. With that, he severed the communication with his grandfather. His eyes ablaze with relentless intent. Satan, do not send mere pawns. Otherwise, it would truly disappoint me. If you could come yourself, that would be even better. With a snort, Chu Jinhua soared into the sky, leaving behind the SSS level instance without a second thought, returning directly to the Forbidden City. Meanwhile, in Donghai City, within the Ferocious Beast instance, Shen Lang had already re-entered the Howling Jungle instance. He could envision that his record of completion would undoubtedly cause a global sensation. Yet he never anticipated it would also attract the attention of the old sovereign and the formidable Chu Jinhua, the most powerful warrior of the War God camp. He was also unaware that while the old sovereign had ordered protection for him, he was simultaneously orchestrating a hunt against external forces surrounding Shen Lang. This was an overt scheme, a bold and transparent maneuver. Our great Xia nation has birthed an unparalleled prodigy. Come if you dare to eliminate him. Should you have the audacity to approach, be prepared to remain in the great Xia nation forever. Once more entering the Howling Jungle, Shen Lang was already aware of the locations of all the ferocious beasts, making his task significantly simpler. Let us proceed, Medusa, let us strive for swiftness this time. Shen Lang turned to Medusa, remarking that with 5 minutes remaining to eliminate all the wild monsters, there was no need to squander time. Medusa cast a glance at Shen Lang and replied, Master, this instance is rather small. I have tested it, and I can sense all the ferocious wolves within the instance. If you wish to be swift, I may be able to eliminate them all right here. To eliminate them all here? Shen Lang's astonished gaze locked onto Medusa's. Medusa nodded and responded, yes, it is possible, Master. Shen Lang immediately recalled the theoretical knowledge regarding novice dungeons. Typically, the diameter of a novice dungeon does not exceed 2 kilometers, with the largest measuring a mere 3 kilometers. The Howling Jungle in Donghai City seemed to have a diameter of less than 2 kilometers. As a 10-star divine beast, it did not seem particularly surprising for Medusa to possess a skill that could encompass such a diminutive dungeon. Very well, let us proceed. Shen Lang readily agreed. Yes, my master, Medusa replied with a gentle smile, her form shimmering as she ascended into the air. Her serpentine tail coiled below, while her snake-like hair danced in the breeze. In the next moment, an endless crimson light radiated from Medusa, transforming her into a resplendent sun. Several hundred meters away, at the location of the jungle gray wolves, the 2 wolves were oblivious to the unfolding events. In an instant, their bodies ignited with a ghostly blue flame, reducing them to ashes without a single cry. The forest's flying wolves and giant wolves met the same fate, igniting spontaneously. Chapter 17, without exception, the fastest completion record in history. Congratulations. Your summoned beast has slain the jungle gray wolf. You and your summoned beast each gain 25 experience points. 4 congratulations. Your summoned beast has slain the jungle giant wolf. You and your summoned beast each gain 25 experience points. 5 congratulations. Your summoned beast has slain the jungle flying wolf. You and your summoned beast each gain 25 experience points. 8 congratulations. Your summoned beast has slain the jungle horned wolf. You and your summoned beast each gain 30 experience points. 13 congratulations. Your summoned beast has slain the howling jungle boss, the golden horned flying wolf leader. You and your summoned beast each gain 100 experience points. Congratulations. You have completed the Howling Jungle Solo Challenge. Friendly reminder, you have 5 minutes to collect and tally your loot. After 5 minutes, you will automatically exit the Howling Jungle Dungeon. Upon exiting, your performance will be evaluated and corresponding feedback and rewards will be provided. The notification sounds continued to resonate until it confirmed the completion of the dungeon. Shen Lang blinked in astonishment. He had barely prepared. Yet Medusa had already finished the battle? At this moment, Medusa gracefully descended from the air and inquired, I believe all the ferocious wolves here have been vanquished, my master. As her summoned beast, she, of course, did not receive the notifications like Shen Lang, prompting her to seek confirmation. Yes, they have all been eliminated, including the dungeon boss. Shen Lang's expression was one of exhilaration as he gave Medusa a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive, my Medusa. To annihilate all the foes in the dungeon with a single strike. How could that not be extraordinary? If all goes as expected, this could very well be the fastest completion record since the inception of the Howling Jungle." Furthermore, Shen Lang had just received a notification stating that the skill Medusa had employed was the Heart-Devouring Flame, a powerful area damage skill. Should the heart's fire be ignited and defenses be insufficient, one would face a perilous demise. The Howling Jungle's feeble wolves were no match for the formidable skills of a 10-star divine beast, swiftly obliterated in an instant. "As long as I can aid my master," Medusa remarked with a subtle smile. However, Shen Lang discerned a hint of fatigue in her expression. It seemed that deploying such a wide-ranging skill had drained her significantly. A glance at her condition revealed that her magical energy was nearly depleted. It was only natural. Such a grandiose maneuver required an immense reservoir of power. Although Medusa had acquired this impressive skill through Shen Lang's bloodline ancestral ability, she was still merely at level 5. It was remarkable for one of her level to wield such a potent area of effect attack like 10,000 fires devouring the heart. Regrettably, Shen Lang possessed only healing spells and lacked any means to replenish her magical energy, making it impossible to assist her in regaining her mana swiftly. While health and stamina were of little concern, the depletion of magical energy was a pressing issue. He hoped to acquire a spellbook for mana recovery, or perhaps obtain an item that could restore mana. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang refocused on the task at hand. The previous dungeon had yielded equipment, and this one would likely do the same. He and Medusa began their search amidst the fallen wolves. As anticipated, the Howling Jungle dungeon produced 3 pieces of equipment, 2 white ordinary items, and 1 green excellent item. Wolfskin armor, white ordinary. Defense 50, spirit 5, agility 10, wolfbone staff, white ordinary. Spell attack 50, spirit 10. Agility 5. These 2 items were dropped by the ordinary wolves, a wolfskin armor and a wolfbone staff. While Shen Lang was already adorned with the wolfskin armor, it offered little utility to him, and the newly acquired wolfbone staff was no different. Wolf mage robe, green excellent. Defense 80, spirit 15. Agility 15. It was evident that this robe had been dropped by the boss, albeit it was only green excellent and not blue fine. Nevertheless, compared to the wolfskin armor, the wolf mage robe was undoubtedly superior and more aesthetically pleasing. Without hesitation, Shen Lang replaced the wolfskin armor with the wolf mage robe. Instantly, the armor was stowed away in his backpack, replaced by a flowing gray mage's robe. Although the attributes from the wolfskin armor diminished, the wolf mage robe ensured that Shen Lang's overall attributes continued to increase. Strength, 24, agility, 24-15, constitution, 23-15, spirit, 55-30. Shen Lang then glanced at his experience. The progress bar had reached 87, and he was not far from leveling up. Medusa had gained an equivalent amount of experience, but her requirements for leveling were greater. After 2 dungeon completions, her experience progress bar had only reached 31. Soon, the 5 minutes concluded, and the completion evaluation notification chimed in. Your dungeon completion score has been evaluated. Based on a comprehensive assessment, your performance in the Howling Jungle dungeon is rated SSS. Congratulations. You have received a diamond treasure chest, which has been automatically placed in your backpack. Upon completing the daunting trial of the Howling Jungle, Shen Lang, as anticipated, secured an SSS rating once more. Yet, there were notable distinctions this time. He acquired a diamond tier treasure chest rather than the supreme tier. The stipulation was clear. Each novice dungeon permits only a singular acquisition of a platinum tier or higher chest, implying that should he achieve another SSS rating, the only reward remaining would be a platinum treasure chest. This regulation is quite reasonable. Otherwise, Shen Lang could potentially amass countless supreme chests. However, this is not a significant concern, as there remain 2 novice dungeons in Eastern Sea City, allowing him the opportunity to obtain 2 supreme treasure chests. It is worth noting that endlessly grinding in other cities for treasure chests is impractical, given that novice dungeons are restricted to players below level 5. Shen Lang could not remain below level 5 solely to farm supreme chests. Moreover, even if he wished to do so, it would be impossible. For each dungeon completion yields substantial experience that he cannot forego. Another variation this time was the absence of a global announcement upon his successful completion. Achieving an SSS rating signifies one's prowess, thus rendering further announcements unnecessary. With a faint smile, Shen Lang vanished from the Howling Jungle alongside Medusa. In light of the novice dungeon regulations, Shen Lang modified his initial strategy. Originally, he intended to grind the Howling Jungle dungeon extensively, which was why he had chosen to lodge nearby. However, the allure of the nearby supreme treasure chest was too enticing to ignore. Consequently, Shen Lang resolved to traverse the Howling Jungle once more. After securing the platinum treasure chest, he would proceed to the next novice dungeon in Eastern Sea City. Chapter 18. The unveiling of 3 great treasure chests. Upon exiting the dungeon, Shen Lang and Medusa wasted no time and re-entered the howling jungle. Given that Medusa had nearly depleted her magical energy with her area of effect attack during their previous run, she refrained from annihilating all the monsters in a single strike this time. Nevertheless, they breezed through the dungeon without expending much time. In the face of the 10-star divine beast bloodline, the monsters within the novice dungeon were mere trifles, swiftly crushed beneath his might. After completing the howling jungle for the third time, Shen Lang successfully claimed the coveted platinum treasure chest as his reward. Consequently, this fearsome dungeon lost its significance for him. The lower-tier golden and silver treasure chests held no value, merely wasting his attempts at conquering novice dungeons. Should he secure the top 3 treasure chests from the 3 novice dungeons without leveling up to 5, he might begrudgingly consider claiming them, as they would be the only options left, and why not take advantage of free rewards? In order to avoid attracting attention, Shen Lang swiftly changed back into his original attire, then departed the Fierce Beast dungeon with Medusa to check out of the hotel. The other 2 novice dungeons were situated 30 to 40 kilometers away. It was impractical for him to return. Soon, Shen Lang and Medusa found themselves in a taxi heading towards the nearest novice dungeon in the western part of the city, which was a necromancer's dungeon. Seizing the opportunity during the ride, Shen Lang opened his backpack, his gaze resting upon the 3 treasure chests. 1 platinum grade, 1 diamond grade, and 1 supreme grade. These represented the highest 3 tiers of treasure chests, though this did not necessarily imply that the contents were invincible or the best. In the upper right corner of each chest in his backpack, there was a single star inscribed. This indicated that all 3 chests were, in fact, 1-star chests, which meant they were optimal for levels up to 30. This configuration was quite reasonable and easily comprehensible. If, during the novice period, one were to acquire a 10-star supreme grade chest containing legendary equipment suitable only for level 300 professionals, it would be of no use. If it is unusable, it holds no tangible benefit, rendering it a mere illusion of reward. By the time you laboriously reached level 300, the equipment would be covered in dust. Or perhaps you'd have long since passed away. Shen Lang did not dwell on such thoughts and directly opened the lowest level platinum grade chest. Platinum grade chest successfully opened. Congratulations, you have obtained the Thorn Armor. Thorn Armor, Red Perfect. Defense 250, Constitution 15, Strength 14. Physical Defense 15. Equip requirement. Constitution 80. The equipment obtained earlier had no requirements for wearing, but this thorn shield necessitated a constitution of 50 for equipping. In addition to a fixed increase in defense, it also provided a percentage boost. Undoubtedly, this was a worthy piece of Red Perfect grade equipment, significantly enhancing a professional's combat power. Unfortunately, it was of little use to Shen Lang, who was a beastmaster. As for Medusa, it was entirely unsuitable for her as well. Nonetheless, Shen Lang's inability to use it did not imply that other professionals would not desire it. To knights and warriors, who charged into battle at the forefront, the Thorn Armor was already considered a godly item for novices. A novice warrior donning the Thorn Armor would be nearly impervious to damage from similarly leveled professionals. Selling it for 100 to 180,000 should not pose much of a challenge, right? Shen Lang tossed the Thorn Armor back into his backpack and turned his attention to the Diamond Grade 1-star chest, opting to open it directly. Diamond Grade chest successfully opened. Congratulations, you have obtained the Earthfire Ring. Earthfire Ring, Purple Epic. Mentality 20, Agility 25, Magic Recovery 3, Fire Skill Attack Damage 05. Equip requirement. Mentality 110 now. This ring is quite formidable. Not only does it enhance magic recovery, but it also amplifies skill damage. Just moments ago, he was contemplating finding Medusa a piece of equipment to restore her magic. Now, it had arrived. Additionally, since Medusa was also a fire-type divine beast, it was perfectly suited for her. Medusa's mentality attribute had long since surpassed 1,000, making her fully qualified to wear it. The Earthfire bracelet appears to have been meticulously crafted for the present-day Medusa, despite merely being a 1-star epic piece of equipment. However, one must not forget that Medusa is only at level 5. While the enhancement offered by the Earthfire bracelet may seem minimal, Medusa currently exists in a 10-star divine beast state. Her innate mana recovery and attack damage rival those of a 100-level professional, rendering even a mere 0.1 increase significant. Particularly noteworthy is the bracelet's mana recovery rate of 3, which impeccably resolves Medusa's mana insufficiency. Nevertheless, in this taxi, it is not the most opportune moment for Medusa to don it. It would be better saved for the next dungeon. Thus, Shen Lang carefully stowed the Earthfire bracelet and proceeded to open the next chest, which happened to be the final Supreme Treasure Chest. Supreme Treasure Chest opened successfully. Congratulations. You have obtained the Wolf Spirit Pendant. Wolf Spirit Pendant, Dark Gold Legend. Mentality 25, Agility 25, Mana Recovery 5. Stamina Recovery 5, Wearing Requirement. Mentality 140, Dark Gold Legendary Equipment is indeed extraordinary, enhancing all 4 attributes. It undoubtedly surpasses ordinary 2-star equipment, at the very least representing a commendable green standard, possibly even rivaling 2-star blue quality. However, my mentality attribute is merely 85, making it seemingly unwearable for me. Medusa could utilize it, yet the pendant lacks any attack enhancement, making the bracelet far more suitable for her. Reluctantly, Shen Lang ultimately placed the pendant into his backpack, intending to revisit it once his mentality attribute increased, which he expected would not take long. As today marked the class transition day, traffic was congested, and after a considerable half-hour, Shen Lang and company finally arrived at the novice dungeon in the west of the city. This novice dungeon was a necromancer's lair, teeming with zombies, skeletons, and other undead creatures. Much like the howling jungle, this necromancer dungeon was also bustling with players, with various shouts for team formations ringing out incessantly. During their wait in line, Shen Lang even overheard some individuals discussing SSS level completions. Naturally, he and Medusa, as striking figures, attracted countless gazes. Yet most dared only to admire from a distance. Before long, Shen Lang and Medusa reached the altar of the dungeon, stepping boldly inside. Great adventurer. Welcome to Novice Dungeon number 3567, Bloodred Tomb. Please select your challenge mode, solo mode, team mode. Please select your challenge level, easy difficulty, normal difficulty, hard difficulty, nightmare difficulty, hell difficulty. There was no need for deliberation. Solo mode on hell difficulty it was. Adventurer has selected hell difficulty level. Adjusting data for Bloodred Tomb. Data adjustment successful. In 10 seconds, you will be teleported to the Bloodred Tomb. Please prepare yourself. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Chapter 19. Skill Book Explosion. Queen Medusa levels up. As the scene transitioned, what lay before Shen Lang was a dilapidated structure, with crumbling walls and shattered remnants. Upon closer inspection, one might discern that the exterior of the building is shrouded by a desolate graveyard, its serenity marred by the ravages of time, leaving it in a state of disarray. Through some dimly lit crevices, the interior of the structure reveals an intricate web of cobwebs, while the occasional chirping of insects adds an eerie ambience. Particularly startling for Shen Lang was the sudden appearance of a flickering green ghostly flame, which nearly caused him to recoil in fright. It was not that Shen Lang lacked courage. Rather, the abruptness of this apparition caught him unawares. Beside him, Medusa seemed to sense his fluctuating emotions, and with a swift glance, extinguished the flickering flames in an instant. "Master, are you all right?" Medusa inquired softly. Shen Lang shook his head, replying, "I am fine. Oh, by the way, I have something for you." As he spoke, he retrieved the fire ring from his backpack and presented it to Medusa. Upon gazing at the intricately carved crimson ring, Medusa's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she hesitantly asked, "Master, is this for me?" "Indeed, it is for you. Take it. It will enhance your strength," Shen Lang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Medusa accepted the ring, adorning her wrist with it and playfully showcasing it before Shen Lang. "Master, does it look good?" Shen Lang cast a glance and praised. "Yes, it is quite beautiful." Indeed, the crimson fire ring complemented Medusa splendidly, accentuating her enchanting allure. "Thank you, Master." Medusa's gaze softened with warmth. Feeling a surge of emotion, Shen Lang cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Medusa, this is an equipment piece. Familiarize yourself with it, and let us commence our dungeon quest." "Yes, Master," Medusa replied obediently. At that moment, a clattering sound of bricks and stones echoed from a short distance ahead, prompting both Shen Lang and Medusa to turn their attention towards the source. They observed as a fragment of a dismembered limb crumbled, revealing 2 skulls emerging from the earth, soon followed by the complete skeletons. The 2 skeletal figures rushed towards Shen Lang and Medusa with alarming speed. Bone skeleton, level 9, strength 143, agility 169, constitution 109, spirit 15. In terms of statistics, these skeletons bore a resemblance to the ferocious wolves encountered in the Howling Forest dungeon. It was evident that the difficulty level across the novice dungeons was relatively comparable. Without needing any commands from Shen Lang, Medusa had already fixed her cold gaze upon the approaching skeletons, despite their rapid advance, which saw them close the distance within moments. To Medusa, they were no more significant than ants. 2 crimson orbs of light darted from her fingertips, swiftly enveloping the skeletal figures. In the next instant, the orbs transformed into flames, engulfing the skeletons. Though the skeletal figures continued their charge, their bones were reduced to ashes within the inferno. "Congratulations. Your familiar has slain a bone skeleton. You and your familiar each gained 25 experience points." "Congratulations. Your familiar has slain a bone skeleton. You and your familiar each gained 25 experience points." The experience gained was consistent, with the 2 skeletons yielding a total of 50 experience points. Shen Lang felt no stirrings of emotion in response to this outcome. Medusa's ability to take action against them, personally incinerating them, was indeed a great honor for the two skeletal remains. Let us proceed. First, we must secure the SSS-rated completion evaluation, Shen Lang proclaimed. His implication was clear: a swifter pace was essential, as achieving an SSS completion rating necessitated a prompt clearance time. Very well, my master, Medusa responded without further ado. With her formidable mental prowess extending its reach, the necromantic dungeon held no secrets from her. Even amidst the howling jungle, Medusa could unleash her ultimate abilities with comprehensive effect. And the Sanguine Cemetery was no exception. Before long, guided by Medusa, they encountered 3 aimlessly wandering zombies and 2 skeletal remains in the graveyard. Remarkably, these zombies possessed rudimentary skills, emitting ghostly fire arrows from their decaying mouths. Hungry Zombie, level 9, Strength 153, Agility 165, Constitution 119, Spirit 14, without a moment's hesitation. Medusa stamped her foot, causing the 3 zombies and 2 skeletal remains to shatter into fragments. Congratulations. Your beast has slain a skeletal remain. You and your beast each gain 25 experience. X2 Congratulations. Your beast has slain a hungry zombie. You and your beast each gain 25 experience. X3 With both the human and beast reaping experience, they were poised to delve deeper into the cemetery. However, at that moment, a glimmering light emerged from the remnants of a shattered zombie, quietly resting upon the ground. Ah, something has dropped, Shen Lang exclaimed with delight, striding over to investigate. To his surprise, it was a grayish-white skill book. Upon casting the basic appraisal spell, the information about the skill book materialized before Shen Lang's eyes. Skill book, Fire Breath, consumes a certain amount of mana to unleash a fire arrow, dealing fire spell damage. Learning requirement, Fire Mage. Shen Lang observed that while Medusa belonged to the fire element, she was merely a summoned creature, not a genuine player, and thus unable to learn the skill. Furthermore, even if she could, as a 10-star formidable beast, why would she bother with such trivial skills? It was of no use to him either, but it could fetch a modest price, certainly not an insignificant sum. Skill books were consumable items. Once used, they vanished. They were highly sought after by both individuals and practitioners. Particularly, skill books that matched specific requirements could sometimes command exorbitant prices. Given that novice practitioners had only recently transitioned into their roles, such skill books were an especially scarce resource, and discarding them would surely lead to a demand far surpassing the supply. After securing the skill book, Shen Lang and Medusa resumed their experience harvesting. The additional 2 types of skeletons and zombies posed no significant challenge, merely contributing slight enhancements without creating any hindrance. After accumulating experience from 11 more skeletal remains and 9 zombies, they finally located the dungeon's boss. Of course, the so-called dungeon boss was no different from ordinary wild creatures in Medusa's capable hands. With a single strike, it was reduced to mere dust. Congratulations. Your beast has slain the skeletal mage. You and your beast each gain 100 experience. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the solo challenge mode of the blood-soaked cemetery. The evaluation of your performance is currently underway. Please wait a moment. Shen Lang was not in the least bit anxious, given their pace in clearing the dungeon. An SSS level evaluation was hardly surprising. However, to his astonishment, the notification sound continued to ring almost incessantly. Congratulations, Beastmaster. Your beast, Queen Medusa, has reached level 6. With a fixed attribute point increase of 100. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. Medusa has leveled up? Chapter 20. The most extraordinary among extraordinary beasts. Medusa, too, received the corresponding notification, her face lighting up with joy. Master, I have leveled up, she exclaimed, tears glistening in her eyes. Once, she had merely been an unremarkable fire python, destined perhaps to remain at level 5 for her entire life until she either grew old or was slain. Yet now, not only had she awakened the bloodline of a 10-star divine beast, but she had also leveled up. All of this was due to her master's presence. Her master's words rang true. Her beastly existence had undergone a profound transformation the moment she encountered him. Seeing the excitement on Medusa's face, Shen Lang comforted her, saying, yes. Let us continue to strive forward. Level 6 is merely our beginning. Medusa bit her lip and nodded vigorously. Yes, this is just our start. Counting their efforts, Shen Lang and Medusa had completed the novice dungeon 4 times, accumulating several hundred experience points each time. Medusa was indeed due for a level up. However, the reward of attribute points was somewhat astounding. When Shen Lang leveled up, he received a total of 20 attribute points, 10 fixed and 10 free. In contrast, Medusa's single level up granted her an astonishing 100 attribute points. Though these were all fixed points, they amounted to a significant boost, equivalent to a professional leveling up 5 times. It was no wonder she was a 10-star divine beast. As Medusa leveled up, Shen Lang's view was graced with her attribute panel. Beast, Queen Medusa, Element, Fire, Level 6, Strength 1537, Agility, 133925, Constitution, 1613. Spirit, 197020, SSS level talent. Queen's Gaze, Fire Attack 500, Gazing can petrify enemies, with a certain chance to incinerate them. SSS level talent. Queen's Resilience, Health Recovery 500. Skills, Death Stare. Mystic Serpent, Heart of Fire, 9-fold Fire Shield. Falling Meteor. Equipment, Earth Fire Bracelet, equipped. Shen Lang calculated that the 100 fixed attribute points had been evenly distributed among her 4 core attributes. From this, it was evident that Medusa's attributes were exceptionally balanced, with no apparent weaknesses. After a brief examination, he closed Medusa's attribute panel. Medusa had just vanquished the skeletal mage boss, and it had dropped equipment. If he did not collect it soon, he would be forced out of the dungeon. Without delay, Shen Lang moved toward the spot where the skeletal mage had perished, picking up a green bracelet. Bone armband, green, excellent. Spirit 12. Constitution 12 compared to the wolf fang ring dropped by the boss in the Howling Jungle dungeon. This bone armband is slightly weaker, but not far off. Moreover, it also boosts the spirit and constitution attributes, with no specific requirements. After glancing at it a few times, Shen Lang equipped it without hesitation. Instantly, a white bone ring appeared around his arm, just above the elbow. At that moment, the dungeon clearance rating prompt appeared. Your dungeon clearance results have been evaluated. After comprehensive assessment, your clearance rating for the Bloody Cemetery dungeon is SSS. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 supreme treasure chest, which has been automatically placed in your backpack. Your clearance record will be saved in the dungeon player achievement display. Your clearance rating is SSS and will be broadcasted globally. Detected that you already have the codename Hidden Dragon in another dungeon. Your achievements and global broadcast will be displayed and announced under the codename Hidden Dragon. Time's up. You will now exit the dungeon immediately. As the prompt faded, Shen Lang and Medusa vanished from the Bloody Cemetery dungeon. Simultaneously, the broadcast of Shen Lang's clearance record echoed in the minds of Awakened worldwide. Congratulations to the Awakened from the Great Xia Nation, codenamed Hidden Dragon, for achieving an SSS rating in the Hell Difficulty Beginner Dungeon. Another Awakened from the Great Xia Nation? Damn it, what kind of luck does Great Xia have? Wait, Hidden Dragon. That's the same Hidden Dragon from before. This Hidden Dragon must die. He absolutely must die, or our Great Sun Empire will have even worse days ahead. Contact the Shinobi Division immediately. Killing Hidden Dragon is now the highest priority under the Emperor's decree. 2 consecutive SSS ratings in Hell Difficulty dungeons? Confirmed. This Hidden Dragon must be a descendant of our glorious Korea. Find him and bring him back. Also, tell the TV stations and online platforms to issue announcements immediately. Let the whole world know that Hidden Dragon is of Korean bloodline. Issue the latest cabinet order. All rookie awakened this year must drink 50 liters of Ganges River water and undergo a 1-month cow dung and urine bath. How is this possible? He just cleared 1 Hell Difficulty Beginner dungeon with an SSS rating, and now he cleared another, also with an SSS rating. Find him. We must find him. This Hidden Dragon must die. He absolutely has to die. Spare no cost, even if it means exposing some key assets. We must locate where this Hidden Dragon is and eliminate him. If he doesn't die, our beautiful nation is finished in the next national war. Nations around the world, especially those hostile to the Great Xia Nation, were once again thrown into turmoil by Shen Lang's second SSS-rated clearance record. And this only solidified their resolve to eliminate Shen Lang, the Hidden Dragon, at all costs. The domestic realm is similarly engulfed by a tempest, more fierce than the last, driving the recruitment offices of various academic unions nearly to madness. Within the mythical Celestial Guild, Wang Teng, who awaited information on the prodigious figure known as Qianlong, was nearly beside himself with astonishment. How had he achieved this feat? Wang Teng had surpassed the novice dungeon with an SSS rating. Fully aware of the implications of a second announcement, it is inconceivable for the same adventurer to receive an SSS rating for the same dungeon on a global scale more than once. This indicates that after achieving SSS in the first dungeon, this Qianlong must have gone on to conquer another novice dungeon with the same rating. This revelation left Wang Teng in disbelief. While one might rationalize an SSS rating in a novice dungeon as a result of Qianlong's occupational attributes countering the dungeon's challenges, to achieve SSS ratings in 2 consecutive novice dungeons transcends mere attribute advantages. Thus, there exists only one explanation. This novice adventurer, codenamed Qianlong, is an extraordinary talent, truly a prodigy. Chapter 21. Identity on the verge of revelation, undercurrents stirring. Yet, how had he accomplished this? Wang Teng was at a loss, unable to fathom the means by which Qianlong had attained SSS ratings in 2 hellish novice dungeons. Could it be due to dark gold legendary equipment? Upon reflection, that seemed implausible, as Qianlong was likely only at levels 1 or 2, hence lacking the qualifications to equip such gear. Regardless, it was imperative to recruit him into the guild. Wang Teng's resolve solidified. prompting him to access the guild's task panel once more and issue a quest to locate Shen Lang. The challenge of finding an adventurer with an SSS rating in a novice dungeon was undoubtedly formidable. However, with Shen Lang having achieved this rating again, the search could be significantly narrowed. Firstly, the two SSS achievements were not far apart in time, suggesting that Shen Lang must have been grinding dungeons within the same city. This implies that the city in which Shen Lang resided must be a large metropolis housing at least 2 novice dungeons. Consequently, this eliminates the vast majority of cities within the Great Xia Kingdom, allowing them to focus on those cities boasting 2 or more novice dungeons. Subsequently, they would investigate the records of achievements in these cities' novice dungeons, gradually uncovering Shen Lang's location. Once they ascertain his city, locating Shen Lang should not prove overly difficult. Code names may conceal identities, yet for a guild of their magnitude, they would ultimately trace the true individual. Thus, the guild task issued by Wang Teng was directed towards this goal, to discover any city harboring 2 SSS-rated records, thereby earning guild rewards. First, they would determine the city, then unveil the true identity of the individual. In truth, even if Shen Lang had not achieved a second SSS rating, his exposure would not take long. After all, the codename Shen Lang, coupled with SSS-rated accomplishments, essentially points to Donghai City, information that would soon become public knowledge. The vast expanse of the Great Xia Kingdom is dotted with numerous cities, and the delay in the inquiry of novice dungeons has kept this information from becoming widely known. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace of the Great Xia Kingdom, in the office of the monarch, the dragon blood war god, Chu Jinhua, had already returned from the secret realm and was currently reviewing the profiles of novice job changers alongside the old ruler. The announcement of Shen Lang's second SSS level completion of a hellish novice dungeon had also been made. Chu Jinhua's reaction matched that of Wang Teng's, both equally astonished. Achieving an SSS level rating in 2 consecutive hellish novice dungeons left Chu Jinhua somewhat perplexed regarding the potential and future of this hidden dragon. As the dragon blood war god, his pride was immense. Even Shen Lang's initial SSS level completion had merely seemed to him as a sign of promise, but now, following this second global announcement, he silently pondered that this hidden dragon might indeed surpass him in the future, provided he survives and does not perish along the way. Noticing Chu Jinhua's silence as he rifled through the documents, the old ruler inquired, "What do you think? If I am correct, this hidden dragon should be in East Sea City." Without lifting his head, Chu Jinhua replied, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, the old ruler remarked, "Are you suggesting that this hidden dragon is the young lad named Shen Lang?" Closing the documents, Chu Jinhua turned to the old ruler and analyzed. Firstly, East Sea City houses 3 novice dungeons. Aside from that, there is only 1 novice job changer in East Sea City, which is Shen Lang, who has awakened an SSS level talent. Moreover, he is a beast master. If his summoned beasts are sufficiently formidable, achieving an SSS level completion of the hellish novice dungeon is not out of the realm of possibility. The old ruler pondered for a moment and asked, "What about the other 2 youngsters who awakened SSS level talents? Could it be them? Furthermore, it may not necessarily be one of these 3 SSS talent awakeners. Perhaps it is another novice job changer? After all, talents can be concealed." "That is indeed a possibility," Chu Jinhua nodded, but then added, "Nonetheless, I still believe it is him. It is my instinct." Just then, a knock echoed at the office door, and Minister Wang of the vocational department hurriedly entered. "It's confirmed," Minister Wang exclaimed excitedly upon entering. "Both records of SSS level completions originate from East Sea City, and the holders of the SSS level completion records for the 2 novice dungeons are none other than this hidden dragon." Chu Jinhua glanced at the old ruler and smiled. "See, I was correct, wasn't he?" The old ruler chuckled in agreement, saying, "The records indeed come from East Sea City, and there is only 1 SSS level talent awakener there. Thus, the likelihood of this hidden dragon being the young lad Shen Lang is quite high. However, his SSS level talent is auxiliary, correct? How could he be so formidable? Did you not also mention that talents can be concealed?" Chu Jinhua replied with a knowing tone. The old ruler paused, narrowing his eyes as he contemplated. "Are you suggesting that he has awakened more than 1 SSS level talent? After all, dual talent job changers are not unheard of. You have one right before you," Chu Jinhua remarked. Zhu Jinhua rose to his feet and addressed the old sovereign. "Of course, we must ascertain whether it is indeed him. Well, I shall head to Donghai City first." Before his words faded, Zhu Jinhua had already vanished from the office. "This fellow is perpetually in such a frenzied haste." The old sovereign chuckled and shook his head, then turned to Minister Wang, speaking in a grave tone. "In Donghai City, cooperate fully with Jinhua. We must act swiftly. If we can confirm the connection between Donghai City and Shen Lang, external forces may be delayed, but will soon locate their target. Therefore, we must seize the initiative." "Understood. I will arrange it immediately," Minister Wang promptly replied and dashed out of the office. Once he had departed, the old sovereign reopened Shen Lang's personal file. After studying it for a moment, He murmured to himself. Using a code name, he is indeed a clever lad. However, he lacks caution and underestimates the practitioners of the world. At this, the old sovereign couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless, Shen Lang is merely an 18-year-old youth. How could he contend with these seasoned tricksters? In Donghai City, outside the Blood-Red Cemetery Novice Dungeon, Shen Lang remained blissfully unaware that his identity had been compromised and that the Dragon Blood War God was en route. Fortunately, Shen Lang was mentally prepared. Should circumstances spiral beyond his control, he would have to make a hasty escape. At that moment, Shen Lang had re-entered the Blood-Red Cemetery for a second run. After successfully acquiring the Platinum Treasure Chest during his third attempt, he prepared to venture to the next Novice Dungeon. However, at that instant, his phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. Chapter 22. If you wish to survive, find a place to hide. As a reincarnated individual, Shen Lang found it challenging to relate to other youths, resulting in a dearth of friends. Throughout his 3 years in this new life, he had primarily focused on preparations for his class change, limiting his interactions with others. Consequently, very few knew his contact number. Even those who did rarely reached out to him. Thus, receiving a call from an unfamiliar number was quite perplexing. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Lang suddenly laughed, realizing he might be overthinking the situation. If someone truly intended him harm, they would not bother with a phone call. They would have already sought him out directly, shouting threats in his face. Quickly, he answered the call, and a familiar voice emerged from the other end. Shen Lang, where are you? You are in the Blood-Red Cemetery Novice Dungeon in the west of the city, correct? It was not a stranger, but rather Song Yuan, the dean of Sandong Lanxiang Vocational College. His voice was deep and somewhat constrained, as if he were suppressing his emotions, resonating with a muffled tone. Just as Shen Lang was about to respond, another voice unexpectedly interjected through the communicator. This speaker spoke with conviction, yet carried an air of casual indifference. Qianlong, remember what I am about to say? The caller provided Shen Lang no opportunity for rebuttal, seemingly convinced that he was indeed the one who had achieved consecutive SSS-level evaluations in the hellish dungeon. If one wishes to avoid death, they should find a place to conceal themselves and refrain from engaging in further dungeon runs. Upon uttering these words, the other party fell silent. Instead, Song Yuan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Yes, yes, yes. Shen Lang, did you hear that? Stop the dungeon runs immediately and make sure to hide. Hide well." Listening to the words of Song Yuan and another individual, Shen Lang's eyes narrowed. Clearly, his identity had been compromised. Quite efficient, indeed, he mused inwardly, then replied to Song Yuan, "All right, I heard you." With that, he severed the communication link. If it had been someone else reaching out, Shen Lang might have suspected a conspiracy. However, the call came from Song Yuan, indicating that the other individual was likely affiliated with the authorities. Yet, a flicker of doubt lingered in Shen Lang's mind. According to his understanding, once his identity was exposed, the officials should have dispatched someone to contact him directly. Instead, they were merely calling him while not making any effort to engage with him in person. They merely instructed him to hide, suggesting that his identity was not fully revealed yet. The reason for not sending someone to interact with him must be to protect his identity. But what could their intentions be? Noticing Shen Lang's unusual expression, Medusa inquired, "Master, what has transpired?" "Well, it seems we cannot continue with the dungeon runs for the time being," Shen Lang replied with a smile, turning to Medusa. "Let us find a place to hide, as they have instructed." Since the authorities were aware of his identity, they were unlikely to act against him. Firstly, Shen Lang had not offended anyone in the past 3 years, dispelling the likelihood of any hostile official attempting to suppress him. Secondly, the policies of the Daxia Kingdom towards promising professionals were indeed commendable. Although Shen Lang remained uncertain of the officials' true motives, their intentions were likely benevolent, aiming to safeguard him. Otherwise, they would not have advised him to conceal himself. However, the tone of the individual speaking through the communicator had irked him, exuding an air of arrogance. Nonetheless, for the present, cooperating with them seemed the prudent course of action. Moreover, Shen Lang was curious to discover the true agenda of the authorities. In truth, he could surmise some aspects of their intentions, which was fundamentally why he was willing to cooperate with them. After all, the officials were already aware of his identity, and it was quite possible that other factions were not far from uncovering it as well. The authorities might be aiming to leverage this situation for some purpose. If that were the case, Shen Lang found himself somewhat looking forward to the events that would unfold next. As for Shen Lang's words, Medusa complied without hesitation, and thus they did not proceed toward another ferocious beast dungeon. Upon exiting the Blood-Red Cemetery altar, Shen Lang once more overheard discussions pertaining to him. I hadn't realized at first, but it turns out the global announcement earlier came from our current Blood-Red Cemetery dungeon. Your information is quite outdated, aside from the Blood-Red Cemetery. The first global announcement originated in the Howling Jungle. Both global announcements came from our Donghai City. Does this mean that our Donghai City has given rise to 2 future superpowers? I have heard that it is not 2, but rather that the two instances of SSS level completion were achieved by the same individual. Incredible. It is indeed one person. The president of the mythical Celestial Hall has already issued several quests seeking this novice to join the guild. What are the quests? They are to locate this potential dragon. Previously, there was a quest to report the location of the SSS level completion, which has long been fulfilled. Now, everyone is searching for this potential dragon, for once found. The mythical Celestial Hall will reward the finder with dark, golden legendary equipment. Can it be so formidable? The individual has yet to join the guild, and they are already prepared to bestow legendary gear upon him? Apologies, the reward is for the one who finds the potential dragon, not for the dragon himself. The president of the mythical Celestial Hall has proclaimed that if the potential dragon is willing to join, the position of president will be immediately offered to him. My goodness. Apart from envy and jealousy, I scarcely know what to say. Who on earth is this potential dragon? Everyone is eager to know. Listening to this conversation, Shen Lang realized he had underestimated the impact of the SSS level completion of the Hellish Novice Dungeon. Just by providing his information, one could obtain a piece of legendary equipment. He has truly become the coveted prize. Of course, this is a guild from the Great Xia Kingdom. They are merely hoping for his participation in their development. Conversely, for the opposing forces of the Great Xia Kingdom, they would undoubtedly offer an even greater reward to eliminate such a promising contender. Perhaps adversaries are already en route to confront him. Moreover, they are unlikely to be weak characters. They could very well be high-level professional powerhouses. Contemplating this, Shen Lang, who was about to leave the dungeon, suddenly halted, remaining amidst the crowd instead of continuing outward. What is it, master? Medusa inquired, puzzled. After a moment of thought, Shen Lang replied, never mind. Let us stay for now and continue grinding in the dungeon. The officials have advised him to find a place to hide, indicating that he may soon face danger. If that is the case, where could be safer than the novice dungeon? Chapter 23. At that time, I shall send them all to the afterlife. For Shen Lang, with Medusa at his side to protect him. Even a level 120 player seeking trouble would be an easy target. However, no one can guarantee that the approaching foes are all below level 120. What if they are even stronger professionals? Should these enemies surpass Medusa's combat prowess, the outcome could be dire. Shen Lang cannot place all his hopes on the official's protection. No matter how much potential he possesses, he remains a novice barely reaching level 5. Outsiders are always outsiders, lacking any personal connection. One cannot expect them to value your life as their own. Life is one's own, and must naturally be held in one's own hands. The novice dungeons worldwide are governed by strict rules. Those above level 5 are ineligible to enter. Moreover, each professional entering a novice dungeon occupies a separate dimensional space. In other words, as long as Shen Lang remains within the novice dungeon, no one else can enter his designated instance. Consequently, at this juncture, the novice dungeon is indeed the safest haven for Shen Lang. While he resides in this realm, any intruder would be rendered ineffective. The officials may have advised him against continuing to grind in the dungeon, perhaps intending to orchestrate some mischief. Yet his presence within the instance would ultimately bear no significant impact. Thus, accompanied by Medusa, Shen Lang resolutely stepped back onto the altar of the dungeon, re-entering the Crimson Tomb instance. Just as the silhouettes of Shen Lang and Medusa vanished upon the altar, the plaza outside the altar witnessed the emergence of several professionals exceeding level 5, including some 3-star and 4-star practitioners. These individuals had shed their original equipment, masquerading as novice adventurers, as they surveyed the crowd around the dungeon altar. Most of them were operatives arranged by various factions of the Great Xia Kingdom. Yet there were also spies from rival forces among them. Shen Lang's second SSS level completion record was established in the Crimson Tomb dungeon, drawing an increasing number of individuals to this locale. From a nearby tall building, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard gazed upon the throngs at the Crimson Tomb dungeon altar. While observing the scene, he instructed through his communicator, ensure you have your position secured. Every novice emerging from the dungeon must be subjected to detection spells. With multiple users casting detection spells, they will remain oblivious to your presence. Do not fret about any repercussions from the officials. You are not the only ones employing detection spells. Furthermore, this elusive dragon has cleared the dungeon more than twice, likely at level 2 or higher, and his equipment must be commendable. Pay close attention to these targets. Report any suspicious individuals immediately. After relaying these instructions, the bearded man initiated communication with another number, stating, "My team has arrived at the Crimson Tomb dungeon. Excellent work, but expedite your efforts to locate him." The counterpart's proficiency in the Great Xia dialect was acceptable, yet a discerning ear would detect an unusual accent, indicating he was not a native of Great Xia. The bearded man replied with assurance, "You need not worry, as long as he remains within the Crimson Tomb dungeon. He cannot conceal himself. I will certainly find him. However, the promises you made me, once you locate him, everything will be resolved." The voice on the other end chuckled. "When the time comes, you shall come to our beautiful nation and assistance will be provided for your naturalization, along with the items you desire. Very well, I shall await your good news. After concluding the communication, the bearded man lit a cigar, his gaze cold and indifferent. Similar scenarios unfolded in other locations near the Crimson Tomb dungeon, where foreign adversaries dared not appear openly, relying instead on treacherous spies to carry out their bidding. This illustrates that, irrespective of the world or era, there has always been a lack of scruples among those willing to betray their compatriots for personal gain. Meanwhile, in a quaint inn within East Sea City, a one-eyed man inquired of a bespectacled young man who had just entered, "Have you ascertained who is present?" The young man adjusted his glasses and replied in a measured tone, "Indeed, we are nearly there. The most formidable foreign adversary currently in our nation is the 8-star practitioner William from the Shield Agency of the Beautiful Nation, an old acquaintance of ours. He infiltrated the Great Xia Kingdom under a false identity a fortnight ago, and now he has vanished without a trace. Arrived quite early indeed." The one-eyed man remarked with a hint of amusement, though he was not particularly surprised. Each year, prior to the transition day, various nations dispatch powerful individuals to other countries with the intent to eliminate potential practitioners or to sway these promising novices to their side. The Great Xia Kingdom is no exception, having also sent several strong figures abroad before the transition day. As for William's disappearance, it was hardly shocking. 8-star practitioners are considered elite globally, and given that he is an elite trained by the Shield Agency, his ability to conceal himself would naturally prove difficult to trace. The one-eyed man smirked coldly and then asked, "Has he unearthed any connections here?" "Indeed, he has." The bespectacled young man opened a dossier and continued. "While we are unaware of William's whereabouts, his subordinate has been in contact with a teacher from Donghai City, known as Hua Dongying, the vice president of the Donghai Advanced Vocational Academy. Hua Dongying is currently outside the Blood-Red Tomb dungeon." Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man's expression darkened, and he scoffed. The vice president of a prestigious vocational academy, willing to serve a foreigner. It seems that, following this affair, a thorough self-examination of our domestic institutions is in order. The bespectacled young man nodded in agreement and added, "Aside from the Shield Agency of the Beautiful Nation, other countries have also dispatched numerous individuals to Donghai City, with levels ranging from 5 to 7 stars. Here are their detailed profiles, including their domestic affiliations." As he spoke, he handed the dossier to the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man received it, flipping through the pages while querying, "How is the bait situation arranged?" "Rest assured, Chief, everything is in place and ready for action." The bespectacled young man replied with a smile. The one-eyed man nodded, returning the dossier to the young man, saying, "Ensure they are all monitored. We will send them to their demise when the time comes." "Understood," the bespectacled young man replied, standing at attention. At that moment, a figure emerged from another room of the suite. If Shen Lang were present, he would be taken aback, for this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to him. "Chief, are we not moving?" The doppelganger, a girl with a melodious and ethereal voice, spoke. Chapter 24, Streaming the Treasure Chest, a True Act of Folly. Within the Blood-Red Tomb dungeon, Shen Lang and Queen Medusa were leisurely traversing the instance, no longer rushing through monsters as they had before. There was no necessity for haste. He was not there to grind for experience, but rather to pass the time while casually accruing some experience along the way. However, the novice dungeon is still bound by a time constraint, and novice adventurers cannot linger within its confines for extended periods. Each entry into the novice dungeon allows them a maximum stay of 1 hour. Once the time elapses, they are forcibly ejected from the dungeon. Shen Lang meticulously timed his completion of the dungeon, allowing the Queen of Medusa to defeat the bosses in the blood-colored tomb only at the very last moment. Each time he emerged from the dungeon, he would observe the changes in the external environment. Despite his relatively weak level and strength, the Queen of Medusa, as a mature 10-star divine beast, could sense the presence of numerous powerful beings, even without the use of detection techniques. With every exit, the number of these powerful auras increased, indicating that more high-level adventurers had arrived in the vicinity. On more than one occasion, Shen Lang felt a detection technique sweep over him. However, he had taken simple precautions by donning ordinary white equipment, which did not attract undue attention. As night fell, Shen Lang remained at the dungeon altar, leisurely battling monsters within. Yet, upon exiting the blood-colored tomb for the final 2 times, he noticed something unusual outside. The number of high-level adventurers in the square outside the altar had suddenly diminished. Through the Queen of Medusa's senses, he discerned that the number of high-level adventurers near the dungeon altar was decreasing, with each encounter yielding fewer than the last. This peculiar situation left Shen Lang somewhat perplexed. With a hint of confusion, he and Medusa re-entered the dungeon for nearly an hour, only to find upon their return that there were hardly any high-level adventurers remaining near the altar, as if the previously stealthy adventurers had never been there. What could have transpired? Did the authorities take action? Shen Lang pondered, while Medusa queried beside him, "Master, shall we not continue?" "We cannot continue," Shen Lang replied, shaking his head. If circumstances allowed, he would certainly wish to remain in the dungeon indefinitely, but he could no longer proceed with another foray. Since his decision to re-enter the dungeon, he had undertaken 6 excursions, yielding considerable rewards. He had acquired nearly 20 pieces of equipment, mostly of green quality, and a few blue excellent items. Most importantly, these 6 dungeon runs had granted him a substantial amount of experience, elevating him from level 1 to level 4. The Queen of Medusa had similarly advanced a level, rising from level 6 to level 7. Shen Lang, level 4. Experience, 3,972. Queen of Medusa, level 7. Experience, 5,368, while the Queen of Medusa, being a tamer beast, had surpassed level 5. She was not classified as an adventurer, and thus was not subject to the level restrictions of the novice dungeon. However, Shen Lang was nearing level 5, and upon reaching that milestone, he would no longer be able to enter the novice dungeon. Logically, he still needed approximately 60% of the experience required to reach level 5, yet he needed to reserve some space for the next novice dungeon. There were still 3 treasure chests awaiting him in the new novice dungeon. While he chose to forego the treasure chests in other cities, he was determined to claim these 3 before him. 3 treasure chests require a refresh of the dungeon. Thus, he must retain these experience progress bars. Otherwise, he will be unable to claim all 3 treasures. Moreover, circumstances outside have altered, and Shen Lang is eager to ascertain the truth of the matter. Should the situation prove unfavorable and the authorities untrustworthy, he will need to stealthily depart from East Sea City this evening, seeking refuge elsewhere to cultivate his strength in seclusion. At present, the time is just past 9 o'clock in the evening, and the square outside the Blood-Red Cemetery, a necromancer dungeon, is still bustling with novice adventurers. Having successfully transitioned to their respective classes, these fledgling practitioners are keen to expedite their ascent to level 5, thereby shedding their novice status. However, Shen Lang finds it curious that, apart from a few adventurers entering and exiting the dungeon, many others are engrossed in their communication devices, seemingly captivated by something. Gathered in small clusters, with some engaged in animated discussions. Straining to listen, Shen Lang soon realizes that the discourse revolves around him. Supreme-grade treasure chests, diamond-grade treasure chests, platinum-grade treasure chests. Oh dear, I'm almost turning into a lemon. It is unavoidable. After all, who else could achieve an SSS rating in a hellish novice dungeon but him? It is astonishing to consider that East Sea City could produce such a remarkable individual. Surely, Shen Lang is destined to become a significant figure. The conversations directly reference Shen Lang by name, abandoning the alias Hidden Dragon. Undoubtedly, his identity has been completely unveiled, with even his true name no longer a secret. Casually surveying his surroundings, Shen Lang is relieved that no one appears to be paying him or Medusa any heed, while the chatter continues unabated. You may not know this, but I am an alumnus of this Hidden Dragon, that is, Shen Lang. We both hail from Sandonglan Xiang, excelling in theoretical knowledge and physical prowess, consistently ranking first. This time, he has awakened as a Beastmaster. Many thought he would amount to nothing. The Beastmaster class is incredibly potent, a hidden vocation. How could it possibly be deemed worthless? Shen Lang comes from humble beginnings. Being an orphan, the Beastmaster class is notoriously expensive to maintain. Ah, I see. Yet like gold, he will undoubtedly shine, having achieved 2 SSS ratings and clearing hellish dungeons. His future is limitless. Indeed, and he is quite handsome. I can't believe I didn't notice him while he was in the dungeon. Undeniably, Shen Lang possesses great talent, but do you not find him rather audacious? To dare showcase himself in a live stream while opening treasure chests is tantamount to courting disaster. Are you suggesting that those foreign miscreants might pose a threat to him? It's not a significant concern. Trust in our homeland. I have faith in our nation, yet I cannot abide their ostentation. Such blatant displays only provide opportunities for foreign forces. A poor lad who has now turned his fortunes around naturally wishes to flaunt his success. It is understandable. Regardless, we ordinary adventurers merely seek to enjoy the spectacle. By the way, the treasure chests are set to open at 10 o'clock, correct? Yes, precisely at 10. There are still over 40 minutes to wait. That seems rather long. Let us proceed to another dungeon in the meantime. I am on the verge of reaching level 2. Listening to these exchanges, Shen Lang finds himself utterly bewildered. At 10 o'clock, he was scheduled to live stream the opening of treasure chests. How could he, the protagonist himself, be oblivious to such an event? Chapter 25. My name is Shen Lang, and what is wrong with being a bit flamboyant? With a heart full of confusion, Shen Lang decisively retrieved his communicator. We now live in an era of professionals, yet the echoes of past entertainment still linger, reminiscent of the short video platforms that were popular 3 centuries ago. The current application is called Professional Circle, aptly named as a hub for professionals. Within the Professional Circle, various short videos abound, ranging from whimsical to serious, including tutorials for conquering certain dungeons and promotional content showcasing professional gear or equipment. There are also numerous professionals engaging in live streaming, showcasing their dungeon runs and monster hunts. Making this application quite the sensation. Shen Lang opened the Professional Circle app, and without needing to search, he was greeted by a vibrant live stream. The stream was titled Master Dragon. Come and open the Supreme Treasure Chest. Beside it was an official certification from the Professional Circle, Global Prodigy. Twice rated SSS for conquering the hell-level dungeon, Master Dragon. At that moment, the live stream displayed 2 tiers of treasure chests, the top tier being the Supreme Chest, the middle tier the Diamond Chest, and the lower tier the Platinum Chest, totaling 6 chests, perfectly matching the number Shen Lang had obtained. However, this was not what captured Shen Lang's attention. His gaze fixated on a figure within the stream, lounging next to the chests, legs shaking, lazily munching on seeds. No wonder someone had just remarked that Shen Lang was a small-minded person reveling in his minor achievements by live streaming his ostentation. The demeanor of this individual could only be described in 2 words, utterly infuriating. The resemblance was uncanny. Shen Lang's expression contorted in disbelief as he watched the streamer munch on seeds, for this person looked exactly like him. Beside him, Medusa also caught sight of the figure in the stream, her mouth slightly agape, clearly astonished. "What are you looking at? That is not me," Shen Lang muttered under his breath, a scowl darkening his face as he promptly turned off the communicator, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. There was no need for speculation. This was undoubtedly a ploy devised by the officials. They had me hide away, only to unleash a counterfeit version of me to lure others in. Shen Lang could easily surmise the officials' intentions, yet he could not help but wonder why they couldn't find a better actor. He felt an overwhelming urge to reach into the live stream and confront this imposter. Despite his inner grievances, Shen Lang cooperatively donned a plain white mask, an item acquired from a novice dungeon, perfectly capable of concealing his identity. This was not only a precaution for his own safety, but also to prevent exposure that could jeopardize the official scheme. Turning his attention back to Medusa, he recognized that while he could disguise himself, she had previously appeared alongside him. Given the precariousness of the situation, he would not allow Medusa to retreat to the beast space. Fortunately, during his time in the blood-red tomb, he had obtained 2 masks, and Medusa, having undergone transformation, was able to don equipment as well. Thus, 2 masked individuals traversed through the throng, departing from the blood-soaked altar of the dungeon. For novice adventurers, everything pertaining to seasoned professionals was a novelty, hence the presence of numerous masked figures nearby rendered the pair relatively inconspicuous. With no option left to linger in the dungeon, Shen Lang and Medusa were indeed compelled to seek refuge. After all, in Shen Lang's perspective, the official baiting tactics were rather clumsy, to say nothing of other matters. A cursory investigation into Shen Lang would reveal him as an imposter. It was evident that this fishing expedition targeted external forces. Deceiving foreigners posed little challenge. However, one could not guarantee that among them, there would not be citizens of the Great Xia, and should they encounter someone astute, deception would be utterly futile. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, Shen Lang deemed it imperative to conceal himself. Shortly thereafter, Shen Lang led Medusa away from the blood-soaked dungeon, deliberately avoiding roadside surveillance. Ultimately, they checked into a modest and nestled in an old alley, chosen for its simplicity of registration, no real name verification required. It wasn't that identification was entirely unnecessary. Rather, it was merely more convenient. Shen Lang offered an extra 100 yuan, and the innkeeper promptly utilized his own identification to secure a room for Shen Lang and Medusa. Young people truly know how to be daring, even while masked in the act of thievery. Under the innkeeper's disdainful gaze, Shen Lang and Medusa ascended the dimly lit staircase and entered their room with their keycard. Had it been any other time, the prospect of being alone in a cramped room would have sparked some prickling thoughts between Shen Lang and Medusa. Yet now, Shen Lang's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the imposter. After entering the room and switching on the light, he retrieved his communication device and activated the Professional Circle software. The imposter's live stream remained prominently featured on the homepage, with viewership numbers soaring to an alarming 16 million. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, rendering it difficult to keep up. "Incredibly bold, my friend, you truly fear not death. It's my first encounter with a supreme treasure chest. Can we not open it sooner? The dungeon is about to reset. Shen Lang, I am Park Changda from Class 9, Senior 3 at Lanxiang High. Do you remember me? Wealth and prosperity should not be forgotten. Do take me along in the future." Such arrogance, clearly a harbinger of a short life. Indeed, individuals like you squander the gifts bestowed by heaven, merely causing trouble for our nation. I hope you can mature, should another dragon blood warlord arise. Our great Xia shall soar on the battlefield. Given this fellow's temperament, I find it unlikely. He may well meet his end in reckless abandon one day. While munching on sunflower seeds, the imposter occasionally addressed the questions from the comments, mostly retorting, "Fear death? I've lived 18 years without knowing how to write the word death. What is wrong with my arrogance? If you possess the courage, Achieve an SSS rating and conquer the hellish novice dungeon. Then you too can be as audacious as I. Why should there be another Dragonblood warlord? Can I, the hidden dragon, surpass the Dragonblood warlord? My name is Shen Lang, and what is wrong with the waif? Listening to the taunts of the imposter, Shen Lang was engulfed in frustration. His carefully crafted persona was being dismantled by this charlatan. How could he face anyone in the future? Before long, the clock struck 10. The imposter in the streaming room finally ceased his snacking and insults, removing his feet from the table. Brothers, the time has come. We must begin. No more chit-chat. Let us open the treasure chest. I'll start with the supreme treasure chest. The imposter wiped his mouth, clapped his hands, and then retrieved the 2 supreme-level treasure chests from atop the pile, placing them before himself. As the chests were opened, they radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. Once the dazzling light dissipated, the supreme treasure chests vanished, replaced by 2 orbs of dark golden light. Within these orbs lay a broadsword and a shield. Damn it! I'm a beast master. These items are utterly useless to me. The imposter lamented, visibly displeased. What a downer. I'm done streaming. With that, he disregarded the barrage of comments flooding the screen and abruptly ended the live broadcast. Shen Lang thought to himself, Chapter 26. I do enjoy a heart. This is what it means to be willful. To end a stream without a hint of warning is truly audacious. Without the burden of a persona, one can do as they please. Looking at the now blank screen of the broadcast, the various comments were predominantly affectionate greetings directed at the imposter's family. It made sense. The imposter was merely bait, and now that the bait had been cast, it was only a matter of time before the big and small fish took the hook. The imposter's presence in the stream had become inconsequential. One could imagine the undercurrents swirling in Donghai City under the cloak of night, especially in the vicinity of the imposter, where countless eyes were undoubtedly watching. For the imposter to broadcast online made it exceedingly simple to pinpoint his location. Unbeknownst to Shen Lang, while he was navigating the Scarlet Necropolis dungeon, the imposter had actually appeared outside the dungeon, sauntering around in Shen Lang's likeness before finally departing the plaza. Thus, when Shen Lang exited the dungeon, the shadowy high-level players had vanished, all scampering off to track the imposter. It was uncertain how many would take the bait. Gazing out the window, Shen Lang pondered. He had envisioned numerous scenarios regarding the exposure of his identity, but had never anticipated that the authorities would lay such a trap. To put it nicely, one could say this was a shrewd opportunity. To speak less kindly, one might say the authorities had rather nefarious intentions. Nonetheless, Shen Lang relished the thrill. Thus, even though he had yet to directly interact with the officials, he found himself harboring a certain fondness for their methods. When dealing with adversaries, one must seize every opportunity to eliminate them. What uses chivalry in the world of martial arts? Less than 10 kilometers from Shen Lang, a dazzling high-rise, the West City Grand Hotel, stands adorned with flickering neon lights. This prestigious 5-star establishment is where the imposter resides. After concluding his live broadcast, the imposter did not depart from his computer, but instead continued to curse while opening 4 additional treasure chests. He neglected to close the window, allowing a clear view of the interior from outside. Around the hotel, numerous eyes were fixated on his room, engaging in constant communication. It was confirmed that the treasure chests were authentic, and he had indeed opened them. Moments ago, our personnel, disguised as hotel staff, had passed by him face-to-face and utilized a reconnaissance scroll for verification. He is indeed Shen Lang from the Sandong Lanxiang Advanced Vocational College, now a level 5 Beastmaster. Every aspect has been verified. He is the potential dragon. Alarmingly, intruders have already infiltrated the hotel. Pursue them swiftly. Shadows could be seen converging towards the imposter's room from the ground and air alike. A team of unknown origin forcefully breached the door. Eliminate him, commanded the leader, as his followers surged towards the imposter. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of panic crossed the imposter's face, yet his movements remained swift. A bunch of trash thinks they can kill you, old man? Dream on. With a whirlwind of efficiency, the imposter swiftly gathered the equipment from the treasure chests and leaped from the table, heading straight for the window. With a crash, the floor-to-ceiling glass shattered upon impact. Simultaneously, the imposter began his free fall, yet before descending 2 stories, a 6-pointed summoning array materialized in the air, from which emerged a grand azure-feathered bird enveloped in violet lightning. With a resounding call, the bird's massive form caught the falling imposter. In the next moment, the azure-feathered bird soared into the sky, heading far away without a glance back. Almost instantaneously, the pursuers activated their reconnaissance skills upon the bird's appearance. Beast, Violet Thunder Azure-Scaled Eagle, rank, 3 stars, level, 118, upon receiving the results. The pursuers were further convinced that this imposter was indeed the potential dragon. Undoubtedly, this Violet Thunder Azure-Scaled Eagle was Shen Lang's beast. It was this level 118 eagle that enabled Shen Lang to conquer the Hell-level dungeon with an SSS rating. Such a formidable beast, nearing 4 stars, could only facilitate swift completion of novice dungeons. As for why Shen Lang, as a novice, could contract a beast of nearly 4 stars, it was evident it was his unique talent, a remarkable gift. Thus, after the imposter's escape, the pursuers hastened in pursuit. Once they had chased far enough, several figures approached the shattered window of the hotel room where the imposter had once been. Leading them was the previously encountered one-eyed man alongside the bespectacled individual. The one-eyed man gazed through the shattered window in the direction where the imposter Shen Lang had fled, pressing the communicator at his ear. Attention all units, attention all units. The first school of fish is expected to reach net 1 in 1 minute. Be prepared to haul in the catch. Be prepared to haul in the catch. After relaying this message, the one-eyed man switched communication channels and stated, there are no traces of Hua Dongying or Agent William from S.H.I.E.L.D. among the first school of fish. It must be within the temporary second school of fish, his counterpart replied with a chuckle. The one-eyed man pondered for a moment and responded, that is highly likely. That little rascal disobeyed and left early. He was probably discovered. Tell me the location of the second net. I'll head over immediately, his interlocutor said vaguely. The one-eyed man's eyelid twitched several times before he replied softly. I've already sent you the coordinates of the second net. Oh, I didn't notice. Then, goodbye. His counterpart abruptly cut off the communication. The bespectacled man nearby had overheard the conversation and looked at the one-eyed man with a bemused expression. Is our Dragonblood war god indulging in some fanfare? What's that to you? Do you wish to join in the fanfare? The one-eyed man retorted sternly. Wrap it up. Understood. The bespectacled man smirked and immediately led the others as they leaped from the window, pursuing the direction in which the imposter Shen Lang had escaped. Meanwhile, not far from the small inn where Shen Lang was staying, a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard was swiftly navigating the alleyway with a dozen professionals. This bearded man was none other than Hua Dongying, the deputy dean of the Donghai Advanced Vocational College. A key focus of the authorities due to his status as a spy. Suddenly, Hua Dongying raised a hand, signaling for everyone to halt as he retrieved the ringing communicator. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered with an air of reverence, Mr. William. Yes, Hua, your intuition was correct. This is indeed a trap. William responded in a grave tone. Thanks to your warning, S.H.I.E.L.D. nearly fell victim to this scheme. By the way, what is the situation on your end? Hua Dongying surveyed his surroundings and said, I've identified a suspicious individual and am currently searching. They should be nearby. Good. Send me your coordinates. I'll come over, William replied. Hua Dongying ended the call, quickly transmitting the coordinates before resuming his search through the alley. Chapter 27. How do you know no one is protecting me? Not long ago, the imposter Shen Lang had exited the blood-red cemetery dungeon, and this information had circulated among various parties, including the revelation that Shen Lang was indeed Shen Lang. Hua Dongying was no exception. He had even witnessed Shen Lang emerge from the dungeon and enter a taxi. Initially, Hua Dongying believed this to be the genuine Shen Lang. However, during the imposter's live broadcast, he suspected that this might be a counterfeit Shen Lang, as if the entire affair were a ruse. His suspicion stemmed from Hua Dongying's understanding of Shen Lang's character. As the deputy dean of Donghai Advanced Vocational College, he was primarily responsible for the management of new students. Thus, he could not be oblivious to the circumstances surrounding his rival, Shen Donglangxiang. Particularly, Shen Lang, a top student, had always been a coveted asset among schools. Regardless of the institution, every school aspires to cultivate exceptional students. For instance, at present, various esteemed universities are fervently seeking to recruit Shen Lang for further academic pursuits. Last year, Hua Dongying even attempted to initiate contact with Shen Lang, aiming to persuade him to transfer from Sandong Lanxiang to Donghai Academy, offering a more generous scholarship as an incentive. However, Shen Lang declined the offer, as the resources provided by the institutions were largely comparable prior to his career transition. Consequently, Hua Dongying began to perceive the live-streaming Shen Lang as an imposter. The information he received depicted Shen Lang not as an eccentric personality, but rather as a reticent and somewhat solitary individual. Although Hua Dongying's associates conducted a thorough investigation into the supposed imposter, confirming that he was indeed Shen Lang, this revelation did little to assuage Hua Dongying's suspicions. After all, the professional realm is not devoid of tools that allow for identity impersonation. While such tools are generally difficult for ordinary practitioners to acquire, it becomes plausible if the authorities aim to protect Shen Lang and exploit the situation to target external forces. Thus, Hua Dongying commenced a meticulous reassessment of the circumstances surrounding the blood-red cemetery instance, directing his subordinates to employ hacking techniques to disable all nearby surveillance. Scrutinizing the footage one by one, regrettably, he still could not locate the genuine Shen Lang. Nevertheless, although Hua Dongying did not find Shen Lang in the surveillance records, he did uncover several suspicious figures. Given the lack of surveillance in the instance and the altar square, Hua Dongying could only access footage from the few entry and exit points surrounding the square. Among this footage, He identified the initial entry of Shen Lang into the Blood-Red Cemetery instance. By correlating this with the images of the imposter exiting the Blood-Red Cemetery, Dongying discerned a notable discrepancy. When Shen Lang first arrived at the instance, he was not alone. A strikingly beautiful woman accompanied him. Yet, upon his departure, she had vanished, leaving Shen Lang solitary. This revelation further solidified Dongying's conviction that something was amiss with this Shen Lang, prompting him to continue investigating the entrance and exit footage. It must be said that Dongying possesses a sharp intellect. His position as the deputy dean of an academy is not merely due to fortune, for he is undoubtedly capable. Regrettably, as a member of the Great Xia, he harbors aspirations to be reborn in a foreign land, yearning to be a favored descendant. In the course of further investigation, Dongying still failed to track down Shen Lang, but he did observe a figure resembling him. Late at night, shortly after 9 o'clock, a pair of masked individuals, one male and one female, exited the Blood-Red Cemetery instance. While numerous novice practitioners don masks, it is rare for a male and female to venture out together, which led Dongying to immediately recall the scene when Shen Lang initially entered the Blood-Red Cemetery instance. His intuition suggested that this was indeed the genuine Shen Lang. Consequently, Dongying initiated an intense search for the whereabouts of the masked pair. Shen Lang took a circuitous route, deliberately avoiding the roadside cameras, yet he was hardly a master of counter-surveillance. In the end, he left behind traces that led the cunning fox, Dongying, and his men to this location, bringing them perilously close to the inn where he was staying. At that very moment, Shen Lang stood by the window, gazing in the direction where the imposter Shen Lang and their pursuers had fled. The commotion had been considerable, and the Queen Medusa had promptly alerted him, allowing him to witness the lightning-wreathed azure-scaled eagle and several professionals pursuing it. Indeed, these individuals had fallen into a trap. As Shen Lang looked up at the night sky, a slight smile crept upon his lips, anticipating that the authorities would likely reap significant rewards from this incident. He pondered whether he would receive any recognition for his indirect contribution. After all, this event stemmed from him. Had it not been for his SSS level completion of the Hellish Novice Dungeon, the authorities would not have had such an opportunity. Though he had done little, one could argue that he deserved some credit. At this juncture, the Queen Medusa suddenly spoke. "Master, someone is approaching our room, and their level is quite formidable." Shen Lang turned his gaze toward the door, furrowing his brow slightly. His first instinct was that the newcomer might be from the authorities, coming to make formal contact. Given their resources, he did not doubt their ability to locate him. However, upon further reflection, something felt amiss. The authorities should still be preoccupied with hunting down the imposters, leaving them no time to seek him out. Who else could be searching for him? A cold glint flashed in Shen Lang's eyes. If it wasn't the authorities, then it must be an enemy. Clearly, there were some astute individuals among them. Shen Lang muttered to himself before turning to Medusa and asking, "What level are they? Can you handle it?" As Medusa spoke, she flickered and teleported to stand before Shen Lang, her gaze fixed confidently on the door as she replied, "Rest assured, Master. The strongest among them is merely level 119. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang felt a sense of relief. They were not yet at the 4-star level, making them no match for Medusa. Just then, the individuals outside arrived, and with a resounding crash, the door was forcefully broken open. In the next moment, the bearded Dongying stormed into the room, accompanied by a dozen or so professionals. Without a word, these individuals, all of whom were at least 2-star ranked, quickly surrounded Shen Lang and Medusa. As Dongying entered, his grim gaze immediately locked onto Shen Lang. "Ah, Shen Lang, you truly are easy to find," he said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Now that we've located you, there's no need for the mask. Remove it." Indeed, as he spoke, Shen Lang removed his mask, his gaze unwavering as he met Dongying's. "So it's true, you are the genuine Shen Lang." Dongying sighed upon seeing Shen Lang's true visage, then continued with a hint of amusement. "The authorities' ploy to ensnare you is quite clever, but unfortunately, they should not have left you unprotected out here." Upon learning that Shen Lang resided in this modest inn, Dongying had dispatched individuals to scour the vicinity. Finding no formidable warriors present, this implied that Shen Lang was entirely alone in the inn, without any official protection. Hearing this, Shen Lang chuckled softly and remarked, "How do you know that no one is safeguarding me?" Upon hearing these words, Dongying felt a fleeting shock, which quickly transformed into a smile. While there were indeed professionals nearby, none held a rank above 2 stars. Thus, who possessed the capability to protect Shen Lang? As for the Queen Medusa, Dongying dismissed her existence entirely. In his eyes, the queen was merely an ordinary person, not even a professional. After all, in her disguised form, Queen Medusa not only could don equipment, but also could shield herself from all forms of detection, unless she willingly revealed her true self and power. No one could pierce through her facade. "Trying to deceive me? Your temperament is rather commendable," Dongying observed Shen Lang briefly before continuing. "It is a pity that your exceptional talent is wasted. Having just transitioned to an SSS rank, you have passed the Hell-level Novice Dungeon. A feat few have achieved since the dawn of the professional era. You are destined to become a 10-star powerhouse. If only you hadn't been born in the Great Xia Kingdom. Take him away. With this command, the other professionals advanced to seize Shen Lang. Huadongying, merely a spy from the beautiful country, lacked the authority to handle Shen Lang himself. He could only take him back to present to William. However, at that moment, Medusa made her move, her speed surpassing that of the professionals by an unfathomable margin, nearly imperceptible. In truth, she made no significant motion, merely raising her hand slightly. Secret technique, enigmatic serpent. Then, the 6 closest professionals to Shen Lang froze in place, a crimson serpent emerging from their foreheads. These red serpents did not originate from within their bodies but appeared from the void, swiftly burrowing into their forms, wreaking havoc in their minds before bursting forth. The rapidity of the event gave the illusion that they had simply erupted from their brains. With hissing sounds accompanying the serpents, the 6 professionals collapsed, their eyes wide open, unable to close them in death. Once the crimson serpents had exited their heads, they transformed into a crimson glow, dissipating into the air. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, Huadongying's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze darkening as he scrutinized the surroundings, shouting, "Who is it?" He failed to notice that it was Queen Medusa who had struck first, assuming instead that a hidden powerhouse was attacking. The fact that he could not sense the presence of this individual suggested that they were stronger than he. In that moment, regret washed over Huadongying. He regretted his reckless intrusion to confront Shen Lang. He should have waited for William from the Shield Bureau to arrive before taking action. William was an 8-star professional, unafraid of ordinary strong foes. Besides Huadongying and the 6 deceased professionals, another 6 stood nearby, their eyes filled with terror. For the demise of their companions had been utterly silent and horrifying. Observing the crowd's demeanor, akin to being on the brink of battle, Shen Lang chuckled and inquired, "So, do you still wish for me to accompany you?" However, Huadongying disregarded him entirely, his gaze vigilant as he scanned the surroundings, barking once more, "Those who lurk in the shadows, reveal yourselves. Brothering, what shall we do? They must surely be formidable adversaries." A voice quivered from the side. As spies for an external force, they were akin to rats in the sewers, merely providing snippets of intelligence. Had it not been for the exceedingly generous terms offered by Huadongying and the beautiful nation, they would not have dared to oppose the official powers, even with 100 lives at stake. Especially now, it was evident that a powerful protector was covertly safeguarding Shen Lang, instilling a paralyzing fear within them. "Let us retreat." After a moment's hesitation, Huadongying reached a decision. The presence of a hidden might, one he could not detect, sparked a desire to withdraw, rendering him unwilling to engage. He had already dispatched their location to William, confident that the latter would arrive swiftly. He could leave this matter to him. Without further ado, Huadongying turned to depart the inn at a brisk pace. Yet, at that moment, Shen Lang coldly interjected, "You come and go at your whim. But have you sought my consent? Medusa, leave none alive, eliminate them all." These individuals had seen his face, and they must perish. Failing to do so could jeopardize the official's subsequent arrangements and pose an even greater threat to Shen Lang himself. Therefore, he had no reason to show mercy. Moreover, these people harbored ill intentions towards him, intent on his demise. If they sought his life, it was only justifiable for him to take theirs. "Yes, my master." Following their brief exchange, the figure of Queen Medusa transformed into a fleeting shadow, materializing before Huadongying and his companions, blocking their path, while extending her slender right arm towards them. From Medusa's right arm erupted a layer of crimson light, resembling a shield. This was Medusa's skill, the 9-fold fire shield. However, at this moment, she wielded this ability not for defense, but as a weapon, directing it forcefully towards Huadongying and his comrades. The 9-fold fire shield swept through the air, striking first at the forefront, Huadongying. Upon realizing that Queen Medusa was the assailant, his pupils dilated in shock. Yet he had no time to question her intentions. As the 9-fold fire shield descended upon him, he summoned his weapon, a formidable black greatsword. In a desperate attempt to block it, boom! Huadongying, at level 119 and on the verge of becoming a 4-star professional, was no match for Medusa. Yet he was not so weak as to be instantly vanquished by a mere shield. The greatsword collided with the shield, producing a deafening sound that shattered every glass pane in the modest inn. Huadongying felt an overwhelming force surge through his greatsword, tearing at his grip and causing him to be propelled backwards, crashing violently against the wall. Medusa refrained from pursuing her advantage, and with a deft flick of the 9-fold fire shield, it transformed into a blazing blade that flashed through the air. With a series of sickening thuds, 6 heads soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a torrent. Yet, as this crimson liquid erupted, it was incinerated by the 9-fold fire shield, leaving no trace to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Huadongying, who had crashed against the wall, staggered to his feet, gazing incredulously at Queen Medusa. Who on earth are you? He queried, for in his eyes, Queen Medusa had merely appeared as an ordinary person. However, the formidable power she had just exhibited was far from that of a mere mortal. She was undoubtedly a practitioner of the 4th tier or above. Until this moment, Ho Dongying had yet to discern that Queen Medusa was not human, but rather a beast master. Yet, this revelation seemed trivial now. Having previously harbored doubts, he was now utterly intimidated by her might and had no intention of lingering. Once he regained his composure, he resolved to flee once more. However, just as he lifted his leg to escape, his gaze inadvertently locked onto that of Queen Medusa's. In an instant, he felt his body grow sluggish, his limbs stiffening and numbing. What is happening? Ho Dongying was engulfed in terror as he watched his form transform into a burning stone. No! He cried in despair as his entire being crystallized, ultimately dissolving into nothingness under the searing flames. Chapter 29. How dare a mere 8 stars disturb my great Xia? Ho Dongying and his group of 13 practitioners, all of whom were of at least 2 stars, constituted a formidable little faction. Yet, under the might of Queen Medusa, they were annihilated in a heartbeat. Even Ho Dongying, a quasi-4th tier practitioner, was gravely wounded by a single strike from Medusa, leading to his complete obliteration. Logically, he should have been able to exchange a few blows with Queen Medusa, but after a single blow from her, he was seized by the urge to retreat, losing all will to fight. This led to him falling victim to Queen Medusa's deadly gaze, ultimately resulting in his petrified demise. At that moment, within the confines of the inn's room, alongside the corpses of Ho Dongying and his companions, lay scattered pieces of equipment. In the brutal conflicts among practitioners, it was common for gear and items to drop, with a guarantee of their loss upon death. In addition to the equipment worn by the fallen, any other possessions stored within their backpacks would also be relinquished. Thus, once a practitioner was slain, the assailant would gain possession of everything belonging to their victim. Consequently, this gave rise to a breed of marauders within the practitioner community who thrived on the slaughter and plunder of others. Indeed, there were many who would risk everything for ill-gotten gains. However, it is noteworthy that the mutual killings among practitioners worldwide do not. The battlefield of the masses is a global arena, existing independently within a realm beyond Earth, akin to a vast replica secret domain. Periodically, it opens its gates to professionals worldwide, allowing eligible practitioners to partake in its challenges. However, for Shen Lang, the battlefield remains a distant aspiration. He has yet to transcend the novice phase, merely a level 4 fledgling, thus lacking the qualifications to enter this grand arena. Nonetheless, the recent slaughter has proven bountiful for Shen Lang. It's important to note that the likes of Ho Dongying and his fellow professionals are all above level 60 and hold a 2-star ranking. They are not the impoverished neophytes without resources, as they possess various equipment and items. Consequently, the room is densely filled with gear of diverse hues and radiance. Upon a cursory glance, Shen Lang observed that most of the items were ordinary white and commendable green gear, with scarce blue and red items. However, the total quantity is considerable, amounting to approximately 120 pieces, quite a substantial haul. If one were to translate this bounty into monetary value, selling it all could yield a fortune exceeding several million. Yet, with such an abundance of items, Shen Lang finds himself unable to collect them all, as a newly transitioned professional's inventory is limited to 100 slots. To expand this capacity, one would require an expansion card, which Shen Lang evidently lacks at present. However, the transformed Queen Medusa, aside from being able to equip items, also possesses a foundational inventory of 100 slots. After all, Medusa requires the ability to don various gear. She cannot be expected to carry everything on her shoulders. Therefore, the majority of the 120 items have been placed into the Queen Medusa's inventory. As he gathers the equipment, he also takes a cursory look at the 2 rare red items. The first item is a red perfect robe dropped by a certain mage. Although classified as red perfect, it is merely a 2-star piece of equipment. Golden flowing robe, red perfect. Level, 2-star, mentality 25, agility 25. Defense 5, equipping requirement, mentality 550. The enhancements to mentality and agility seem quite comparable to those of his legendary Wolf Soul pendant, yet the defense boost is somewhat excessive, providing a direct 5% increase, an invaluable artifact for a low-level mage. Shen Lang is tempted to replace his wolf hair robe with this one, but alas, his level is too low to meet the equipping requirements of the golden flowing robe. Thus, it must remain in his inventory, gathering dust until he finds an opportunity to don it. The second piece of equipment is the imposing black sword once wielded by Ho Dongying. As a warrior on the brink of advancing to a 4-star rank, this fellow possesses commendable quality and attributes, making it a genuine 4-star weapon. Black Tiger Greatsword, red perfect. Strength 45, agility 38, attack 450, damage boost 45, equipping requirement, strength 1400. This sword is indeed impressive, regrettably. It holds little utility for him as a beastmaster, nor does it serve the Queen Medusa. Shen Lang feels a twinge of regret, yet selling it seems a shame. It may prove useful for other beastmasters in the future. After all, the Medusa Queen is merely his first tamed beast. Undoubtedly, there will be others to follow. Shen Lang stowed away the black tiger giant sword, and soon his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, for he discovered that this group had also dropped 2 skill books. Skill books, indeed, are far more valuable than ordinary equipment. Shen Lang flashed a grin, eager to examine the information regarding these 2 skill books. However, at that moment, the Medusa Queen spoke again, her tone laden with gravity. Master, another group is approaching us. Furrowing her brow, she added, these newcomers are formidable. I am no match for them. If even the Medusa Queen acknowledged her inferiority, it was evident that their strength surpassed 4 stars. Beginning at least from 5 stars at level 150, Shen Lang promptly placed the skill books back into his bag, vexed. Damn it, these fellows have likely summoned foreign powers. We must flee. Yes, master. Without further ado, the Medusa Queen enveloped Shen Lang in her embrace and transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the inn room. At present, Shen Lang was only at level 4. His speed was limited, thus he needed the Medusa Queen to whisk him away. Almost as soon as they departed, a foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes arrived at the room, accompanied by a group. He immediately spotted the corpses of Huadongying and the others on the ground, and his expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the scene. Damn those Daxiao people, this is a trap. Withdraw. The golden-haired foreigner was none other than William from the American Shield Bureau. Although Huadongying was no weakling, his demise here indicated that a powerful individual from Daxiao lay in ambush. It was likely a trap specifically laid for him. Therefore, William swiftly made the decision to retreat, unwilling to confront the official powers of Daxiao. After all, they were on Daxiao's home turf. Even a strong dragon cannot dominate a local snake. Eliminating the genius Shen Lang was of paramount importance to America, as it could eradicate a future formidable foe, but as an 8-star professional of the Shield Bureau, William's value far exceeded that of a nascent potential dragon. Just then, a light-hearted voice echoed through the room. A mere 8-star dares to wreak havoc in Daxiao? Chapter 30. The Dragon Blood War God, so terrifying indeed. Though the figure had yet to appear, the voice resonated like thunder, instantly filling the entire room. While William, an 8-star professional, managed to maintain his composure, his subordinates were left in agony, clutching their ears. Some even succumbed to the sound, collapsing to the ground with blood streaming from their ears. William's face turned pale, not because of the voice itself, but because he recognized the master behind it. The Dragon Blood War God, Chu Jinhua. He never anticipated that a novice professional would personally come to Donghai City. William's heart raced with both astonishment and fury. Yet he refrained from fleeing further, for he understood that escape was no longer an option. Among the top-tier professionals in Daxiao, Chu Jinhua, the Dragon Blood War God, was the most active, having slain countless formidable experts from America, and was even hailed as the strongest in contemporary Daxiao, regarded as a high-level threat by the United States. It was William's teacher, the director of SSS-Ranked, who had once remarked that he could not be certain he could best Zhu Jinhua. Confronted with such an extraordinary powerhouse, he was merely an 8-star professional. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized from the void. Hands clasped behind his back, none other than Zhu Jinhua himself. He stood suspended in the air, looking down at William with a commanding presence, and asked, "Why aren't you fleeing?" As he spoke, Zhu Jinhua wiped the chilly oil from his mouth, confirming the earlier claims of the bespectacled man. He had indeed just been savoring his noodles. Hearing Zhu Jinhua's words, William managed a bitter smile, self-deprecatingly remarking, "Now that you have arrived, what significance is there in my fleeing? You possess a commendable self-awareness, much like your teacher." Zhu Jinhua's face twisted into a mocking smile as he continued, "Knowing you are not my match, you have remained hidden within SSS-Ranked. All this time. Zhu, you are formidable, and my teacher acknowledges that. But he does not fear you," William replied, furrowing his brow. Zhu Jinhua chuckled softly before responding, "Oh, is that so? Then I shall head to the beautiful nation shortly. Will he dare to confront me?" William found himself at a loss for words, for the answer was undoubtedly negative. As the director of SSS-Ranked in the beautiful nation, he would not stoop to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Zhu Jinhua out of mere boredom. Nevertheless, William took a deep breath, the fear on his face gradually receding, replaced by a fervent warrior spirit. He looked up defiantly at Zhu Jinhua and declared, "I know I am not your opponent, and you would not allow me to leave alive. In that case, please permit me to choose a death of dignity. I, William Rams, a level 9 agent of SSS-Ranked in the beautiful nation, hereby challenge the Dragon Blood War God of the Great Xia." The implication was clear, though he would perish. It would be in the pursuit of challenging Zhu Jinhua, and the news would return to the beautiful nation, casting him as a hero. "You, however, are not worthy of my teachings." With that, Zhu Jinhua reached out his right hand, preparing to strike. As an 8-star professional, he had no intention of employing weapons. He would simply crush him with a single hand. Yet, what appeared to be a mere slap transformed in the void into an enormous golden dragon's claw, reaching directly for William, seemingly intent on reducing him to mere pulp. The speed was astounding. Before William could even react, the claw was upon him. Was this the true might of the great Xia's foremost war god? This thought flickered through William's mind as he felt a profound shame for his earlier arrogance. With a swift motion, the dragon claw ensnared William, and soon blood and flesh oozed from its grasp. Under Zhu Jinhua's single strike, William had no chance to retaliate. He was instantly crushed to death. The Sokaye previously, when Queen Medusa eliminated Huadongying, Shen Lang acquired over 100 pieces of equipment and items. This time, Zhu Jinhua vanquished a multitude of 6-star and 7-star professionals, among whom was the 8-star practitioner, William, who naturally dropped a considerable cache of gear. Stepping forth, Zhu Jinhua arrived at the scene of William and the others' demise, coldly remarking, "An uninvited guest is but a thief, and thieves are unworthy of choosing a dignified demise." With that proclamation, he waved his hand, collecting hundreds of items into his backpack. A powerhouse like Zhu Jinhua had long since expanded his inventory countless times, so such a volume of equipment posed no challenge. After accomplishing this, he turned his gaze toward an old 5-story building 100 meters away, smiling as he said, "You disobedient little one, do you require my personal invitation to come forth?" On the rooftop stood Shen Lang, his eyes ablaze with intensity, alongside Queen Medusa, whose expression was marked by vigilance. They had indeed been fleeing, but upon Zhu Jinhua's appearance, Shen Lang urged Medusa to return with him, for he recognized the voice of the individual who had called him earlier. Further words from William had revealed this person's identity as the Dragon Blood War god, Zhu Jinhua. Truth be told, Shen Lang had never anticipated that the illustrious Dragon Blood War god would appear in EC City because of him. The name of the Dragon Blood War god was known far and wide. He was an idol in the hearts of countless professionals across the Great Xia, an almost invincible presence on a global scale. Zhu Jinhua's arrival could not possibly signify a threat to him. It was evident that he was there to rescue him, which prompted Shen Lang to choose to return. If even the Dragon Blood War god could not save him, it was likely that few could. Due to Shen Lang's timely return, he witnessed the scene in which Zhu Jinhua effortlessly crushed William. This was the true essence of strength. Just observing from a distance filled Shen Lang with fervor. Queen Medusa, on the other hand, was utterly awed by Zhu Jinhua's might. Had that claw descended upon her, she would have met the same fate as William, reduced to mere pulp, which instilled in her a profound sense of peril. Yet, this was not merely a matter of self-preservation. Before such a formidable being, she felt utterly devoid of the opportunity to escape alongside her master. When Zhu Jinhua's words reached Shen Lang and Queen Medusa, they snapped back to reality. Shen Lang then addressed Medusa, saying, "Let us go down." However, Queen Medusa was evidently reluctant to descend. Shen Lang smiled reassuringly. "It's fine, no need to be tense, he is not an enemy." With that, Medusa nodded, proceeding to leap from the rooftop with Shen Lang in her arms, swiftly arriving before Zhu Jinhua. Upon their arrival, Zhu Jinhua first regarded Medusa, then turned his penetrating gaze upon Shen Lang, saying with significant implication, "Young one, your beast tamer is rather extraordinary. How about gifting her to me for further study?" At these words, Shen Lang's expression instantly stiffened. Chapter 31. Hope that one day you may become my comrade. Upon witnessing Shen Lang's reaction, Zhu Jinhua chuckled disdainfully. "Are you frightened? I was merely jesting. I, Zhu Jinhua, have not yet fallen to the depths of stealing from the younger generation." As he spoke, Zhu Jinhua's gaze swept towards Queen Medusa, remarking, "However, your beast companion is indeed impressive." In truth, Zhu Jinhua had arrived at the modest inn where Shen Lang resided even before Huadongying and the others. He had previously instructed Shen Lang to conceal himself. But when Shen Lang disobeyed, Zhu Jinhua intended for him to face some hardship before intervening. Little did he know, there was no need for his intervention. Shen Lang had single-handedly eradicated all the professionals from Huadongying's group. It was at that moment that Zhu Jinhua realized the woman beside Shen Lang was none other than his beast companion. Indeed, until then, he had failed to discern Queen Medusa's true identity. Upon reflection, it became clear, Shen Lang possessed a beast capable of swiftly eliminating a near 4-star professional, which justified his SSS-rated completion of the dungeon. Yet, even now, Zhu Jinhua could not ascertain the true form of Queen Medusa, the primary reason being, her disguise was so effective that he did not wish to embarrass himself by using probing skills on her. Consequently, in Zhu Jinhua's view, Queen Medusa merely maintained a humanoid form without considering her potential as a 10-star divine beast. It is not impossible for beasts, even ferocious ones, to take on human forms. There exists a mystical fruit known as the transformation fruit. Once consumed by a ferocious beast or beast companion, it can take on a human shape. Furthermore, Some beast tamers can obtain transformation vouchers through monster hunting or purchases, allowing their beasts to metamorphose. However, these items are exceedingly rare, and Chu Jinhua had no intention of inquiring further. As he stated, with his own abilities and knowledge, he had not yet developed an interest in such matters. In response to Chu Jinhua's subtle insinuations, Shen Lang abruptly shifted the topic, saying, "I am eternally grateful for the god of war's life-saving grace." The abrupt change in subject was so awkward that it elicited a chuckle from Chu Jinhua. The phrase life-saving grace was somewhat exaggerated. After all, even without his intervention, Queen Medusa's prowess would have likely allowed her to evade William's pursuit. Chu Jinhua, however, did not wish to expose Shen Lang's little ploy. With a serious expression, he continued, "You are now nearly on every nation's assassination list. We have already eliminated a considerable number of threats, which should serve as a deterrent. However, they will not easily relinquish their pursuit. Before you grow stronger, they will undoubtedly find ways to eliminate you. We do not have the luxury to assign someone specifically to protect you. So from here on out, you must rely on yourself and strive to grow stronger. Only by becoming powerful enough can you quell all incoming foes. Moreover, a flower that remains sheltered in a greenhouse can never truly become strong. True strength is forged in the crucible of life and death. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Shen Lang nodded earnestly. "I understand." To be honest, he genuinely feared being assigned official protection or being taken to various places to enhance his abilities. Indeed, this method allowed Shen Lang to grow stronger with great ease. However, as Chu Jinhua said, a flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the wind and rain once it enters the natural world. Moreover, the most important thing is that Shen Lang harbors many secrets, and it is best if they remain unknown to others. Chu Jinhua nodded approvingly and said to Shen Lang, "You're quite remarkable, with immense potential. So, I hope that one day, you can become my comrade, stand by my side, and fight alongside me in battles across the land." "That day will come," Shen Lang replied with a smile. Overall, Shen Lang was very satisfied with the series of actions the authorities had taken regarding him, which strengthened his sense of belonging to the Great Xia Kingdom. If the opportunity truly arose in the future, he would indeed stand with Great Xia and fight alongside the dragon-blooded war god. Chu Jinhua glanced at him and chuckled, scolding affectionately, "You're quite confident, aren't you? By the way, I recently obtained 2 little trinkets, so I'll give them to you as a meeting gift. Keep pushing forward, kid. Becoming my comrade won't be easy." With these words, Chu Jinhua transformed into a golden dragon and soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, in the spot where he had vanished, 2 items remained suspended in the air, 2 gilded cards. With a wave of her hand, Medusa summoned the 2 cards and presented them to Shen Lang. At the same time, she said with unwavering determination, "Master, rest assured, unless I die, no one will ever harm you." Shen Lang took the cards and replied, "Yes, I believe in you. But what he said is also true. We must continue to work hard and strive for improvement." Master, I will definitely give it my all." Medusa nodded emphatically. It was clear that the encounters with William and Chu Jinhua had planted a seed in Medusa's heart, a determination to grow stronger. "Take your time. Haste makes waste." Shen Lang consoled the disheartened Medusa while examining the 2 card items Chu Jinhua had left for him. Item, second information card. Function, allows the user to set a secondary set of basic information for external display. Detection skills cannot uncover the user's true information. Note, the details set for the secondary information cannot exceed the user's current level. Upon reading the card's description, Shen Lang's eyes lit up. Without a doubt, this was exactly what he needed. Due to his alias Hidden Dragon, he was now fully exposed to the public eye. This second information card perfectly addressed his predicament, allowing him to operate under a different identity. Whether it was Hidden Dragon or Shen Lang, what did it have to do with XXX? Without hesitation, Shen Lang activated the second information card. Instantly, a prompt appeared. "Please set your secondary information. Caution, once set, it cannot be changed again. Name, occupation, level." After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang quickly filled in the blanks. Name, Shun Sanliang. Occupation, Beastmaster. Level 4. The name has merely been altered. As for the other 2 attributes, to be frank, their modification bears little significance. Shortly thereafter, another notification appeared. "The secondary basic information has been successfully set. Your information has now been switched to the secondary basic information, and you may switch at your convenience. Simultaneously, you may create an entirely new appearance based on the secondary basic information. Would you like to set it immediately?" Upon seeing this message, Shen Lang was taken aback. This item was indeed remarkable, capable of altering even one's visage. With the facial information modified, no one would ever recognize who he truly was. Chapter 32. Come, I shall personally teach you how to wash. Shen Lang touched his face and had to admit that he was undeniably handsome, almost to an excessive degree, with an exceptionally high level of recognition. Wherever he went, he was essentially the center of attention, with a significant percentage of women glancing back at him. Nevertheless, Shen Lang decided to make a few adjustments to his appearance. He would still remain handsome, yet evidently, no one would ever recognize him as Shen Lang. Thus, the secondary information card had granted Shen Lang a complete transformation. A new identity, a new visage. Shen Lang gazed at the avatar on the secondary basic information page, nodding in satisfaction, before turning his attention to the second item left to him by Chu Jinhua. Item, secondary job transfer card. Function, consuming this card and completing the relevant transfer tasks allows the professional to awaken an additional occupation. Requirement, professional level 30. After reading the information regarding this item, Shen Lang could not help but raise his gaze towards the direction in which the dragon blood war god, Chu Jinhua, had departed. The words spoken by Chu Jinhua were hardly courteous. They resembled those of a stern guardian. He had bluntly stated that he would not be looking after Shen Lang in the future, and that everything would rely on his own struggles and endeavors. Yet, he had turned around and left him with these two extraordinary items. Both the secondary information card and the current secondary job transfer card were of exceptional quality. There was no need to elaborate on the secondary information card. It could easily fetch a price in the hundreds of billions without any trouble. As for the secondary job transfer card, it was even more remarkable. It was priceless. The secondary job transfer card could only be obtained from high-tier, world-class boss monsters. And the drop rate was exceedingly low. Out of 100,000 world-class boss monsters rated 5 stars or higher, it was unlikely that even one transfer card would be dropped. Furthermore, activating the secondary job transfer card would entail a transfer task, which was notoriously challenging and fraught with peril. Of course, anyone capable of completing the task to obtain a secondary profession would undoubtedly be among the globally renowned elite. Most of these top-tier individuals possessed a secondary occupation. After all, acquiring an additional profession was akin to undergoing 2 job transitions. To be precise, it was equivalent to one person becoming 2. The secondary occupation is linked to the professional's level, yet it exists independently. Take for instance Shen Lang, who, upon reaching each new level, is bestowed with 20 attribute points, half of which are allocated as fixed points for beast tamers, while the other half can be freely distributed. Should he acquire a second profession, the rewards would be doubled. The second profession grants an additional 10 fixed attribute points and 10 freely distributed points, amounting to another 20 points. Combined with his beast tamer profession, he would have a total of 40 attribute points, equivalent to the rewards of 2 professionals leveling up. Such a generous boon. Shen Lang let out a sigh, astonished that the seemingly trivial gifts mentioned by Chu Jinhua were, in fact, so substantial. One provides him with the means of concealment and protection, while the other paves the way for his future strength. They say one is soft towards those who have given them a hand. Thus, Shen Lang felt a certain indebtedness towards Chu Jinhua in the Great Xia Kingdom. Perhaps, for the Great Xia Kingdom, this is merely an investment in a promising talent, yet Shen Lang cannot disregard this favor. He hopes that one day, he may indeed fight alongside you. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Shen Lang's eyes as he stowed the second profession transfer card into his bag. This item would remain unutilized until he reached level 30, but with the terrifying combat prowess of Medusa, he believed that would not take long. At that moment, a message suddenly appeared before Shen Lang's eyes. Congratulations, esteemed beast tamer. You have been incorporated into the glory contribution system of the Great Xia Kingdom. You have slain 13 traitorous rebels, earning 10,000 contribution points. Your contribution value has reached the standards of a level 5 glory warrior, and you shall receive attribute point rewards befitting a level 5 glory warrior. Level 5 glory warrior reward standard. All attributes increased by 10. Glory attribute rewards are applicable only within the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom. Shen Lang had studied this glory contribution system during his time at the academy. Every nation possesses such a system. It resembles the contribution value systems found in fantasy novels, where sects assign tasks, and disciples earn contribution points upon completion, which can then be exchanged for treasures or techniques. The only distinction here is that the benefactor is the nation itself. Beyond the ability to exchange items with the Great Xia Kingdom's officials, the all-attribute enhancement is the most formidable aspect. At lower levels, with only a few dozen attribute points, a 10 increase yields negligible benefits. However, at higher levels, with hundreds or even thousands of attribute points, such percentage increases become quite significant. This is why powerful individuals within a nation tend to be even stronger there and usually refrain from venturing into foreign lands. Those like Chu Jinhua, who periodically challenge the God Shield Bureau in the beautiful country, are but a rare exception. Even if one possesses more attribute points within their homeland, it does not instill fear. This is the undeniable pride of true strength. Regrettably, the director of the God Shield Bureau, Anthony, also known as Satan, never dares to accept a challenge. Of course, such matters hold no relevance for Shen Lang. For the time being, the threats that loomed over him have dissipated. The reason I ascended directly to the rank of level 5 honor warrior must surely be attributed to the dragon blood war god reporting my defeat of individuals such as Huidongying, a near 4-star, along with several 3-star and 2-star adversaries. Elevating to level 5 honor warrior is quite reasonable. Well, let us depart from this place for now. Shen Lang, bearing the second foundational information and a new visage, swiftly vanished into the alleyway. The modest inn had already fallen under official control, and given the magnitude of recent events, it was no longer feasible to remain there. Thus, Shen Lang took residence in another small hotel a few streets away. Though Medusa lacked the second foundational information, the individuals who had discovered her, including Huidongying and others, had already met their demise at her hands, eliminating any cause for concern. Moreover, with Medusa's disguise, even the dragon blood war god, Chu Jinhua, could not see through her ruse, which itself was a testament to her prowess. Additionally, one could trust that the authorities would make every effort to expunge any information pertaining to him. In the hotel room, Shen Lang first took a shower and, after drying his hair, settled onto the sofa. He had not forgotten that when Medusa dispatched Huidongying and those treacherous traitors, she had revealed 2 skill books. As Medusa observed Shen Lang retrieving the skill books, she instinctively leaned in closer. Shen Lang glanced at her and playfully suggested, "Medusa, perhaps you should take a shower as well?" "A shower? Is that akin to what you just did, where water is poured over the body?" Medusa, being a beastmaster, was rather oblivious to such matters. Upon hearing this, a flicker of irritation ignited within Shen Lang. "Well, never mind that, come along. I shall personally teach you how to bathe." With remarkable decisiveness, he tossed the skill book back into his backpack and stood, taking Medusa's hand as they made their way to the bathroom. Chapter 33. Queen Medusa, kindly move your tail aside. An hour and a half later. Amidst the disheveled bed in the inn, Shen Lang reclined against the headboard, holding the previously stowed skill book, and remarked, "Queen Medusa, kindly move your tail aside." "Of course, my master," Medusa replied languidly from her position on the bed, obediently complying. Simultaneously, her slender purple serpent tail retreated from Shen Lang's midsection back beneath the covers. "I have a little more time, you may rest for now." While speaking, Shen Lang's gaze fell upon the skill book once more. As he began to examine its specific information, skill book, Phantom Reaper, skill description, consumes stamina to manifest ghostly shadows, inflicting dual damage based on level attributes upon enemies. Learning requirements, 2-star assassin. To his surprise, it was a skill book for a warrior-type assassin class, capable of dealing dual damage. Quite formidable indeed. Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction, placing it back into his backpack for potential future use. Who knows, he may one day transition into an assassin himself, even if he could not utilize it. Perhaps his new beastmaster would find it beneficial. Having secured the Phantom Reaper, Shen Lang proceeded to retrieve another skill book, eager to investigate its specifics. Skill book, Tide of Magic, skill description. Exclusive skill for beast masters, consuming magic power to provide a 60% magic recovery for summoned beasts. Duration, 25 minutes. Learning requirements, beast master profession. Upon seeing the specific information of this skill book, Shen Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. To his astonishment, it was a skill book for beast masters. How delightful. Those fellows truly are my harbingers of wealth. Shen Lang grinned, his heart brimming with joy. Since his job transition, he had only possessed basic skills, and now he had acquired a new skill. The basic skills were of little use against 10-star mature divine beasts like the Queen Medusa, rendering Shen Lang merely a tourist in dungeons, which was exceedingly dull. With the acquisition of the Tide of Magic skill, he could now replenish the Queen Medusa's magic, granting him some utility as her master. Shen Lang's SSS level talent could enhance the effectiveness of his exclusive Beastmaster skill by 500%. This meant that a single cast of Tide of Magic would triple the speed at which Queen Medusa regained her magic power. Furthermore, the Queen was equipped with the Earthfire Bracelet, which also facilitated her magic recovery. Consequently, with multiple sources of magic replenishment, Queen Medusa could continuously unleash her area of effect damage spells without worrying about depleting her magic, significantly enhancing her combat prowess. Thus, Shen Lang eagerly learned the Tide of Magic skill, intending to test it on Queen Medusa. Unfortunately, her magic was at full capacity, so he would have to wait until the next day during dungeon runs to experiment. Once he obtained the last 3 treasure chests from the final dungeon, he would likely reach level 5, allowing him the freedom to venture into the wilderness, where ferocious beasts would abound, a true turning point in his journey. The following morning, Shen Lang checked out with Queen Medusa and headed to the 3rd novice dungeon in EC City. He had taken some precautions during this time, opting not to reveal his identity as Shen Sanliang, but rather to present his true appearance, albeit with masks donned by both himself and Queen Medusa. Last night, the authorities had undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to foreign hostile forces and internal spies, so for the time being, Shen Lang's identity posed no issue, as few would still be inclined to scrutinize him. Moreover, Due to the significant actions taken by the authorities the previous night, attention had been diverted elsewhere. After all, the number of practitioners who perished was not limited to those Shen Lang had witnessed. More than 1,000 had been killed outright or captured in the latter half of the night. And that was just in EC City. This clearly demonstrated that Chu Jinhua's declaration of a thorough internal purge was no jest, and it would likely extend beyond the educational system to other sectors as well. The mid to high-level officials in EC City were already in a state of panic, leaving them little inclination to concern themselves with Shen Lang's affairs. Shen Lang and the Queen Medusa swiftly joined the queue to enter the novice dungeon. This time, Shen Lang had no intention of leisurely exploring the dungeon. Instead, he urged Medusa to unleash her extensive area damage skills, clearing the novice dungeon in an instant. Given that it was yet another novice dungeon, Shen Lang's record of completion was undoubtedly broadcasted worldwide once more. However, Shen Lang was indifferent to such accolades. His objective was straightforward: to swiftly acquire the 3 treasure chests, elevate his level to 5, and then venture into the wilderness, which would undoubtedly be his paradise. While Shen Lang paid no heed to the global announcements, others certainly did, causing quite a stir, particularly in the United States capital. A group was seething in impotent rage over the events that transpired in EC City the previous night. How could they fail to perceive such a simple trap? Were the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. raised on dung? What a bunch of fools. An 8-star, 3 7-stars, and 8 6-stars. This was undoubtedly the most significant loss for the United States in recent years, aside from the national battleground. Where was that old turtle, Anthony? Why was he absent from the meeting? He must provide an explanation to the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, Director Anthony has taken a leave of absence, claiming his dog has given birth and he cannot attend the meeting. Damn it, who does he think he is? Before the words of the elderly woman with a monkey-like face could finish, the global announcement echoed in the minds of everyone present. Global broadcast. Congratulations to the practitioner from the Great Xia Kingdom, codenamed Phantom Dragon, for achieving an SSS rating in the Hell-level Novice Dungeon. Global broadcast. Congratulations to the practitioner from the Great Xia Kingdom, codenamed Phantom Dragon, for achieving an SSS rating in the Hell-level Novice Dungeon. Global broadcast. The announcement rang out thrice in succession, striking the collective consciousness of those present like an invisible whip. It was as if the Phantom Dragon was taunting them. Come and kill me, hurry. The elderly woman, furious, slammed her hands on the table and bellowed. Tell that bastard Anthony that if this Phantom Dragon does not perish, then his S.H.I.E.L.D. has no reason to exist. Others, hearing her words, looked up to the heavens, with many casting derisive glances her way. S.H.I.E.L.D. was the backbone of the United States during the age of professions. It could not simply be disbanded on the whim of a single speaker. Moreover, Director Anthony was the foremost powerhouse in the United States. Even the president had to show him some respect. As for the elderly woman, Anthony likely didn't even spare her a glance. He couldn't be bothered to attend the meeting. The United States was merely a microcosm of external forces. Other nations had suffered significant losses as well during the events of the previous night and in the time that followed. Many countries had seen their intelligence networks, painstakingly established within the Great Xia Kingdom, uprooted entirely. Even within the Great Xia Kingdom, certain powerful factions had quieted down. Chapter 34. Is it too early to let him go this year? The search for Phantom Dragon by the mythical Heavenly Court Guild had already ceased. The Union has officially annulled all tasks related to the entity known as Shen Lang, following the midnight hours last night. Consequently, a high-ranking member of the Union arrived at headquarters early in the morning, seeking out Wang Teng, who was resting with his eyes closed in the president's office. This individual, the vice president of the Union and a 9-star professional, possessed considerable strength. Upon finding Wang Teng, the vice president promptly inquired, President, we have already uncovered Shen Lang's identity. Why do we not pursue further? In response, Wang Teng rose from his seat, but remained silent. It was the vice president whose gaze sharpened, for he observed a long knife wound across Wang Teng's chest. It was noteworthy that Wang Teng wore legendary dark gold armor, implying that the enemy's strike had penetrated such formidable protection, which should have otherwise rendered him unharmed. Has that person with the surname Chu confronted you? The vice president asked. Brow furrowed. Wang Teng nodded slightly, and after a moment of silence, he replied, I exerted my utmost effort, while he employed less than half of his strength. Upon hearing this, the vice president's expression changed slightly, exclaiming, Is he truly that formidable? Wang Teng offered a wry smile, and shook his head, returning to his seat. Do not concern yourself with Shen Lang any longer. He has been officially endorsed. If nothing unforeseen occurs, he will inevitably join the war god camp. Alas, we have overestimated our influence. Such a figure will not be allowed to fall under the control of other factions. The vice president remained silent for a considerable time before finally uttering, This is utterly excessive. We are not foreign adversaries. and we harbor no ill intentions towards him. With regards to Chu Jinhua, the Dragon Blood War god, the vice president felt a profound sense of helplessness. Wang Teng, maintaining a stoic demeanor, stated, "A sharp blade must be wielded by one's own hand to ensure true security." At that moment, the global announcement of Shen Lang achieving a 3rd SSS level rating in the novice dungeon echoed in their ears. Congratulations to the practitioner codenamed Qian Long from the Daxia Kingdom for obtaining an SSS rating in the Hell level novice dungeon. The vice president and Wang Teng exchanged glances, ultimately dissolving into resigned sighs. In the presence of a nation's authority, even a 10-star union was merely a collective organization. In the capital, within a small courtyard of the Forbidden City, the old monarch held a large pair of scissors, pruning the branches of the grapevines on a trellis. While the Dragon Blood War god, Chu Jinhua, merrily slurped noodles at a round stone table, creating a loud slurping sound. Could you not be more mindful of your image? The old monarch turned and glared at Chu Jinhua. Raising his bowl and gulping down half of the soup, Chu Jinhua let out a long burp before responding. There are no outsiders here. Why should I worry about my image? Besides, slurping noodles like this is the most flavorful way to eat. Just as you taught me in my childhood. You said that was when you were a child. The old monarch snapped, snipping off a new grape branch. Now, you are the Dragon Blood War god. Chu Jinhua wiped his mouth and retorted, "What difference does it make? In your eyes, am I not just a little ruffian? You have quite the sharp tongue." The former sovereign set aside his scissors and approached the round stone table, lifting a purple clay teapot to take a sip. He remarked, "By the way, it would be prudent for you to keep a low profile during this cleansing. Let Xiao Wang handle it." "Well, I am merely supporting Lao Wang. After all, he has just ascended to his position," replied Chu Jinhua, unreservedly. The former sovereign nodded and, with a smile, said, "I have heard that you have left quite a few treasures for that young lad. It appears you have a fondness for him." "Fondness may be too strong a word. I merely do not dislike him," Chu Jinhua casually replied. The former sovereign chuckled, "There are not many who can avoid your disdain. The Dragon Blood War god. I also heard that this young man managed to slay a quasi-4-star professional and several 3-star professionals, all by himself. Self-reliance? Nonsense. It was his beast that did the work." Chu Jinhua scoffed, "That lad is secretive. When he grows up, he is bound to be troublesome." However, contracting a beast capable of defeating a quasi-4-star professional right after his transition suggests he is likely a descendant of a high-ranking divine beast with a significant level. He is a beast master. The strength of his beast is equivalent to his own, the former sovereign remarked with a smile. Chu Jinhua rolled his eyes and refrained from further comment. Yet he suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from Shen Lang's beast, as if he had encountered it somewhere before, though he could not quite place it. At that moment, the former sovereign inquired, "Have you found Wangten?" "Yes, I gave him a cut," Chu Jinhua replied, pulling his thoughts back to the present. The former sovereign pondered for a moment and sighed. "You too should not have reached this point. The past is the past, and the present is the present," Chu Jinhua interrupted. The former sovereign intended to say more but, sensing Chu Jinhua's tone, chose to remain silent. The two fell into a contemplative silence until the former sovereign finally spoke again. "The national battlefield is about to commence. How prepared are you? Life and death are of little consequence. If one is unwilling, let them come." Chu Jinhua shrugged. Just then, Shen Lang's global announcement rang out fortuitously. "Congratulations to the professional from the Great Xia, codenamed Hidden Dragon, for achieving an SSS rating in the Hell level novice dungeon." The two exchanged glances, and Chu Jinhua frowned. Indeed, he is the type to risk everything for a treasure. What's the use of a 1-star chest? After a pause, he continued, "I initially planned to wait a year before taking him to the national battlefield. But it seems I must introduce him to the harsh realities of the profession this year. Isn't it a bit premature to take him this year?" The former sovereign inquired. Chu Jinhua retorted, "Not at all. It is merely his first day post-transition, and he has already defeated a quasi-4-star professional. Should he not attend the national battlefield? Do you expect him to compete with those novices from the academies in the genius rankings? We might as well crown him champion." The former sovereign contemplated this and replied, "In that case, you may make the arrangements. However, I must emphasize one point. This young man possesses considerable potential. Do not let him falter in the national battlefield, for that would be a significant loss for our Great Xia." "All right, I understand," Chu Jinhua said impatiently. The former monarch chuckled and scolded. "All right, if there's nothing pressing, refrain from lingering here and bothering me with these grapevines. Moreover, take away the lunchbox, it reeks." Chapter 35. Farewell to the young lady of the Beast Pavilion. In East Sea City, outside the 3rd novice dungeon, Shen Lang, accompanied by the Queen of Medusa, hailed a taxi and began to meander through the city. The 3 treasure chests from the last novice dungeon had now successfully found their way into his backpack, and the experience gained from repeated dungeon runs had enabled Shen Lang to ascend directly to level 5, officially surpassing the novice phase's limitations. It is noteworthy that, all things considered, Less than 30 hours had elapsed since the global novice class transition. In contrast, most other novice adventurers might still be at level 2 or 3. Only those fortunate enough to possess abundant resources, slashing away at heaps of lowly beasts day and night, might barely reach level 4. It is no exaggeration to assert that Shen Lang is undoubtedly among the fastest novice adventurers in the world to achieve level 5. While one cannot claim him to be the sole individual, given the vastness of the world, it remains uncertain whether anyone possesses unique methods for rapid advancement. For instance, should novice adventurers wield area of effect skills, their rate of gaining experience could also be swift. However, even so, their enhancements would merely pertain to levels and would not significantly bolster their combat prowess. Furthermore, even if such individuals were to reach levels 10 or 20, in Shen Lang's eyes, they would remain inferior. After all, since forming a contract with the Queen of Medusa, Shen Lang's rivals are no longer his fellow novice adventurers. They simply do not measure up. Presently, only those with a 4-star rating or higher could compel Shen Lang to regard them with some seriousness. Of course, Shen Lang did not become arrogant. After all, his future opponents would not be limited to mere 4 or 5 stars, as that would be lacking in ambition. His true rivals would be those formidable 9-star and 10-star adventurers, or even stronger individuals, alongside the divine beasts lurking in the wilderness. Thus, Shen Lang had no intention of lingering in East Sea City. He was prepared to venture directly into the wild to grind for experience. It is worth mentioning that when Shen Lang reached level 5, the Queen of Medusa also successfully advanced to level 8. While the increase in her combat power was marginal, any enhancement is certainly welcome. During this excursion, Shen Lang and the Queen of Medusa truly wandered through the city, switching taxis 5 times. Throughout this process, Shen Lang's appearance fluctuated between his original and secondary visage, ultimately settling on the features and basic information set in his secondary profile upon alighting from the final taxi. Despite Shen Lang's eagerness to exit the city and engage in monster grinding, he had one matter to address first: the contents of his backpack. Together with the Queen of Medusa, they had filled over half of their combined 200 slots, most of which comprised items neither he nor the Queen could utilize. Thus, he needed to sell some of these items to free up space in his backpack for the impending battles in the wild. This is not an unnecessary concern for Shen Lang. After all, given the formidable monster hunting efficiency of Queen Medusa, even with a low drop rate, he is likely to acquire a substantial number of equipment and items. Therefore, necessary preparations must be made. When Shen Lang took his last taxi ride, he had already set his destination to the Occupation Exchange Center in East Sea City, although he could have directly approached the official institution. Given his status as a level 5 honor warrior, he could have exchanged some of his unwanted equipment for contribution points. However, this would require visiting the administrative office, and Shen Lang was not keen on engaging with them at this time. The redemption points at the administrative office were also quite distant from him, so he opted for the Occupation Exchange Center instead. This was Shen Lang's second visit to the Occupation Exchange Center, although it was only yesterday that he had been here. Returning to this place stirred some emotions within him, as it was here that he had contracted with Queen Medusa, essentially, the place where his journey took flight. Queen Medusa evidently recognized the location as well, her gaze shimmering with a hint of mist. It was in this very place that she had once been a fire python, vulnerable to being slain at any moment. Had it not been for Shen Lang's sudden appearance, she might have long since transformed into mere experience points for some other practitioner. However, due to Shen Lang's intervention, she had shed her ordinary form and emerged as a noble 10-star divine beast. The two exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their laughter. Let us proceed inside. Shen Lang and Queen Medusa navigated through the crowd and entered the Occupation Exchange Center. After meandering about for a while, Shen Lang chose to enter a place called Wanbao Pavilion. The reason for his choice was primarily due to the name, which bore resemblance to Wanshou Pavilion, his lucky venue. To his surprise, upon entering, he encountered an acquaintance. "Handsome, are you here to buy items or equipment?" A charming young lady approached him, and coincidentally, she was the one who had previously attended to him at Wanshou Pavilion. Shen Lang had a vivid impression of her, as he had previously expressed skepticism regarding her casual discounting. He had not anticipated encountering her again at Wanbao Pavilion. It seemed likely that the owners of Wanshou Pavilion and Wanbao Pavilion were the same. Reflecting on this, Shen Lang replied, "No, I'm not here to buy. Rather, I wish to sell a few things." The shops in the city, of course, not only sold goods, but also procured them. Otherwise, from where would their inventory originate? Equipment, items, and ferocious beasts all needed to be sourced externally. Some practitioners specialized in this, organizing teams to hunt beasts and gather equipment to sell to these shops. The young lady appraised Shen Lang with a keen eye, evidently perceiving him as one of these practitioners. With a professional smile, she inquired, "May I ask what items this gentleman wishes to sell?" Clearly, she did not recognize the transformed Shen Lang. Shen Lang replied, "Some equipment." The young lady nodded and said, Yes, our Wanbao Pavilion accepts equipment. Please show me what you have. Shall we move to another location? Shen Lang suggested, gesturing to the bustling crowd around them. The young lady paused for a moment, then quickly realized her oversight and apologized. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Please follow me. Naturally. Transactions involving equipment should not take place in such a public setting. Wanbao Pavilion has a designated reception area for handling equipment. Shen Lang was unaware of this, primarily concerned that revealing all his equipment at once might incite a commotion among the patrons, especially since he had more than just a few items to sell. Chapter 36. At last, I have connected with a handsome man, under the guidance of the young lady. Shen Lang and his companions moved from the exhibition hall to an office in the rear courtyard. Sir, miss, please have a seat, the young lady urged, gesturing for Shen Lang and Medusa Queen to sit down before turning to prepare them a cup of hot tea. She then took a seat across from Shen Lang and inquired, Sir, may I ask what equipment you wish to sell? Rest assured, Wanbao Pavilion will offer a fair price. But first, we must appraise the items. As she spoke, the young lady noticed Shen Lang rising with a puzzled expression, thinking he might be leaving. However, Shen Lang remarked, Aren't you asking me to take out my equipment for appraisal? This table is too small. Perhaps placing it on the floor would suffice? Seeing her confusion, Shen Lang added, I have quite a bit of equipment. Ah, quite a bit. Then placing it on the floor will do, the young lady responded, coming to understand. Shen Lang nodded and exchanged a glance with Medusa Queen, who promptly emptied her backpack, spilling forth a multitude of items. Shen Lang did the same, releasing all the equipment of little practical value onto the floor. In an instant, the entire office was illuminated with a luminous green glow, with a few items shining white and several exuding a blue radiance. Shen Lang intended to sell all the equipment that was below blue quality. The young lady, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. The quantity of equipment was staggering. Notably, apart from a few items, the rest were of green excellent quality, and among them were several blue good quality pieces. Moreover, there was even a skill book included. The total number of equipment items exceeded 100. As her gaze flickered over the composed Shen Lang, a thought crossed her mind. Could this handsome man be a plunderer? Impossible. A man so striking could not possibly be a notorious raider. She instinctively dismissed this notion and turned to Shen Lang, stating, Sir, the quantity of your equipment is quite substantial. I fear I cannot manage it alone and will need to find assistance for the appraisal. That is fine. I'm in no rush, Shen Lang replied, returning to the sofa with an air of patience. The young lady, seeing this, refrained from further delay and left the reception room, soon returning with a middle-aged man and 2 female sales associates. The middle-aged man is one of the appraisers at Wanbage, responsible for assessing the quality and grade of the equipment, as well as estimating its value. The 2 female sales assistants are merely there to lend a helping hand. Together with the young lady, the 4 of them busied themselves for nearly half an hour until they completed the inventory and appraisal of all the equipment. Xiao Yi. Here are the estimated values of these items. Please take a look, the middle-aged man remarked, presenting the recorded information with both hands to the young lady. Thank you, master. You may step out now, she replied. After seeing the appraisers off, she perused the documents and returned to face Shen Lang. Sir, you have a total of 108 items for sale, including 4 blue excellent grade, 97 green fine grade, and 7 white ordinary grade. According to our appraiser's evaluation, the overall price amounts to 64.78 million. The young lady concluded, closing the file. Since you have chosen to trade with us at Wanbage, which reflects your trust in us, I shall take the liberty of rounding it to a neat sum of 65 million. How does that sound? Very well. I agree to the price, Shen Lang replied without further deliberation. In his estimation, the equipment should fetch around 30 to 50 million. Thus, he was pleasantly surprised by the sum exceeding 60 million. The young lady rose and extended her delicate hand towards Shen Lang, saying, In that case, let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. I hope that if you have the opportunity in the future, you will come to trade with us at Wanbage again. We would be most honored. Indeed, may our cooperation be fruitful. Shen Lang responded, standing to shake her hand. Sir, please provide me with your account details so I can arrange for the transfer, the young lady continued. After a moment's thought, Shen Lang replied, It's not urgent. I would like to purchase something else as well. Oh, what would you like to buy, sir? An item or equipment? She inquired promptly. Without hesitation, Shen Lang directly asked. I recall there is a type of item that allows professionals to instantly collect equipment dropped by monsters. Do you have any of those? During his time in Sandong Lanxiang, Shen Lang had learned about such items. Certain monsters drop equipment that, once activated, enables one to collect all dropped items with a single action, saving time for professionals. It is a highly convenient and useful tool. Shen Lang had longed to acquire this item, especially since the Medusa Queen's ultimate abilities cover a vast area, potentially defeating numerous fierce monsters at once. If any equipment were to drop, he would have to gather it from various locations, which would be quite cumbersome. The young lady smiled and replied, Yes, we do have them, sir. However, these instant collection cards come in 3 tiers. The The third tier has an automatic collection range of 100 meters, priced at 1 million. The second tier offers a 500-meter range for 6 million. And the first tier extends to 1,000 meters for 15 million. Which one would you prefer? Hearing this, Shen Lang frowned slightly. While the purchase would certainly be worthwhile, it was a bit on the expensive side. Is there no discount? He inquired. The young lady paused momentarily before responding. Very well, I can offer you a discount. How about 20 off? Very well, I would like a one-click pickup card for 1,000 meters, said Shen Lang with an air of confidence. To pass up a bargain would be utterly foolish. The young lady nodded in agreement and inquired further. Sir, is there anything else you wish to purchase? Oh, a 20% discount would be splendid. This remark reminded Shen Lang that he was indeed in need of certain items, particularly the exclusive skills for Beastmasters. Each star level possesses its own set of exclusive skills, and as a one-star Beastmaster, Shen Lang had access to 3 such skills. The previous skill, the Tide of Magic, was one of them, which meant he still required the remaining 2. After some contemplation, Shen Lang decided to acquire them all at once and asked, do you have the skill books for the Tide of Strength and the invisibility technique for a one-star Beastmaster? Ah, so you are a Beastmaster. The young lady smiled brightly before continuing, we have both skill books available at the price of 1.2 million each. Then I shall take them along with the one-click pickup card, Shen Lang replied, unwilling to skimp on his professional skills. Very well, sir. Is there anything else you require? She asked once more. Shen Lang shook his head, not at the moment. The young lady smiled and said, all right then. Please hold on a moment while I fetch your items. Shortly thereafter, she returned with the one-click pickup card and the 2 skill books. Simultaneously, the remaining Daxia coins from his purchase were promptly credited to Shen Lang's account. After securing the skill books and card, Shen Lang prepared to depart from the Beast Pavilion. But the sales lady called out to him. Summoning her courage, she said, Sir, how about we become friends? Shen Lang blinked in confusion. After all, they had merely conducted a transaction. Why would she wish to add him as a friend now? The young lady quickly clarified, please don't misunderstand, sir. I simply believe that if we are friends, it would facilitate any future transactions, allowing you to contact me directly should you wish to sell more equipment. Professionals are indeed able to add each other as friends, albeit with a limit of 100 slots. Thus, outside of close allies, it is uncommon for professionals to seek friendship, especially since communication devices in reality serve as a convenient alternative, making the professional friend system unnecessary for basic exchanges. However, the friend system offers more than mere communication. It also allows for remote trading. Considering her proposal, Shen Lang found it quite agreeable. He would undoubtedly have more equipment to sell in the future, or perhaps wish to buy additional skill books and items. Having a friend in the system would indeed simplify matters, sparing him the need to visit the trading center. Moreover, the young lady's status seemed quite distinguished. She might very well be the daughter of the owners of the Beast Pavilion or the Treasure Pavilion, thus ensuring her credibility. Consequently, in the end, the young lady achieved her aspiration and acquired Shen Lang's first friend slot in the professional system. After Shen Lang and Queen Medusa departed, the young lady clenched her fist and exclaimed, hooray! I have finally connected with a handsome guy. As she watched Shen Lang and his companions fade into the distance from the Wanbao Pavilion, she eagerly accessed her friends list to view Shen Lang's information. Name, Shun Sanliang. Occupation, Beastmaster. Level, confidential. The young lady chuckled. He truly is a Beastmaster and undeniably handsome. Not inferior to the charming young man I encountered at the Beast Pavilion. She paid no mind to the confidentiality surrounding his level. The term confidential was intentionally concealed by Shen Lang. It would not be revealed unless specific investigative skills were employed. After exiting the Wanbao Pavilion, Shen Lang promptly made his way to the Professional Traders Center, during which he checked the young lady's personal details. Name, Yihong Yu. Occupation, Thunder Mage. Level, 69. Upon seeing this information, Shen Lang raised an eyebrow. This young lady was indeed a combat-oriented Thunder Mage. However, judging by her modest 2-star level, it appeared she had completed her job transition only last year, making her roughly a year his senior. Subsequently, Shen Lang retrieved his communicator to investigate the Wanbao Pavilion and the Beast Pavilion, discovering that both establishments were owned by the same individual, who had considerable backing. Notably the Lord of Donghai City, whose surname was also Yi. Naturally, this had little bearing on Shen Lang. He was merely indulging in idle curiosity. As he was now en route to the city's exit. Chapter 37, officially leaving the city. The Phantom Shadow Forest. Monster grinding. The reason why novice dungeons exist within the city and why novice professionals must reach level 5 within these dungeons before venturing outside is that any ferocious beasts encountered beyond the city walls are all above level 5. This measure is a safeguard for novice professionals. This is a globally recognized standard. Professionals under level 5 are prohibited from entering the wilderness. There are exceptions, however, for those insistent on venturing out, as they must be accompanied by a professional of level 10 or above, with prior registration and approval required. The wilderness is currently rife with peril, as ferocious beasts may lurk around every corner, rendering public transportation virtually non-existent. Those of formidable strength may employ their own means of transport, yet for the majority of professionals, the teleportation array is the preferred method, especially for traversing between cities. Which most opt for? The teleportation arrays between cities are entirely under official control, thus the cost of each teleportation is not overly exorbitant. Shen Lang had no intention of traveling to another city. He simply wished to venture into the wilderness to grind monsters and level up. Hence, he proceeded directly to the city's eastern exit, which was closer to the professional traders center, deeming it unnecessary to seek other exits. After passing the city defense systems verification, Shen Lang easily obtained clearance to exit. Upon stepping beyond the city gates, he gazed out at the wild expanse, and an exhilarating sense of freedom washed over him. While safety reigned within the city, it was accompanied by numerous constraints. Now, in the wilderness, he felt as if the sky was the limit. 3 kilometers outside the city, the authorities dispatch professionals daily for cleansing operations, rendering this area relatively safe, where encounters with ferocious beasts are uncommon. Should one occur, it would simply be a matter of unfortunate luck. Not far from the city gates stands a massive electronic display, showcasing a map of the Donghai City's territorial boundaries. The map delineates various small regions, indicating the approximate levels of the ferocious beasts within, as well as the types of creatures that may inhabit those areas. It is undeniable that the authorities are quite considerate towards the professionals, taking into account every possible aspect. At this moment, the number of individuals exiting the city is sparse, comprised mainly of a few hurried professionals, none of whom pay any heed to Shen Lang and his companion. Shen Lang cast a glance at the map on the electronic screen, hesitating to make an immediate decision on his destination. First, he resolved to learn the 2 skills associated with the 1-star Beast Tamer class. Finding a relatively secluded corner, Shen Lang retrieved the skill book for Power Tide. As the name suggests, this skill is akin to Magic Tide, with the latter restoring the magical energy of beasts, while Power Tide evidently serves to replenish their physical stamina. Furthermore, the enhancement effects of this skill bear no distinction from those of Magic Tide. Under the blessing of Shen Lang's SSS level talent, Power Tide also grants beasts a 3-fold increase in stamina recovery speed, just as Magic Tide does. Before long, Shen Lang mastered the Power Tide skill and then extracted the second skill of the 1-star Beast Tamer class. Both Power Tide and Magic Tide are skills directed at the beasts, whereas invisibility is employed by the Beast Tamer themselves. Skill book, Invisibility, level, 1-star, skill description, consumes a certain amount of magical energy to temporarily obscure external senses, lasting for 3 minutes. The effect ceases upon movement, but casting other skills remains unrestricted. Professional requirements, Beast Tamer, Assassin, Hunter, Thief. From the professional requirements, it is evident that invisibility is not exclusive to Beast Tamers. Other classes may also acquire it. However, for Beast Tamers, particularly those at the 1-star level, the skills available are limited to these 3. This skill serves as a means of self-protection for the Beast Tamer, albeit with a rather brief duration of only 3 minutes. Shen Lang felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Yet upon reflection, he acknowledged that it is merely a standard 1-star skill. Nevertheless, the likelihood of circumstances compelling him to utilize invisibility for escape is rather slim. Having completed the learning of both skills, Shen Lang did not linger, but lifted his gaze towards the map on the electronic screen, in search of a suitable destination. After surveying the entire map, he decisively chose the nearby Ghost Shadow Forest. This forest is classified as a 1-star area, meaning the wild creatures within range from levels 3 to 30, perfectly aligning with Shen Lang's current capabilities. Of course, wild creatures below level 30 pose no challenge to either Shen Lang or the Queen Medusa, but what Shen Lang primarily seeks now is leveling up, and he need not concern himself with the specifics, as long as there are ample creatures to facilitate his advancement. The Phantom Forest lies to the south of the city's main thoroughfare. After making his decision, Shen Lang, accompanied by Medusa, ventured into the forest on foot. The outermost edges of the forest posed no threats, yet after delving nearly a kilometer in, he encountered eerie creatures suspended in the air, their upper halves resembling humanoids while their lower halves dissipated into dark mist. Clearly, these were the so-called phantoms. Without hesitation, Shen Lang employed his reconnaissance skill. Phantom Swordsman, level 5, Strength 88, Agility 78, Constitution 67, Spirit 4. Upon reviewing the information regarding the Phantom Swordsman, Shen Lang felt no surprise whatsoever. This was, in fact, the correct manifestation of wild monsters. The creatures he had encountered in dungeons were spawned from hellish-level instances, far superior to ordinary wild monsters. If one were to draw a comparison, the creatures from his dungeons could be deemed elite monsters. I can form a contract with these wild beasts. Shen Lang did not forget his Beastmaster profession and promptly cast a Bloodline item onto the Phantom Swordsman. Phantom Swordsman, level 5, Bloodline limit, ordinary level 1 Phantom, growth limit, level 30. Shen Lang could not help but curl his lip. Such rubbish was an affront to the divine talent of Bloodline insight. Medusa, eliminate them all. He commanded the Queen of Medusa with a lack of enthusiasm, but soon added, well, first take down one, let me test my skills. Understood, my master. Medusa responded obediently, a flicker of flame erupting from her fingertips, aimed straight at one of the Phantom Swordsmen. In a flash, flames engulfed the targeted Phantom Swordsman, who was instantly reduced to nothingness. Your beast has slain a level 5 Phantom Swordsman. You and your beast each gained 6 experience points. Only 6 experience points? However, my level has indeed increased. And this Phantom Swordsman is not nearly as formidable as those in the dungeons. A little less experience is of no consequence. The wilderness is teeming with monsters. Just as Shen Lang sought to reassure himself, the death of one Phantom Swordsman swiftly attracted the attention of the others floating nearby. Simultaneously, the names of these Phantom Swordsmen turned red, as Medusa's slaughter had successfully drawn their ire. The Phantom Swordsman, within a 50-meter radius, charged towards them, not solely targeting Medusa but also Shen Lang, since the Queen of Medusa was his beast. Chapter 38, The Extension Function of Bloodline Insight. Seeing a throng of Phantom Swordsmen converging, Shen Lang remained unperturbed. A group of level 5 weaklings. As long as Medusa were to take this seriously, she could obliterate them with a mere breath. Take your time, Medusa, he advised, then activated his newly learned skills, Force Tide, Magic Tide, and Invisibility. As Force Tide and Magic Tide activated, Shen Lang's passive talent, Blessing, was simultaneously triggered. Your beast, Queen Medusa, restores magic at a speed of 300. Your majestic beast, the Queen Medusa, boasts an impressive health recovery rate of 300. As the invisibility spell was activated, a relevant notification emerged. You have successfully activated the invisibility spell. For the next 3 minutes, your presence will diminish, making it exceedingly difficult to detect your form. Concurrently, the skills of Force Tide and Magic Tide were also bestowed upon Queen Medusa. Clearly visible, a faint glow emanated from her body, signifying the effects of these two abilities. Indeed, upon witnessing these radiant halos, Shen Lang felt a renewed sense of purpose in his role as her master. With a gentle smile cast in Shen Lang's direction, the Queen Medusa gracefully advanced towards the shadowy swordsman. With each step she took, a shadowy swordsman was either crushed or reduced to nothingness by her formidable presence. During this period, the shadowy swordsmen, who had initially converged upon Shen Lang, abandoned their pursuit and redirected their focus towards Queen Medusa. This shift was not merely due to her rampant slaughter, but rather because, under the veil of invisibility, Shen Lang's aura had nearly vanished, causing the shadowy swordsmen to lose their animosity towards him and instead target the vengeful Queen Medusa. Two new types of shadows have emerged. Amidst Queen Medusa's leisurely carnage, additional shadowy figures appeared among the ranks of the swordsmen. Shen Lang, ever mindful of how his Queen Medusa had come to be, recognized that although he outwardly dismissed these shadows, one could never be certain that among them there might not arise another potential beast of divine lineage akin to Queen Medusa herself. Thus, upon discovering these new shadows, Shen Lang activated his Bloodline Insight ability to scrutinize each of the newly emerged shadow creatures. Shadow Soldier, level 5, Bloodline limit, ordinary 1-star shadow, growth limit, level 30, Shadow Archer, level 5, Bloodline limit, ordinary 1-star shadow, growth limit, level 30. Regrettably, the sudden appearance of these two new shadow types proved to be of little worth, lacking even a 2nd-star bloodline. Much like a novice dungeon, apart from initially granting Queen Medusa 2 skills, Shen Lang had largely remained passive throughout the encounter. In stark contrast, Queen Medusa never ceased her onslaught, relentlessly harvesting the experience provided by the shadows. As Queen Medusa continued her relentless slaughter, Shen Lang and his companions advanced several hundred meters, only to encounter yet another wave of shadows. This new batch was visibly larger, their upper bodies clad in dark, heavy armor. However, such armor stood no chance against Queen Medusa. Nevertheless, Shen Lang once again employed his Bloodline Insight. A swift glance revealed that these new shadows were equally devoid of any significant value. Suddenly, Shen Lang raised an eyebrow and broke into a smile, having finally discovered a shadow that seemed somewhat promising. Heavy Armored Phantom, level 5, Bloodline limit, 4-star Phantom Captain, growth limit, level 120. Though the 4-star Bloodline limit might seem modest, it holds little significance for Shen Lang. What truly piqued his interest was the sudden appearance of an additional element within the Bloodline Insight, indicated by a new number in the Bloodline limit section, suggesting the presence of further information. Without hesitation, Shen Lang clicked on the ellipsis, and an information prompt immediately materialized. Congratulations, esteemed Beastmaster. Your proficiency in Bloodline Insight has reached intermediate level. The Bloodline limit will now reveal specific limit information. Please take note. Upon reading this message, Shen Lang was further astonished, realizing that his innate talent possessed an extension feature. This message quickly faded into obscurity, replaced by another. 2-star Bloodline Evolution Success Rate, 75. 3-star Bloodline Evolution Success Rate, 29. 4-star Bloodline Evolution Success Rate, 3. It was evident that this represented the evolution success rates for the heavy armored phantom. Analyzing the data, it appeared that if a typical beast master were to nurture it diligently, the heavy armored phantom could likely evolve to a 2-star level. However, advancing to a 3-star level would require considerable investment and dedication, with a success rate of less than 30%. The probability of achieving a true evolution to a 4-star bloodline stood at a mere 3, indicating an exceedingly slim chance. This 3 probability would likely necessitate the aid of certain items or spiritual artifacts. Of course, should Shen Lang choose to do so, he could effortlessly awaken this heavy armored phantom to a 4-star captain bloodline, as his talent of bloodline regression allows him to disregard the so-called evolution success rates. Even with a 3 success rate, as long as it is not 0, Shen Lang could ensure its successful evolution directly to the mature 4-star form. However, the triviality of a 4-star bloodline did not warrant the use of his bloodline regression talent. Thus, he made no attempt to impede Medusa's slaughter, and the 4-star bloodline heavy armored phantom was swiftly dispatched. Suddenly, Shen Lang recalled something. They had been in the phantom forest for quite some time, and Medusa had already slain numerous phantoms, yet not a single piece of equipment had dropped. Was the drop rate in the wild truly this low? Shen Lang felt somewhat bemused, having invested a substantial sum in a one-click looting card that seemed to go to waste. As if by chance, upon the demise of a phantom swordsman, a gray light emerged from the ground, clearly signifying the drop of an item. Shen Lang promptly activated his one-click looting, and the gray light seamlessly entered his backpack. Inferior iron sword, gray rough, attack, 20, spirit, 1, agility, 5. Shen Lang chuckled, shaking his head. This was indeed dismal. One must understand that equipment dropped in beginner dungeons is at least of the white common grade. Yet, here in the wild, his first piece of equipment turned out to be of the gray rough tier. Fortunately, at that moment, a notification of level up sounded. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your class level has increased from level 5 to level 6. Congratulations, your fixed attributes of 10 have been automatically assigned. Strength 1, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 5. Upon hearing this notification, the discontent in Shen Lang's heart instantly dissipated. The drop rate and quality of equipment in the wild are somewhat inferior to those in the novice dungeon. However, there is a notable advantage, the abundance of ferocious beasts. Having departed from the novice dungeon at level 5, Shen Lang had only been out of the city for less than half an hour when he leveled up. Observing the additional 10 points in free attributes, Shen Lang opted to allocate them all to his spirit attribute, fully committing to his specialization. Chapter 39, Grinding Monsters, Leveling Up. Your beast has slain a level 5 phantom archer, and you and your beast have each gained 4 experience points. Just as Shen Lang reached level 6, he noticed that the experience gained from Medusa's subsequent kills of these phantoms had diminished. Previously, they had received 6 points, but now it had sharply decreased to 4. It seemed that the disparity in levels resulted in a decrease in experience points. Shen Lang quickly grasped this issue. After all, it is natural for higher-level players to earn less experience when defeating lower-level foes. Furthermore, if the level gap becomes too vast, even slaying ferocious beasts yields no experience. As Medusa had already eliminated the remaining phantoms in the vicinity, Shen Lang spoke up. Medusa, let us proceed. Very well, my master. Medusa dispatched the last 2 phantoms in the area and continued deeper into the forest alongside Shen Lang. Since the Phantom Forest is categorized as a 1-star region, they encountered no other adventurers on their journey. After all, even the least skilled adventurers from the previous year would have reached level 30 and would not return to such low-level zones. As for this year's newly transitioned novice adventurers, they were still striving to reach level 5 and were not yet qualified to leave the city. To take it a step further, even if there were sporadic novice adventurers who had reached level 5, the vastness of the wild areas made it unlikely for them to cross paths. Under these circumstances, the Phantom Forest had effectively transformed into a personal dungeon, belonging solely to Shen Lang, who need not worry about other adventurers competing for his kills. It was utterly relaxing. Due to the level considerations, Shen Lang, for convenience, traversed the area of level 6 wild monsters alongside the Queen Medusa, directly advancing to the region of level 7 ferocious beasts, where defeating lower-level foes would yield relatively greater experience. However, Shen Lang did not overreach too far, as the wild monsters in the Phantom Forest were not infinite, and resources must be maximally utilized. Remaining true to his style, Shen Lang initiated encounters with ferocious beasts by employing Bloodline Insight first. It must be noted that the phantoms in the level 7 wild monster area were indeed stronger than those previously encountered, and the bloodline was equally formidable. Phantom Mage, level 7, bloodline limit, 3-star Phantom Squad Leader, growth limit, level 90, 2-star evolution success rate, 90, 3-star evolution success rate, 12, after a brief glance. Shen Lang turned to Queen Medusa and said, "Proceed. As you wish, my master." The Queen of Medusa responded with a nod and immediately advanced toward the phantoms of the shadow mages, resuming her slaughter. Your tamed beast has slain a shadow mage. And both you and your tamed beast earned 20 experience points. To his astonishment, there were 20 experience points? Shen Lang had anticipated a modest increase in experience. Yet he was taken aback by the substantial amount, which exceeded his expectations. The novice dungeon did not offer such exaggerated rewards. However, upon reflection, it was reasonable. The dangers in a novice dungeon were minimal, and even if one encountered peril, a timely exit was possible. In the wilderness, however, no one would afford such an escape. Facing danger was solely one's own burden. An increase in experience points was undoubtedly advantageous for Shen Lang, prompting him to urge Medusa, "Medusa, let us hasten our pace." "Understood, my master." Medusa became slightly more focused, accelerating her pace in eliminating the shadow mages. Minutes later, the level 7 shadow zone was nearly cleared by Queen Medusa, with only 7 or 8 remaining on the periphery, untainted by hostility. Medusa's figure flickered, each swift movement signifying the acquisition of experience from a fallen shadow. As the last level 7 shadow mage was vanquished by Queen Medusa, 2 notifications resonated simultaneously in Shen Lang's mind. "Congratulations, Beastmaster. Your tamed beast Queen Medusa has leveled up to level 9, granting you 100 fixed attribute points. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your profession level has ascended from level 6 to level 7. Congratulations, your fixed attribute points of 10 have been automatically allocated. Strength 1, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 5. Congratulations, you have 10 free attribute points." Shen Lang was momentarily stunned. He had leveled up simultaneously with Queen Medusa. This was undoubtedly due to the ample number of shadows in the level 7 zone, which provided significantly higher experience. Rather than resting, Shen Lang opted to commence the cleanup of the battlefield, performing a one-click loot action. The level 7 shadow zone spanned less than a kilometer, ensuring that the entire battlefield fell within the one-click loot area. Soon, all dropped equipment and items automatically entered Shen Lang's backpack. Alas, the drop rate was truly dismal. Shen Lang sighed, lacking even the motivation to examine the equipment. The combined number of shadows from both zones had exceeded 1,000. Yet he had only collected a mere 12 pieces of equipment, 1 green quality, 2 white ordinary, and 8 gray crude, hardly worth a glance. Let us proceed to the level 8 shadow zone. Shen Lang decisively dismissed the equipment, continuing deeper into the shadow forest alongside Medusa. Before long, they arrived at the level 8 shadow area. The shadows here predominantly wielded weapons, some bore long spears, while others brandished axes and knives, a diverse array. Being level 8 shadows, their combat strength was naturally greater. Yet for Medusa, this slight enhancement in their capabilities was nearly inconsequential. As the level 8 specter's enmity surged, Shen Lang's bloodline insight continued unabated, scanning the specters that were converging upon the Medusa Queen. Among them, one specter wielding a long spear boasted a commendable bloodline limit. Long Spear Spectre, level 8, bloodline limit, 6-star Spectre General, growth limit, level 180, 2-star evolution success rate, 99, 3-star evolution success rate, 73, 4-star evolution success rate, 43, 5-star evolution success rate, 18, 6-star evolution success rate, 5. This marked Shen Lang's first encounter with a 6-star bloodline in the wild, which was indeed quite impressive. However, given that his first tamed beast was the 10-star Medusa Queen, he found anything below 10 stars rather unimpressive. Thus, this seed of a tamed beast, which would typically incite fierce competition among ordinary beast tamers, soon succumbed to the flames of the Medusa Queen. The number of specters in the level 8 region exceeded that of the level 7 area, such that, even after Medusa had slain about half of them, Shen Lang was swiftly greeted with an upgrade, ascending from level 7 to level 8 at a pace akin to that of a rocket launch. Before long, the specters in the level 8 region were entirely vanquished by the Medusa Queen. While activating the one-click loot feature to collect the equipment, Shen Lang inquired of Medusa, "Shall we take a moment to rest?" "No need, master. It's quite effortless. I'm not tired at all," Medusa replied gently. Facing a horde of diminutive creatures barely reaching level 10, Medusa could dispatch them with a mere flick of her hand, indeed expending no significant effort. Shen Lang nodded, smiling as he declared, "Then let us proceed and see how many levels we can ascend today." Chapter 40, Legendary Level Boss, Spectre Vice General. In the Spectre Forest, Level 9 Spectre Region, Shen Lang leaned against a fallen ancient tree, legs crossed, watching as Medusa ruthlessly dispatched the level 9 specters. The surrounding specters had all been assessed by his Bloodline insight ability, revealing that the highest among them was merely a 3-star elite. A 3-star elite specter was comparable to a 5-star ordinary one. Yet, that was the extent of it. Shen Lang had effortlessly dispatched the previous 6-star ordinary specter without a second thought, let alone this 3-star elite specter. Under Medusa's swift onslaught, the level 9 specter region was soon cleansed. After collecting the equipment with a single click, Shen Lang and Medusa pressed onward to the level 10 specter region. As before, the slaughter continued unabated, with all specters transforming into experience points for both the man and beast. After wiping out the level 10 specters, both Shen Lang and the Medusa Queen leveled up once more. Shen Lang ascended from level 8 to level 9, while the Medusa Queen rose from level 9 to level 10. Such a pace of advancement was unparalleled. Shen Lang grinned, noting that this was achieved without Medusa employing her area of effect attacks. Otherwise, they would have progressed even more rapidly. Unfortunately, the drop rate for equipment remained abysmal, yielding only a scant few items, and their quality was disappointingly low. With little else to say, they ventured deeper into the Spectre Forest. The region of the Phantom Forest is vast, spanning at least 30 to 40 kilometers in diameter. Shen Lang and his companions have ventured nearly 10 kilometers in, which means they are now quite close to the central area. The formidable beasts of level 10 and above are known to spawn boss entities. Their journey to the area of level 11 has consumed considerable time, although they encountered a few scattered level 11 phantoms along the way. The previous swarms of dozens or even hundreds of phantoms have yet to materialize, leaving Shen Lang somewhat perplexed. Before long, Queen Medusa suddenly spoke. "Master, there is a presence ahead that is somewhat stronger. Indeed, let us investigate." Shen Lang responded immediately. After traversing approximately 100 meters, they caught a clear glimpse through the gaps in the trees of a colossal phantom ahead. This phantom, clad in black armor that seemed to meld with its form, possessed 2 robust arms entwined with black chains. As it moved, the chains emitted a harsh clattering sound that was quite jarring. Compared to the previous phantoms, this one was at least double the size, towering close to 3 meters. This time, Shen Lang refrained from using his Bloodline insight first. Instead, he cast a probing spell. Phantom Vice Commander, Legendary Boss. Level, 16, Strength, 320, Constitution, 350, Agility, 300, Spirit, 250. To his astonishment, it was indeed a boss. Shen Lang was slightly taken aback, not expecting to encounter a boss so soon, as they are quite rare in the wild. Just then, the Phantom Vice Commander seemed to sense Shen Lang's probing. With a thunderous roar, the Vice Commander scanned the surroundings with its enormous eyes, locking onto Shen Lang and Queen Medusa. Boom. In the next moment, the boss charged toward them. However, it appeared that the Phantom Vice Commander had suddenly noticed Queen Medusa, abruptly halting its advance. As a boss, its intelligence surpassed that of ordinary monsters, allowing it to sense the terrifying aura of this humanoid entity. Consequently, after a brief pause, the Phantom Vice Commander turned and fled in the opposite direction. Indeed, upon recognizing the dread emanating from Queen Medusa, this legendary boss unhesitatingly opted for flight. "Medusa, pursue him. He is escaping," Shen Lang exclaimed, bewildered by the scene. It was a rare opportunity to confront a legendary boss. There was no reason to let it slip away. "He's not getting away," Medusa declared, and before her words could fully resonate, her figure vanished from sight. Shen Lang had only taken a few steps when he saw the Phantom Vice Commander, which had already fled several dozen meters away, suddenly crash to the ground. Simultaneously, Queen Medusa's form materialized in midair, reaching out to grasp the chains that floated above. "Return." With a firm grip, Queen Medusa seized the weapon that once belonged to the Ghost Shadow General, transforming it into her own. In a swift motion, the chains writhed and ensnared the neck of the Ghost Shadow General, sending his figure soaring through the air in a graceful parabola before crashing heavily to the ground. Not far from Shen Lang, simultaneously, Queen Medusa returned, holding the other end of the chain. As for the fallen Ghost Shadow Vice General, he was utterly incapacitated, unable to rise due to the oppressive aura of Queen Medusa's divine beast. Those ghost shadows encountered earlier would meet a similar fate should Medusa reveal her formidable power. Just like in a novice dungeon, she need not lift a finger, as these lowly specters would be effortlessly crushed. Queen Medusa tugged at the chain and inquired of Shen Lang, "My master, shall I execute him directly?" "Wait, let me take a look first." Shen Lang approached and immediately activated Bloodline Insight on the Ghost Shadow Vice General, revealing the following information. Ghost Shadow Vice General, Legendary Boss. Level, 16, Bloodline Cap, 3-star Legendary. Growth Cap, Level 120, 2-star Evolution Success Rate, 98. 3-star Evolution Success Rate, 80. The evolution rates were indeed quite favorable, yet the Bloodline Cap was disappointingly low, limited to merely 3 stars. Though classified as Legendary, A 3-star rating fell woefully short, equating to a mere 8-star ordinary level at best. 10-star ordinary levels were considered worthless, let alone 8-star ordinary levels. In an instant, Shen Lang lost all interest in the Ghost Shadow Vice-General, waving his hand dismissively. Go ahead and kill him. Very well, my master. No sooner had Queen Medusa spoken than she hurled the chain with a reverse motion, piercing through the Vice-General's skull like a spear. The Vice-General's head shattered, and his body dissipated into black mist, quickly vanishing. At that moment, a notification echoed in Shen Lang's mind, signaling the Vice-General's defeat. Your Divine Beast has slain the Ghost Shadow Vice-General, legendary boss. You and your Divine Beast each gain 180 experience points. Where the Vice-General had once stood, radiant orbs of light began to flicker. Finally, some worthwhile loot emerged. Otherwise, this boss would have truly lost face. Shen Lang internally lamented, swiftly activating the one-click pickup feature. To his delight, it proved remarkably effective, directly transferring the items into his inventory. In the next moment, the lights on the ground vanished, having already appeared in Shen Lang's backpack. Upon inspecting his inventory, Shen Lang was astonished to discover, splendid. This time, I even obtained a skill book. Chapter 41, 10-star Divine Beast Bloodline, King of Shadows. Given the drop rates and quality of the thousands of wild monsters prior, Shen Lang had not harbored high hopes for this boss. However, it could only be said that it was indeed a delightful surprise. In addition to the skill book, he also acquired a beast crystal and 2 pieces of equipment. Notably, one was a blue excellent grade item, while the other was a red perfect grade piece. A considerable upgrade from the previous loot, speaking solely of the equipment dropped by monsters. The crimson item represents the pinnacle of quality that Shen Lang has acquired from the beginning until now. The gear obtained from treasure chests, of course, does not factor into this. Shen Lang first extracted a skill book, activating the skill inspection, which promptly revealed its information. Skill book, Phantom Summoning. Skill description, consumes a certain amount of mana to summon a specific number of phantoms to combat enemies. The higher the level, the stronger and more numerous the summoned phantoms. Class requirement, Summoner. This skill is quite impressive. Regrettably, it can only be learned by a summoner. Shen Lang felt a hint of disappointment. Although the phantoms seemed ineffectual against Medusa, they were still rather formidable. Summoning 1 would create a 2-on-1 scenario. Summoning 10 would result in a 10-on-1. Summoning a multitude would truly overwhelm the opponent. He decided to keep it, for who knows. Perhaps his second profession will indeed be that of a summoner? Shen Lang tossed the skill book behind him and subsequently retrieved a fist-sized, jet black crystal. Dark Beast Crystal, level 1 star. Description, formed from concentrated dark energy, it can be used for forging, magical arrays, alchemy, and more. Shen Lang was well aware of what a beast crystal was. Such items could only be dropped by fierce beasts in the wild. The drop rate for boss-level fierce beasts is nearly 100%, while that for other fierce beasts is significantly lower. For ordinary fierce beasts, only those of higher stars and levels have a chance to yield a beast crystal. This item has a rather broad range of applications. So Shen Lang chose not to sell it, placing it in his backpack instead. Generally, he kept the items he required on his person, while those intended for sale were stored in Medusa's backpack. Next, Shen Lang extracted the blue equipment from the boss loot. Phantom Pendant, blue quality, mentality 12. Agility 10, wearing requirement, mentality 70. Despite being of blue quality, the attributes offered were rather lackluster, making it suitable only for sale. Shen Lang tossed it into Medusa's backpack, then retrieved the red perfect equipment. Phantom Mask, red perfect, defense 30, strength 16, agility 12, mentality 15, wearing requirement, mentality 150. This piece is quite commendable. Although its stats are not exaggerated, they suit me rather well. Indeed, it far surpasses my previous mask. Shen Lang assessed the Phantom Mask, noting its aesthetically pleasing design. Though termed a mask, it resembled a semi-open helmet or crown, adorned in shades of black and red, exuding an enchanting aura. With a single command, he donned the Phantom Mask, which settled upon his head, albeit feeling somewhat peculiar. Presently, his equipment comprised mismatched pieces, resulting in an incongruous appearance. But there was little he could do about it. How he wished to acquire a complete set of divine armor in the future. Shen Lang mused silently. Yet he did not remove the Phantom Mask, as it still appeared rather cool. In summary, the recent defeat of the Ghost Shadow Vice-Admiral boss has yielded considerable rewards, heightening his anticipation for the savage beasts lurking in the wilderness. Let us proceed, Medusa, he declared, turning his gaze toward her as he ventured deeper into the Ghost Shadow Forest. Perhaps due to the presence of the Ghost Shadow Vice-Admiral, the surrounding specters were markedly scarce, resembling the previous encounters where only a few specters appeared, effortlessly dispatched by Medusa. Logically, they should have entered the level 11 specter territory by now, yet the elusive specters remained absent. With a hint of concern, Shen Lang addressed Medusa. Have we perhaps strayed from our path? My master, we have not deviated, Medusa assured him, gesturing toward their forward route. Ahead lies a plethora of specter auras. Very well. Then let us hasten, Shen Lang replied, placing his trust in Medusa's instincts, for she possessed the keen sensitivity of a 10-star divine beast. Thus, they continued onward for a few minutes when suddenly, a dense black mist materialized ahead. The obscurity was profound, limiting Shen Lang's visibility to approximately 10 meters, rendering anything beyond indistinct. Medusa, is there danger within? He inquired. Glancing into the black mist, Queen Medusa smiled and replied, My master, there is no peril, but what? Shen Lang asked, curiosity piqued. With a playful smile, Queen Medusa explained, the black mist emanates from a shadow within. Could this vast expanse of mist signify another boss? Shen Lang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Medusa, swiftly reveal it. Of course, my master. Medusa nodded, her figure shooting forth like an arrow into the depths of the swirling black mist. In mere moments, the tumultuous black mist began to swirl and dissipate. And before it fully cleared, Queen Medusa emerged with a peculiar creature resembling a diminutive shark, trembling in her grasp. Why is it so small? Shen Lang mused, observing the creature which was no larger than a small puppy. However, Medusa had indicated that the black mist was released from this very being, suggesting its extraordinary nature. Without hesitation, Shen Lang employed his Bloodline insight skill. Dark Mist Spectre, level 10, Bloodline limit, 10-star Divine Beast level Shadow Monarch, growth limit, level 300, upon discovering the 10-star Divine Beast Bloodline limit. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. A 10-star Divine Beast Bloodline. This stroke of fortune has come entirely unanticipated. A radiant smile adorned his face as he marveled at this serendipitous discovery of a 10-star Divine Beast Bloodline, feeling immensely fortunate. As for the success rate of evolving the Bloodline limit, it was hardly necessary to contemplate. Even if the evolution success rate of the Shadow Phantom is 1 in a billion, for Shen Lang, it is a certainty. Seeing Shen Lang grinning from ear to ear, Queen Medusa couldn't help but lift the Shadow Phantom and ask, Master, do you fancy this little creature? Indeed, it shall become our new companion. Shen Lang replied with a smile, approaching them and placing his hand gently upon the head of the Shadow Phantom. Contract Art, commence. Chapter 42, Shadow Monarch, Shadow Traversal. Shadow Transformation. As the Shadow Phantom sensed Shen Lang approaching, it instinctively attempted to struggle, but being firmly grasped by Medusa rendered it immobile. However, when Shen Lang's hand rested upon its head, especially as the contract star array illuminated, the Shadow Phantom finally realized that this human intended not to harm it, but to forge a bond, transforming it into a beast of mastery. As comprehension dawned, the terror in its dark crimson eyes gradually morphed into acceptance. Moments later, the contract ceremony concluded, and the star array melded into the Shadow Phantom's being. It was evident that a master-servant relationship had been established between Shen Lang and the Shadow Phantom, accompanied by a notification of contract success. Congratulations. You have successfully contracted the beast, Shadow Phantom. Beast, Shadow Phantom. Attribute, Dark. Level, 10 Strength. 168. Agility, 160. Constitution, 150. Spirit, 8. Talent, F-grade Dark Power Attack 39. Skill, Dark Mist. Similar to the initial revelation with Medusa, the primary information of the Shadow Phantom appeared first, followed by a series of notification chimes. SSS-Grade Talent Bloodline Insight triggered, detecting that the beast possesses a faint Divine Beast level 10-star Shadow Monarch Bloodline. Divine Grade Talent Bloodline Reversion triggered. Do you wish to activate the Shadow Phantom's bloodline, reverting it to the Shadow Monarch? Divine Grade Talent Extraction triggered. Do you wish to extract talents from the beast? Divine Grade Talent Beast Assimilation triggered. Do you wish to assimilate the beast? Having traversed these procedures before, Shen Lang adeptly declined the last 2 Divine Grade talents. Whether it be talent extraction or beast assimilation, such actions would naturally wait until after the Shadow Phantom's bloodline reversion. At this moment, the Shadow Phantom, now a beast under Shen Lang's command, began to struggle in Queen Medusa's grasp, yearning to approach Shen Lang. Medusa, please release it. Shen Lang instructed. Medusa nodded and replied, As you wish, master. Upon her words, Medusa loosened her hold, and the creature immediately darted to Shen Lang, circling around him as if earnestly assessing its new master, ultimately settling upon his shoulder. Seeing this, Queen Medusa gently commanded, Descend. The Shadow Phantom trembled, locking eyes with Medusa for a brief moment before reluctantly leaping down from Shen Lang's shoulder, hesitant to move further. Amused by the scene, Shen Lang grinned and looked up at the somewhat jealous Queen Medusa, saying, All right, Medusa, do not frighten it any further. It shares the same formidable lineage as you once did, being a fierce beast of great power, which is why I chose to form a contract with it. Oh, now I understand. No wonder the master decided to contract such a diminutive creature. Medusa then scrutinized the shadow phantom with newfound seriousness and remarked, "However, I am the eldest sister, the first to accompany the master." Indeed, you are undoubtedly the queen bee," Shen Lang replied with a smile. "It is amusing that even with just 2 contracted beasts, they are already vying for affection. One can only imagine the chaos that will ensue when more beasts join the fray." Satisfied with Shen Lang's affirmation, the queen of Medusa displayed a contented expression and cast a condescending glance at the shadow phantom. In response, the shadow phantom swiftly concealed itself behind Shen Lang, appearing rather endearing in its demeanor. Shen Lang chuckled softly and then declared without hesitation, "Ancestral Return. The divine level talent, Bloodline Ancestral Return, has been successfully activated. Your contracted beast, Shadow Phantom, is currently awakening the 10-star divine beast level bloodline of the Shadow Monarch." With the sound of the notification, the Shadow Phantom involuntarily ascended into the air, enveloped in layers of dark mist that gradually obscured its form. Shen Lang was quite curious about the shape the Shadow Phantom would take after its ancestral return, but the dense fog made it difficult to see clearly. Before long, the darkness began to dissipate, revealing the ultimate form of the Shadow Monarch, akin to Medusa, manifesting in a semi-human shape. "Ah, another girl." Shen Lang observed the successfully transformed Shadow Monarch, feeling a mix of astonishment and delight. Cascading waist-length hair framed a doll-like visage, adorned in an outfit resembling a black suit, complemented by eyes with a faint crimson hue, lending the Shadow Monarch an overall dark aesthetic befitting her name. Notably, this Shadow Monarch bore a resemblance to Medusa in that she, too, lacked legs. More accurately, it was not that she had no legs, but rather that her short skirt enveloped her thighs, fading into a swirl of black mist at the calf, giving the impression that the Shadow Monarch was floating ethereally in the air, a rather uncanny sight. "Congratulations, Beastmaster. Your contracted beast, Shadow Phantom, has successfully undergone ancestral return to become the 10-star divine beast level Night Monarch." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang immediately diverted his gaze from the Night Monarch and accessed her information. Beast, Dark Night King. Attribute, Dark. Level, 10 Strength, 1400 Agility, 1300 Constitution, 1600 Spirit, 1300 SSS level talent, Shadow Leap. Able to traverse within shadows. SSS level talent. Shadow Transformation. Body transforms into a shadow, reducing damage by 500. Skills. Ultimate Darkness. Shadow Clone Technique. Peerless Shadow Arrow. Shen Lang glanced at this information. The 4-dimensional attributes were comparable to those of the current Medusa Queen. However, in terms of constitution, the Dark Knight King was somewhat superior, indicating a remarkable defensive capability. Furthermore, akin to the Medusa Queen, the Dark Knight King possessed 2 formidable SSS-level talents. Shadow Leap allowed traversal between shadows, making it an exceptional tactic for both retreating and assassination. The other SSS-level talent, Shadow Transformation, was even more potent, constituting an absolute defensive talent. A damage reduction of 500. What difference does it make from donning a turtle shell? Imagine dealing 10,000 points of damage, only for it to be reduced to a mere 2,000 upon impact. It was akin to transforming a powerful skill into a mere basic attack. Shen Lang felt a surge of envy. As a beast master, he had no need for offensive capabilities. Thus, his greatest vulnerability lay in himself. Acquiring this talent would significantly enhance his own safety. Even if his beasts occasionally faltered and an enemy closed in to inflict harm, the damage could be minimized. Without delay, Shen Lang declared, "Talent Extraction." Although he found the Shadow Transformation talent impressive, he also appreciated the practicality of Shadow Leap as an escape mechanism. Regardless of which talent he extracted, it would be advantageous for him, he reassured himself. "Congratulations. You have extracted the SSS-level talent Shadow Transformation from your beast, Dark Knight King." The prompt soon chimed, confirming the extraction of Shadow Transformation. One must admit, Shen Lang's luck was quite favorable. He had indeed managed to extract the desired talent. A 5-fold damage reduction skill was likely beyond the capabilities of any equipment. Speaking of equipment, when the time came, he could acquire divine gear. Achieving 6-fold or even 7-fold damage reduction, this level of defense could make anyone weep. At that moment, the Dark Knight King emerged from her ancestral awakening state. She gazed at her transformed appearance, entirely different from before, and the legacy of the 10-star divine beast lineage enlightened her understanding of her circumstances. Timidly, she looked at Shen Lang and exclaimed, "Master." Floating beside him, she bowed deeply and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for activating the divine beast bloodline within me and enabling my successful return to ancestry. There's no need for concern. Just follow me diligently from now on," Shen Lang replied with a smile. The Dark Knight King nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, I will, master." Shen Lang gazed at the Shadow King and, pointing at the Medusa Queen, remarked, "She is my first beast companion, and you are my second. Allow me to introduce you. Medusa, a stellar 10-star divine beast in her own right, was indeed the Medusa Queen. You may call her sister. After all, Shen Lang had promised Medusa that she would take the lead, and he felt it necessary to facilitate their acquaintance to prevent any potential discord between her and the Shadow King. Upon hearing this, the Shadow King turned her attention to the Medusa Queen, perhaps due to the unsettling events that transpired during her shadowy state. She felt a lingering trepidation towards the Medusa Queen and softly uttered, "Shadow, I have met my sister." Medusa Queen responded with an indifferent tone. The Shadow King, feeling helpless, cast a pleading glance towards Shen Lang, silently expressing her inability to navigate the aloof demeanor of this regal figure. Noticing her distress, Shen Lang addressed the Medusa Queen, saying, "All right, Medusa, from now on, we shall be partners, especially you two. Not only must you assist me in leveling up by defeating monsters, but you must also ensure my safety. Cooperation between you is essential. Rest assured, Master, I will coordinate well with her." Medusa then cast a glance at the Shadow King and instructed, "Shadow, your attributes and skills should lean towards defense. Therefore, you will be responsible for the Master's safety, while I will primarily aid him in monster hunting and leveling. Do you understand?" Her tone brooked no dissent. Issuing a command rather than seeking consent, Shen Lang chose not to intervene further, considering that he might acquire more beast companions in the future. Having the Medusa Queen manage them was a prudent choice, especially since she was willing to assume the role of leader. Before the Shadow King could respond, Medusa reiterated, "If the Master suffers even the slightest harm under your protection, you shall answer for it." At this moment, the Shadow King possessed strength and intellect not inferior to that of the Medusa Queen. However, the aloof queen still exerted a subtle dominance over her youthful counterpart, especially as she could discern that the Master did not oppose Medusa's arrangements. Consequently, the Shadow King obediently declared, "All right, Sister Medusa, I will protect the Master diligently. As long as I draw breath, I will not allow anyone to harm him in the slightest." "That is for the best," Medusa Queen replied, maintaining her cool demeanor. This indicated that the highborn queen would only display a servile disposition towards Shen Lang, while consistently retaining her regal presence with others. The Shadow King's face darkened with frustration, and Shen Lang recognized it was time for him to interject. Yet, at that moment, Medusa suddenly addressed Shen Lang, saying, "Master, a multitude of ghostly figures is converging upon us." She glanced at the dark shadows and added, "This may be due to her bloodline returning to its ancestral form." Indeed, when the Shadow's bloodline had reverted, it had released an abundance of bloodline aura, which served as an irresistible temptation for ordinary ghostly figures. If they could absorb even a fraction of it, it would lead to a profound transformation and enhancement. Shen Lang looked in the direction indicated by Medusa and inquired, "How many?" "At least several thousand." A flash of fierce intensity flickered in Medusa's eyes as she remarked, "Yet, they are not formidable. There is no presence of a boss-level entity among them. I can handle this." Given her current combat prowess, if she were to exert herself seriously, it would be a mere trifling matter to contend with thousands of mid-level specters, let alone tens of thousands. It would simply require her to exhale a few more times. Shen Lang was undoubtedly aware of this as well, which is why he did not exhibit any signs of anxiety upon hearing of the impending assault by such a multitude of specters. "Shadow, safeguard your master," Medusa commanded before turning to confront the specters that had begun to manifest in the forest. However, Shen Lang called out to her, smiling as he said, "Medusa, why don't you let Shadow protect me this time? She has just joined us, and I have yet to witness her in action. It's a perfect opportunity for her to demonstrate her capabilities, while you can take a moment to rest." Upon hearing this, Medusa acquiesced, saying, "Very well, Master." Shadow, somewhat taken aback by the request, remained momentarily dazed until Shen Lang urged, "Aren't you going yet?" "Ah, yes, Master. I shall not disappoint you." With that, Shadow excitedly glided towards the gathering horde of specters. This was her first chance to showcase her strength before her master, and she was determined to impress him with her prowess. Meanwhile, Shen Lang reassured Medusa, "Since you aspire to be the elder sister, you must earn Shadow's allegiance, not through sheer strength, but through her willing devotion. You are the queen of divine beasts, and she, too, is a sovereign, despite her petite stature. She possesses royal blood. Do you understand? Then, Master, how should I proceed?" Medusa inquired softly, clearly invested in the matter. Shen Lang chuckled and replied, "In my homeland, we have an adage. It is about balancing the stick with sweetness." "I do not comprehend, Master." Medusa shook her head. Shen Lang pondered briefly before elucidating, in simpler terms. "You cannot merely coerce someone into doing something. You must also treat them with kindness." "Oh, I shall try that in the future. Thank you, Master," Medusa said, affectionately tugging at Shen Lang's arm, feeling elated to have his support. Suddenly, both Shen Lang and Medusa sensed the surroundings growing dim, as if a heavy shroud of darkness were sweeping in. They looked up to find that, unbeknownst to them, Shadow had ascended into the air. The black mist beneath her was swirling wildly, quickly spreading outwards from her center towards the encroaching specters. This was one of Shadow's area of effect skills, Ultimate Darkness. Chapter 44. I have a business deal worth over 100 million to discuss with you. Under the cloak of the black mist, day transformed into night. And at that moment, Shadow truly resembled a queen commanding the darkness. However, Ultimate Darkness encompassed more than merely unleashing the mist. As the black fog spread, the specters charging forward began to dissolve at an observable rate. Once they disintegrated, they became part of the black mist, which then surged forth to engulf other specters. The number of these phantoms is not only numerous but also exceeds level 10, with some approaching level 20. It is evident that the Shadow's ancestral return has attracted an overwhelming number of phantoms, nearly drawing in all those below level 20 in the vicinity. During the dissolution of these phantoms, the sound of notifications regarding the Shadow's kills continuously echoed in Shen Lang's mind. Your beast has slain a winged phantom. And you and your beast each gain 9 experience points. Your beast has slain. The notifications barely ceased, to the point where Shen Lang could not discern the types of phantoms being vanquished. Nonetheless, the experience was surging. Indeed, it was surging, increasing by 2 or 3 digits every single moment. The completion of level experience was also rapidly advancing. Level 9 at 12, level 9 at 34, level 9 at 58. It is worth noting that Medusa was present the entire time, although she merely observed without engaging in battle. As long as the beast was summoned, she would receive corresponding experience regardless of her involvement, which is one of the attributes of a beast master. This implies that the experience gained from the phantoms slain by the Shadow, utilizing Ultimate Darkness, was being divided among Shen Lang, her, and Medusa. However, the rapid increase in Shen Lang's experience indicates the sheer volume of kills executed by the Shadow. The group damage of a 10-star divine beast is no exaggeration. Shen Lang sighed in genuine admiration. During the novice dungeon, Medusa had showcased this once before, and now the Shadow's area damage was equally astonishing. As the tide of phantoms continued to perish, the range of black mist released by the Shadow also diminished, lingering only in the areas where phantoms remained, rapidly dissolving into nothingness. Just as the black mist was nearing its end, another notification resonated in Shen Lang's mind. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your profession level has risen from level 9 to level 10. Congratulations, your beast Medusa Queen has ascended from level 10 to level 11. Congratulations. Your beast Shadow King has risen from level 10 to level 11. This wave of the Shadow's slaughter against the phantoms allowed Shen Lang and his 2 beasts to almost simultaneously attain a new level. Such rapid advancement is astonishing, yet delightful. Shen Lang chuckled, thoroughly satisfied with the Shadow's formidable skill. Although the Shadow is primarily a defensive 10-star divine beast, it does not falter in terms of offensive capability, being both a protector and an attacker. Of course, the reason they all managed to level up was not solely due to the Shadow's thousands of phantom kills. It was also because of the experience gained from defeating higher-level foes, which significantly contributed to their advancement. Otherwise, Medusa and the Shadow might not have leveled up. Nonetheless, leveling up is undoubtedly a boon, as Shen Lang joyfully received 10 fixed attribute points and 10 free attribute points. Both the Shadow and Medusa gained 100 fixed attribute points upon leveling up, which left Shen Lang envious. However, considering they are both his beasts, it is of little concern. Everything belonging to the beasts is his. The passage of time felt slow, yet in reality, it had been less than a minute since the Ultimate Darkness was unleashed, barely exceeding 30 seconds. Before long, thousands of phantoms, each exceeding level 10, were entirely consumed by the Ultimate Darkness. The endless black mist dissipated, transforming once more into the feet of the Shadow, which swiftly floated back. Master, I've eliminated them all, the Shadow exclaimed, returning to Shen Lang's side as if seeking praise. Shen Lang nodded, gently patting her small head, and smiled. Well done, the Shadow is quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment, Master. I shall strive to improve. The Shadow beamed joyfully, resembling a delighted child. At that moment, Medusa, who had previously maintained a cold demeanor towards the Shadow, changed her tone and encouraged, keep it up. Surprised by Medusa's words, the Shadow glanced at her and replied, Yes, Sister Medusa, I will do my best. If I ever err in the future, please remind me. All right, Medusa responded, casting a glance at Shen Lang. She could sense that after she initiated conversation with the Shadow, their relationship had subtly strengthened. Thus, her gaze towards Shen Lang was filled with admiration. He truly understood everything. Shen Lang returned Medusa's appreciative look and remarked, with so many phantoms defeated, we've accumulated quite a bit of loot. It seems we should gather the equipment now, as the notifications suggest there's a considerable quantity. As he spoke, Shen Lang activated the one-click pickup feature, and immediately, his inventory filled with various items. In an instant, his bag was full. He then switched to Medusa's inventory, which also filled up just as swiftly. Fortunately, He was now accompanied by a shadow. It dawned upon Shen Lang that he had yet to apply a talent to the shadow, augmentation. Without delay, he bestowed the augmentation upon her, thereby increasing her bag's capacity by 100 slots. However, this additional space also filled up in an instant. Notification: a certain number of equipment items remain uncollected within your pickup range. Notification: to continue collecting, please clear your inventory. Despite the low drop rate of wild beasts, the sheer number slain, thousands by Medusa, and now thousands more by the shadow, resulted in over 10,000 kills. Even with the lowest drop rate, acquiring over 300 items was entirely reasonable. Observing the notifications, Shen Lang felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed the prowess of his beast was both a blessing and a curse. The abundance of equipment had exceeded his capacity, and he sighed silently, reflecting on the challenges of his hard-earned spoils. After all, it was his diligent efforts in commanding the beasts that led to this bounty. He couldn't simply abandon the rewards. Then, a realization struck him: Wanbao Pavilion. Shen Lang suddenly recalled that he had added the young lady from Wanbao Pavilion as a friend when he left the city, intending to sell equipment. Almost forgetting that crucial detail, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. Shen Lang promptly accessed the professional friend system, effortlessly locating the name of Yi Hongyu in his friend list, for she was his sole companion. "Miss, are you there? I have a business deal worth over $1 billion that I wish to discuss with you." Without further ado, Shen Lang sent a message to Yi Hongyu. Chapter 45. I am not a casual woman. It is undeniable that Shen Lang acquired an extraordinary number of items this time, far exceeding 300. The previous haul of over 100 items had fetched tens of millions at the Beast Hall, and this time, the yield would undoubtedly be substantial as well. Although most of the equipment obtained in the wild was of white and gray quality, the sheer volume compensated for it. While claiming a business deal worth over $1 billion may be somewhat exaggerated, it could certainly yield several million. Especially now, as novice professionals worldwide were just transitioning into their roles, the affordable and practical white and gray equipment naturally became their preferred choice. One could surmise that the Beast Hall would not dismiss these items simply because of their slightly lower grade. At the moment Shen Lang sent the message, at the Professional Trader Center in Donghai City, outside the Beast Hall, Yi Hongyu had just arrived from the treasure hall. A middle-aged man approached her. He was the head of the Beast Hall. "Miss, you have come." The middle-aged man slightly bent at the waist, demonstrating great respect towards Yi Hongyu. Yi Hongyu smiled at him, saying, "Uncle Hong, please don't address me that way. I am here to assist. If my father finds out, he might scold me again. Just call me by my name or simply Xiaoyi." "Very well, Miss Xiaoyi," the middle-aged man replied with a smile. Yi Hongyu glanced at him with a hint of exasperation and said, "I shall get to work now. Uncle Hong, you too should be busy." As Shen Lang had surmised, Yi Hongyu indeed held a distinguished status. She was the only daughter of Yi Yunchang, the lord of Donghai City. Given that Yi Yunchang had a child later in life, he cherished her immensely. Last year, Yi Hongyu successfully transitioned into a formidable lightning mage, much to her father's delight. Originally, Yi Yunchang intended for Yi Hongyu to further her studies at the prestigious Tsinghua Academy in the Forbidden City this year. However, Yi Hongyu was adamant about not wanting to part from her father, insisting on staying by his side and refusing to go to the Forbidden City. Yi Yunchang was well aware of his daughter's true sentiments. He understood that her reluctance extended beyond merely not wanting to attend Tsinghua Academy. She was also disinclined to pursue a career as a professional. Otherwise, given her lineage and innate talent, achieving a 3-star or even 4-star ranking within a year would be a mere formality. Yet, she had barely surpassed 2 stars, indicating that her focus was not on leveling up her professional skills. Yi Hongyu aspired to engage in business like her uncle. Her uncle, Yi Yuchang, Yi Yunchang's elder brother, was merely a life-oriented professional whose combat prowess was hardly distinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Yet, this very individual had managed to build a substantial business empire, not only in Donghai City, but also in several neighboring cities. Branches of the Treasure Hall and the Beast Hall flourished. Now that Yi Yuchang's business has flourished significantly, many believe that his success is largely attributed to his brother, Yi Yunchang, the appointed lord of Donghai City. After all, with a mere gesture of assistance from him, it would be challenging for Yi Yuchang not to prosper. However, only their contemporaries comprehend that Yi Yuchang's achievements are not solely reliant on Yi Yunchang. Before Yi Yuchang's business took off, Yi Yunchang had merely established a modest reputation within the domestic professional circle. In other words, without Yi Yuchang's success, it is quite possible that Yi Yunchang would not have attained his current position. After all, upon his transition, Yi Yunchang's rise to the lordship of Donghai City was primarily supported by his brother's resources. Nevertheless, after assuming his role as the lord of Donghai City, Yi Yunchang indeed provided advantages to Yi Yuchang. Even if Yi Yunchang is just and impartial, knowing their familial connection, would he dare to deny Yi Yuchang his due recognition? Such circumstances have led Yi Hongyu, his niece, to hold Yi Yuchang in high esteem. Growing up, she showed little interest in staying at the lord's mansion. preferring to be by Yi Yuchang's side. Despite Yi Yuchang having no children of his own, he has treated her as his beloved daughter, showering her with affection that rivals that of her biological father, Yi Yuchang. He even mentioned the possibility of bequeathing both Wanbage and Wanxiao to her. Yi Hongyu, initially reluctant to attend Tsinghua Academy, found herself permitted by Yi Yuchang to remain in Donghai City, leaving Yi Yuchang with no choice but to allow it. Consequently, Yi Hongyu sought a position from her uncle, assisting at Wanbage and Wanxiao. In the mornings, she worked at Wanbage, and in the afternoons, she ventured to Wanxiao. Becoming well acquainted with both establishments, Yi Hongyu relished the business world, tirelessly running between the two, never uttering a word of complaint regarding fatigue. Today, she was particularly elated, having successfully closed a significant deal at Wanbage, all while befriending a handsome professional. Now, as she gazed upon the fearsome beasts in the exhibition hall of Wanxiao, she found them utterly endearing. This fascination with attractive individuals is another of Yi Hongyu's preferences. She possesses a strong aesthetic appreciation. Of course, her admiration for handsome men doesn't render her brainless. She is not the type to lose her composure in their presence. Although she offered discounts to Shen Lang, it was not merely his good looks that swayed her, but also the wisdom imparted by her uncle. People, after all, have an innate tendency to seek advantages. Thus, during transactions, she endeavored to create opportunities for customers to feel they were gaining value, proving to be more effective than extravagant promotional expenditures. Shen Lang's visit to Wanbage today was indeed fueled by this very notion. Therefore, while Yi Hongyu can be considered an infatuated admirer of beauty, she is far from being a mindless one. Upon arriving at Wanxiao, she first checked the transaction details in the front office before preparing to personally attend to guests. However, as she approached the exhibition hall, she was suddenly alerted by a notification sound in her mind. Unlike Shen Lang, Yi Hongyu's professional friend system is populated with several acquaintances, and they often engage in conversation. Thus, upon hearing the notification, she recognized it as a message from a professional friend. Alas, it has merely been a week since I last returned home. My dear father, is such fervent urging truly necessary? Yi Hongyu quietly murmured to herself, initially believing that the message was from her father, pressing her to come home. Although Yi Yuchang had made certain concessions regarding Yi Hongyu's business endeavors, he maintained one stipulation. She was not to linger perpetually at the Beast Pavilion and must return home each day. However, Yi Hongyu, now distanced from her family, paid little heed to such matters, often going days without returning home. Consequently, Yi Yuchang would frequently communicate with her, adamantly insisting on her return. This very reason led Yi Hongyu to presume that the message was from her father. Yet, upon opening her friend's system, she found herself momentarily taken aback. Ah, Shen Lang. Is this not the handsome gentleman I added this morning? Yi Hongyu's previous impatience evaporated, replaced by a sense of anticipation. Pondering what this dashing young man could desire of her, casting a glance around, she quickly retreated to a corner and opened the message sent by Shen Lang. Upon reading it, her face flushed with embarrassment. As a 19-year-old on the cusp of adulthood, she was well aware of the magnitude of a business deal worth hundreds of millions. Yi Hongyu pondered over the message for quite some time before finally replying. I'm sorry, young sir, but I am not a woman of frivolous nature. Chapter 46. This is absolutely impossible. In truth, Yi Hongyu felt a twinge of irritation within. While she indeed had an affinity for handsome men, she yearned for their hearts to embody true goodness and beauty, rather than being tainted and disordered. This gentleman named Shen Lang was undeniably striking, yet he approached her with a proposal for a business deal worth over 100 million, nearly shattering her heart. Perhaps it would be best to delete him altogether. The very thought caused her distress. Biting her lip, she seemed to have resolved to remove Shen Lang from her friends list. However, just as she was about to take action, another message from Shen Lang arrived, filled with a series of question marks. Shen Lang. Shen Lang. Miss Yi, what are you thinking? I meant to say that I want to sell you some equipment. Upon reading these two messages, Yi Hongyu blinked, her cheeks reddening. And soon her neck was adorned with a rosy hue. The 10 toes in her red high heels practically yearned to burrow into the ground in embarrassment. How could I have misjudged him? I should have known that such a handsome young man could not possess impure intentions. Yi Hongyu's spirits lifted rapidly, and she hastily replied. Haha, young sir, I was merely jesting. By the way, did you not just sell equipment this morning? Why are you looking to sell again? Shen Lang. That's none of your concern. Will you accept it or not? Without hesitation, Yi Hongyu replied, Of course, I will accept. Whatever you have, I will take it. Shen Lang. Excellent, I will transfer it to you shortly. Please keep an eye out. Also, you are to calculate the price yourselves. You are aware of my account details, so simply transfer the funds directly to my account when the time comes. Yi Hongyu swiftly responded. Such trust in our Wanbao Pavilion is indeed an honor. Rest assured, we will offer you a price that reflects the market value. Now, please send the equipment over, and I shall proceed with the appraisal. Shen Lang. All right, please hold on. Yi Hongyu refrained from replying further, and instead awaited Shen Lang to send her the equipment. This is the advantage of the professional friend system, allowing for direct transmission across distances, as long as the recipient accepts the extraction. The conveyed equipment will materialize either in their inventory or before them. Yi Hongyu intended to take the equipment for appraisal, thus she set it to manifest before her. Patiently waiting. Shen Lang did not keep her waiting for long. Within mere seconds, a notification appeared in Yi Hongyu's friend system. Your friend has sent you a mail. Would you like to extract it immediately? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Hongyu silently commanded in her mind, extract. Even for chatting, manual input is unnecessary. One can send messages in text or voice simply through thought. This is precisely why the professional friends system is considered precious, as adding friends is not done lightly. Initiating mail extraction. Extraction successful. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, Yi Hongyu suddenly found herself engulfed in darkness, letting out an involuntary exclamation. Ouch! Her voice was muffled, making it difficult to discern. The reason was simple. The equipment Shen Lang sent was overwhelming in quantity, forming a veritable mountain that engulfed her entirely. Even in the corner of the exhibition hall at the Beast Pavilion, the sudden appearance of such a vast array of equipment naturally drew the attention of everyone present. As countless eyes turned toward the mountainous pile of gear, what on earth is happening? So much equipment. Aren't we at the Beast Pavilion, selling fierce beasts? Why is there so much equipment? There must be at least 300 to 500 pieces. While that is indeed a considerable amount, it appears that most are of white and gray quality, which is rather unimpressive. Individually, a piece or two may not hold much value, but collectively, several hundred pieces could easily amount to tens of millions in current market value. It's true. It seems there are even a few blue and green items among them. With so many low-level pieces, it appears they were temporarily transferred from the neighboring Treasure Pavilion to the Beast Pavilion. This is plausible, as both establishments belong to the same parent company. The patrons in the exhibition hall did not ponder further. Assuming it was merely a case of the Treasure Pavilion's business thriving, necessitating a temporary storage arrangement at the Beast Pavilion. After all, it has only been a day since the novice class transition, and these low-level items are in high demand. Even though the danger level in the novice dungeons is exceedingly low, acquiring such equipment would significantly aid them in leveling up through monster hunting. As for the sales personnel and management at the Beast Pavilion, they were left utterly bewildered, with no one understanding what had transpired. They overheard the customers' discussions, but had received no communication regarding any inventory transfers from the Treasure Pavilion, nor had anyone approached them with such information. Their management practices are stringent, making such occurrences implausible. Previously referred to as Uncle Hong by Yi Hongyu, his full name is Hong Lei, a venerable elder of the Beast Pavilion. He was once a notable contributor alongside Yi Yuchong in their early endeavors, which is why he now oversees such an esteemed establishment. Just moments ago, Hong Lei had come to fetch Yi Hongyu and had yet to depart. After parting ways with her, he sought out the front hall manager, instructing him to ensure that the esteemed young lady of the Yi family was well taken care of. Thus, he happened to witness the unfolding scene. Furrowing his brow, Hong Lei addressed the front hall manager. Let us go and see what is happening. Consequently, under his leadership, accompanied by several security personnel, they swiftly advanced towards the mountain of equipment in the exhibition hall. It was just as they approached the heap that a head suddenly emerged with a loud crash. Startled, Hong Lei gasped and upon recognizing the individual, exclaimed, "Little Yi." The other staff members were equally bewildered, astonished to find the young lady in such a predicament. Even Yi Hongyu herself was momentarily dazed, shaking her head vigorously to regain her senses. How could there be so much? She thought, gazing down at the tightly wrapped equipment surrounding her, her heart racing with astonishment. Earlier that morning, a young man had sold over 100 pieces of equipment to the Treasure Pavilion, and only a couple of hours had passed. Yet now hundreds more had seemingly appeared, at least 300, perhaps even 500. Where had all this equipment come from? The notion that she could have collected it herself never crossed her mind. Considering the drop rates of equipment in the wild, it seemed utterly impossible for anyone to amass such a quantity in merely 2 hours. Chapter 47. The Resolute Medusa Queen, Falling Fire from the Sky. Little Yi, are you all right? Hong Lei approached cautiously, his voice laced with concern. Yi Hongyu thus returned to her senses, noticing the curious gazes of those around her. She waved her hand dismissively, assuring them, I'm fine. As she spoke, the scattered equipment around her vanished without a trace. As the daughter of the city lord and the sole heir to both the Beast Pavilion and the Treasure Pavilion, such minor tricks were hardly remarkable. Moreover, as a 2-star practitioner, she landed safely on the ground once the equipment disappeared. The earlier chaos had merely been due to her inattention. After all, who could possibly foresee that Shen Lang would bestow upon her such a vast quantity of equipment at once? Once she had collected the gear, Yi Hongyu promptly informed Hong Lei, Uncle Hong, I must go over there for a moment. I'll be back shortly. With that, she dashed out the door amidst the perplexed expressions of the onlookers, heading towards the Treasure Pavilion. Naturally, These hundreds of pieces of equipment needed to be appraised by the evaluators at the treasure pavilion. She could not handle that all alone. Shortly thereafter, she found herself back in the familiar office, with the same appraiser present, though the assisting staff had increased from 2 to 5. Yi Hongyu chose not to engage in the process herself, instead settling on the sofa to converse with Shen Lang. Yi Hongyu, young man, from where have you acquired such an abundance of equipment? You cannot imagine, I was almost buried under these items. Shen Lang, rest assured, the origins are quite legitimate. Yi Hongyu pouted. It was evident that the handsome young man was reluctant to divulge how he obtained such gear. However, she recalled her interactions with Shen Lang. Although he had exhibited a somewhat aloof demeanor, he did not appear to be a nefarious character. After much contemplation, Yi Hongyu surmised that Shen Lang must be backed by a team dedicated to farming equipment for sale. After all, Shen Lang was a beastmaster, a profession notoriously extravagant in its consumption of wealth, necessitating substantial resources for advancement. Nonetheless, Yi Hongyu refrained from probing further, responding, "All right then. I will conclude the appraisal and inform you later." Shen Lang, no need, just transfer the funds directly. It's hardly valuable equipment. Yi Hongyu felt a lump in her throat. While his statement was not entirely unfounded, given that a collection of white and gray gear was indeed of little worth, it still held a value in the millions. Why did he speak of it as if it were refuse? Yi Hongyu understood. Her terse response abruptly stifled the conversation, and Shen Lang did not reply. Outside Donghai City, within the Ghost Shadow Forest, Shen Lang would not wait for Yi Hongyu to transfer the funds before continuing to hunt monsters. That would be a sheer waste of time. Moreover, in his eyes, that equipment was indeed nothing more than trash. Previously, he had retained some regard for blue-grade equipment, but now he rejected anything below red perfect quality. Thus, he discarded all items from his inventory, save for the red perfect gear, to Yi Hongyu. After concluding the conversation with Yi Hongyu, Shen Lang addressed Medusa and Shadow. "Let us proceed. We must strive to gain a few more levels." "Yes, my master," they replied in unison, with Medusa leading and Shadow remaining at Shen Lang's side as a protector. Clearly, they had embraced their respective roles as delineated by Medusa. Medusa would engage in monster hunting, while Shadow ensured Shen Lang's safety. The bond between Shadow and Medusa had grown significantly, and they exhibited no resistance to this arrangement. As one human and two beasts, they ventured deeper into the Ghost Shadow Forest. After traversing approximately a kilometer, they encountered ghostly figures once more. The previous surge of spirits had attracted far too many, and Shadow had eradicated those in proximity. Even when they came across a few more specters, the subsequent encounters were scarce, much to Medusa's discontent. Suddenly, Medusa halted and turned to Shadow, instructing, "Shadow, ensure the master's safety." Then, addressing Shen Lang, she added, "Master, I shall depart for a brief period." "Very well, go ahead." Shen Lang felt secure with Shadow by his side, and it was evident that Medusa intended to seek out more foes. Medusa nodded, her form soaring into the sky, vanishing into the ether. Once the figure of Medusa vanished from sight, the Shadow stuck out its tongue and remarked to Shen Lang, "Master, Sister Medusa is quite fierce. You little rascal, you mustn't speak ill of others behind their backs." Shen Lang glanced at the Shadow and chuckled, "If you spend more time with her, you'll find Medusa is rather easy to get along with." Yes, I quite like Sister Medusa, but she is still quite fierce," the Shadow replied, tilting its head. Shen Lang observed this innocent and naive little girl, and then thought of Medusa's aloof demeanor. Despite both being 10-star divine beasts, their personalities were indeed vastly different. At that moment, the Shadow suddenly looked up into the distance, blinking. So many ghostly figures. What is Sister Medusa gathering all these spirits for? The Shadow's porcelain-like face was filled with suspicion. Shen Lang followed the Shadow's gaze and felt a surge of dark power sweeping through the air. He could even see a flock of winged specters converging in the sky, pursuing a crimson glow. And that crimson light could only belong to Medusa. After observing for a while, a smile crept onto Shen Lang's face. Unlike the naive Shadow, he was not so simple-minded. From the current situation, it was clear that Queen Medusa was luring monsters, drawing the ire of the ghostly figures, and aiming to gather them all together. As for why she was doing this, the culprit was undoubtedly the Shadow before him. The Shadow had just unleashed a skill that annihilated thousands of specters. How could Medusa, who prided herself as the big sister, be content with being merely the Beast Queen? Undoubtedly, Medusa was exhibiting her competitive spirit and preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Shen Lang had no objections. Previously, he had refrained from allowing Medusa to execute large-scale attacks in the ghostly Shadow Forest due to concerns about the potential demise of high-tier divine beast bloodlines amidst such rampant slaughter. However, now that the Shadow, a 10-star divine beast bloodline, had become his familiar, he no longer harbored such concerns. Moreover, it was unlikely that there existed another 10-star divine beast shadow monarch in the ghostly Shadow Forest, right? Even if there were, it wouldn't matter if they were eliminated. Initially, Shen Lang had contemplated capturing ferocious beasts to sell to the Beast Pavilion, much like the equipment he currently possessed. However, he found it too troublesome. While he indeed appreciated wealth, he no longer lacked for it. Equipment could be obtained through monster farming. Whereas capturing ferocious beasts required additional effort and time, he had neither the leisure nor the inclination for that. Farming monsters and selling junk equipment was sufficient for him. At this moment, Medusa was still busy luring monsters, and behind her, an unfathomable number of ghostly figures had already gathered, predominantly those above level 10, with many exceeding level 20. Yet, Medusa had run quite a distance. However, with combat prowess comparable to a 4-star professional, her speed was nothing short of remarkable. In fact, Shen Lang often found himself lagging behind her. Now, moving alone, she was simply too fast. After about 10 minutes had passed, Medusa finally came to a halt in midair. In the sky, a multitude of spectral figures flitted about, while on the forest floor and among the trees, similar apparitions densely populated the surroundings. Only Shen Lang and the shadow remained at a distance, outside the range of hostility. Otherwise, those specters would have converged upon them with lethal intent. The number of specters gathered was no less than those previously vanquished by the shadow. Shen Lang muttered to himself as the Queen of Medusa in the air finally prepared to strike. With a flourish, Medusa extended her arms, revealing her long-concealed serpentine hair and the crimson tail hidden beneath her dress. In that moment, she unveiled her full form in midair. Instantly, an invisible pressure, akin to that of a divine beast, erupted from her being. Under this immense force, the flying specters that had been swirling above began plummeting to the ground like dumplings. Concurrently, Medusa's amber-hued pupils ignited with twin flames. Subsequently, a multitude of fiery sparks manifested in the sky, as countless fire elements converged and coalesced. In the next instant, these flames transformed into fiery orbs. The scarlet brilliance illuminated the surroundings, making the forest of specters below appear as if it were ablaze, engulfed in a conflagration. Medusa's serpentine hair stiffened abruptly, emitting a cacophony of hisses. Amidst the hissing of her serpents, the fireballs in the sky cascaded down like meteors, hurtling towards the specters below. This was one of Medusa's devastating area of effect skills, the meteoric firefall. At the same time, not far from this locale, 3 armored professionals traversed through the woods. They were not novice adventurers, but rather seasoned 3-star professionals. They were not hunting specters in the forest. Instead, they had come from another area and were traversing the specter-laden woods to return to the city more swiftly. Upon witnessing the flames ahead, the 3 adventurers halted in unison, gazing upwards at the sky. Their vantage point afforded them a clear view of the fireballs plummeting from above. However, what captivated their attention was not merely the fireballs, but the figure with a serpentine tail positioned above them. One of them, staring blankly at the sky, murmured, "Surely, that must be the divine beast, Queen Medusa? Surely, it is." Another adventurer swallowed hard, exclaiming, "That's definitely Queen Medusa." As for the 3rd professional, he had already taken flight, yelling as he ran, "You 2 fools. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Run now. This is Queen Medusa's ultimate move, meteoric firefall, and we are within its range." Chapter 48. Don't just sit there. Get away from me. Upon receiving their comrades' warning, the 2 professionals finally grasped the gravity of the situation, frantically fleeing in terror. However, by this time, the fireballs had already descended from the sky, akin to meteors crashing down. The thunderous explosions reverberated throughout the forest of specters, causing the very earth to tremble. Meanwhile, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, Shen Lang instinctively raised his hand to shield himself from the blinding flames, his heart resonating with profound astonishment. It is only thanks to Queen Medusa being his tamed beast that he feels a semblance of safety. Had it been otherwise, had this been an assault on humanity, the repercussions would indeed be unimaginable. One must recognize that the current Medusa is merely at level 11. If she were to reach the pinnacle of 10 stars, her might would be truly formidable. Wherever such a being might appear, it would likely herald a catastrophic disaster. Since the advent of the professional era, 10-star divine beasts have not been absent. For instance, the likes of Queen Medusa exist beyond Shen Lang's own. Naturally, any 10-star divine beast is subject to scrutiny from nations worldwide. After all, the emergence of such a creature would signify impending tragedy for any nation. However, humanity endures. It has not been extinguished by these ferocious beasts. This underscores the significant role that human professionals play, demonstrating that humanity possesses formidable champions. At least for now, humanity can still stand against these monstrous threats. Such thoughts raced through Shen Lang's mind, and amidst his relief, a surge of indomitable spirit welled up within him. One 10-star divine beast could unleash devastating calamity upon humanity, and now he possesses not 1, but 2. Although they have yet to reach their full potential, this is merely a minor concern. During this time, accompanied by the descent of falling meteors, countless specters perished, leaving no survivors. Consequently, The notifications of slayings in Shen Lang's mind were incessant. Mirroring the prior massive slaughter of specters by the shadows, the progress bar in his information panel soared rapidly. Though the growth was swift, Shen Lang, now at level 10, found that leveling up again in such a short span remained somewhat elusive. Nevertheless, the meteors continued to fall, and many specters still lingered. The range of Medusa's ultimate skill far exceeded a kilometer, surpassing the area for automatic loot collection. Judging by the recent carnage wrought by the shadows, it was evident that the number of beasts summoned by Medusa had likely surpassed 10,000. Who else could eliminate thousands of ferocious beasts in one fell swoop? She was nothing short of a beast harvesting machine. It must be said that, in contrast to the shadow, a 10-star divine beast with a defensive inclination that also possesses area damage capabilities, Queen Medusa truly embodies an offensive divine beast. Excelling in both the visual impact of her ultimate and its destructive power, the shadow's eyes gleamed with admiration as it exclaimed, "Sister Medusa, you are remarkable." Shen Lang nodded in agreement and replied, "The range of this ultimate is astonishing. Let us gather the loot." With the widespread slaughter of specters, glimmers of equipment emerged everywhere. Some items lay over a kilometer away, so to avoid wasting time later, it was prudent to collect the nearby gear now. "Understood, Master." Under the cover of shadows, Shen Lang swiftly maneuvered around, continuously activating the one-click pickup feature. After traversing just 2 locations, he halted. With 3 backpacks and 300 slots filled to capacity, he could no longer carry any more. Without further deliberation, and having grown accustomed to the routine, he promptly dispatched all the unwanted equipment to Yihongyu. Meanwhile, at the East Sea City's Practitioner Trading Center, within the Wanbao Pavilion, Yihongyu was still engaged with the appraiser in assessing the hundreds of items she had just acquired, meticulously evaluating their worth. Given the sheer volume, each item required careful inspection, demanding considerable time. In addition to Yihongyu, 2 others occupied the office. One was Su Qian, the current head of Wanbao Pavilion, an old comrade of Yi Yuchang from their early days of conquest. The other was an elderly man nearing his twilight years, Yihongyu's paternal uncle and the true master of Wanbao Pavilion, Yi Yuchang himself. Both Wanbao Pavilion and Wanshou Pavilion belonged to Yi Yuchang, part of the expansive Wanwan Group. Although Yi Yuchang remained the chairman of Wanwan Group, he had largely delegated authority to his subordinates and rarely visited the trading center. His presence today was merely to check on his beloved niece, spurred by his brother, the city lord Yi Yunchang, who had urged him to bring the young lady back home for a visit. To his surprise, he encountered the bustling scene of his niece negotiating a significant transaction and engaged in appraisal. Having weathered many storms, Yi Yuchang regarded hundreds of ordinary items as trifling. Instead, he felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing Yi Hongyu's industriousness. Lacking children of his own, he contemplated the vast empire he would one day pass on to her. Her passion for commerce delighted him, and he was pleased to see her dedication to the Wanbao Pavilion. However, recognizing the era of practitioners, Yi Yuchang understood that financial resources alone did not guarantee success. Only true practitioners could establish a foothold in this world. He himself had faced considerable opposition in his early business endeavors, but had persevered. After his brother Yi Yunchang ascended to the role of city lord, no one dared to challenge the Wanwan Group. Thus, while Yi Yuchang wished for Yi Hongyu to inherit his legacy, he also hoped she would prioritize her own strength. Sitting beside her on the sofa, he remarked, "Hongyu, your father inundates me with dozens of messages daily. The sight of this communicator gives me a headache. You should find some time to return home. Remember to focus on your practitioner training as well. Don't spend all your time here at the Wanbao Pavilion. We are the proprietors, after all. We have employees to manage." "Of course, uncle," Yi Hongyu replied without lifting her gaze. Yi Yuchang chuckled helplessly and then retrieved his communicator. Addressing a middle-aged man who bore a resemblance to him, "Old heir, I assure you I haven't deceived you. I've conveyed everything necessary. Look, I cannot manage our little lady here." After concluding the call, Yi Yuchang hung up the phone and turned his gaze towards Yi Hongyu, increasingly pleased with what he saw. Although her professional strength was somewhat lacking, he mused that they could easily hire a handful of 10-star warriors for protection if necessary. However, deep down, he harbored the hope that Yi Hongyu would cultivate her own strength. After all, it was preferable to have one's fate firmly in one's own hands. Yet Yi Hongyu seemed disinclined to heed this advice. At that moment, Yi Hongyu lifted her head from the pile of equipment, a look of confusion crossing her face as she murmured, "Who is trying to reach me?" Her professional friend system emitted a series of notification sounds. Upon opening it, she exclaimed in surprise, "It's him again." "Who is it, Hongyu?" Yi Yuchang inquired with a hint of caution. He knew his niece was attractive and of noble status, and he was wary of any young man who might try to win her over. "It's the one who sold me all this equipment, named Shen Sanliang." Yi Hongyu replied. "What does he want from you?" Yi Yuchang's alertness intensified, recognizing from the name that this individual was likely male. "Let me take a look," Yi Hongyu said, opening the chat window and frowning. There are no messages. But wait, he has sent me an email. As she mentioned this, Yi Hongyu glanced at Yi Yuchang and then at the pile of equipment that still needed sorting. An unusual thought crossed her mind. Could he possibly be sending me another batch of equipment? The more she considered it, the more plausible it seemed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Hongyu stood up and addressed the appraisers. You all take the identified equipment outside for now. I'll call you back in shortly. Understood, miss, the appraisers replied, albeit with confusion, as they obediently carried the equipment out and closed the door behind them. Yi Hongyu also rose, her expression one of vigilance, and then noticed that Yi Yuchang and Su Qian were still seated on the sofa. Uncle and Uncle Su, please move away from there and keep your distance. Exchanging glances, Yi Yuchang and Su Qian were utterly perplexed by Yi Hongyu's intentions. All right, Su, let us step back. Yi Yuchang, eager to respect his niece's wishes, was the first to rise and moved behind the sofa. Su Qian, not daring to remain seated, joined him by stepping beside Yi Yuchang. Yi Hongyu regarded them for a moment, then instructed, Uncle, please move back a little more, towards that desk. Oh, of course. They complied, retreating another couple of meters towards the desk at the back of the room. Yi Hongyu also distanced herself further, finally refocusing on her friend's system, and solemnly declared, accept. Seeing her earnest demeanor, both Yi Yuchang and Su Qian were filled with curiosity, uncertain of her intentions. However, their eyes widened in astonishment as, in an instant, an array of equipment materialized before Yi Hongyu, cascading to the ground in a flurry. Simultaneously, Yi Hongyu, having anticipated this moment, swiftly retreated until she stood beside Yi Yuchang and Su Qian, coming to a halt. As the equipment continued to emerge, it steadily piled higher and higher. The gazes of Yi Hongyu and her companions gradually ascended, and before long, the amassed gear reached over 2 meters in height. The sofa they had previously occupied was now completely submerged beneath a plethora of diverse equipment. Chapter 49. I believe it would be wise to retreat a bit. Yi Yuchang, Su Qian, Yi Hongyu. Logically, Yi Hongyu had experienced such occurrences before and should not have been so astonished. Yet, it was precisely due to her prior experiences and the hundreds of items that Shen Lang had previously bestowed upon her that she found herself even more astounded. After all, the quantity of equipment before her surpassed that of the previous batch. Altogether, they were nearing a total of over 1,000 items. How could there possibly be such an abundance of gear? At present, the world was in a transitional phase, where certain professionals, driven by profit, would venture to farm low-level equipment to sell. Seizing this opportune moment could yield a substantial profit, and the sources of low-level equipment for the Wanbao Pavilion primarily relied on these individuals. However, these professionals typically only farmed a few items casually, merely a couple of dozen to enhance their livelihoods. Wouldn't it be more rewarding to invest that time in battling monsters for experience? Yi Hongyu had traversed the Wanbao Pavilion back and forth prior to the global transition and had never witnessed such a mass release of hundreds of items at once. The earlier batch given by Shen Lang could be understood as their team's stock, pre-farmed. Yet, the sudden influx of several hundred additional items, exceeding the previous quantity, raised the question, were these stocks accumulated since last year? Yi Yuchang was equally astonished. Of course, he had encountered numerous pieces of equipment before, but never had he seen such a vast collection laid out before him, particularly not low-level items, with the highest being merely blue-quality gear. As the chairman of the Wanwan Group, he had seen countless dark gold legendary items. However, this was the first time he had encountered an individual presenting such a substantial quantity of equipment, and the sheer volume was indeed eye-catching. Yi Yuchang shifted his gaze from the mountain of equipment to Yi Hongyu, inquiring, was it from the individual who sold to you earlier? Indeed, it was him. Yi Hongyu affirmed with a nod. Yi Yuchang pondered for a moment and remarked, it seems this team is quite substantial. They may have already set their sights on the market during this time. Su Qian chimed in. Yes, similar situations have occurred before. Some underperforming professionals who transitioned 2 years ago would preemptively farm low-level monsters, specifically for low-level gear. However, the quantities were never this extensive. At this moment, Yi Hongyu suddenly interjected. Underperforming professionals, you say? But that young man is a beastmaster. A beastmaster? Upon hearing this profession, Yi Yuchang's expression shifted to one of understanding, stating, that makes perfect sense. A beastmaster, whether acquiring or nurturing beasts, requires substantial funds. No wonder he was farming so many low-level items to sell. Indeed, a beastmaster can indeed enlist numerous individuals to assist in farming equipment. Su Qian smiled and remarked, after all, beast tamers are a hidden profession. If they do not develop, they are indeed inconsequential. However, once they mature, they become formidable practitioners. Perhaps this could be viewed as their investment in the beast tamer. The two engaged in dialogue, collectively deducing the situation of the equipment seller. As merchants, their reasoning was sound. After all, who would squander their time grinding for low-level gear? Unfortunately, while their reasoning was astute, the outcome was entirely misaligned. Listening to the conversation between the two elders, Yi Hongyu could not help but conjure the image of Shen Lang in her mind. Although she largely concurred with Yi Yuchang and Su Qian's perspectives, she sensed an underlying complexity that eluded them. Yi Yuchang glanced at the equipment before turning to Yi Hongyu, saying, "All right, I shall not linger here as an eyesore. Old Su, you must keep a close watch on Wanbao Pavilion." "It is my duty, Chairman," Su Qian replied with a respectful tone. Yi Yuchang nodded and added, "You, my dear girl, should not overexert yourself. Take some time to visit home." Before he could finish, Yi Hongyu interjected, "Here it comes again. Oh dear. It is not that I am nagging, but that is your biological father. Surely he would not wish you harm?" Yi Yuchang said earnestly, evidently misunderstanding Yi Hongyu's intent. Shaking her head, Yi Hongyu clarified, "No, uncle, I meant the beast tamer. He has emailed me again." "Another piece of equipment?" Yi Yuchang asked, taken aback. "I am not certain, but it is highly probable." Yi Hongyu quickly opened her mail in the friend system. Initially intending to receive it immediately, she hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Yi Yuchang and suggested, "Uncle, should we perhaps retreat a bit more? Is that truly necessary?" Yi Yuchang hesitated. In his view, even if the beast tamer had a multitude of supporters assisting him in acquiring equipment, having over 1,000 pieces should be sufficient. There might be more, but surely not by a significant margin. Yi Hongyu pondered briefly and stated, "I think it would be wise to retreat further." As she spoke, she personally guided Yi Yuchang and Su Qian to the wall. Meanwhile, Yi Hongyu advanced a few steps forward, as if facing a formidable adversary, and mentally commanded the immediate reception of the email. In the next moment, the trio's surroundings dimmed. The familiar sound of clashing equipment echoed throughout the office, as yet another cascade of gear tumbled from the void, scattering around them. After a brief moment, this batch of equipment was finally received. The expressions on Yi Yuchang and Su Qian's faces had yet to shift when Yi Hongyu looked up at him and remarked, "Uncle, perhaps their team truly is quite large." Yi Yuchang forced a smile, indeed. Yi Hongyu vigorously shook her head and added, "No, uncle, he has emailed me again." "What? Another one?" Yi Yuchang's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Yi Hongyu, without further ado, sought a slightly more spacious area and directly received yet another batch of equipment. Amidst the familiar sound of clattering, a plethora of equipment was once again unleashed. As the items were released, Yi Yuchang turned to Yi Hongyu, tentatively inquiring, "Is there more?" Su Qian also gazed at Yi Hongyu with curiosity. Yi Hongyu shook her head and replied, "It seems there isn't any more." "Oh, here it comes." The familiar clattering echoed once more, accompanied by yet another heap of items. More. The clattering resounded again, bringing yet another familiar assortment. There was hardly a pause as Yi Hongyu received several emails, filling the office to the brim. "Ah, it's been 5 minutes this time. Surely it's done now?" spoke Yi Yuchang, who had been squeezed into a corner by the equipment, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Yi Hongyu kept her eyes glued to her professional friend system, hesitatingly stating, "It seems to be over." The trio awaited in silence, and fortunately, no further items arrived. Chapter 50. This matter must be reported to the city Lord's manor. Yi Yuchang surveyed the room filled with equipment, and it was impossible for him to not feel astonished. Unless hundreds of professionals were to slay low-level monsters across various regions, it was inconceivable for such a vast collection of low-level gear to accumulate. Yet, could an unseasoned beastmaster garner such support? This beastmaster undoubtedly harbored some secrets. Initially, Yi Yuchang had not regarded this beastmaster with much concern, but now, a flicker of curiosity stirred within him. After a moment's pause, he could not help but ask, "Hongyu, what is the name of this beastmaster?" "Shen Lang," Yi Hongyu replied candidly. Upon hearing the surname Shen, Yi Yuchang's mind involuntarily conjured the name Shen Lang. It was no wonder, as the events surrounding Shen Lang had unfolded dramatically just the day prior. While ordinary individuals might be oblivious to the occurrences of the previous night, someone of Yi Yuchang's stature was well aware of the seismic upheaval in Donghai City. The ripples of this event were spreading nationwide, reminiscent of the grand aftermath following the SSS level completion of a novice dungeon by the Dragonblood War god, Chu Zhenhua. Thus, information regarding Shen Lang had long been disseminated among the leaders of various factions. Naturally, Yi Yuchang had reviewed Shen Lang's dossier, which is why the name resurfaced in his mind at this moment. Moreover, it appeared that the elusive Shen Lang was also a beastmaster. However, Yi Yuchang did not conflate the two individuals, but made a mental note of the name Shen Lang. "Well, I must take my leave. I have a meeting awaiting me," Yi Yuchang declared, choosing not to linger any longer. He sidestepped through the pile of equipment, turning back to Yi Hongyu with a cautionary reminder, "Young lady, remember to check in on your father. Also, gather more people for the identification and cleanup. Otherwise, you'll be preoccupied for ages." "All right, I'll remember," Yi Hongyu replied weakly. Subsequently, she summoned the appraisers and once again delved into the task of sorting and identifying the items. In the haunted forest on the other side, the celestial fire of Medusa descended, targeting not only the shadowy apparitions that had drawn her ire, but also an extensive area spanning several kilometers, engulfed in the fiery rain. Consequently, Shen Lang found himself compelled to send Yi Hongyu several pieces of equipment, yet each time he did so, his inventory became full almost immediately, leaving him with no alternative. He realized he needed to purchase some inventory expansion cards upon his return, having forgotten to do so last time. When Shen Lang observed Chu Jinhua collecting equipment, he couldn't help but covet those expansion cards, a matter he regrettably overlooked during his last visit to the Treasure Pavilion. Medusa's ultimate ability had nearly run its course, resulting in the near-total annihilation of the shadows below. While Shen Lang could not ascertain the precise number of foes vanquished, he was certain that it exceeded 10,000. Whether it reached 20,000 remained uncertain. After all, he was not inclined to open the system panel to count each kill notification one by one. Regardless, Medusa's devastating strike had propelled them into a new level of prowess. Medusa and the two shadow beasts had each ascended from level 11 to level 12. As for Shen Lang, who had started at a lower level, he experienced a remarkable surge in experience, allowing him to leap 2 levels at once. Thus, he now stood as a level 12 practitioner, matching the levels of his two shadow beasts. While Shen Lang was examining the attributes of himself and his beasts, his peripheral vision caught sight of 2 alert messages. You are attacking other practitioners. You and your beasts have entered combat mode. You are attacking other practitioners. You and your beasts have entered combat mode. You are attacking other practitioners. You and your beasts have entered combat mode. Perplexed by these notifications, Shen Lang wondered about the situation. Upon venturing into the haunted forest, he had encountered nothing but shadows, with not a single practitioner in sight to attack. However, he quickly deduced that as he glanced at Medusa, who was returning, and the still smoking remnants of the haunted forest, there might indeed be other practitioners within the radius of Medusa's ultimate ability. The age of practitioners bore some resemblance to a game, yet it was not a true game. Skill damage did not discriminate between allies or foes. For instance, Medusa's celestial fire would indiscriminately strike all beings within the area of effect. If there were indeed practitioners within the haunted forest, caught within the range of the celestial fire, they would undoubtedly be affected. Given that he had not received any notifications of kills, it seemed they had not perished from the unexpected assault. Shen Lang waited a moment longer for the alert messages, finally exhaling in relief as he and his beasts transitioned out of combat mode. The absence of kill notifications indicated that the practitioners inadvertently struck by Medusa's celestial fire had survived the encounter. Shen Lang traversed into such a world, and naturally, he would not be averse to taking lives. However, given the current circumstances, should he unwittingly slay other adventurers, particularly those from the Great Xia Kingdom, it would undoubtedly weigh heavily on his conscience. No, it appeared that those who survived under Medusa's formidable skills were no ordinary adventurers. Shen Lang's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately instructed the returning Medusa and Shadow, "Let us depart this place at once." Uncertain of the strength of his adversaries, if they were of lesser prowess, he would have no qualms. Yet, should they be formidable, perhaps 4 stars or even stronger, confronting them would pose a significant challenge. If they turned out to be ill-tempered, a conflict could very well ensue. While he was confident in his capabilities, if the odds were against him, the best course of action would be to flee. It seemed that Medusa and Shadow's ultimate abilities could not be casually unleashed henceforth. To avert any unforeseen clashes, Shen Lang, with one arm supporting each of Medusa and Shadow, hastily retreated from the ghostly shadow forest. Meanwhile, within the forest, the 3 adventurers were also making their escape. By heavens, that was close. I nearly lost my life. My hair has been singed away, and I've even ruined a piece of green equipment. To think that it was the Queen Medusa, surviving is a blessing. One of them lamented. Indeed, fortunate we were to be at the periphery of her ultimate attack, allowing us to escape in time. Otherwise, we would have perished. The trio was in a state of disarray. Although they had not succumbed to the falling fire, they had nearly lost half their lives. All 3 bore injuries. With one completely bald, his hair truly burned away. After running a considerable distance, they halted, leaning against a large tree, panting heavily. The bald man vigorously consumed a stamina potion, cursing, "What the hell is going on? How could a 10-star divine beast like the Queen Medusa appear in a 1-star ferocious beast area? Who knows?" However, such divine beasts typically have their own lairs and do not wander far, one remarked. Another adventurer, grimacing at his singed brows, added, "Yesterday was the global job change day. It's possible that this week, novices will venture out to grind and level up. If they encounter the Queen Medusa." At this, the expressions of the 3 turned grave. If that were the case, it would spell doom for novice adventurers. Not only for the fresh recruits just leaving the city, but even for seasoned veterans like themselves. Should they unwittingly cross paths with the Queen Medusa in the ghostly shadow forest, it would likely lead to certain death. The bald man immediately stood up and insisted, "We cannot treat this matter lightly. It must be reported to the Lord's manor." Indeed, Let us return to the city with haste. The three swiftly reached a consensus, consuming various restorative potions as they took a different route back to the city. Chapter 51. Exercise caution. Retreat immediately. Shen Lang was heading in the opposite direction and soon returned to the safety of the city gate. The number of professionals is indeed scarce. Shen Lang's gaze wandered around, finding no signs of injured or battle-worn adventurers. Arriving at this place, he was not flustered. After all, even if a professional mistakenly attacked by Medusa were to pursue him, they would not immediately recognize him as the perpetrator. Moreover, Medusa had concealed her serpentine hair and tail once more, appearing merely as a beautiful adventurer. However, Shen Lang found himself uncertain about his next destination. Ultimately, he resolved to return to the city rather than continuing to hunt monsters in other areas, primarily out of concern for mistakenly harming other professionals. He decided to take a moment to ascertain whether any other adventurers were present. Shen Lang was not genuinely afraid. It was merely that the authorities had adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards him, and given the significant favor he owed to Chu Jinhua, he could not treat the lives of other adventurers in the Great Xia Kingdom as a trivial matter, which would be quite disrespectful to the officialdom. Furthermore, the two powerful abilities unleashed by Medusa and Shadow might attract the attention of high-level professionals seeking to track him. Shen Lang had no desire to become a spectacle. However, there was a slight complication regarding Shadow's entry into the city, as Shadow lacked feet and was shrouded in black mist. Fortunately, this issue was easily resolved. Much like with Medusa, under Shen Lang's guidance, Shadow's originally short skirt transformed into a long gown, concealing the black mist beneath her. Thus, the trio, consisting of one person and two beasts, made their way back to East Sea City. Shortly after they entered the city, the three adventurers who had been mistakenly injured returned to the city gate. Upon arrival, they did not proceed directly inside but instead rushed to the nearby defense office to find the city defense forces. In the current era of adventurers, the wilderness was predominantly occupied by various dungeons and ferocious beasts. Although the city was protected by a barrier, safeguarding its citizens, it could only withstand lower-level monsters. Should high-level beasts or organized attacks target the city defense forces would need to engage the enemy. Of course, when that time came, powerful professionals would be required to take action, but the city defense forces remained the backbone. The iron-willed warriors who would strike were directed. During his time at the academy, Shen Lang had studied history and learned that in the past, some small cities had fallen to wild beasts, leaving their entire populations trapped in a tragic fate. However, such calamities occurred in the early days of the adventurer era when humanity had not yet produced enough powerful individuals to withstand the onslaught of beasts. Now, 3 centuries later, with the rapid advancement of human adventurers, such tragedies had become exceedingly rare. The 3 adventurers arrived at the entrance management office and met with the squad leader of the city defense team responsible for that exit, a man named Zhou Cheng. After listening to their report, Zhou Cheng scrutinized them from head to toe and furrowed his brow, asking, "Are you certain that the beast you encountered in the Ghost Shadow Forest was truly the 10-star divine beast, Queen Medusa?" The 2 border soldiers nearby stifled their laughter, evidently skeptical of their claims. After all, they had been stationed there for nearly 2 years and had never heard of any 10-star divine beast appearing near EC City. Especially in the 1-star region of the Phantom Forest, how could that be possible? Even if we truly encountered the Medusa Queen, with just these 3 3-star professionals, what chance would we have of returning alive? Zhou Cheng glanced at the 2 warriors, who immediately stood at attention, their faces regaining the stern demeanor of soldiers. The bald professional nodded firmly, declaring, "I am certain, beyond a shadow of a doubt." "Indeed, Captain. We all witnessed it with our own eyes, a head adorned with serpents and a serpent's tail." At that moment, the Medusa Queen was engaged in battle with a formidable professional, unleashing a powerful attack. Our injuries are merely the result of the residual shockwave. Thankfully, it was just the periphery of that wave. Otherwise, we would have been reduced to ashes. The other 2 professionals eagerly shared their thoughts as well. After listening, Zhou Cheng nodded slightly and said, "All right. I understand what you have conveyed. You all rest here for a moment." Without further explanation, he turned and strode outside. The 2 city defense warriors remained stationed at the entrance. The bald man and the other 2 professionals exchanged bewildered glances. It seemed they were being confined. "Hey, what's going on? We are here to report," the bald man shouted. Zhou Cheng's voice echoed from outside. "You all wait calmly for a moment. I shall report to the Lord's office immediately. However, you must stay here for now. After all, if you misrepresent military information, you shall face prosecution." "We did not misreport. It is all true," the bald man called out again. Yet, Zhou Cheng had already moved far away. As the captain of the city defense team, he possessed his own judgment and decisiveness. Personally, he found it hard to believe that a 10-star divine beast like the Medusa Queen could emerge from the Phantom Forest. However, as a soldier, he could not disregard the report, so he promptly led his team outside to the Phantom Forest. Before long, Zhou Cheng and his team cautiously entered the Phantom Forest, discovering vast areas of charred foliage. In certain spots, flames and thick smoke billowed, stretching over several kilometers. The intense fluctuations of fire elements indicated that this place had indeed endured a brutal battle. Zhou Cheng's pupils constricted slightly as he communicated through the device to his soldiers. Maintain stealth, retreat immediately, retreat at once. Having witnessed the scene in the Phantom Forest, Zhou Cheng could no longer doubt the words of the three professionals. Even if the Medusa Queen was not present, it was undoubtedly a manifestation of some extraordinarily powerful beast. Such a creature was not something their modest city defense team could confront, prompting an immediate withdrawal. However, before retreating, he captured footage of the Phantom Forest. Once they exited the forest, Zhou Cheng wasted no time in contacting the higher-ups of the city defense department to report the matter. The higher-ups at the city defense department were initially skeptical, yet upon viewing the photographic evidence provided by Zhou Cheng, they were compelled to adopt a serious demeanor. After receiving the footage, they promptly contacted the city lord's office to report the situation. In the administrative building of the city lord's office, upon receiving such significant intelligence, there was no time to waste. The information was immediately relayed to the current lord of Donghai City, Yi Hongyu's father, Yi Yunchang. At that moment, Yi Yunchang was preoccupied with concerns about how to persuade his daughter to return home. The sound of knocking at the door prompted him to sit up straight. "Come in," he called out robustly. However, before he could finish his sentence, the office door swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in military attire strode in with urgency. "There's been an incident, old Yi," the newcomer declared upon entering. Yi Yunchang glanced at his City Defense Corps commander, frowning as he inquired, "What is it, Old Chun?" Old Chun, whose full name was Chun Dong, held the position of commander of the Donghai City Defense Corps. After receiving reports from his subordinates, he had hastened to seek out Yi Yunchang in person. "Take a look for yourself." Chun Dong handed over the video he was holding. Yi Yunchang accepted the widescreen communicator and observed a desolate, charred landscape, with smoke still rising from certain areas. Is this the Ghost Shadow Forest? As the lord of Donghai City, he was undoubtedly familiar with the territory under his jurisdiction and immediately recognized the scene in the video. Chun Dong nodded gravely, affirming, "Indeed. But what is the situation?" Yi Yunchang was still unclear about Chun Dong's intent and continued to scrutinize the video. Moments later, a glimmer of realization crossed Yi Yunchang's eyes as he turned to Chun Dong, frowning. Was this caused by a ferocious beast? Correct, it is a fire-type divine beast. Chun Dong replied solemnly. According to eyewitness reports, it is a 10-star Medusa Queen. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunchang could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet. What? The Medusa Queen. Even Yi Yunchang was taken aback by the mere mention of Medusa's name. Chapter 52. Chu Zhenhua. I will gather a few more 10 stars to go. Yi Yunchang exchanged a glance with Chun Dong, both falling into a contemplative silence. The appearance of a 10-star divine beast outside Donghai City undoubtedly posed a formidable challenge. It could be described as a calamity. If this 10-star divine beast were merely passing through, it would be of little consequence. However, should it choose to attack Donghai City, who could possibly withstand such an onslaught? No one could, not only in Donghai City, but across the globe. There are scarcely any fortifications capable of withstanding an assault from a 10-star divine beast. In terms of power, ferocious beasts surpass practitioners of the same level. Although practitioners benefit from the augmentation of equipment and items, the disparity remains significant. Moreover, the differences between ferocious beasts can be vast. Even between 1-star beasts, notable variances exist. One cannot deny the existence of 1-star divine beasts in the wild. A 1-star practitioner might be able to defeat a level 30 ordinary ferocious beast. But could they vanquish a 1-star divine beast? It is simply impossible. They would be utterly overwhelmed. In the depths of the ghostly shadow forest, a formidable 10-star divine beast has emerged. Ordinary 10-star professionals stand no chance against it, save for the likes of the Dragon Blood War God, the pinnacle of strength. Otherwise, victory can only be secured through sheer numbers, and even that is not guaranteed. If it were otherwise, the world would have long since eradicated all 10-star divine beasts through united efforts. Donghai City is, at best, a medium-sized metropolis, devoid of any 10-star professionals to defend it. How could it possibly withstand the siege of a 10-star divine beast? It is evident that should this divine creature descend upon Donghai City, it could effortlessly rend asunder the city's protective barrier and wreak havoc. After a moment of silence, Yi Yunchang spoke. Are you certain it is the Queen Medusa? Uncertain. Chun Dong replied with a wry smile. Can we afford to gamble on whether it is, or isn't? We cannot. Should a miscalculation occur, it is likely that 99% of Donghai City's populace would meet their demise here. Yi Yunchang inhaled deeply and declared. Then we must seek assistance from the War God Palace. Besides the independent 10-star professionals outside the official jurisdiction, the War God Palace is the bastion of 10-star powerhouses in the Great Xia Kingdom. Furthermore, the War God Palace stands as the most formidable bulwark against ferocious beasts and foreign adversaries. However, as the War God Palace is directly subordinate to the military. Contacting its formidable warriors requires the old monarch's approval from the Forbidden City. Consequently, Yi Yunchang promptly retrieved a specially designed red communicator and dialed the professional department's number. Although he was the lord of a city, he lacked the stature to directly reach out to the old monarch. Thus, he could only contact the professional department and relay his message through them for the old monarch to deliver it. Hello, this is the professional department office. A gentle female voice soon emanated from the communicator. In a serious tone, Yi Yunchang responded, I am Yi Yunchang, the lord of Donghai City. Please connect me to Minister Wang. Lord Yi, Minister Wang is currently in a meeting and will not be available for another hour. I can take your message. The communicator replied politely, clearly unwilling to transfer the call. However, Yi Yunchang's voice rose in urgency. A 10-star divine beast. A 10-star divine beast has appeared in Donghai City. I don't care how you do it. Connect me to Minister Wang immediately. Otherwise I and Minister Wang will all be culpable for the lives of tens of millions of our compatriots in Donghai City. The secretary on the other end was taken aback by his outburst. Responding to her was Yi Yunchang's furious demand. Hurry. While it was true that Minister Wang was in a meeting, it had concluded, and he was now engaged in discussions within the old monarch's office. The secretary, though lacking the authority to contact Minister Wang directly, understood the gravity of the situation upon hearing the words 10-star divine beast. Thus, she swiftly approached the office director to explain the matter. The office director, possessing Minister Wang's private contact information, immediately reached out to him. In the old monarch's office, alongside Minister Wang was Chu Jinhua, as they listened to updates regarding the ongoing purging process and its preliminary outcomes. Jinhua Chu reclined on the sofa and remarked, Old Wang, your heart remains insufficiently ruthless. Once you occupy this position, tenderness must be cast aside. Moreover, when dealing with those who have betrayed their nation and fellow countrymen, there is but one course of action, execution. You still harbor such a strong desire for bloodshed. The old monarch chided with a chuckle, turning to Minister Wang, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. However, young Wang, this fellow speaks the truth. We must show no mercy to these traitors. When it comes to killing, we must act decisively. Understood, Your Majesty. Minister Wang nodded solemnly. Jinhua Chu continued, if anyone dares to dissent, let them come find me, Jinhua Chu, and I shall make them submit. To this, Minister Wang could only offer a dry laugh, refraining from responding. At that moment, Minister Wang's communicator beeped, prompting him to glance at the old monarch. The old monarch nodded, saying, take the call. With the permission granted, Minister Wang connected the call, instructing, get to the point. All right, I understand, he replied, then immediately searched through his contacts for the note associated with Donghai City, dialing Yi Yunchang. Old Yi, what is happening? Speak quickly. Minister Wang's voice carried a hint of urgency. The old monarch and Jinhua Chu exchanged glances, both keenly sensing that something was amiss. Sure enough, moments later, Minister Wang ended the call, his expression turning grave as he swept his gaze over Jinhua Chu and the old monarch, urgently declaring, Your Majesty, Jinhua, there is trouble in Donghai City. Donghai City, ISNT, that where Shen Lang resides? Jinhua Chu furrowed his brows and inquired, what has happened in Donghai City? Minister Wang replied promptly, the city lord, Yi Yunchang, has reported that a 10-star divine beast has appeared outside Donghai City. Excuse me? Elaborate on the situation. The old monarch stood up from his chair, his demeanor serious upon hearing of the 10-star divine beast. Jinhua Chu also rose, though he was a 10-star powerhouse. The mention of such a creature unsettled him. After all, facing a 10-star divine beast would likely result in a stalemate for him as well. Minister Wang proceeded to relay Yi Yunchang's report in detail to both the old monarch and Jinhua Chu, even sharing the video footage. After watching the entire video, the old monarch turned to Jinhua Chu and said, the Medusa Queen is a rarity worldwide, yet there is indeed one within the borders of our great Xia. Jinhua, have you received any alerts regarding the Medusa Queen leaving her lair? No, we monitor the 10-star divine beasts within our territory around the clock. Any movements would be promptly reported to us. Jinhua Chu responded with unwavering certainty. Minister Wang interjected, it shouldn't be the Medusa Queen from within our borders. If I recall correctly, that one is of the ice attribute, whereas the one outside Donghai City is of the fire attribute. Then could it be that the Medusa Queen from abroad has crossed into our great Xia? The old monarch furrowed his brows and addressed Jinhua Chu. If that is the case, you must make another trip to Donghai City. Zhu Jinhua nodded and remarked, it is currently uncertain whether the Medusa Queen is in her mature form. I will summon a few individuals from the God of War Palace shortly. Otherwise, if it is indeed her mature form, I may not be able to safeguard the citizens of East Sea City. Make haste, urged the old monarch. Zhu Jinhua turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he paused once more. Old Wang, you mentioned that the Medusa Queen outside East Sea City possesses fire attributes, correct? Zhu Jinhua inquired of Minister Wang. Minister Wang nodded in affirmation, replying, indeed, she possesses fire attributes. Upon receiving this confirmation, a vivid image surfaced in Zhu Jinhua's mind. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Minister Wang again, saying, "It seems that Yi Yunchang mentioned someone survived under the Medusa Queen's skill. Contact him immediately and have him inquire with the survivors whether they had entered a combat state after sustaining damage from the skills." "Huh? What do you mean?" Minister Wang asked, bewildered. Zhu Jinhua responded exasperatedly. "What do you mean, huh? Hurry up and make the call. Just ask as I instructed." Minister Wang, not wishing to question further, swiftly reached out to Yi Yunchang, relaying Zhu Jinhua's message verbatim. Although Yi Yunchang was perplexed by this request, fortune smiled upon him as he was currently at the city gate, engaged in discussions with 3 professionals regarding the Ghost Shadow Forest. Consequently, he did not terminate the call and directly posed the inquiry to them. "Combat state? Only battles between professionals would lead to a combat state, right?" the bald professional remarked. His expression, one of confusion. "That was the Medusa Queen's skill damage. We wouldn't enter a combat state." Yi Yunchang pondered briefly before suggesting, "Check the prompt records. All 3 of you, check together." The trio, utterly baffled by Yi Yunchang's intentions, complied and began reviewing the prompt information. To their astonishment, they found a notification in their records stating, "You are being attacked by a professional. You have entered a combat state." How could this be? "We encountered no conflict with any professionals on our way back." One exclaimed, "I swear, we did not engage with anyone." Another added, "This is impossible. It's truly bizarre. How did we enter a combat state?" Upon receiving this information, Yi Yunchang quickly grasped the purpose behind Minister Wang's request and exited the reception room. "Minister Wang, you need not elaborate. I have heard their words," he remarked with a wry smile. "This esteemed individual, are they from our great Xia kingdom? Might you disclose when a 10-star powerhouse appeared in our realm, whether they are a beast master or a druid? That is not for you to know." "Deactivate the crisis alert," Minister Wang replied curtly before ending the call. Yi Yunchang glanced at his communicator, then cast his gaze toward the direction of the Ghost Shadow Forest, murmuring under his breath, "Damn, truly impressive." Regardless of whether the Beastmaster can control the Queen of Medusa or the Druid can transform into her, there is no doubt that they are among the superlative 10-star professionals, likely rivaling the prowess of the Dragon Blood War god, Zhu Jinhua. How could they not be formidable? Yet, the question arises, why would such an illustrious figure venture into East Sea City and wreak havoc in the Shadow Phantom Forest? The Shadow Phantom Forest is renowned as a sanctuary for novice professionals to hone their skills. The rampage of this formidable entity has rendered the forest nearly uninhabitable, necessitating weeks for its restoration. Chapter 53, Slay 1 if they come. Slay 2 if they come in pairs. Yi Yun let out a long sigh, his face betraying a hint of delight. There was relief from the false alarm, combined with the exhilaration of having another superlative warrior in the homeland. It was truly startling in broad daylight. Yi Yun chuckled softly and returned to the reception room, lifting the state of military readiness for the city defense forces. Subsequently, he met with the trio of professionals led by the bald man. After all, these 3 were also 3-star professionals. They had initially been unclear about the situation, but it was impossible for them to remain oblivious now. In a state of combat, conflicts only arise among professionals. The trio was certain that they had encountered no other professionals on their return journey, yet they had simultaneously received alerts indicating they were under attack and had entered a state of combat. This meant that they were all assaulted by other professionals at the same moment. In their memories, there was only one time frame in which they were attacked, when they were within the range of the 10-star divine beast, the Queen of Medusa's ultimate skill. Hence, it became evident to them, even if they were not astute, that this 10-star divine beast was not merely a wild monster, but rather a professional in control of it. It was precisely because of this that they received the combat status alert when struck by the residual effects of the Queen of Medusa's attack. The thought of a professional capable of controlling a 10-star divine beast was utterly terrifying. Yi Yun gazed at the 3 with a sense of melancholy and remarked, "You 3 are indeed fortunate. The city lord is correct. We are indeed quite lucky," the 3 responded, their faces reflecting the relief of having narrowly escaped. Had they not been on the periphery, they might have met their demise. To be mistakenly killed by a professional capable of controlling a 10-star divine beast would have been their misfortune. Otherwise, should the authorities hold this powerful figure accountable? Perhaps there would be some form of punishment, but it would hardly be significant. Yi Yun's gaze swept over the trio before continuing, "This matter is of great importance. Rest assured, City Lord, I will not speak of this." The bald man was the first to assure him. "I will remain silent as well," chimed in the second. "Me too," the third echoed, all affirming their commitment not to disclose any information regarding the Queen of Medusa to anyone else. Yi Yun nodded approvingly, saying, "Your awareness is commendable. Although your report contained inaccuracies, your intentions were noble, aimed at the welfare of all citizens of East Sea City. Thus, as City Lord, I shall grant you the title of 2-star honorary warrior, along with 500 contribution points." "Ah, truly? Thank you, City Lord. Thank you." Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals were filled with excitement, For ordinary professionals like them, this was indeed a tremendous opportunity. Yi Yunchang chuckled, "You need not thank me. This is what you rightfully deserve. However, a confidentiality agreement must be signed, as is the protocol." "Very well, we shall sign." The three readily agreed. Subsequently, under Zhou Cheng's guidance, the trio was escorted to another office where they signed the confidentiality agreement regarding the events of the day. Meanwhile, Yi Yunchang hastened towards the Ghost Shadow Forest. After all, an individual capable of commanding the 10-star divine beast, the Medusa Queen, was not someone one could afford to overlook. The outcome, as one might imagine, was disappointing. Yi Yunchang ended up returning to Donghai City without even catching a glimpse of her. Upon his return, Yi Yunchang happened to pass by the vicinity of the Professional Trader Center, and thoughts of his daughter, Yi Hongyu, crossed his mind. After some contemplation, he made his way directly to the Professional Trader Center. Meanwhile, within the office of the old monarch in the Forbidden City, the previously tense atmosphere had dissipated. Minister Wang sighed. What a false alarm this has turned out to be. The old monarch nodded in agreement, and then turned to Chu Jinhua, inquiring, "You seem to recognize this individual?" "You could say that," Chu Jinhua replied with a smile. The old monarch frowned and insisted, "What do you mean by could say? I need a definitive answer. A beast master capable of controlling 10-star divine beasts, or a druid able to transform into a 10-star divine beast. Such a person does not exist in the Great Xia Kingdom. If they did, they would certainly not be absent from our official database, or they might be a foreign powerhouse." Thus, the old monarch's demeanor was notably serious. For the level of danger posed by such a strong individual was exceedingly high. Chu Jinhua chuckled lightly and remarked, "Surely, you must know him as well." "We?" The old monarch and Minister Wang exchanged puzzled glances. If they were acquainted with this professional powerhouse, they would not have appeared so alarmed moments ago. Minister Wang, with a wry smile, said, "Huazi, please don't keep us in suspense." "All right, I won't tease you any longer." Chu Jinhua smirked and continued, "He is a beastmaster. Do you recall my reason for visiting Donghai City?" Upon hearing this, both the old monarch and Minister Wang began to comprehend. Yet upon deeper reflection, their eyes widened in disbelief. Minister Wang was the first to express his disbelief, exclaiming, "Shen Lang? He has just transitioned. How could that be possible?" The old monarch's gaze flickered for a moment before he asked, "Are you certain?" "Not entirely, but do not forget, I have seen him and his beast." Chu Jinhua pondered aloud. "Although I did not discern the true form of his beast at the time, I witnessed its prowess, which was of the fire attribute. I previously mentioned that his beast could slay 4-star professionals. I was puzzled as to how this beast could be so formidable, only to realize later that it was a 10-star Medusa Queen." He then added, "It may not be fully 10-star. Perhaps it possesses the bloodline of a 10-star divine beast. Otherwise, that beast would not have shown fear in my presence." Upon hearing this, the old monarch's forehead was lined with dark furrows as he spoke solemnly. "So, everything that transpired earlier was merely your conjecture?" Seeing the old sovereign in such a state, Chu Jinhua cleared his throat and immediately said, "Do not fret, do not fret. I will verify this at once. Hurry." The old sovereign banged on the table, exclaiming, "This is sheer nonsense. You are toying with the lives of tens of millions of citizens." Although it was now confirmed that the 10-star divine beast Medusa Queen was backed by a professional, her true identity remained uncertain. If she were a formidable adversary from an enemy nation, the threat to Donghai City would indeed surpass that posed by the Medusa Queen alone. All right, I was mistaken. Spare me the scolding. I am attempting to contact him." Despite the old sovereign's fury, Chu Jinhua felt quite intimidated and quickly took out his communicator, aiming to reach Shen Lang. However, he soon realized he had no contact information for Shen Lang. Fortunately, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he opened the professional friend system, promptly sending a friend request to Shen Lang, inwardly cursing, "You rascal, do accept it quickly." Fortunately, mere seconds later, a chime sounded as Shen Lang accepted his friend request. "True Dragon Blood Battle God?" Upon seeing this message, Chu Jinhua couldn't help but exclaim, "Tell me, young man, is it you who caused the events in the Phantom Shadow Forest outside Donghai City?" Shen Lang replied, "Battle God, I am uncertain of what you speak." Chu Jinhua retorted, "Do you believe I will come to Donghai City and hang you up for a beating?" Shen Lang conceded, "All right, it was me. The professional I accidentally injured with my beast should be unharmed. I did not receive a kill notification." Chu Jinhua remarked, "Consider yourself fortunate. Hold on, I will contact you again shortly." After exchanging a few words with Shen Lang, Chu Jinhua felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, it was Shen Lang behind this affair. Meeting the anxious gazes of the old sovereign and Minister Wang, Chu Jinhua grinned and declared, "It's confirmed. It is indeed that rascal." Upon hearing this, the burdens weighing on the hearts of the old sovereign and Minister Wang finally lifted. However, the old sovereign's brow furrowed once more as he questioned, how could a newly transitioned novice professional like him have contracted the Medusa Queen? Perhaps a unique talent. Chu Jinhua replied casually. Yet, he too was astounded. When he first encountered Shen Lang, he had sensed that his beast was extraordinary, likely a divine beast. But he had never imagined it would be a Medusa queen. However, one question continued to perplex Chu Jinhua. While it was evident that this Medusa queen possessed the bloodline of a 10-star divine beast, it was unlikely to be a mature entity. After all, mature Medusa queens boasted 10-star combat prowess, and a novice like Shen Lang would not qualify to form a contract with one. This indicated that Shen Lang's Medusa queen was indeed real, but merely a juvenile. A mere cub. Yet, a pressing dilemma arose. How could a juvenile Medusa queen wield such a formidable skill as meteoric firefall? The ultimate skills of Medusa queens generally follow a similar pattern, differing only in elemental attributes and manifestation. The fire element Medusa queen employs meteoric firefall, while the water element counterpart uses deluge fall, and so forth. A juvenile Medusa queen, with a level likely not high enough, would presumably lack such a grand ability. So how could she execute meteoric firefall? This little fellow harbors quite a number of secrets, Chu Jinhua muttered to himself, though he did not pay it much heed. After all, a man as proud as he had little inclination to pry into the affairs of others. However, at that moment, Minister Wang suddenly spoke up. Jinhua, this young lad has just transitioned to a new position and has already contracted a young Medusa queen. As you have mentioned, with a bloodline of the 10-star divine beast level, his future achievements could be remarkable, perhaps even surpassing yours. Just a 10-star Medusa queen? Do you truly believe I am intimidated? Chu Jinhua retorted with a cold smile. He did not underestimate the 10-star Medusa queen, but he was not afraid. Should it come to a life-and-death struggle, he was confident that he would emerge victorious. Minister Wang chuckled, about to respond when the old national leader interjected, saying, "If I recall correctly, this young fellow is a beastmaster, is he not? That is redundant. If he were not a beastmaster, how could he possibly contract a Medusa queen?" Chu Jinhua replied dismissively. The old national leader turned to Minister Wang, speaking meaningfully, "Young Wang, is there a limit to the number of beasts a beastmaster can contract?" "There is none," Minister Wang readily replied. Nodding, the old national leader continued, "Then tell me, do you think it is possible for Shen Lang to contract another 10-star divine beast?" "It is certainly not out of the realm of possibility," Minister Wang stated earnestly. Seeing the two of them engaging in this banter, Chu Jinhua scowled. "I say, enough of this. Do you truly believe that 10-star divine beasts are as common as cabbages, to be contracted at will? If this young lad manages to contract another 10-star divine beast, I shall willingly concede the title of leader of the God of War camp to him. Should that day come, you need not even concede." Minister Wang replied with a smile. Shrugging, Chu Jinhua responded nonchalantly, "Then I shall accept it. The new generation will always surpass the old. Is that not a good thing?" The old national leader nodded in agreement, stating, "Well said. Our great Xia must strive to be stronger with each generation. By the way, this young fellow has a high starting point and is still quite young. He must be properly guided to avoid straying onto the wrong path. I have thoroughly reviewed his profile. He is a sincere child," Minister Wang remarked before adding, "How about this, Jinhua? Why not allow him to directly enter the God of War camp?" "Not yet. Despite his seemingly honest demeanor, he possesses a wild spirit," Chu Jinhua contemplated before saying. "He is indeed a promising talent, but he needs to experience a bit of freedom and temper his character first." The old national leader did not disagree, but cautioned, "His safety must not be overlooked. We must ensure his secure growth. Rest assured, I have already made the necessary arrangements." Chu Jinhua settled back onto the sofa and continued. "The second information card I provided for him is specifically for the God of War camp's reserve team. He will undoubtedly utilize it. Once he activates this second information card, he will bear the mark of the God of War camp. If anyone in the country dares to target him, they must be prepared to face the wrath of Chu Jinhua. As for those foreign scoundrels," Chu Jinhua's tone turned icy as he declared, "Let one come, and I shall slay him. Let a pair come, and I shall slay them both." Chapter 54. This Shen Sanliang is quite extraordinary. East Sea City, Professional Traders Center. Upon his return from the outskirts of the city, Yi Yunchang swiftly arrived at the Beast Pavilion. He was well aware that his daughter spent her mornings at the Treasure Pavilion and her afternoons at the Beast Pavilion. However, upon his arrival at the latter, he discovered that Yi Hongyu was not present. She was at the Treasure Pavilion instead. Yi Yunchang did not dwell on this, and, after leaving the Beast Pavilion, soon made his way to the Treasure Pavilion. Familiar with both establishments, he was recognized by many. For Yi Yunchang was not only the lord of Donghai City, but also the brother of the chairman of the Wanwan Group. As soon as Su Qian learned of Yi Yunchang's arrival, he came to greet him personally. "My lord, you are here to see the young lady, aren't you?" Su Qian inquired with a smile. Yi Yunchang nodded and replied, "Indeed, this girl spends all her time away from home, so I thought I would check on her. I appreciate the extra effort you and Lao Hong have been putting in during this time." "You flatter us, my lord. The young lady is doing quite well?" Su Qian responded cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunchang sighed. "That is precisely why I am more concerned. As a core member of the Wanwan Group, Su Qian was well acquainted with the details concerning Yi Hongyu. He understood perfectly that Yi Yunchang's concerns stemmed from the fact that Yi Hongyu, engrossed in her business pursuits, had become somewhat lax in her professional training. However, as an outsider, Su Qian felt it was inappropriate to comment further. Yi Yunchang then asked, by the way, I heard from Lao Hong that the girl is around here. Where is she? I haven't seen her. Yes, the young lady is indeed here. But she is not in the exhibition hall. Su Qian recalled the equipment that had nearly buried both him and the chairman and smiled wryly. I'm not sure where she found a beast tamer, but today she received over 1,000 pieces of equipment. She is currently in the back, sorting and appraising them. Over 1,000 pieces of equipment? Yi Yunchang asked, incredulous. Su Qian nodded and explained, indeed, but they are mostly low-level items, of little value. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunchang's interest waned. Oh, where is she? I shall go and see. Please, this way, my lord, Su Qian said, stepping back to lead Yi Yunchang to the office where Yi Hongyu was appraising the equipment. Although Su Qian had mentioned the considerable number of items, Yi Yunchang was taken aback upon entering the reception office and seeing a veritable mountain of equipment. It was a rare sight to behold such a vast quantity. This is indeed quite a collection, Yi Yunchang murmured as he stepped into the office. Unfortunately, Yi Hongyu was so engrossed in her task that she did not notice her father standing behind her. However, the appraiser, upon straightening up and spotting Yi Yunchang, promptly bowed and said, greetings, my lord. Ah, Yi Yunchang responded with a smile and a nod. It was only then that Yi Hongyu turned around and noticed her father, exclaiming, Dad, what brings you here? Is it only permissible for you to neglect coming home to see me? Am I not allowed to visit you as well? Yi Yunchang replied with a stern expression, though he bore a hint of playful reproach, akin to a doting husband. Didn't you say you would return tonight? Yi Hongyu gestured towards the room, filled with equipment, and remarked, look at all this. I am quite occupied. Busy, busy, busy. Yi Yunchang scoffed. You have never shown such dedication when someone took you to a secret realm. How tedious it is to engage in mere fighting. Yet, upon surveying the gear in the room, Yi Hongyu smiled and replied, this is far more interesting than grinding in a dungeon. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunchang could only sigh in resignation. Alas, how did I end up with a daughter like you? With a playful laugh, Yi Hongyu responded, well, you gave birth to me, and it's not like you can return me like a product if you are dissatisfied, right, Dad? If returning were an option, I would definitely return you. Yi Yunchang retorted with mock severity. Yi Hongyu pouted, Mom, why are you here? At this, Yi Yunchang's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to look, only to find no one present. You rascal. He chuckled wryly, quickly fixing a warning gaze upon Yi Hongyu. She laughed heartily. Don't worry, Dad. If you really want to return me, I want to tell Mom. Now that is more like it. Yi Yunchang huffed, stretching languidly. Yi Hongyu said, Dad, you should head back. I'll return once I finish up here. I will definitely come back. I'll just wait for you then, Yi Yunchang declared, sitting down in a chair, evidently skeptical of his daughter's assurances. Yi Hongyu shook her head in resignation. If you wish to wait, then wait. Subsequently, under the diligent efforts of the appraiser, everyone began to recheck and evaluate the equipment. Seeing the affectionate rapport between the father and daughter, Su Qian decided not to linger any longer and busied himself with other matters. Finding himself somewhat bored, Yi Yunchang inquired, Hongyu, I heard from old Su that you personally collected these items? Indeed, I've gathered several hundred pieces previously. This is the second batch. Yi Hongyu replied without looking up. Yi Yunchang casually asked, were they all from one person? Yes, from a single beastmaster. Yi Hongyu confirmed. A beastmaster? Yi Yunchang paused, momentarily taken aback, involuntarily recalling the formidable beastmaster he had encountered outside the city. However, it was evident that there was no connection between the two. After all, a person capable of commanding a 10-star divine beast, the Medusa Queen, would not be engaged in acquiring such low-level equipment. Like Yi Yunchang and Yi Hongyu, Yi Yunchang surmised that the individual supplying Yi Hongyu with the gear was likely not a single person, but rather a team. Otherwise, it would be implausible to amass such a quantity of low-tier equipment. However, it seemed there were no reports of any teams in the vicinity engaging in extensive monster hunting for gear. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yunchang asked, Hongyu, are you familiar with this beastmaster? Yi Hongyu lifted her head and replied, not really. We just met this morning when he came to sell equipment. Just selling equipment? Yi Yunchang probed further. Yi Hongyu pondered for a moment and said, I also purchased a few items. Namely 2 books on the skills of a beastmaster at the 1-star level, as well as a card for one-click equipment collection. Oh, and we added each other as friends in the profession. All these items were sent via mail. Ah, that explains it. No wonder I hadn't seen anyone else. Yi Yunchang glanced around and then inquired, what is his name? Shen Lang. Yi Hongyu replied. A frown creased Yi Yunchang's brow as he muttered to himself. A surname of Shun and a beastmaster. In an instant, various thoughts raced through Yi Yunchang's mind. He promptly exited the office, retrieved his communicator, and dialed the head of the profession management in Donghai City. Please investigate a professional named Shen Lang for me. Yi Yunchang instructed through the communicator. He is a beastmaster, likely specializing since last year, or at the latest, the year before. Of course, he might have even transitioned this year. Have you found anything? City Lord. We have found him, came the uncertain reply from the other end. This Shen Lang is quite extraordinary. What do you need him for? The description of extraordinary was indeed remarkable. Yi Yunchang pondered. What is the situation? The response came, Shen Lang, profession, beastmaster, level 12. All other information is classified. Which department has set this confidentiality? Yi Yunchang pressed further. The voice on the other end replied in a subdued tone, the War God Camp Reserve. Upon hearing this answer, Yi Yunchang's brow furrowed even deeper, clearly startled by the mention of the War God Camp. Understood, he said, ending the call, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. A member of the War God Reserve had emerged from Donghai City, yet he was unaware. Yi Yunchang's mind flashed through various names, all of which were students with notable professions or talents who had transitioned in Donghai City this year. As the Lord of Donghai City, he naturally had access to the lists of transitioning personnel from various academies, since the reports to the capital all originated from him. Ultimately, Yi Yunchang narrowed his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he mused, Shen Lang, such a hasty name. It was apparent that Yi Yunchang had deduced Shen Lan's true identity. This was not merely due to his astute reasoning, but rather because he had access to a wealth of information that was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Through a series of events, he had pieced together the connection between Shen Lang and Shen Lang. Firstly, among the new transitioning professionals in Donghai City, none possessed the qualifications to enter the War God Reserve. It is essential to note that the War God Camp is the elite force of the Great Xia Kingdom, akin to the special forces within special forces. Anyone who can gain entry is among the pinnacle of professionals, typically at the 10-star level or higher. Just one of them could easily overpower an average professional. The War God Reserve, as the name implies, consists of prospective members of the War God Camp. Generally, those who become part of the War God Reserve ultimately transition successfully into the War God Camp. This indicates that the future achievements of the War God Reserve members will inevitably lead them to become 10-star professionals. Although there are distinctions in strength among 10-star professionals, much like the Dragon Blood War God, Chu Jinhua, who can easily defeat 10 other 10-star professionals. Even the average 10-star practitioner remains an entity that 99% of professionals cannot hope to match. Thus, those who are able to enter the War God Reserve are undoubtedly the elite of the Great Xia Kingdom. This year, in the city of Donghai, there exists but one individual of such exceptional talent, namely Shen Lang, who has successfully completed the Hell-level Novice Dungeon at an SSS rank. Moreover, Yi Yunchang is aware that the Dragon Blood War God, Chu Jinhua, visited Donghai City yesterday. It is only natural that someone of Shen Lang's prodigious abilities would warrant a meeting with Chu Jinhua, who is one of the few individuals in the entire Great Xia Kingdom capable of directly bestowing a spot in the War God Reserve to a professional. Such circumstances led Yi Yunchang to speculate that Shen Lang is indeed Shen Lang. As for the matter of names, it is worth noting that Yi Yunchang, as the Lord of the city, is not only privy to such information but also, setting aside this identity, he is the younger brother of the chairman of the Wanwan Group, and thus cannot be unaware of the second information card, a tool that allows professionals to reinvent themselves. It appears that Chu Jinhua truly regards this young fellow, Shen Lang, with great importance. Speaking to himself, Yi Yunchang smiled gently. To achieve an SSS rank in a Hell-level Novice Dungeon right after transitioning classes, how could one not value that? However, one wonders whether Shen Lang has any connection to the Beast Master outside the city. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yunchang concluded that there is likely a relationship, though the specifics remain unclear. Just then, Yi Yunchang's communicator rang. Upon checking, he saw it was his elder brother, Yi Yunchang, and promptly answered, "Hello, brother. Yunchang, I need to verify something with you." Yi Yunchang began. "What is it, brother?" Yi Yunchang inquired. Yi Yunchang directly asked, "Is that Shen Lang, the Beast Master who sold equipment to Hong Yu?" "Brother, such matters are confidential, and I cannot divulge much. You ought to understand," Yi Yunchang replied thoughtfully. "However, I am currently at Wanbao Pavilion, and I will inform Hong Yu that regardless of how much equipment Shen Lang sells, Wanbao Pavilion will accept every single piece." "All right," Yi Yunchang replied tersely before hanging up. Although Yi Yunchang did not directly provide an answer, both brothers are astute, and the implications of the conversation were clear. After putting down the communicator, Yi Yunchang turned and walked back into the room filled with equipment, observing his daughter busily engaged among the piles. He chose not to say anything further, knowing that even without his input, his daughter would likely accept everything, as long as Shen Lang was willing to sell her items. It would be beneficial for her to have more interactions, Yi Yunchang mused to himself. Being the lord of a city is indeed a commendable position, akin to a high-ranking official before the era of class transitions. However, In the current age, prowess reigns supreme. Should Yi Hongyu forge a closer bond with a future war god, it would be advantageous for both her and the brothers Yi Yunchang. Of course, these are merely the musings within Yi Yunchang's mind. As for what the future holds, it ultimately depends on Yi Hongyu herself. She would not overly interfere in her daughter's life. At that moment, Yi Hongyu lifted her head from the pile of equipment and opened the chat interface of the adventurer's friend system. The sound of notifications chimed, accompanied by a flashing avatar, messages from Shen Lang. Shen Lang, do you have backpack expansion cards at Wanfang Pavilion? Yi Hongyu promptly replied, yes, we do. How many would you like, young sir? Shen Lang, what is the price? Yi Hongyu, it's a bit pricey, but for you. It shouldn't be an issue, 12 million each, but I can make it 10 million each for you. Shen Lang, wow, that is quite expensive. Yi Hongyu, to be honest, 10 million is already the discounted price. Shen Lang, alright then, how much are my equipment worth? Yi Hongyu, I'm almost done counting. The preliminary estimate is just over 100 million, with a few million in change. Shen Lang, then give me 9 backpack expansion cards, and transfer the rest to my account. Yi Hongyu, sure, I'll send you the backpack expansion cards first, and once I finish counting and settle the accounts, I'll transfer the remaining funds to you. Shen Lang, no problem. Yi Hongyu closed the adventurer's friend system and promptly went out to find Su Qian to obtain the backpack expansion cards, which she then directly transferred to Shen Lang. Meanwhile, at a small inn in Donghai City, Shen Lang received the email, and the 9 backpack expansion cards immediately appeared before him. Backpack expansion card. Function. Increases backpack slots by 100. Without hesitation, Shen Lang used all 9 backpack expansion cards, instantly boosting his slots to 1,000. With the addition of the Queen Medusa and the Shadow Lord, he now had a total of 1,200 slots. This should alleviate any concerns about space for his items. Though he lamented the cost, nearly 100 million for just these items. Feeling a slight sting in his wallet, he was soon interrupted as his adventurer's friend system chimed again. What could the Dragon Blood War God want from me now? Chapter 56, Designated Task. Proceed to the 8th Forbidden Zone. Due to the incident of misfire, Shen Lang felt a twinge of guilt, especially when the Dragon Blood War God, Chu Jinhua, had come to confront him. It truly took him by surprise. He had not anticipated that such a minor issue would attract the attention of such a formidable figure. Unbeknownst to Shen Lang, this matter not only caught Chu Jinhua's attention, but even that of the former sovereign of the Great Xia Kingdom. From this incident, Shen Lang realized that his possession of the Queen Medusa as a tamed beast must have already been known to Chu Jinhua. Otherwise, he would not have sought him out directly to question him about the misfire involving other adventurers. The only asymmetry in this situation was that Chu Jinhua had initially failed to recognize the Queen Medusa and only learned of it after the misfire incident. Furthermore, Chu Jinhua was unaware that Shen Lang had acquired a second tamed beast, also a 10-star divine beast. Fortunately, the misfire incident was indeed just that, a mere accident, without any fatalities. Shen Lang had thought the matter was settled, yet he did not expect Chu Jinhua to seek him out again, leaving him uncertain of the reason behind this renewed inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang opened the chat window. Chu Jinhua, this matter has considerable repercussions. If I hadn't known it was you, perhaps 10-star warriors would have already sought you out. Chu Jinhua, your beast's destructive power is formidable, so it would be prudent to refrain from employing such skills in lower-level areas. For your own good, it is best to avoid these locales. Should you happen to cause harm to other practitioners again, the consequences could be dire. Upon reading these 2 messages, Shen Lang furrowed his brow and replied, but, warrior, I need to grind for experience. If he could not venture into lower-level areas, higher-level zones were not entirely off-limits. However, some of the advanced regions were inaccessible to him, and he might encounter formidable beasts or ill-intentioned practitioners, potentially placing himself in perilous situations. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall, and Shen Lang firmly believed in this ancestral wisdom. After a while, Chu Jinhua responded, it's not that I'm forbidding you from grinding. I'm simply advising against lower-level areas. Rest assured, I will locate a safe place for you to grind and level up without the risk of accidental harm or fatalities. One that suits both you and your beast's capabilities. Seeing this, Shen Lang promptly replied, is there truly such a place? Thank you, warrior. It must be said that after the recent incident of accidental harm, Shen Lang would inevitably exercise caution during subsequent grinding sessions, leading to Medusa and Shadow casting their area damage skills less frequently or not at all. This would certainly affect his leveling progress. If, as Chu Jinhua claimed, there existed a safe area for him to grind, he could truly unleash his potential. With reckless abandon, he would gather experience in abundance. With a sense of anticipation, Shen Lang ordered takeout, awaiting Chu Jinhua's reply. Chu Jinhua did not keep him waiting long and soon responded, I've got it sorted. What has been sorted? Shen Lang was left bewildered. Just as he was about to inquire, a notification popped up in the chat window. Your friend Chu Jinhua has sent you a limited time quest. Please check it. A limited-time quest? What could this entail? Shen Lang had a faint recollection of the quest system, which had emerged after he became an honorary warrior. This quest system operates at a national level, serving as an official task template. The governing bodies utilize this system to publish task information externally. Practitioners seeking to earn contribution points can access this system to find suitable quests. Upon completion, they receive corresponding contribution points. For the vast majority of ordinary practitioners, this serves as a means to enhance their strength and status. After all, the official honorary warriors can exchange their contribution points for equipment and various other items. Momentarily taken aback, Shen Lang opened his task system. Indeed, next to the task system, a limited-time quest was shimmering with golden light, prompting him to click on it eagerly. Task: cleaning the 8th restricted zone of Donghai City. Task details: eliminate the wild creatures within the 8th zone of the 1-star area in Donghai City. Reward: 1,200 contribution points. Time limit: none. Location: wild area outside Donghai City. Difficulty: 1 star. Task issuer: Chu Jinhua. Designated participant: Shen Lang. Upon gazing at this so-called designated task, Shen Lang blinked, and his mind involuntarily conjured images of the restricted zones. Such locales are classified as perilous in nature. A 1-star restricted area signifies that for adventurers below level 30, it is essentially a realm of no return. Shen Lang observed the electronic display outside the city, where several skull icons marked the restricted zones on the map. However, given that it was merely a 1-star zone, he did not regard it with much concern. After all, even the most formidable beasts within this area would not exceed level 30. For him, who possessed 2 10-star divine beasts, entering such a place might be akin to a leisurely stroll. Furthermore, this task was assigned to him by the Blood Dragon War God, specifically designed for him to farm monsters, suggesting that the challenge would not be insurmountable. Consequently, without further contemplation, Shen Lang accepted the task. After all, there was no time constraint. Should any danger arise, he could simply opt out. Following the acceptance of the task, a route map to the 8th restricted zone materialized before him, aligning perfectly with the direction he had taken to exit the city. Eager to explore this 8th restricted zone, he decided to satiate his hunger first. Shortly thereafter, his takeout arrived. As a person of considerable wealth, Shen Lang would not skimp on his meals. Lavish feasts were a necessity. With Medusa and Shadow accompanying him, he had even ordered extra provisions. Though Medusa and Shadow had recently evolved into 10-star divine beasts, they were still unaccustomed to consuming cooked food. However, under Shen Lang's guidance, both women soon developed a fondness for it, indulging alongside him in a hearty feast. After a delightful meal, Shen Lang, accompanied by Medusa and Shadow, ventured once again outside Donghai City, entering the wilderness. Thanks to the task system providing a route map, he did not need to consult the map again. He simply followed the indicated path. The 8th restricted zone, being a 1-star area, was not far from Donghai City. Situated in a relatively secluded part of the outer regional area, it did not take long for them to arrive at the entrance of the restricted zone, a cave. As they approached, Shen Lang caught sight of a vast opening from a distance. The entrance was not particularly large, yet a peculiar odor wafted from it. A nauseating mix of fishy and foul scents that was quite pungent. The interior of the cave was dimly lit, though some illumination could be discerned, obscured by the entrance-s cover. Turning to Shadow, Shen Lang instructed, "Shadow, you may enter my shadow." The shadow possesses the ability to merge with its essence, seamlessly integrating into Shen Lang's own shadow. In this manner, regardless of any impending peril, the shadow can promptly initiate defense. This serves as a hidden trump card for Shen Lang. It must be said that the Shadow Monarch is indeed the epitome of unwavering defense. "Very well, my master." The shadow, having spent considerable time with Medusa, has adopted her catchphrases, which are quite striking. After merging with Shen Lang's shadow, he proceeded with Medusa towards the nearby cave entrance. At the entrance, there are professional guards, for this place is a restricted zone. The authorities must position personnel to prevent the wild creatures within from emerging, while simultaneously barring the uninitiated from entering and meeting their doom. It is evident that these guards possess formidable strength, all being at least level 30. Naturally, they cannot be excessively powerful, otherwise there would be no need for them to merely guard the entrance. Although this 8th restricted zone is merely a low-level wild area, it is protected by 5 guards, who are currently seated cross-legged at the cave's mouth, interconnected by a unique aura. Additionally, a barely perceptible halo envelopes the entrance, clearly a form of barrier. This special barrier formed by the 5 individuals seals the cave entrance. Unless they permit entry, the wild creatures inside cannot escape, and outsiders are equally barred from entering without permission. This is the power and duty bestowed upon them by EC City. Upon Shen Lang's arrival at the cave entrance, the gazes of the 5 professionals turned towards him. One of them, looking coldly at Shen Lang, spoke. "This is a restricted area. Entry is prohibited without permission. Rookie." Leave at once. Shen Lang, unfazed, smiled and inquired, "Brother, I understand this is a restricted area, but what makes it so?" The guard glanced at Shen Lang, perhaps finding a slight affinity in being addressed as brother, and responded in a neutral tone. "There are too many ferocious beasts within the restricted zone. Low-level professionals entering will be swiftly besieged, with little chance of survival. Even some 2-star professionals risk being overwhelmed by the beasts, hence its designation as a restricted area." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang felt a surge of joy. The dragon blood war god truly understood his needs. While an abundance of ferocious beasts may spell nightmare for others, for him, it represents paradise. How can such a restricted area persist in a low-level wild zone? Shen Lang inquired with childlike curiosity. The guard replied nonchalantly, "You make a valid point. Each year, after the job change day, the authorities send personnel to cleanse the area, and it is subsequently open for 2 months to allow novice job changers to level up. However, for the remaining 10 months, entry is forbidden." Continuing, the guard added, "Logically speaking, it is about time for someone to clean the restricted area. It should be soon. You 2 rookies have arrived in the wild zone rather quickly, indicating your professions are commendable. Nevertheless, you should leave for now. Wait until the stronger individuals arrive to clear the restricted area, and then you may return." The statement was devoid of any condescension. It merely stemmed from the realization that Shen Lang was but a novice in the realm of adventurers, concerned for their lives. Naturally, Shen Lang could not retreat. He asserted, "My esteemed brother, might it be possible that I am, in fact, the individual dispatched from above to cleanse this forbidden zone? You?" The guards scrutinized Shen Lang from head to toe, their disbelief palpable. Shen Lang, dismissing further trivialities, unfurled the task system, presenting it before the quintet of guards. As they gazed upon the task panel, exchanged glances, and astonishment flickered in their eyes. The notion of someone being sent to purge the forbidden area was not entirely surprising. However, dispatching a mere novice of such low level seemed akin to sending them to their demise. Yet, amidst the tension, one guard suddenly exclaimed, "This task is issued by the Dragonblood Warlord." Upon hearing this, the other guards redirected their attention to Shen Lang's task panel, focusing on the issuer. Indeed, it was the Dragonblood Warlord, Chu Jinhua. Their perception of Shen Lang shifted dramatically, and they discerned additional details regarding the designated task recipient. Task designation, Shen Sanliang, Reserve of the Warlord Corps. Although the task was specifically assigned to Shen Lang, his secondary information card could effortlessly substitute for the fundamental personal details. As for the Reserve of the Warlord Corps, that was a stratagem employed by Chu Jinhua, unbeknownst to Shen Lang. One guard regarded Shen Lang once more, sighing, "Ah, so you are from the Reserve of the Warlord Corps. It is no wonder you have been assigned to cleanse this forbidden zone. Proceed, you may enter." As he spoke, he and the other guards nodded in unison, creating an opening in the barrier at the cave's entrance. "Thank you, esteemed brothers," Shen Lang expressed his gratitude, stepping forward alongside Medusa and crossing into the breach. In the next moment, their figures vanished from the cave's mouth. It was evident that this entrance was merely a facade, concealing an entirely different realm within. Once Shen Lang and Medusa ventured inside, the 5 guards promptly sealed the barrier once more, envy etched on their faces. Who would have thought that the higher-ups would send a member of the Reserve of the Warlord Corps to cleanse the forbidden zone? Ah, the Reserve of the Warlord Corps, destined to become a 10-star warlord in the future. Perhaps this was a mere exercise for this novice. I had just referred to him as a rookie. He surely wouldn't hold a grudge, would he? Huffed. Who do you think you are to warrant such animosity? Indeed, we are but insignificant figures, hardly worth their notice. Meanwhile, Shen Lang and Medusa, upon entering the cave, were met with a startling transformation of their surroundings. It was no cavern, but rather a vast expanse of desert. The colorful terrain was teeming with snakes, varieties of all shapes and sizes. There were python-thick serpents, long-winged snakes, vividly patterned large snakes with horns, and even clawed serpents, all densely clustered together, creating what could only be described as a sea of snakes. No wonder this place was deemed a forbidden zone. In this small area alone, there were likely tens of thousands of snakes. At the very moment Shen Lang and his companions stepped inside, numerous heads stood erect, their eyes of various hues almost universally fixated on Shen Lang and Medusa, as if they had encountered a delectable feast of blood, surging towards them like a relentless tide. Chapter 58, Ascending 11 Levels in One Breath, Who Dares to Contend? A multitude of vividly colored serpents entwined and surged, presenting a scene that could only be described as terrifying and grotesque. Yet, despite the visceral reaction they provoked, Shen Lang's spirits soared internally. Outside, while battling monsters, one must always exercise caution, not least to avoid inadvertently harming other adventurers. After all, there are indeed others present in the outside world, preventing Shen Lang from unleashing his full potential in combat. With the formidable capabilities of Medusa and the Shadow, both 10-star divine beasts, the prospect of slaying monsters would indeed be effortless. However, Such an uproar could attract unwanted attention. The authorities had only just managed to suppress news of his SSS-rated clearance of the hellish novice dungeon, and the dragon blood warrior, Chu Genhua, had even arranged for a secondary information card for him. If the commotion escalated too much, he would inevitably become the target of scrutiny once again. Yet within this 8th forbidden zone, the only creatures present were ferocious beasts, devoid of any other adventurers. This meant that Shen Lang could truly indulge himself here. As he beheld the surging tide of serpents, suppressing his disgust and the foul stench, he exclaimed with excitement, "Medusa, it's your turn." Simultaneously, he cast several supportive skills such as Tide of Magic and Tide of Power upon Medusa, alleviating her concerns regarding mana and stamina. "Very well, my master." Medusa replied with a radiant smile, her gaze shifting towards the seemingly endless wave of serpents. In a sense, Medusa herself was a serpent, yet she was no ordinary serpent. She was the queen among them. The unique aura of a 10-star divine beast erupted from Medusa's being, unrestrained like a long-dormant volcano, as it unleashed a torrent of searing fiery energy that flowed toward the serpentine tide. In an instant, the wave of serpents was enveloped by Medusa's 10-star divine beast aura. The strongest among these serpents barely reached level 30. How could they withstand the might of Queen Medusa? The weak were entirely subdued, groveling in submission, while the slightly stronger ones fled in a frenzy. However, how could Medusa allow the serpents to retreat? Not only Shen Lang, but even she had consistently suppressed her power while battling in the wild, including during the novice dungeon. Now, with a rare opportunity to unleash her wrath, how could she refrain from slaughtering? In her amber eyes, flickers of fire danced as she surveyed her surroundings. Wherever her gaze fell upon the serpents, whether they were entangled and pressed down or fleeing in terror, they would instantly be transformed into fiery red stones. The moment Medusa's gaze shifted away, these serpentine, fiery red stones crumbled into dust. Your summoned beast has slain the blue armored flying serpent. You and your summoned beast each gain 20 experience points. Your summoned beast has slain the twin-tailed red serpent. You and your summoned beast each gain 15 experience points. Your beast has slain the red-horned python, and both you and your beast have each gained 20 experience points. Your beast has vanquished the crown viper, and both you and your beast have each earned 28 experience points. The continuous alerts rang out like an unending fanfare, each second bestowing hundreds, even thousands of experience points. As Medusa cast her gaze around, thousands of serpentine beasts fell lifeless at once. However, within this 8th forbidden zone, known as the Serpent's Den, the number of serpentine creatures was overwhelming. Despite the deaths of over 1,000, the reduction was scarcely perceptible, as those that turned to ash were immediately replaced by others. It was not that they were unafraid of Medusa's divine aura. Rather, it was her very presence that instilled terror, causing these serpentine beasts to erupt into chaos. They were already huddled together, and in their panic, they became even more disordered, fleeing in a frenzied manner. Tragically, some of the smaller ones were not killed by Medusa but were crushed under the weight of the larger pythons. Experience points come in all sizes. Naturally, Queen Medusa did not pause. With Shen Lang's assistance, she was almost unconcerned about depleting her magical energy. Thus, she unleashed her skills one after another, each deployment transforming hundreds and thousands of serpentine beasts into experience points. Shen Lang, too preoccupied with the frenzy, found himself troubled once more from the very first wave. His backpack was already a third full. It is worth noting that he currently possesses 1,000 slots. Medusa had barely unleashed a few skills, and his inventory was overflowing. Including that of Medusa and Shadow, there was no choice but to continue as usual, sending all items of red quality and below to Yihongyu. After a brief interval, the elemental fire magic surrounding Medusa gradually subsided. Upon surveying the area within a few kilometers, it was nearly impossible to find a living serpent. In fact, not a single corpse remained. All that met the eye was a thick layer of crimson dust, the sole remnant of the serpentine tide that had been petrified and incinerated. It was impossible for Shen Lang to provide a precise figure for how many serpentine beasts had perished at the hands of Queen Medusa, but it was at least over 60,000, possibly even 70,000, merely clearing this surrounding area of a few kilometers. He and his two beasts had all ascended 11 levels. This meant that Shen Lang, Medusa, and Shadow had all reached level 23. Remarkably, from the moment they entered this 8th forbidden zone to now, no more than 15 minutes had passed, and they had gained 11 levels. Had it not been for Shadow dividing the experience, their levels would have been even higher. Furthermore, as their levels increased, the experience gained from hunting these beasts diminished. Otherwise, they might have leveled up yet again. Besides leveling up, Shen Lang also reaped considerable rewards in terms of equipment. In the 8th forbidden zone, the serpentine beasts predominantly possess formidable levels, generally ranging from 20 to 30, with a correspondingly higher drop rate. It goes without saying that equipment of blue quality and below is plentiful, while he has amassed nearly 30 pieces of red perfect grade gear in his inventory. As Shen Lang gazed into the distance at the fleeing serpentine horde, he mused that if Chu Jinhua were before him, he would undoubtedly be compelled to take a bite. This 8th Forbidden Zone is truly a paradise for monster hunting, seemingly tailored for him. Moreover, this is merely the result of Medusa's involvement, should the shadows also engage. With both beasts simultaneously hunting, they might all exceed level 30 by now, effectively doubling their loot. However, as the excitement waned, Shen Lang did not allow the thrill of rapid leveling to cloud his judgment. Instead, he earnestly contemplated a pressing question. How could he thoroughly exploit the abundance of serpentine beasts in this region? After all, both he and his 2 summoned beasts were steadily increasing in level, and the experience gained from slaying these creatures would no longer be as bountiful as before. Yet, here remained millions of serpentine beasts, and it would be a travesty to squander such an opportunity. Chapter 59. Join forces and relish the carnage. With the ferocity of the beasts in this serpent den, Shen Lang and his 2 summons were certain to ascend to level 30, reaching the pinnacle of a 1-star profession. The prospect of nearly 10 million beasts elevating them to level 30 is undeniably plausible, as their current levels are all below 30, requiring only a modest amount of experience to level up. However, once they attain level 30, the experience accrued from hunting these beasts would diminish significantly. They might still gain a few more levels, but it remains uncertain how many beasts would need to be slain to achieve that. Moreover, a crucial point looms. The experience gained from slaying beasts is not the primary concern. Rather, the most significant issue is that as their levels rise, hunting creatures below their level would yield increasingly scarce equipment drops, potentially leading to a complete cessation of item drops. This represents the most considerable loss. Based on the recent drop rates, the harvest has been tremendous, with equipment below blue quality promising a return of several hundred million. Furthermore, Shen Lang retains some red perfect grade gear himself. If only he could maintain his level at 23, the drop rate and experience would remain stable. With his thoughts racing, Shen Lang quickly devised a plan. On his personal information panel, alongside his talents and skills, there exists a category for universal skills. Universal skills are those that can be learned by any professional, including those in the crafting professions. Strictly speaking, these skills do not belong solely to professionals. Even ordinary individuals can master them. For instance, Shen Lang currently possesses 2 universal skills, LV7 swordsmanship and LV10 martial arts. Both of these skills were acquired during his studies at the prestigious Sandong Lanxiang Advanced Vocational Academy, where he diligently learned under his instructors and achieved the highest distinction in the school. In comparison to a profession, this existence is indeed somewhat dispensable. However, Shen Lang firmly believes that since this ability can manifest within the attribute panel, there must be a certain rationale behind it. Universal skills are still skills. There are no useless skills, only inept practitioners. His current swordsmanship and combat skills are merely at levels 7 and 10. If he were to confront seasoned professionals, it is plausible that even those of lower than level 5 might not stand a chance against him in close quarters, thereby demonstrating that universal skills hold their own worth. If the levels of these 2 universal skills were to rise to 70 or even 100, how formidable might he become? Shen Lang is uncertain of the upper limits of these universal skills, as no seasoned professional would remain engrossed in enhancing such skills after transitioning to a specialized profession. Moreover, aside from personal practice and study, one can also elevate the levels of universal skills using experience points. Consequently, few would wish to squander experience points on these skills when they could be applied to leveling up instead. For Shen Lang, he naturally leans towards the latter. Yet, the current predicament is that he possesses an abundance of experience points, and to leave them untapped before him would be a disgraceful waste. Nonetheless, another question arises. Can I use experience points to enhance universal skills? What about Medusa and Shadow? Shen Lang's gaze shifted towards Medusa and the Shadow, who had emerged from his own shadow. Neither of their attribute panels displayed any universal skills. After some contemplation, he couldn't help but smile. Their lack of skills stemmed from the fact that they had never learned them. Both Medusa and Shadow were once merely ordinary beasts, possessing slightly higher intelligence than their kin. Yet their comprehension was severely limited, reduced essentially to instincts for survival and slaughter, devoid of any universal skills. Would one expect a common fire python or an ordinary ghostly figure to wield swordsmanship or combat techniques? As for whether reality would align with his assumptions, he could always test it. Contemplating this, Shen Lang addressed the 2 women. Medusa, I shall teach you some swordsmanship. Let us see if you can grasp it. Swordsmanship? Very well, my master. Medusa replied obediently. Shen Lang nodded, and then retrieved 2 fiery red long swords from his backpack, both exquisite pieces of crimson equipment. Using such gear to demonstrate universal skills seems rather extravagant, yet he truly possessed no equipment of lesser quality at that moment. He tossed one of the long swords to Queen Medusa and instructed, watch closely. With that, Shen Lang began to practice a set of basic sword techniques from the Sandong Lanxiang Advanced Vocational Academy. Though termed swordsmanship, it largely consisted of routines that anyone with a modicum of sense could learn by mere imitation. In less than a minute, he completed the demonstration and looked up at Queen Medusa, inquiring, "What do you think?" "Master, may I give it a try?" Medusa asked, gripping the long sword with a serious expression, clearly invested in mastering this skill as it was her master's request. With that, Medusa's form shimmered slightly, and the long sword in her hand began to dance in tandem. Upon observing the scene, Shen Lang's eyes twitched involuntarily several times. Although the swordplay demonstrated was merely an elementary routine, for someone entirely unacquainted with the sword, it was improbable to achieve any degree of proficiency on the first attempt. Yet, Medusa's sword techniques mirrored Shen Lang's almost flawlessly, leaving no room for critique. After completing the sequence, Medusa nervously turned to Shen Lang and inquired, "Master, how did I perform?" "Quite well indeed," Shen Lang replied with a smile. One could not deny that as a 10-star divine beast, her capacity for comprehension was remarkable, allowing her to grasp and master the technique at a glance. However, Shen Lang refrained from continuing to instruct Medusa in swordsmanship and eagerly summoned her attribute panel, his gaze swiftly gliding over the four-dimensional attributes. As anticipated, a new section appeared under the skills category, the General Skills section. General Skill, Swordsmanship LV12. Upon seeing this information, Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. It was quite disheartening. After 3 years in the 3 Eastern lands, he had only managed to attain Swordsmanship LV7, yet Medusa, having just practiced a fundamental sword technique, had already reached LV12. This was indeed astonishing. Of course, this was also a positive development. The addition of a General Skills section for Medusa confirmed his theory. As long as Medusa and Shadow learned general skills, they could expand their attribute panel accordingly. With the introduction of general skills, they too could utilize experience points to enhance these skills. In time, the 3 of them could collectively elevate their general skills using experience points, thereby making effective use of the nearly 10 million fierce beasts within the 8th Forbidden Zone's Serpent Cave, without diminishing the drop rates for equipment and items, nor wasting experience points. Thus, Shen Lang proceeded to teach Medusa the art of combat, inviting Shadow to join in as well. Before long, both Medusa and Shadow possessed the general skills of swordsmanship and combat, just like Shen Lang. With the general skills section established, Shen Lang wasted no time in setting their experience points to enhance these skills. Gazing towards the distant, indistinct tide of serpents, he smiled and proclaimed, "Now, you both may unleash your strength and relish the thrill of battle." Chapter 60, Slaughter, Collect, and Prosper. At Shen Lang's command, Medusa and Shadow exchanged a glance before vanishing from sight. Prior to this, Shen Lang had already imbued them with every auxiliary skill available. As their devoted master, it was only fitting that he contributed to their strength. Concurrently, he activated the first star skill of Beast Mastery, Invisibility. For Medusa and Shadow were to venture forth to dispatch monsters, and he too needed to ensure his own safety. After all, it would be rather unfortunate if a fearsome beast were to suddenly appear. In an instant, Medusa and Shadow found themselves at the far end of the expanse, amidst the crimson sands, positioned on either side. Without hesitation, both ladies activated their respective skills. One engulfed the area in a blaze of fire, while the other cloaked it in swirling black mist, followed by an incessant chorus of kill notifications resonating in Shen Lang's mind. Under the might of the 2 10-star divine beasts, no fierce beast could withstand their onslaught, swiftly transforming into experience points. As the notification chime resonated, a vast expanse of vacuum reappeared. A Medusa could sweep across a radius of several kilometers, and with the addition of the Shadow Lord, the area of slaughter had nearly doubled. Correspondingly, the number of serpentine beasts they vanquished also surged exponentially. Naturally, Shen Lang did not remain idle. Seizing the opportunity, he drew closer while activating the one-click pickup feature to gather the dropped equipment. Collecting, and alas, his inventory was full. Without a second thought, Shen Lang promptly sent the items to Yi Hongyu. He continued to gather more, only to find his inventory full once again. Items were dispatched to Yi Hongyu. Again, he collected, yet again, his inventory reached capacity. "Yi Hongyu, please be ready to receive." At that moment, Yi Hongyu had seemingly transformed into Shen Lang's personal repository. Any equipment below red perfection was disregarded entirely, and upon filling his inventory, he merely cast everything aside to her. The exact number of times he discarded items eluded Shen Lang, but he trusted that Yi Hongyu would not deceive him during the reckoning. Meanwhile, Shen Lang and his 2 summoned beasts did not experience further level increases, nor did their experience progress bar change. However, the levels of their universal skills, having been set, soared rapidly, akin to a rocket. After all, elevating universal skills was significantly simpler than advancing a profession level. Each increment in universal skill level consumed only a modest amount of experience. Thus, even when this experience was shared among the three, the speed of progress remained incessantly variable, resulting in rapid leaps of 3 to 5 levels in the blink of an eye. In Donghai City, Yi Hongyu, who had painstakingly finished tallying a batch of equipment, was about to remit the remaining payment to Shen Lang before returning home with Yi Yunchang for some rest. However, as they approached the entrance of the exhibition hall, Yi Hongyu halted. Observing his daughter's sudden stop, Yi Yunchang inquired, "What is the matter, Hongyu?" Yi Hongyu glanced up at her father and replied, "Dad, it seems Shen Sanliang has sent me another email. Could it be more equipment?" Yi Yunchang instinctively asked. Yi Hongyu shook her head, saying, "I'm not sure." After a brief glance around, she suggested, "Shall we return to the reception room?" This was less a question and more a notification, as Yi Hongyu had already turned back. Sighing, Yi Yunchang had no choice but to follow her back to the reception office. Just as Yi Yunchang had taken a few steps, a cacophony of clinking sounds reached his ears, accompanied by a torrent of equipment bursting forth from the reception office door, cascading outward. Yi Yunchang stood in stunned silence for a moment. The equipment pouring out was surely no less than 1,000 pieces. "Wait, Hongyu." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Yunchang dashed toward the reception office. He is, after all, the lord of a city. Although his strength may not compare to the 10-star warriors of the War God camp, he is certainly no weakling. A radiant purple light emanated from him, causing the torrent of equipment to scatter. Meanwhile, Yi Yunchang swiftly dashed into the reception office. Moments later, he emerged, cradling a disheveled Yi Hongyu in his arms. In truth, Yi Hongyu had mentally prepared herself for the influx of equipment while receiving the emails, owing to the previous 2 transactions. However, no matter how well prepared she was, she never anticipated that the vast reception office would be unable to accommodate such an overwhelming amount of gear. The instant she began the reception, the entire office was filled to capacity, leaving her no room to react. Consequently, she found herself buried under the equipment, unable to extricate herself due to the sheer volume. Fortunately, Yi Yunchang intervened just in time, rescuing her from the heap. As father and daughter retreated, they had no choice but to continue moving back. The equipment continued to surge forth from the office, resembling a fountain, nearly spilling into the exhibition hall. "Father, move them inward. Don't let them reach the exhibition hall," Yi Hongyu exclaimed, finally regaining her composure and urging Yi Yunchang to assist her while she also channeled her magic. If such an abundance of equipment were to scatter into the exhibition hall, it would surely incite chaos akin to what had transpired with the Beast Hall. This was far from a desirable outcome. "Leave it to me," Yi Yunchang replied, interrupting Yi Hongyu's incantation and pulling her behind him. In the next moment, he activated his skill, conjuring a wall of wind that surged forth to block the equipment. A powerful gust also swept through, repelling the relentless tide of gear. Father and daughter stood outside the wind barrier, watching as the equipment continued to multiply within. Initially taken aback by the sheer volume sent by Shen Lang, far surpassing the previous 2 shipments, their astonishment gradually turned to numbness, overwhelmed by the quantities involved. 3,000, 5,000, 10,000. "Father, it seems I won't have time to return with you today," Yi Hongyu suddenly remarked. Yi Yunchang offered no response. His gaze fixed intently on the equipment, his mind swirling with curiosity despite his state of shock. Shen Lang was indeed formidable. Having conquered the Hell-level novice dungeon with an SSS rank and receiving a reserve slot in the War God camp from the revered dragon blood warrior, Zhu Jinhua. Yet, it was inconceivable for someone newly transitioned to possess such an abundance of low-level equipment, given Zhu Jinhua's stature and character. Even if he held Shen Lang in high regard, he would not bestow upon him such a large quantity of low-tier gear. Furthermore, Yi Yunchang was all too aware of Shen Lang's background. It was implausible for any elder to provide him with such a surplus of low-level equipment. Thus, it could only mean one thing. All this equipment was obtained by Shen Lang through his own efforts. But how could that be possible? The number of ferocious beasts he must have slain to amass such a horde was staggering. 100,000? A million? Chapter 61. The extension of high-level universal skills. Yi Yunchang suddenly felt that after decades of existence, his mind was somewhat overwhelmed. The sheer volume of low-tier equipment could only have been dropped by tens or even hundreds of thousands of low-level ferocious beasts. Logically deducing, a normal practitioner, particularly one below level 30, could not possibly have slaughtered such a multitude of beasts in such a short span of time. Thus, a pressing question arose. From where had Shen Lang amassed such an abundance of equipment? Could it be that, akin to tales in novels, this individual had stumbled upon fortuitous luck, encountering a fallen practitioner who had dropped their gear? Yet, it seemed implausible. Who in their right mind would seek to farm such a vast quantity of low-tier equipment? Yi Yunchang could not fathom the answer and thus resorted to the most rudimentary method of elimination, reaching out to contacts to inquire whether practitioners outside the city were engaged in large-scale beast exterminations. Aside from that individual possessing the 10-star beast Medusa, who appeared to have left Donghai City, he had little else to consider. Ultimately, Yi Yunchang received an unexpected revelation. In the open areas outside the city, from low-level to high-level wild zones, there had been no significant casualties among the ferocious beasts. However, he learned of a task issued by Chu Jinhua, which, while a public mission, was specifically designated. Most astonishing to Yi Yunchang was that the designated target of this task was none other than Shen Lang. Though he was known externally as Shen Sanliang, Yi Yunchang was now almost certain that Shen Sanliang was indeed Shen Lang. Furthermore, concerning the 8th restricted zone, Yi Yunchang was well acquainted, having previously intervened in clearing the serpentine beasts within it to aid novice practitioners in leveling up. He was also acutely aware of the vast number of serpentine ferocious beasts inhabiting that zone. It could be described as an overwhelming quantity. Indeed, a single clutch of serpent beast eggs was substantial, and with the absence of natural enemies, each cleaning session would reveal millions of serpentine beasts nestled within. Given the multitude of beasts, coupled with Shen Lang undertaking tasks in that area, it indeed seemed plausible that he could have slain enough to yield such an abundance of equipment. Yet, Shen Lang had only just changed his class. However, this was a designated task, one that only Shen Lang could access within the 8th restricted zone. Yi Yunchang found it hard to believe that all this equipment had been farmed by Shen Lang, yet the present reality compelled him to abandon doubt. It was indeed Shen Lang who had procured it, without a shadow of a doubt. It was not merely Yi Yunchang struggling to comprehend this. Anyone would hesitate to entertain such thoughts. Even though Shen Lang had achieved SSS rank in the Hell-level novice dungeon, the ferocious beasts there, even at the hellish difficulty, peaked at a level of merely 10, slightly stronger than their wild counterparts, yet still limited in power. In contrast, the serpentine beasts within the 8th restricted zone boasted levels as high as 30, with the majority exceeding level 10. Slaying tens or even hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts would require considerable effort, so how could a novice like Shen Lang accomplish such a feat? After much contemplation, Yi Yunchang's heart brimmed with uncertainty, which culminated in a complex sigh. Perhaps humans are indeed such anomalies. Yi Yunchang contemplated silently, thinking to himself, however, it would be worthwhile to seek an opportunity to meet this Shen Lang. Regardless of his intentions, encountering a prodigy like Shen Lang could yield fruitful connections. After all, they might cross paths again in the future, especially within the universal battlefield where their chances of meeting are significantly heightened. Individuals of Shen Lang's caliber are destined to enter the universal battlefield. Furthermore, Yi Yunchang harbored an inkling that Shen Lang's future accomplishments might rival or even surpass those of Chu Jinhua. After all, achieving such feats of slaying fierce beasts right after a career transition is unprecedented in the 3 centuries since the dawn of the professional era. Shen Lang is also a beastmaster, just like the one outside the city. Could it be that Shen Lang is the illegitimate son of that beastmaster? 2 such formidable beastmasters from one lineage would surely cause an upheaval in the global professional realm. Yet, he pondered, what sort of fierce beast was Shen Lang's first companion? Yi Yunchang dared not dwell on it. Should the opportunity arise to ally with such a powerhouse, it would be imperative to seize it. If chance does not present itself, then one must create opportunities. As Yi Yunchang ruminated, his gaze inadvertently fell upon his daughter, Yi Hongyu, who was diligently organizing equipment. His own daughter could indeed serve as an excellent conduit for opportunity. In Yi Yunchang's memory, Shen Lang appeared to be an exceptionally handsome man, perfectly aligning with his daughter's aesthetic preferences. If Shen Lang were to become his son-in-law, the future of the Yi family would extend far beyond Donghai City. The current standing of the Yi family in Donghai City is secure, thanks to the 2 brothers. However, in this era of professionals, strength ultimately speaks volumes, and regrettably, the Yi family lacks a profound foundation. Of course, his elder brother Yi Yunchang has made connections with several 10-star war gods. Yet, while these connections might compel the 10-star war gods to assist the Yi family in times of trouble, they are not bound to the family. And the debts of gratitude one incurs can eventually be repaid. Moreover, one cannot expect them to serve the Yi family with unwavering loyalty. However, if a 10-star war god were to emerge from the Yi family, all challenges would pale in comparison. Particularly, Shen Lang's future is not that of an ordinary 10-star war god. He is destined to become an invincible war god akin to the dragon blood war god, Chu Jinhua. It seems he must return and thoroughly examine all available information regarding him. Yi Yunchang found it increasingly difficult to remain idle. Thus, he approached Yi Hongyu, refraining from urging her to return home. Instead, he spoke earnestly. Hongyu, I see you are quite busy. I shall not wait any longer. Return when you can. And if not, no matter. Well, I shall head back now. As an afterthought, he added, by the way, Hongyu, when you find some free time, do engage in conversation with Shen Sanliang. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongyu looked up, puzzled. What? Ah, it's nothing. You carry on with your tasks. I'm leaving now. Yi Yunchang chose not to elaborate, understanding that overly direct intentions might provoke resistance from the other party. Let everything unfold naturally. All he can do is push when the opportunity arises. Oh, Yi Hongyu casually responded and resumed her task of counting and appraising the equipment with others. Yi Yunchang swiftly departed from the Wanbao Pavilion, heading directly back to the City Lord's mansion, where he promptly summoned all available information regarding Shen Lang since his birth. Meanwhile, Shen Lang remained unaware in the 8th restricted zone, oblivious to the fact that someone had begun to take an interest in him, with intentions of making him a prized son-in-law. At this moment, amidst the carnage wrought by Medusa and Shadow, the trio's shared skills had ascended to level 30. Swordsmanship, LV 30. Ability. Your swordsmanship has reached a remarkably high level, enhancing related skills to deal an additional 30 damage. Observing this ability, Shen Lang mused that indeed, the enhancement of shared skills does yield a supplementary effect. Chapter 62. Have you not encountered those serpents after such a long time? Initially, shared skills did not possess such effects. However, Shen Lang had not paid heed to the specific level at which these extended effects manifested, though it was likely beyond level 20. Similarly, Shen Lang's combat skill had also advanced to level 31, while Medusa and Shadow's shared skills had reached the same level. Perhaps due to their formidable essence, they required slightly more experience for advancement. After all, at the outset, their shared skill levels exceeded Shen Lang's. But now they were on equal footing without further surpassing him. In addition to the extended effects of these two shared skills, Shen Lang sensed other transformations. Various sword techniques seemed to have been honed in his memory countless times, allowing him to wield any sword technique with effortless precision. In other words, Shen Lang had now become a master swordsman of the highest caliber. A practitioner with inadequate defense below level 20 would likely fall to a single strike from him. At the very least, a punch would suffice. Of course, this was merely an augmentation of his strength, as battles among practitioners predominantly revolved around equipment and skills. Nevertheless, possessing additional combat prowess is undeniably advantageous. Consider the scenario where both sides are evenly matched in skill and equipment, devoid of magical energy, and forced to engage in bare-handed combat. Naturally, the practitioner with superior shared skills would emerge victorious. Shen Lang's elevated level of shared skills could also serve as a means of self-preservation. Although he may not require it desperately, one can never predict when it might be necessary. Should Shadow and Medusa become distracted, and someone targets Shen Lang with the intent to eliminate him, he could suddenly unleash his fury, cleaving the assailant in two with a single stroke, effectively turning the tide of battle. Moreover, the extended capabilities of shared skills are quite commendable. Swordsmanship corresponds with sword skills, while combat aligns with close-quarters warrior abilities, each providing respective skill enhancements. Although Shen Lang is now a beastmaster, one must not forget that Chu Jinhua gifted him a second profession transfer card. He has attained level 22, particularly in this 8th forbidden zone, and he can elevate his level to 30 at any moment if he so desires. When that time comes, he must carefully choose his secondary profession. Contemplating this, Shen Lang took out his communicator to check the time, realizing that the afternoon had slipped away. The twilight had already descended upon the 8th forbidden zone. It was evident that this zone was indeed a genuine wilderness, not merely a secret dungeon. It experienced the cycles of day and night, albeit isolated from other wild areas by the means of formidable beings, effectively resembling a man-made sanctuary. At that moment, Shadow and Medusa returned to inquire whether they should delve deeper into the 8th forbidden zone. Shen Lang smiled and replied, "There's no rush, after all. Only we can enter this place. Let us return and rest for now, and continue tomorrow." Naturally, Shadow and Medusa had no objections to their master's decision. Thus, under Shen Lang's guidance, they prepared to leave the 8th forbidden zone. However, just then, a notification from the friend system chimed. As they walked towards the cave entrance, Shen Lang checked the message, which was from Yi Hongyu. "Yi Hongyu, it should be all gone, right?" Upon reading this message, Shen Lang couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing that the young lady from the Yi family was evidently fatigued. It was no surprise. Even he had lost count of how many pieces of equipment he had sent her way, certainly quite a few. After a brief pause, Shen Lang replied, "There is nothing left today? Yi Hongyu. All right, otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight." "Wait, you said there is nothing left today, what about tomorrow?" Shen Lang glanced back at the vast expanse of serpentine beasts and responded, "There should still be some left recently. TSK, you're not planning to stop accepting them, are you?" "Yi Hongyu, of course. Accept as much as you can." "Shen Lang, that is good. By the way, do you have any backpack expansion cards? Please send me 10 more. I should have enough funds." 10 expansion cards would cost around 100 million, and the equipment he had sent today undoubtedly exceeded that value. "Yi Hongyu. All right, I'll arrange for it. The funds are sufficient." Shen Lang, "Great, let us proceed then. Remember to tally the accounts and make me some profit." "Yi Hongyu. I'll do it as soon as possible, big brother." While Shen Lang was conversing with Yi Hongyu, outside the 8th forbidden zone, the 5 guards gathered at the cave entrance. The afternoon had passed, and yet the individual had not emerged. Could it be that he was trapped inside? Impossible. This young lad is an elite from the War God Camp's reserves. How could he perish so easily? Indeed, the mission personally issued by the Dragonblood War God could not be intended for him to meet his demise here. However, he was ultimately just a one-star professional. And for such individuals entering the 8th Forbidden Zone, survival was nearly impossible. Yet he was also a professional dispatched by the Dragonblood War God, a member of the War God reserves, far beyond what we can comprehend. Regardless, a sense of unease lingered in my heart. If he truly perished within, the Dragonblood War God would hold us accountable. Should we consider entering to investigate? 5 guards exchanged anxious glances, each troubled by the thought of whether Shen Lang had met his demise within the Forbidden Zone. However, at that moment, Shen Lang and Medusa emerged slowly from the ethereal entrance, while the shadow had discreetly concealed itself within Shen Lang's shadow, a prearranged strategy for their external presence. Upon sighting Shen Lang, the guards' pupils contracted sharply, and they began to scrutinize the pair with newfound seriousness. There were no visible injuries on their bodies, and their magical and physical energies remained as stable as when they had entered the Forbidden Zone, entirely uncharacteristic of individuals who had supposedly engaged in fierce combat. Could it be that the serpentine beasts within the Forbidden Zone had entered a state of hibernation? One guard, unable to quell his curiosity, inquired, "You have been inside for quite some time. Did you not encounter any of those serpents?" In response, Shen Lang turned to this individual, comprehending the underlying thoughts, and replied, "We encountered many, but we dispatched them all. Within approximately 10 kilometers of the entrance, there should be no serpentine beasts remaining." After uttering these words, Shen Lang and Medusa proceeded toward the direction of EC City. Meanwhile, the 5 guards exchanged bewildered glances, their minds still reeling. He claimed that within 10 kilometers of the entrance, all beasts had been exterminated, implying that they had eradicated every last one. It seemed implausible. Even if he had managed to emerge alive, he was still merely a one-star practitioner. Whether this was true or not could be ascertained by venturing inside ourselves. However, we shall only take a brief glance at the entrance. If any danger presents itself, we shall retreat immediately. Very well, let us venture forth. Gather around me. We shall enter together. Once the 5 congregated, they promptly activated their identities as guards, and in the next instant, they slipped into the entrance. Chapter 63. Perhaps you should report to the city lord? These 5 guards were not particularly formidable, possessing just over 1 star in strength. Otherwise, they would not have been assigned to guard duty. As guardians, they could enter the Forbidden Zone by utilizing protective barriers. However, they were acutely aware of the dangers lurking within, and despite their qualifications, none had ever truly ventured inside. After all, this Forbidden Zone had undergone significant proliferation over the past half-year, and the entrance could very well be teeming with insatiable serpentine beasts that would devour them at the slightest misstep. Yet, curiosity triumphed over fear, compelling them to join forces and explore the depths of the unknown. Upon crossing the threshold, a flash of light enveloped them, and they found themselves within the serpentine lair of the 8th Forbidden Zone. They remained on high alert, ready to retreat at the first sign of threat. However, upon surveying their surroundings, they stood frozen in astonishment. The first sight that met their eyes was the aftermath of the beasts that Medusa had once slaughtered. A swirling mist of crimson dust, a wind, seemingly from nowhere, stirred the area, forming arc-shaped dunes, while red dust danced through the air. There was no scent of blood, yet the scene left the 5 guards awestruck. Here, indeed, there were no beasts to be found, and neither were there any in the distance. 5 guards gazed into the distance, finding no trace of serpentine beasts. Beyond the crimson sands lay desolation, devoid of any monstrous presence. Although they could faintly discern some serpentine creatures far off, they were situated 10 kilometers away. Moreover, they observed a peculiar phenomenon. The area within approximately 10 kilometers of the cave's entrance was shunned by the distant beasts, as if an overwhelming terror resided there, instilling a deep-seated fear that instinctively deterred them from approaching. Witnessing this scene, the 5 guards could not help but swallow hard. "How is this possible?" one exclaimed incredulously, struggling to fathom how a novice who had only recently transitioned into his role could achieve such a feat. Another guard sighed softly, reiterating, as I've said before, he hails from the reserve of the War God Camp. The specifics of his profession and the extraordinary skills and talents he possesses are beyond the comprehension of ordinary practitioners like us. The disparity between individuals is truly vast. Sigh. Perhaps this is just the nature of life. With these lamentations, the 5 guards departed from the serpent's lair, returning to their duties with a mix of envy and admiration. Meanwhile, Shen Lang had already passed through the city gates with Medusa, re-entering the confines of EC City. Under the setting sun, their figures cast long shadows upon the road, a strikingly handsome pair that aroused envy in onlookers. Upon returning, Shen Lang did not rush back to the modest inn. Instead, he sought a more upscale hotel to enjoy a meal first. Now a man of means, he was determined to indulge himself, knowing that his wealth would only continue to grow. Finding a secluded corner, He summoned Shadow from the depths of the shadows, concealing the dark mist at his feet. And together with Shen Lang and Medusa, they entered the hotel. Given that it was mealtime, the restaurant was already populated with diners. Aware of the attention their trio, 2 women and a man, was bound to attract, Shen Lang chose a relatively inconspicuous table. Ordering and being served went smoothly, and the 3 began their meal. Though Medusa and Shadow had already dined, Shen Lang had primarily relied on takeout before, and nothing could compare to the exquisite fare of this establishment. Thus, he savored the food with gusto, unbothered by any potential awkwardness. Suddenly, as Medusa was enjoying a large blue shrimp, a spark ignited in her as Shen Lang cast a glance at Medusa, fully aware of the situation, yet choosing to remain silent, continuing to savor his meal. Meanwhile, the injured professional was finally discovered by his companions, who hurriedly rushed to his aid. Fortunately, Medusa's attack had been a mere casual strike. Had she employed even a slight skill, the entire table would have met with certain doom, reduced to ashes. Shortly thereafter, a fellow priest managed to staunch the bleeding and seal the wound of the injured professional. Although his life was spared, he succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, a diminutive youth clad in a vest shifted his gaze from his incapacitated comrade to Shen Lang. My friend, though Xiao Yi may not grasp the rules, your actions were excessively severe, nearly costing him his life. The youth's expression darkened as he continued. Were it not for the comprehensive range of professions within our Eastern Sea Guild, you would bear the weight of a life lost. His audacity to invoke their background indicated that this group had grown accustomed to their arrogance. Shen Lang had heard of the Eastern Sea Guild. It was a fairly respectable guild in Eastern Sea City, seemingly a 6-star establishment, overseen by several 6-star professionals. However, in Shen Lang's eyes, it amounted to little more than a trifling concern. He recalled how the legendary 10-star guild, Mythical Heaven, had fervently sought him to become a reserve president. With time, achieving 6-star status would be effortless for him. Shen Lang was not one to cower easily, especially when he was in the right. Thus, he felt no trepidation towards the Eastern Sea Guild's professionals. Without lifting his head, he replied to the vest-clad youth, when he initiated his probing into us. He should have anticipated this outcome. Probing is an act of provocation. As the provoked party, is it unreasonable for us to retaliate? Perhaps you should report us to the City Lord's office? To impose an unsolicited probe upon another is indeed an act of provocation, and the one being probed possesses the right to retaliate, even to the extent of taking a life without incurring guilt. This is an official decree, albeit an unreasonable one. Yet, it arose from the numerous disputes initiated by professionals who relished probing others. This regulation was evidently established to restrict the use of probing skills among professionals, and its effectiveness was conspicuous. During routine times, when conflicts were absent, professionals seldom engaged in probing others, save for a few self-important individuals, like the one gravely injured by Medusa moments ago. Hearing Shen Lang suggest they report the matter to the City Lord's office, the vest-clad youth's eyes flickered with menace. They had chosen to probe others and suffered retaliation. Regardless of where this incident was reported, it was undeniably their own doing. The youth regarded Shen Lang with a cold stare and remarked, "Are you, my friend, provoking our Eastern Sea Guild? Friend? Who considers you a friend?" Shen Lang set down his chopsticks and replied, "And do not forget, it was you who provoked me first, not the other way around." As soon as the words left his lips, Shen Lang raised an eyebrow slightly and spoke in a deep voice. "Do you dare to investigate me? Do you truly think I lack the resolve to take a life?" Simultaneously, Medusa set down her chopsticks, her eyes ablaze with fire, clearly poised for action. Fortunately, at that moment, a man clad in armor, appearing to be in his 40s, strode confidently to the front of the young man in the vest. He promptly bowed respectfully to Shen Lang and sincerely stated, "My young brother, we deeply regret today's incident. It is due to my lax supervision of the members that I stand here to represent the East Sea Guild and offer my apologies. All your expenses in the restaurant today will be covered by our guild. Furthermore, we shall vanish from your sight immediately." Upon finishing his words, the armored man turned to the young man in the vest and others, commanding them, "Why are you not leaving at once?" The young man in the vest attempted to protest, but the armored man swiftly struck him across the face, bellowing, "I said to leave." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the young man quickly departed with his companions, not daring to cast another glance at Shen Lang. As for Shen Lang, he regarded the bowing armored man, who was now slowly retreating, with a meaningful look, choosing not to intervene. After all, it is said that one should not strike a smiling face. The man had gone to such lengths, and to persist would be rather ungracious. Moreover, they harbored no real enmity towards each other. It was merely an act of inquiry. Nevertheless, Shen Lang felt a degree of surprise, for it had been the armored man who had employed the investigative technique against him earlier. He had anticipated that this armored figure would seek to avenge the earlier incident involving Medusa, yet here he was, offering an apology instead, which struck Shen Lang as odd, as it deviated from the expected dramatic narrative. After all, This armored man appeared quite formidable and surely held a significant status within the EC Guild. In a typical dramatic scenario, one would expect a series of confrontations, yet this individual seemed to have retreated like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Logically, he should not recognize me nor discern Medusa and Shadow's disguises. So what was the source of his fear? Shen Lang pondered, simultaneously recalling the armored man's conduct since his arrival. The armored man had not been present in the restaurant prior. He seemed to have entered only after Medusa had injured someone, and subsequently, he had conducted his investigation. Could it be that he had discovered something about me? Shen Lang furrowed his brow and instinctively summoned his personal information panel for a glance. Oddly enough, nothing seemed amiss. Under the manipulation of Zhu Jinhua, Shen Lang remained unaware that his second information base card bore a suffix invisible to him. Once the armored man and his entourage had exited the restaurant, the remaining patrons cast astonished glances at Shen Lang's table. He had incapacitated a member of the East Sea Guild, and yet the East City Guild was offering apologies? The demeanor of the guild's higher-ups suggested a palpable fear of Shen Lang, and their posture did not appear to be feigned. Observing the two beautiful women beside him, one could sense not only envy but a profound sense of bitterness. After the armored man exited the restaurant, he swiftly turned and caught up with the vest-clad youth and his companions, who were awaiting them not far away. Upon seeing the armored man, the vest-clad youth approached him, casting a wary glance back towards the restaurant, and inquired tentatively, "Uncle Gong, who was that person? He doesn't seem particularly formidable. Why did you just—" The series of actions exhibited by the armored man had appeared exceedingly unusual to the vest-clad youth. The East Sea Guild, as the local power in EC City, was known for its audacity and arrogance. It was common for them to behave in such a manner. Not only were they known for their bravado, but Uncle Gong himself was not known for his temper, often displaying an arrogance that could rival their own. Furthermore, Uncle Gong was a genuine 5-star professional and one of the vice presidents of the EC Guild, a true powerhouse within EC City. Yet, after encountering Shen Lang, he had acted meekly, resembling a timid rabbit. This was enough to arouse the suspicions of the vest-clad youth. Was I really that subservient? Uncle Gong replied with a composed expression, a cold smile gracing his lips. If I had not humbled myself, you might very well be dead now. How could that be? The vest-clad youth exclaimed, his eyes wide. Uncle Gong maintained his icy tone, saying, if you had died, it would have been one thing, but it could have jeopardized the entire East Sea Guild. You should consider yourselves fortunate that he chose not to pursue you further. Otherwise, not even I, but the president himself, would have had to bind you and deliver you to him. At this pronouncement, the vest-clad youth and the other professionals felt a chill of sweat trickle down their backs. They looked at the unconscious individual they were supporting, their faces betraying a mix of resentment and anger. This one person's probing had nearly brought them to the brink of disaster. Steadying himself, the vest-clad youth finally asked, Uncle Gong, who exactly is that individual? The god of war camp. Uncle Gong replied, laden with apprehension. The utterance of those 3 words caused a collective gasp among the group. The vest-clad youth's complexion turned ashen. Stuttering, he is a god of war? They had inadvertently provoked a being of such stature. Was this not tantamount to courting death? However, Uncle Gong shook his head, clarifying, he is not yet a god of war, but he will undoubtedly become one in the future. He is a member of the God of War Reserve. Ultimately, Uncle Gong revealed Shen Lang's true identity, evidently having discerned the suffix of Shen Lang's foundational information through his investigation. In terms of current strength, Uncle Gong was certainly superior to Shen Lang, yet it was the designation of reserve that instilled in him a profound sense of caution. The name of the God of War camp was synonymous with ironclad invincibility throughout the Great Xia Kingdom. No civilian organization dared to provoke the God of War camp, especially not guilds like theirs, as the Dragon Blood God of War, Zhu Jinhua, once sought to enact a policy to eradicate all guild organizations, though ultimately, it was suppressed by the former ruler. To provoke a member of the God of War Reserve was tantamount to inciting the God of War camp itself, providing the Dragon Blood God of War with a pretext. Perhaps, by the time he returned to the East Sea Guild headquarters, they would find their stronghold already razed by the God of War camp. Chapter 65. The Master said this is more provocative. In ordinary circumstances, if the Donghai City Guild were to encounter a member of the God of War camp's reserves, their demeanor would certainly be respectful, yet not as obsequious as today. After all, the prominent figures of the God of War camp seldom interact with such a modest guild. A mere 6-star guild has never even crossed paths with the God of War himself. It can be said that a small entity like the Donghai Guild is unlikely to ever capture the attention of the God of War camp. However, the current reality diverges from this norm. The Donghai Guild, at least, represents a formidable civilian force within Donghai City, possessing relatively reliable intelligence, and thus is well aware of the events that transpired last night. The Dragon Blood War God, Zhu Jinhua, now the foremost powerhouse of the God of War camp, has descended upon Donghai City. With the arrival of the Dragon Blood War God, Countless professionals lost their lives last night. Although Chu Jinhua came to Donghai City for the SSS level Hell-grade novice dungeon, his mere presence looms over all professionals like a mountain, instilling a sense of reverence that no one dares to challenge, lest it be seen as an affront to the mightiest warrior of the great Xia. Indeed, the Dragon Blood War god may have departed Donghai City by now, but his lingering authority remains. Furthermore, the presence of a reserve member of the God of War camp here undoubtedly signifies that others from the camp still linger in Donghai City. Under such circumstances, even if the Donghai Guild were endowed with 1,000-fold courage, they would not dare to offend. The armored man, Uncle Gong, along with the young man in a vest, left hastily, not daring to linger for even a moment. As for Shen Lang, apart from his curiosity regarding the armored man's unexpectedly humble demeanor, he was not particularly concerned about anything else. The meal, which had been enjoyed with great delight, was undeniably dampened by the earlier incident, especially since many cast various glances and whispers in their direction, which greatly displeased Shen Lang. Thus, it was not long before Shen Lang and his companions departed the restaurant and returned to their modest inn. By the time they arrived, night had completely enveloped the city. Upon entering, Medusa promptly addressed Shen Lang, saying, "Master, should I go take a bath now?" Hearing this, Shen Lang paused momentarily, memories of the previous night flashing through his mind, and he nodded. "Yes, go ahead." However, Shadow, curious, inquired, "Sister Medusa, may I join you in the bath?" "Of course," Medusa replied, glancing at Shadow. Then, Shadow turned to Shen Lang, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, and asked, "Master, is that all right?" Shen Lang's gaze flitted between Shadow and Medusa, and a plethora of provocative thoughts surged within him. Two of them, indeed, were quite tantalizing. "Go on then." Shen Lang inhaled deeply before gesturing with his hand. Thus, Shadow and Medusa made their way to the bathroom, and soon the sound of splashing water filled the air, accompanied by the soft murmur of their conversation. "Sister Medusa, your hair is so beautiful, even more so than usual. Is that so? Master said it looked better last night, didn't he? Although, it seems he remarked it was more exhilarating." As Shen Lang listened to these words, a dark cloud loomed over his forehead, compelling his gaze to divert from the translucent glass of the bathroom. The scene was, indeed, overwhelmingly beautiful. The rapid flow of blood was simply too striking. "Namo Amitba. Infinite Lord, Amen. I have yet to take a bath." Shen Lang turned his head, forcefully attempting to shift his focus, when suddenly, he recalled that there was something he had neglected to do. Since the commencement of the second novice dungeon, he had not opened his treasure chests. This meant that Shen Lang still had 2 1-star Supreme grade chests, 2 1-star Diamond grade chests, and 2 1-star Platinum grade chests in his backpack. Consequently, Shen Lang promptly retrieved these 6 chests. Instantly, a dazzling array of lights manifested before him. Fortunately, this little inn was relatively discreet, preventing detection from the outside world. However, to avoid any disturbances, Shen Lang silently intoned, "Open the platinum chest." Following this, a series of notification sounds began to resonate. "Congratulations. You have successfully opened a 1-star platinum grade chest and obtained the Crimson Blood Bracelet. Congratulations. You have successfully opened a 1-star platinum grade chest and obtained the Agile Arrow." As the 2 platinum grade chests vanished, they were replaced by 2 spheres of red light. One contained a scarlet bracelet, while the other held a bow adorned with crimson accents. Shen Lang's gaze swept over these 2 pieces of equipment, revealing their information before him. Crimson Blood Bracelet, Red Perfect, Defense, 50, Constitution, 16, Strength, 14. Health Recovery, 25 Equipping Requirement. Constitution 180 Agile Arrow, Red Perfect, Attack, 250, Agility, 16, Strength, 14. Damage Bonus, 25 Equipping Requirement. Agility 180. Both pieces of equipment were of the Red Perfect quality, which was not surprising, considering that the previous platinum grade chests had yielded similar red tier equipment. These 2 items were perfectly suited, one for defense and the other for offense. Shadow had just begun to accompany me and had yet to receive any equipment. These 2 pieces would be ideal for her. Despite the Agile Arrow not being particularly suited for Shadow, it was not a divine item either, and Shadow met its equipping requirements. I would equip it to Shadow for the time being, and should a more suitable item arise in the future, it could be replaced. Shen Lang returned these 2 red items, and then retrieved the 2 diamond grade chests. The equipment obtained from diamond grade chests would undoubtedly be purple, signifying epic grade items or gear. Thus, Shen Lang immediately opened the 2 diamond grade chests. "Congratulations. You have successfully opened a 1-star diamond grade chest and obtained the Wind Chase Boots. Congratulations. You have successfully opened a 1-star diamond grade chest and obtained the Desolate Magic Ring. Within the 2 spheres of purple light lay a pair of boots and a black ring, both of which were epic grade purple equipment. Wind Chase Boots, Purple Epic, Defense, 60, Constitution, 20, Agility, 18, Movement Speed, 60. The requirements for wearing, Spirit 180. The Desolate Magic Ring, Purple Epic. Constitution 17, Spirit 20, Magic Consumption 5. The requirements for wearing, Spirit 180. Observing these two pieces of equipment, Shen Lang could not help but smile. They were quite satisfactory and suitable for him to equip. Thus, he promptly donned both items, with 2 supreme treasure chests in hand. And now at level 22, he believed he was ready to equip a 1-star dark gold legendary item. Filled with anticipation, Shen Lang decisively opened the treasure chests. Congratulations. You have successfully opened a 1-star supreme treasure chest and obtained the fiery profound sword. Congratulations, you have successfully opened a 1-star supreme treasure chest and obtained the glorious staff. Fiery profound sword, dark gold epic. Attack 250, agility 25, spirit 25, strength 25, damage bonus 7. Aside from constitution, the other 3 attributes were all enhanced by 25. Shen Lang examined the long sword, reminiscent of molten lava, and designated it to Medusa. In truth, the sword offered no substantial enhancement to Medusa, yet it was better than nothing. Turning his gaze to the other staff, he discovered it was a mage's staff. Glorious staff, dark gold legendary. Magic attack 250, spirit 25. Constitution 25, agility 25, damage bonus 7. Unlike the fiery profound sword, the glorious staff augmented constitution rather than strength, enhancing damage while simultaneously boosting defense. In comparison, his current staff seemed utterly inferior. After toying with it for a while, Shen Lang swiftly replaced his old staff with the glorious staff. Alas, amidst so many pieces of equipment, there were few that truly suited him, which was quite distressing. At that moment, the voice of Queen Medusa echoed behind him, curious. Master, are you going to draw my death again? She recalled his words from the previous night quite vividly. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang turned to look back, seeing both Medusa and Shadow already prepared, standing by the bed. Taking a deep breath, he approached them, declaring, "Indeed, I intend to draw you to your demise. Both of you little fairies." With a series of sharp sounds, Shen Lang and Medusa, along with Shadow, plunged headfirst into the 8th restricted zone. Their shared skills rapidly ascended in level. However, as the levels of their shared skills rose, the experience required for subsequent levels increased exponentially, causing a slight delay in their progress. Fortunately, within the serpentine caves of the 8th restricted zone, numerous ferocious beasts awaited their hunt, alleviating concerns of insufficient experience for the time being. Yet, the ferocious beasts of the 8th restricted zone were ultimately finite. Otherwise, there would not be annual cleanups. After a month of relentless slaughter, 99 of the serpentine beasts had perished, and thus, Shen Lang ceased further enhancement of his shared skills. Now, whether it was Shen Lang himself or Medusa and Shadow, through the forceful accumulation of billions of experience points, their 2 shared skills had both reached level 60. If given the opportunity, Shen Lang would certainly wish to continue his advancement. However, the scarcity of ferocious beasts necessitated his presence to elevate his level. Beyond the acquisition of universal skills, his most significant gain was wealth. Each day, he engaged in the slaughter of over 1 million ferocious beasts, resulting in an abundance of dropped equipment that Shen Lang had not meticulously calculated. In summary, the funds transferred to him by Yihong Yu had already surpassed 2 billion. This amount was after Shen Lang had made considerable expenditures, such as on backpack expansion cards. At this point, Shen Lang's backpack contained 3,000 slots, while Medusa and Shadow each possessed 1,000. These slots were filled with funds obtained from selling low-grade equipment below the red perfect tier and within Shen Lang's backpack. There remained over 100 pieces of red perfect gear. Selling these 100 pieces of red equipment would undoubtedly yield a profit in the hundreds of millions. Unfortunately, throughout the past month in the 8th Forbidden Zone, he had yet to encounter even a single 1-star purple epic piece of equipment, not to mention epic gear. Shen Lang already possessed several pieces of dark gold legendary equipment and did not harbor a significant desire for further gear. After all, if Shen Lang so desired, his level could rapidly ascend with continuous upgrades in a short period. Once his level increased, 1-star equipment would no longer suffice, necessitating the replacement with new gear. Thus, while having good equipment at lower tiers was advantageous, its absence was not a grave concern. On this day, Shen Lang, accompanied by Medusa and the others, once again ventured into the 8th Forbidden Zone. Compared to a month prior, the atmosphere within had undergone a complete transformation. The previous strong stench had dissipated, and now, apart from the swirling crimson sands, little else could be seen. Shen Lang glanced at the 2 women and declared, "I wish to modify our settings. We shall focus on leveling up from here on. Previously, we intentionally left some ferocious beasts in the central area, and I believe we can easily reach the peak of 1-star with their assistance." "Understood, my master," the 2 women replied obediently. Shen Lang nodded, promptly resetting the experience settings to prioritize leveling up, and they proceeded towards the central region of the Forbidden Zone. This central area was one Shen Lang had initially refrained from disturbing. It harbored not only a considerable number of serpentine ferocious beasts, but also a particularly formidable creature. Presumably the boss of this zone, though its bloodline rank remained unknown. Along the way, they encountered a few remaining serpentine beasts, which Medusa and Shadow dispatched effortlessly, converting them into valuable experience points. Before long, they approached the heart of the Forbidden Zone. In stark contrast to the exterior, the number of ferocious beasts in this area had notably increased, and the slaughter resumed. Your ferocious beast has slain a flying serpent. You and your summoned beasts. Your level has risen from level 23 to level 24. Your summoned beast, Queen Medusa, has leveled up from level 23 to level 24. Under the relentless onslaught of the two women, Shen Lang and their levels rapidly surged towards the pinnacle of 1 star, reaching 30 levels. Chapter 67. The reappearance of a legendary boss. Instant kill. Level up, level up, level up. Countless serpentine beasts have met their demise at the hands of the two women, and it is Shen Lang who first ascends to level 30. Congratulations, Beast Tamer. Your level has now elevated to 30, achieving the pinnacle of 1 star. Until the star advancement task is completed, your beasts will no longer gain experience from slaying ferocious creatures. Note, if your beast has not yet reached level 30, it will continue to accrue experience. However, if it has already attained level 30, it shall not earn any more experience from defeating ferocious creatures until you fulfill the star advancement task. Would you like to initiate the star advancement task immediately? Upon hearing this information, Shen Lang felt little surprise. After all, it was merely common knowledge. Once a practitioner reaches level 30, they must complete the star advancement task. Otherwise, neither their level nor their strength shall see any further enhancement. This holds true from 1 star to 10 stars. The era of practitioners has unfolded for 3 centuries. In the earlier days, even ascending to 1 star was a formidable challenge. Yet in the present age, the tasks from 1 star to 5 stars have become considerably less daunting. The practitioner community has matured significantly. Even if one cannot complete the low star advancement tasks alone, assistance can be sought, or one may simply pay for the help. However, tasks beyond 5 stars are not so easily accomplished. In a sense, these tasks resemble the tribulations faced in cultivation novels. Minor tribulations can be endured. Yet the subsequent major tribulations pose significant challenges that often require individual effort, as external aid may be well-intentioned but ultimately insufficient. Moreover, even if one can find assistance, the costs may be beyond the means of ordinary low-star practitioners. Thus, the journey of star advancement is fraught with obstacles. Many practitioners may find themselves indefinitely stalled at a certain star level, unable to progress further, influenced by their profession, social connections, and personal opportunities. For Shen Lang, however, the transition from 1 star to 2 stars seemed unlikely to present any formidable challenge, hence he did not dwell on it. Fortunately, having reached level 30 did not impede Medusa and Shadow, who continued to gain experience. Indeed, both were now over halfway to level 30 and nearing their own ascensions. While Shen Lang could no longer acquire experience, he could still bestow supportive skills upon Medusa and Shadow. As time passed, Medusa finally reached level 30, shortly followed by Shadow's elevation to the same level. Thus, the trio now stood at the pinnacle of 1 star. At this juncture, within the 8th Forbidden Zone, some serpentine beasts still roamed, for Shen Lang saw no necessity to eradicate all the ferocious creatures in this locale. As the guards had mentioned, those who previously ventured to cleanse the Forbidden Zone had left some creatures for novice practitioners. However, there was one beast that Shen Lang would not let escape. The formidable creature suspected to be a boss located in the central region. Currently, their experience may be unattainable, yet it does not imply that the equipment will cease to drop. The formidable beasts at the boss level remain enticing, to say nothing of the fact that the equipment will undoubtedly be of red perfect grade or higher. There is even a possibility of acquiring purple epic grade gear. Let us proceed and vanquish the boss. Shen Lang boldly led the way into the depths of the central region. Medusa and Shadow hastily followed, flanking him on either side, prepared to annihilate any fierce beasts that dared to obstruct their path. Soon enough, the serpentine creatures ahead increased in number. To say many is relative to the outside. In reality, there were only a few tens of thousands. Among this throng of serpents, a massive triangular head emerged, larger than a grinding disc, revealing only this head. Entirely black as ink, while the rest of its body remained concealed, swarmed by various serpentine beasts. Shen Lang activated his reconnaissance skill, and the information about this colossal serpent materialized before him. Black Armored Viper King, legendary boss. Level 30. Indeed, it was a boss, and a legendary one akin to the Shadow Vice Commander. The Shadow Vice Commander had not only dropped equipment, but also a skill book. One could only wonder what treasures this creature might yield. Shen Lang, brimming with anticipation, did not forget to cast a bloodline insight towards the Black Armored Viper King. Black Armored Viper King, legendary boss. Level 30, bloodline limit 5-star legendary, growth limit, level 150, 2-star evolution success rate, 65, 3-star, 40, 4-star, 3, 5-star, 0. 2. The 5-star legendary status was barely acceptable, yet the success rate for evolving to 4 stars was dismally low. Achieving 5 stars yielded a mere 0.2% chance. Utterly disappointing. Shen Lang grimaced and turned to Medusa, saying, "Medusa, you take action, slay it. And we shall be on our way." "Understood, my master." Medusa responded, immediately advancing toward the black-armored Viper King. In an instant, the pressure of a 10-star divine beast surged forth like a torrential flood, sweeping over the serpent throng. The serpents, feeling the divine beast's aura, panicked and fled. Had Medusa harbored any intent to kill, those beasts below level 30 would have had no chance of escape. Simultaneously, the body of the black-armored Viper King finally came into view. True to its name, its scales were larger than an outstretched hand, and like its triangular head, they were pitch black. Were it not for the gaps between the scales, one might have mistaken it for a colossal black-skinned serpent. The black-armored Viper appeared to have been in a state of slumber, as even during Shen Lang's earlier rampage in the restricted zone, it had not been roused. Yet now, the fleeing serpents had finally compelled it to open its eyes. Those eyes were a vivid green, and just as they opened, an inferno of boundless flames enveloped its entire being. In the blazing inferno, the anguished roar of the black-scaled Viper King abruptly ceased. Medusa showed no mercy. With a single skill, she swiftly obliterated this formidable foe. It is worth noting that a level 10 Medusa already rivaled a level 120 professional. And now she had ascended to level 30. To think that a mere level 30 legendary boss could withstand a skill was nothing short of an affront to her prowess. Congratulations. Your tamed beast has slain the legendary boss, the black-scaled Viper King. You have received. The notification resonated in his ears. But Shen Lang no longer needed to listen. For the instant the items dropped, they were automatically collected. At that moment, 6 new items appeared in his inventory. Any wild boss would drop beast crystals upon defeat, so 1 beast crystal was a given. Fire element beast crystal, level 1 star. Description: formed from the convergence of fire elemental power, it can be used for crafting, array formation, alchemy, and more. Without even examining the beast crystal, Shen Lang swiftly retrieved another item, as he had no immediate use for it. The second item was a skill book. Previously, after defeating the Phantom Deputy, he had obtained a skill book, but it was only learnable by summoners. However, this time, the black-scaled Viper King had dropped a skill for beast tamers, and it was a 2-star skill. Indeed, a legendary boss at level 30 was worthy of such a reward. Shen Lang's excitement was palpable. He was on the verge of reaching 2 stars, and would undoubtedly need to purchase a 2-star skill book soon. Compared to 1-star skill books, the price of 2-star skill books would undoubtedly increase several-fold, perhaps even 10-fold. Thus, acquiring a 2-star beast tamer skill book in advance was a significant monetary boon. Even if he currently lacked substantial funds, no one relishes the thought of their wealth diminishing, after all. Eagerly, Shen Lang opened the skill book to examine its details. Skill book, Beast Blood Boiling. Skill description: consumes a certain amount of mana to enhance the damage output of tamed beasts by 25, with duration proportional to the beast tamer's level. Class requirement: Beast Tamer. Skills for beast tamers are primarily supportive in nature. So Shen Lang felt no surprise at the skill's effects. As a beast tamer, it was indeed expected that he would remain sheltered behind his beasts. Surely, it would not be reasonable to have the beast tamer charge to the forefront. Nevertheless, this skill was quite formidable, as it could enhance a beast's damage by an impressive 25%. Moreover, it bore no restrictions on attributes, meaning that regardless of whether the beast tamer was of the magical or combat type, both regular attacks and skill damage would benefit from the beast blood boiling skill. Coupled with the quintuple enhancement from the SSS level talent, it was akin to doubling the damage of his beasts during the skill's duration. Such power was indeed excessive. Shen Lang grinned widely. Clearly, his SSS level talent was remarkable, given its 5-fold effect. After a brief pause to consider the star upgrading task, Shen Lang realized that upon its completion, he would attain a 2nd star and thus be able to learn this skill. The arrival of this skill book was indeed timely. Content: he carefully stowed the book in his backpack before retrieving 4 additional pieces of equipment. Indeed, aside from the beast crystal and skill book, the black-scaled Viper King had also dropped 4 items in one go. Among them was a piece of purple epic gear. However, the other 3 were of lesser quality. One was green excellent, another blue fine, and the last red perfect. Shen Lang had long since ceased to regard equipment below red perfect, so he promptly returned the blue and green items to his bag, planning to send them to Yihong Yu when the time came, while only keeping the red and purple items for inspection. Obsidian shoulder armor, red perfect, defense 35, strength 12, agility 14, spirit 16. Wearing requirement: spirit 180, casting a glance. Shen Lang frowned, noting that the wearing requirement for the same level ghostly mask was merely 150, Yet this piece demanded 180. Nonetheless, he met the requirement without hesitation. And after a cursory examination, he equipped it on his right shoulder. The dark shoulder armor complemented his ghostly mask quite well, with a cape. He would surely look even more dashing. Soon, Shen Lang's gaze fell upon the last piece of purple epic gear, and its details materialized before him. Black armor, purple epic, defense 280, constitution 19, strength 17, defense bonus 3. Wearing requirement, constitution 300. Without a moment's pause, Shen Lang handed it over to Shadow, whose defensive capabilities matched it perfectly. He also bestowed upon her the previous piece of equipment. Upon receiving it, Shadow immediately donned the gear and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master. The acquisition of this equipment is entirely due to your efforts. It is only right." Shen Lang smiled and glanced at the fearsome serpent that had already fled in all directions, then remarked, "We shall refrain from returning to such places in the future. I must admit, I have been sensing a lingering serpentine odor in my sleep these past few nights." At this, Medusa's expression grew somewhat aggrieved. "Master, are you referring to me? After all, Medusa was also a serpent, and they shared a bed at night." No, I wasn't speaking about you. I meant the scent in this area." Shen Lang hastily waved his hand, shifting the topic. "All right, let us head out." With that, they proceeded toward the entrance of the Forbidden Zone. During this time, Shen Lang was not idle. He initiated his star upgrading task. Star upgrading task initiated. Generating task for you. Star upgrading task generated. Your star upgrading task. Acquire 3 beast crystals of different attributes, each of 1 star. He had anticipated a challenge, yet this seemed rather straightforward. Undoubtedly, for ordinary practitioners, acquiring 3 beast crystals would pose a significant challenge, particularly for solitary adventurers. However, for Shen Lang, it was hardly a concern. The 1-star beast crystal is exclusively derived from wild bosses, and Shen Lang has already vanquished 2 of these formidable foes. This implies that should he eliminate yet another wild boss, he will fulfill the requirements for this star-up task. By the way, where is my second profession transfer card? As Shen Lang ambled along, he endeavored to activate the card, but to no avail. It was evident that he must first complete the star-up before he could truly utilize it. Just then, they emerged from the entrance of the Forbidden Zone. The 5 guards had not rotated. For the past month, they had been stationed at the 8th Forbidden Zone. "Hey there, are you out? When will you return tomorrow?" One guard inquired with a smile. Over the course of this month, Shen Lang had become somewhat acquainted with them, though not too familiar. They shared a nodding acquaintance as they walked past each other. Shen Lang smiled back and replied, "I want to be coming tomorrow." "Not coming?" The guards looked at each other in confusion. Shen Lang replied nonchalantly, "No, I want to be returning. Farewell, everyone." With that, he gradually vanished from the guard's line of sight, accompanied by Medusa and the shadows lurking within. One guard, observing Shen Lang's retreating figure, speculated, "If he says he won't return, does that mean the Forbidden Zone has been thoroughly cleared?" "That seems likely." Another guard blinked and smiled. "If so, we might soon be leaving this wretched place." The other 3 nodded in agreement. Since the day they entered the Forbidden Zone, they had never doubted Shen Lang's prowess. In fact, they were acutely aware that had it not been for other circumstances, the 8th Forbidden Zone would have likely been cleared long ago. 1 day, 2 days? Certainly not exceeding 3 days. However, they understood their roles and their relationship with Shen Lang, refraining from inquiring why he needed so long. One thing they were certain of was this. In the near future, Shen Lang would undoubtedly become a legend in the realm of professionals, both within the Great Xia and beyond. Chapter 69, National Advanced Vocational Academy Transfer Competition. Shortly thereafter, Shen Lang and Medusa arrived at the square outside the city. It was at this moment that Shen Lang recalled an important detail. After clearing the 8th Forbidden Zone, he had yet to click complete. Thus, he promptly accessed the task system and located the ongoing task. Previously, he had seen it marked as in progress, but now it had transformed into completed. There was a button below that read, "Please submit." Clearly, only after clicking submit would the task be considered concluded. With a thought, Shen Lang clicked the submit button. Verification in progress. Verification completed. You have completed the limited task of clearing the 8th Forbidden Zone in Donghai City, and you shall receive a reward of 1,200 contribution points. At present, Shen Lang had no immediate use for the contribution points, and thus paid them little heed. While submitting the task, he and his companions had already returned to Donghai City. After indulging in a grand meal at a restaurant, they returned to their small inn. Just as they arrived back at the inn, Shen Lang's communicator buzzed to life. Upon checking, he discovered that the call was from the principal of the Sandong Lanxiang Advanced Vocational Academy, none other than Song Yuan. After their last phone conversation, Shen Lang decided to keep it to himself. At that moment, Medusa and Shadow had already grown accustomed to taking showers as soon as they entered the house, and naturally, Shen Lang had adapted to this routine as well. He waved to the 2 women, who then proceeded to the bathroom one after the other, while he answered the call. "Hello, Dean," Shen Lang greeted politely. He held a favorable impression of Song Yuan, as the latter had genuinely worked to secure numerous benefits for him. On the other end of the line, Song Yuan reciprocated the politeness, exclaiming, "Shen Lang, my student." It was imperative to maintain such cordiality, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Shen Lang was destined to become one of the most accomplished practitioners from the Sandong Lanxiang Advanced Vocational Academy. He would undoubtedly be the one to adorn the pinnacle of the academy's honor wall. How could one not be courteous? Detecting a peculiar tone in Song Yuan's voice, Shen Lang inquired, "Is there something you need, Dean?" "Ah, yes, Shen Lang. Although you are currently a member of the War God Reserve, your student status will remain with us at Sandong Lanxiang until you officially become a member of the War God camp," Song Yuan explained. "So, you are still our student." "Wait, Dean, what is this War God Reserve member?" Shen Lang perceptively sensed that there was something he was unaware of. Song Yuan replied matter-of-factly, "The War God Reserve, didn't you know?" Shen Lang was aware of the War God camp, but he had never heard of the War God Reserve. It seemed to be associated with the War God camp. "I don't know," Shen Lang admitted. After a brief silence, Song Yuan whispered, "Xiao Chu, surprisingly, didn't he inform you?" "Look at my mouth. He shouldn't have relied on me to keep it a secret." Chu Jinhua and Song Yuan shared a friendship. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached out to Song Yuan on Shen Lang's behalf. After parting ways with Shen Lang, the two had met again. So Song Yuan was aware of what Shen Lang had received from Chu Jinhua. Furrowing his brow, Shen Lang asked, "Dean, what exactly are you talking about?" "Ah, forget it. He didn't issue me a confidentiality order, so it should be fine to tell you." Song Yuan sighed and continued, "Xiao Chu, the Dragon Blood War God, must have given you a second information card." "Yes, he did," Shen Lang confirmed. "If all goes as expected, you should have already used it. That card belongs to the War God camp. Any practitioner below 10 stars who uses this card will be identified as a member of the War God Reserve, meaning a future member of the War God camp." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang suddenly realized that he had unwittingly become a reserve member of the War God camp. It felt as though he had been sold without his consent. Truly, it was unnecessary. Had Chu Jinhua simply mentioned it, Shen Lang would not have been averse to agreeing. With the identity of a War God Reserve member, he was now sheltered under the grand canopy of the War God camp. Shen Lang might have hesitated initially, but he would undoubtedly be willing to join. However, the fact that Chu Jinhua did not seek his opinion left Shen Lang feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Suddenly, Shen Lang recalled something and inquired, "Is this information displayed on my information card?" "Yes," Song Yuan replied. "If you employ the probing skill, your information will reveal that you are a reserve member of the War God camp." Shen Lang nodded slightly, which elucidated the events from a month prior. At that time, he had been dining with Medusa Shadow in a restaurant when they incurred the ire of individuals from the East Sea Guild. The professional who confronted him was compelled to show him deference after employing the probing skill, promptly admitting his error and leaving hastily. It became evident that this individual had discerned the reserve member status behind Shen Lang's assumed name, Shen Sanliang, and was intimidated by his true identity. Hence the show of respect. As for why he himself could not perceive this information, it was likely due to some measure employed by Chu Jinhua. After all, this secondary information card belonged to the War God camp, and it was reasonable for Chu Jinhua, as the current commander, to possess such capabilities. The decision to withhold this knowledge from him might have been to prevent him from abusing his status to bully the weak. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang spoke again. "By the way, Dean, did you summon me for a specific purpose?" "Oh, indeed. I do have something to discuss." Song Yuan, regaining his focus, quickly stated, "As you are aware, following the annual Global Job Change Day, we, as novice job changers from advanced vocational academies, are invited to participate in the National Advanced Vocational Academy Job Change Competition, open to those above level 10, since your student status remains with our academy. So, Dean, are you suggesting that I participate in this competition?" Shen Lang responded, his tone somewhat peculiar. Song Yuan also spoke with a tinge of awkwardness. "If you have the time, I would certainly hope you could bring glory to our academy. Regarding your identity, I will find a way to resolve it. And you need not participate under your current two identities." This situation was quite thoughtful of him. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it was indeed a splendid opportunity for the Advanced Vocational Academy to showcase itself. With Shen Lang's professional talent and strength, he was bound to shine in the competition, bringing honor to Sandong Lanxiang as well. Not receiving a reply from Shen Lang, Song Yuan continued, "Shen Lang, I am well aware of your strength and potential. Competitions of this nature may not pique your interest. However, the rewards for the champion are quite substantial." "What rewards?" Shen Lang inquired, intrigued. As Song Yuan had stated, Shen Lang participating in such a novice competition would indeed be akin to a dimensionality reduction strike. There was no real comparison, even with all participants competing. They would hardly measure up to Medusa or Shadow's singular skill. However, Shen Lang had always been enamored with wealth, and the rewards held some allure for him. Song Yuan responded, "This year's champion reward is a piece of red perfect equipment, along with 4 vials of 1-star attribute potions." Chapter 70. Or do you think I, Chu Jinhua, am a fool? Merely a piece of red perfect-grade equipment? Such trifles are abundant in my backpack. In his heart, Shen Lang couldn't help but scoff, inquiring, "What is an attribute potion?" "It is a potion capable of enhancing attribute points," Song Yuan replied, gazing at Shen Lang. "The organizers of this grand competition are quite generous, providing 4 attribute potions all at once. A single-star attribute potion can elevate 1 attribute point by 10. This batch includes enhancements for strength, constitution, agility, and intellect. In other words, should you secure the championship, all of your cognitive attributes will receive a 10-point boost, akin to a fixed attribute benefit equivalent to leveling up 4 times. Upon hearing this explanation, Shen Lang nodded and subsequently asked, "When is the competition?" "Tomorrow," Song Yuan promptly responded. Shen Lang pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. "So soon?" Song Yuan sighed. "It's typically around this time each year." "Shen Lang, could you possibly rearrange your schedule?" It was evident that Song Yuan sought affirmation from Shen Lang, as his agreement would undoubtedly ensure that Sandong Lanxiang would claim the championship. However, for Shen Lang, while 40 attribute points were considerable, they did not seem overly significant. Leveling up 4 times would not take an excessive amount of time. His primary concern was that he needed to prepare for the star upgrading task. If he agreed to compete on behalf of Sandong Lanxiang, it remained uncertain how much time it would delay him, which would inevitably disrupt his leveling pace, evoking a sense of futility. Yet, with Song Yuan personally approaching him, it felt somewhat awkward to decline. At that moment, Shen Lang's professional friend system chimed in, initially thinking it was Yi Hongyu reaching out for her routine calculations. He was surprised to discover it was long blood battle god Chu Jinhua. What could he possibly want at this hour? Shen Lang's thoughts quickly turned, realizing that his completion of the 8th district cleaning task likely caught Chu Jinhua's attention. Indeed, that was the case. The message from Chu Jinhua was regarding the 8th district. "Chu Jinhua, according to my initial expectations, you should have completed the cleaning of the 8th district within a week at most. Yet, you have inexplicably dragged it out for a month. Pray tell, what clandestine activities have you been up to?" "Dean Song, the long blood battle god, is contacting me. I will get back to you shortly," Shen Lang informed Song Yuan before replying to Chu Jinhua. "Not at all, battle god. I have been diligently hunting ferocious beasts this past month." "Chu Jinhua, I am aware you have been hunting ferocious beasts. My question is, where has all that experience gone?" Shen Lang, "Of course, I used it to level up." "Chu Jinhua, do you truly believe you are the smartest in the world, or do you think I, Chu Jinhua, am a fool?" "Chu Jinhua, the ferocious beasts in the 8th district of Donghai City number at least 20 million. With that much experience, you could have leveled up 10 times over. Yet, you have only reached level 30 by today. Is there not something amiss?" "Shen Lang, battle god, your keen insight is commendable." Regardless of Chu Jinhua's intentions, a well-placed compliment was undoubtedly prudent. "Chu Jinhua, you sly one. You must have been using that experience to enhance your general skills, right? Do you think this matter could escape my notice?" "Zhenghua Chu, I initially intended to inform you when you were nearing level 30, so as to encourage you to enhance your general skills. However, it appears you had already contemplated this matter. I must admit, your perceptiveness is indeed commendable. Do not underestimate general skills. Once you attain 10 stars, you will undoubtedly comprehend their significance." Upon reading this message, Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. To be frank, his decision to focus on enhancing general skills was not made with extensive deliberation. It stemmed from a slight desire to indirectly bolster his own strength, but more so from a reluctance to squander the numerous formidable beasts and experience present in the 8th Forbidden Zone. Now, this globally renowned figure, Zhenghua Chu, was suggesting that general skills should not be dismissed lightly and hinted at other remarkable uses. Shen Lang did not believe that Zhenghua Chu was deceiving him. It was evident that after reaching 10 stars, a professional's general skills would be extraordinary. In that case, it seemed he had fortuitously stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. At that moment, Zhenghua Chu continued, "By the way, you have now reached level 30 and should be prepared to ascend in stars. How is the difficulty of the task?" Shen Lang replied, "Thank you for your concern, War God. It should not pose much of a challenge." Zhenghua Chu, "Indeed. The task from 1 star to 2 stars is not a significant hurdle for you. Complete it promptly, and strive to achieve 3 stars within 3 months. At which point, I will take you to a certain place. 3 months to reach 3 stars. Shen Lang could not help but smile. This should not be an arduous task. "Shen Lang, to where are we going?" Zhenghua Chu, "That is not for you to inquire about. When the time comes, you will naturally know. Of course, this is contingent upon your achieving 3 stars within 3 months. Shen Lang, very well. War God, there is something I wish to ask you. Zhenghua Chu, what is it? Shen Lang, regarding the reserve members of the War God camp, what is the situation? Zhenghua Chu, you are aware? Who informed you? Before Shen Lang could respond, Zhenghua Chu added, "So, you have objections to becoming a reserve member of the War God camp? Do you look down upon my esteemed War God camp?" Shen Lang, "That is not the case. It seems the tables have turned. As I was the one being reprimanded initially." Shen Lang, "Not at all. The war god camp is indeed formidable. I would never underestimate the war god camp that protects the Great Xian nation, but at least a word of respect would be appreciated. Zhenghua Chu, as long as there are no objections, it is settled. Indeed. I took the liberty of enrolling you into the reserve of the war god camp without your consent, primarily because you are a talented individual with great potential. Our nation requires individuals like you. You do not hold this against me, do you? Shen Lang suddenly realized that this dragon blood war god was somewhat formidable, monopolizing the conversation. What more could he say? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang finally responded. The nation does not forsake me, and I shall not forsake the nation. Zhenghua Chu, now that is intriguing, young man. I shall remember your words, and I look forward to your performance. By the way, who informed you? Shen Lang gazed up at the ceiling, finding it challenging to keep pace with the rapid shifts in conversation. He did not conceal the truth and replied, it was Director Song. Zhenghua Chu, that old fellow Yuan Song? What a blabbermouth. What business does he have with you? Shen Lang. He called me to say that I was to represent Sandong Lanxiang in the national competition for advanced vocational colleges. Zhu Jinhua. Are you really considering participating in that ridiculous competition? How could this old fool even suggest it? Don't go. If you do, what is the point of competing? The new professionals from all those colleges across the nation combined wouldn't be enough to warrant even a glance from your beast. Moreover, for a competition of such a low caliber, the rewards for the champion are nothing but worthless trinkets. It holds no significance. Shen Lang. One cannot dismiss it so lightly. Battle God. I am merely at level 30. Director Song mentioned that the champion's reward for this competition includes a grade 4 1-star elixir capable of enhancing 40 points across all attributes. Zhu Jinhua. Pathetic. You would risk your life for a mere 1-star elixir? Remember my words. If you can elevate to 3-star within 3 months, I will reveal to you what true treasures are. Chapter 71. Beasts of the same kind clash for supremacy. With that parting remark, Zhu Jinhua ceased his messages, clearly signaling the end of their conversation. Shen Lang too closed the chat window, seating himself on the sofa, tapping his fingers against his thigh. Indeed, he had not taken the so-called competition too seriously. But Zhu Jinhua's insistence on him reaching 3-star within 3 months sparked a flicker of curiosity within him about what Zhu Jinhua might reveal at that time. Why ponder such matters? The answers shall reveal themselves in due course. Shen Lang chuckled to himself. Reaching 3-star in 3 months would be but a trivial task for him. Thus, he dialed Director Song's communicator, and upon connection, he spoke. Director, I fear I cannot assist with the competition. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied with the rewards? Upon hearing that Shen Lang would not participate in the competition, Song Yuan grew anxious. If that is the case, the Academy can offer certain support. Director, it's not about the rewards, it concerns my identity. Shen Lang shifted the blame onto Zhu Jinhua, stating, you are aware that I am currently a reserve member of the Battle God camp. The Dragon Blood Battle God just contacted me, specifically advising me against engaging in any events unrelated to the Battle God camp, or I risk losing my reserve status. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan sighed. Very well. We certainly cannot jeopardize your future. I apologize, Director, Shen Lang said. Song Yuan chuckled lightly, replying, there is no need for apologies. You are destined for greatness. Even if you do not bring glory to Sandong Lanxiang now, you will undoubtedly become its pride in the future. If the opportunity arises, do visit the Academy. Yes, I will definitely do so, Director. Good. I await your return. I hope to still be in this position by then. After disconnecting the communicator, Shen Lang felt no shame in his fib. At that moment, Shadow, wrapped in a towel, floated over. Master, it is your turn. Shen Lang turned to see Medusa, equally draped in a towel, combing her serpentine hair by the bedside. All right, I'll be there shortly. Wait for me. With a whoosh, Shen Lang entered the bathroom, and the sound of rushing water immediately filled the air. Moments later, he called out, Shadow, come in and help me scrub. The long night of battle had swiftly transitioned into the dawn. As Shen Lang emerged from the cocoon of blankets, still dazed from slumber, he noticed that his professional friend system was flickering, alerting him to an awaiting email. What could this mean? Upon opening the email, he was surprised to find it was from Zhu Jinhua. Without hesitation, Shen Lang accepted the email, which soon materialized before him. 4 small vials, all of a dark green hue, were displayed, each inscribed with the characters for strength, physique, agility, and spirit. Activating his investigation skill, the information for the vial labeled with strength was revealed. Strength potion, level, 1 star. Effect, upon consumption, it enhances the strength attribute by 10. A 1-star attribute potion? Shen Lang was taken aback, never expecting Zhu Jinhua to send him such a valuable item. Glancing at the timestamp, he noted it was sent last night, presumably during his intense battle with Medusa in the warmth of his bed. At that moment, he had been too engrossed to notice and subsequently fell asleep, only to awaken now and discover the email awaiting him. Was he truly worried about Shen Lang's ability to reach 3 stars within 3 months? Shen Lang shook his head in disbelief, muttering, Does he not trust that I can achieve 3 stars in due time? Nevertheless, with such a fortuitous gift at his disposal, he intended to seize the opportunity. Rising from his slumber, he wasted no time and consumed all 4 attribute potions in one go. The effects were immediate and uncompromised, as each of his 4 core attributes surged by 10 points. Seeing that Shen Lang was now awake, the 2 beast companions, having no desire to linger in bed any longer, sprang into action. In truth, they no longer needed sleep. They simply found it comforting to doze off alongside Shen Lang. After a brief grooming session, the trio descended to enjoy breakfast before setting off towards the outskirts of the city. Given Chu Jinhua's insistence that he reach 3 stars within 3 months, Shen Lang was determined not to slack off. Today he aimed to attain 2 stars. Shortly thereafter, they departed from Donghai City, traversing the Ghost Shadow Forest in pursuit of higher-level wilderness areas. Along the way, they encountered numerous ordinary ferocious beasts, but Shen Lang's sights were firmly set on boss-level creatures. The thought of summoning Medusa and Shadow to deal with these commonplace beasts did not even cross his mind, as defeating them would yield no experience points. While equipment and items might still drop, the dismal drop rate in this wilderness hardly seemed worth the effort. An hour passed, and Shen Lang felt a twinge of frustration. They had yet to encounter a single boss-level beast. Even Medusa and Shadow had conducted searches, confirming that no such formidable creatures resided in the surrounding wilderness. It was indeed peculiar. When he did not require their presence, boss-level beasts would appear sporadically, yet now, when he sought them, they remained elusive. Scanning the area, Shen Lang pointed to the right front and said with a hint of annoyance, "Let us head that way and test our luck." "Very well, my master," the 2 women agreed without hesitation, continuing forward alongside Shen Lang. After advancing for approximately half an hour, Medusa and Shadow exchanged glances before turning to Shen Lang and announcing, "Master, there are numerous professional presences ahead. Moreover, there exists a palpable aura of ferocity, suggesting that 2 formidable beasts are engaged in a fierce struggle," as Shadow remarked. Initially, Shen Lang had little interest since there was no boss creature involved. However, upon hearing Shadow's words, a spark ignited in his eyes as he raised his head and declared, "Let us proceed and witness this spectacle." Shen Lang too sensed the presence of 2 powerful beasts locked in combat, their battle appearing to be quite brutal, a matter of life and death. Notably, these 2 beasts seemed to belong to the same species. Typically, members of the same species do not engage in conflict, let alone to the point of mortal combat. Yet, there exists an exception to this rule, known as the struggle for dominance. This struggle, often referred to as vying for the throne, pertains to the contest for leadership within their kind, akin to the lion kings of a pride or the wolf leaders of a pack. However, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the leader of a pack is generally regarded as the boss of that group. It is worth noting that the boss of the wild is not a static entity. Some emerge anew, while many others ascend through their own growth within the wilderness. Once these creatures establish themselves as the rulers of their kind or awaken their latent bloodlines, they possess the potential to become bosses. The current battle between the 2 beasts is likely a fight for supremacy. Thus, it stands to reason that the victor among these 2 beasts may very well ascend to become a boss. Shen Lang had come in search of a boss, and missing this opportunity would be illogical. Chapter 72. The Godly Gun Guild commits murder on the spot. Shen Lang was not far from the site of the beastly conflict, merely a few kilometers away, and they soon approached the location. However, they did not reach their destination, for they were intercepted about a kilometer from the site of the battle. Not only Shen Lang, but also several other professionals were halted in their tracks. A circle of professionals stood guard, all clad in uniform attire. Furthermore, they did not conceal their basic information. Each bore their names alongside the guild they represented. The Godly Gun Guild, the second largest guild in Donghai City. Within the city, the Donghai Guild holds the title of the largest, with the Godly Gun Guild ranking just beneath it. Similar to the Donghai Guild, the Godly Gun Guild is also a 5-star guild. Among the obstructed professionals, someone indignantly protested, "Your Godly Gun Guild is exceedingly overbearing." Another echoed, "Indeed, what right do you have to block the road?" The individual leading the blockade was a well-equipped professional clad in blue, appearing to be in his 20s, with a scar that stretched from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, giving him a somewhat menacing appearance. His name, displayed above him, was Wang Xian. His profession was that of a berserker, though his level remained concealed. Nevertheless, the fact that he donned blue equipment and had the audacity to obstruct their path indicated that his level was likely not low. "Overbearing, you say?" Wang Xian exclaimed, wielding a silver broadsword casually resting on his shoulder as he scrutinized the crowd. "Anyone wishing to pass must first contend with my sword." As his words echoed, other members of the Godly Gun Guild brandished their weapons in response. The obstructed professionals harbored a sense of trepidation, for the Marksman Guild in East Sea City was undeniably formidable, rendering ordinary practitioners utterly incapable of contending with them. While some practitioners begrudgingly retreated, others lingered, their expressions fluctuating between hope and despair. After all, they were not merely passing through, like Shen Lang. They were acutely aware that one of the reasons for the fierce battle between the two savage beasts ahead was the strong likelihood of a looming boss encounter. In the wild, though bosses are significantly stronger than ordinary beasts, they are not invincible. Moreover, each boss represents a precious resource, whether for leveling up, acquiring gear, or fulfilling star-up tasks, all of which are in high demand but short supply. Consequently, these practitioners were naturally eager to vie for the savage beast that was poised to become a boss. However, the current situation clearly indicated that the Marksman Guild had arrived first, surrounding the area and awaiting the conclusion of the savage beast struggle to seize the boss for themselves. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the wilderness, where governments impose little to no restrictions. In this era of the extraordinary, excessive limitations could potentially incite greater unrest. Therefore, aside from legal restrictions in major cities, the wild is largely devoid of significant constraints. The acts of killing for treasure and competing for bosses are rampant. During the gradual retreat of some practitioners, a few, unwilling to back down, suddenly charged towards Wang Xian and his companions. This small contingent of 5 had evidently coordinated their attack. 2 of them targeted Wang Xian, while the other 3 dispersed, aiming to breach the blockade established by the Marksman Guild members to reach the site of the savage beast clash. Their speed was remarkable, indicating that their purpose was not to engage in combat, but to break through the obstruction. Wang Xian immediately noticed their movements and sneered. There are indeed those who fear nothing. He commanded, block their path. If they do not retreat, we shall kill. With that menacing declaration, he advanced to confront the 2 practitioners who had dared to engage him. These 2 practitioners, a warrior and an archer, had coordinated their attack effectively. The warrior charged ahead, while the archer, positioned at a distance, constantly shifted his stance, unleashing golden arrows with precision. As Wang Xian battled the warrior, he deftly parried the golden arrows, demonstrating a significant superiority in level and skill over his adversaries. Yet, he had no intention of toying with them. With a dismissive snort, he commanded, "Get back." As soon as the words escaped his lips, a shimmering azure light enveloped his sword, which he gripped tightly before delivering a powerful strike against the warrior's shield. With a resounding crash, the warrior was sent flying several meters away, collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Simultaneously, leveraging the rebound from the shield, Wang Xian leapt high into the air, effortlessly deflecting the archer's golden arrows and propelling himself towards the archer with lethal intent. The archer, inherently a ranged attacker, possessed relatively weak physical defenses. Upon witnessing Wang Xian charging towards him, the assassin's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to retreat hastily towards the warrior lying unconscious on the ground. "If you wish to flee, then stay right where you are," Wang Xian bellowed, swinging his sword toward the archer, the blade's radiance cascading down like a silken thread. With a swift motion, the archer was caught unawares, the sword's glow sweeping through him, cleaving him in two and staining the air with blood. At that moment, the previously unconscious warrior suddenly regained consciousness. Upon seeing his companion slain, he panicked and attempted to escape. In a flash, a long sword hurtled through the air, piercing the warrior's chest with precision. He glanced down at the blade protruding from his body before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. 2 other professionals surrounded Wang Xian, but within mere exchanges, they fell victim to his counterattacks. Meanwhile, 3 additional professionals had underestimated both Wang Xian and the members of the Sharpshooter Guild. Except for one who managed to escape with severe injuries, the other 2 met a swift demise at the hands of the guild. Thus, this quintet was nearly obliterated, leaving only the one who fled. Unperturbed, Wang Xian approached the fallen warrior, pausing to collect the archer's dropped equipment before kneeling by the warrior's corpse. As he retrieved the gear, he tugged at the sword still embedded within the warrior's body, casting a chilling gaze over the remaining professionals. Is there anyone else who wishes to meet their end? With a flick of his wrist, the sword emitted a crisp, melodic chime, instantly cleansing the blood from its blade. The remaining professionals were struck with horror, their expressions betraying their fear. Their hesitation to retreat stemmed from a desire to witness whether the others could breach the defenses of the Sharpshooter Guild. If successful, they might not part easily, hoping to seize an opportunity amidst the chaos. However, they were taken aback by the guild's ruthless efficiency, having dispatched 4 professionals in an instant. Moreover, the strength Wang Xian displayed sent shivers down their spines. The 5 professionals had exuded a combat prowess of at least 2 stars, perhaps even 3. Yet, in Wang Xian's hands, they fell as easily as rabbits, without even the berserker's common rage talent being employed. If nothing unexpected occurred, he was undoubtedly a berserker of 3 stars or more. Chapter 73. To kill him, one must be prepared to be killed. In the face of Wang Xian's menacing words, many professionals who initially intended to linger and observe felt a surge of trepidation, retreating in small groups. Unwilling to provoke this cadre of death incarnate known as the Sharpshooter Guild, Though bosses are rare, they pale in comparison to the value of one's own life. Consequently, the remaining professionals opted to leave, especially under the weight of Wang Xian's penetrating gaze. Wang Xian, satisfied, couldn't help but smile slightly. Yet soon, his brow furrowed as he noticed a man and a woman, unlike the others, did not retreat, but rather gazed intently towards the direction of the fierce battle. Seemingly oblivious to him, a glint of menace flickered in Wang Xian's eyes as he coldly remarked, "It appears my words have not been sufficiently clear. As I count to 5, anyone who remains in place shall accompany these individuals to their graves." His tone was chilling, and with his sword held horizontally, the blade emitted a fierce radiance that enveloped him entirely, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethality. Witnessing this, the remaining professionals hastened their steps, quickly vacating the area. Wang Xian's actions finally drew Shen Lang's gaze, fixating upon the imposing figure wielding the sword. When confronted by members of the Gun Association, Shen Lang had no intention of forcing his way through. After all, the fierce battle between the two ferocious beasts suggested that a victor would not emerge anytime soon. Thus, he remained focused on their conflict, neglecting the events unfolding around him. Protected by the shadows, the tumultuous energy generated by Wang Xian's slaughter had no effect on him whatsoever. It was entirely reasonable that he had not noticed the rapidity of Wang Xian's killings. As he regained his composure, Shen Lang was astonished, exclaiming, "Where has everyone gone?" Upon his arrival, numerous professionals had surrounded him, yet in the blink of an eye, they had vanished. He surveyed his surroundings and quickly discovered 4 lifeless bodies on the ground. Upon seeing Wang Xian's cold gaze, he began to piece together what had transpired. Wang Xian, seizing the moment, sneered, "Since you seek death, then perish." With that, he gripped his sword once more, unleashing a sweeping arc of sword light that descended menacingly towards Shen Lang. Medusa's eyes glimmered momentarily, yet she made no move to intervene. After all, Shen Lang was shielded by shadows. A mere practitioner like Wang Xian would never harm her master. In an instant, the sword light struck within 3 feet of Shen Lang. But it was futile. A surge of black mist arose, effortlessly extinguishing the blade's brilliance. This scene caused Wang Xian's pupils to constrict. Though his strike was not a formidable skill, even a 2-star practitioner should have succumbed easily to it. Yet, it had been effortlessly thwarted by a mere wisp of black fog. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before Shen Lang. "You are under attack from other practitioners. You have entered combat mode." Shen Lang was not a malevolent fiend. Under normal circumstances, he would not initiate violence without just cause. Initially, he had intended to stride forward without hesitation, unaware that this individual would dare to strike him. A chill crept into his heart, for Wang Xian had indeed aimed to kill him. Against someone intent on his demise, Shen Lang showed no mercy. If one wished to take his life, they must be prepared to face their own end. He raised his gaze to the words Gun Association emblazoned above Wang Xian's head, and with a single glance, he had effectively passed a death sentence upon him. "Sha-sha." Shen Lang turned to Medusa, who immediately understood his intent, her amber-slit pupils flickering with flames. Sha-sha was a name he had whimsically uttered while nestled in bed the previous night, and Medusa had taken a great liking to it, insisting that he address her as such henceforth. Shen Lang, naturally, acquiesced to her desire. With such an endearing moniker for Medusa, how could Shadow not feel a pang of jealousy? In response, Shen Lang affectionately bestowed upon Shadow a diminutive name, Little Shadow. Wang Xian, having failed his initial strike, paused momentarily, casting another glance at Shen Lang and Medusa, remarking, "No wonder you dared to remain. It appears your strength is not to be underestimated. However, I shall see." His words were abruptly cut off as he intended to execute a probing skill. At that very moment, the reflection of Medusa's serpentine pupils appeared in Wang Xian's eyes, quickly transforming into a fiery crimson hue. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xian's entire form was encased in a fiery stone. Meanwhile, Shen Lang had already advanced toward Wang Xian as the latter's gaze shifted. As Shen Lang passed by the now petrified Wang Xian, the fiery stone body shattered into countless fragments with a resounding crash. It was only then that the nearby adventurers and members of the Gun Association reacted. Wang Xian was dead. A potential 3-star berserker had perished just like that. The perplexing question remained. How had Wang Xian met his demise? No one present could comprehend how he had turned into stone without a trace of resistance. Nevertheless, all eyes turned towards Shen Lang and Medusa, as just moments prior, Wang Xian had made a move against them. And it seemed Shen Lang had uttered something before Wang Xian fell. Undoubtedly, the culprits behind Wang Xian's death were this man and woman. They had silently dispatched a suspected 3-star berserker. Who were they to possess such formidable prowess? Yet, Shen Lang paid no mind to the onlookers. Casually collecting the equipment Wang Xian had dropped, he continued towards the battlefield of savage beasts. No one dared to speak, including the members of the Gun Association. With their strongest member, Wang Xian, slain by this man and woman, any attempt to confront them would be tantamount to courting death. The guild had instructed them to intercept intruders, but not to hold their ground at the cost of their lives. Once Shen Lang and his companion had moved farther away, one of the guild members finally retrieved a communicator, swallowing hard as he reported, "Gu, someone has infiltrated. We were unable to stop them. A bunch of useless fools." "Wasn't there Wang Xian? He was a 3-star berserker," came the irate response from Ji over the communicator. The guild member glanced at the shattered remnants of Wang Xian, trembling as he relayed, "Wang Xian has been killed." "What? Wang Xian is dead?" Ji's voice was laced with disbelief, quickly followed by an angry inquiry. Was it the East Sea Guild's doing? Who else could have slain someone from the Gun Association in East Sea City, if not the East Sea Guild? The foremost guild in the city? Moreover, he had received word that members of the East Sea Guild were attempting to seize the boss. Wang Xian had been summoned specifically as reinforcements from his uncle, the vice president of the Gun Association, to thwart the East Sea Guild. Who could have anticipated that Wang Xian would be killed at this moment? Chapter 74. A Swarm of Ignorant Ants. Ji, being the nephew of a high-ranking official in the Gun Association, naturally stood opposed to the East Sea Guild, harboring enmity towards certain individuals within it, including those of similar stature as himself. As the event of the beastly conflict for supremacy commenced, Ji's adversary became aware of the news and expressed intentions to seize the monster. However, Ji speculated that his nemesis would not dispatch overly formidable individuals. Thus he held great confidence in Wang Xian's capabilities. With Wang Xian present, it was presumed that no one could breach the defenses in this area. Yet, the unexpected demise of Wang Xian left Ji both astonished and enraged, astonishment at the strength of the newcomers, and fury at the thought that even if he succeeded in conquering the boss, upon returning to the East Sea Guild, his uncle would surely reprimand him. Moreover, his uncle would likely face scrutiny from the guild, for a 3-star berserker like Wang Xian was a pillar of strength within the organization. Curse that East Sea Guild. Ji could not help but mutter in frustration. Nevertheless, a member of the guild interjected, "Brother Qiu, the one who killed Wang Xian is not from the East Sea Guild." There were indeed guild members who attempted to break through, but were slain by Wang Xian. Only one managed to escape. Ultimately, it was a pair, a man and a woman, who took down Wang Xian. "Not from the East Sea Guild," Ji exclaimed in disbelief. The guild member continued, "Brother Qiu, what should we do now? What else can we do? Just come over," Ji commanded vehemently before disconnecting the communicator. The guild member surveyed his companions and said, "Brother Qiu, should we still proceed?" Upon hearing this, the others exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating. After all, if even the 3-star berserker Wang Xian had been killed, Ji's forces, though numerous, consisted of individuals no stronger than 3 stars. Given that this man and woman had bested Wang Xian, the 3-star professionals on Ji's side likely stood no chance against them. Venturing forth would be akin to courting death. A member of the Marksman Guild pondered. If we refrain from going and Ji survives, you all know his temperament. It would be difficult for us to find a foothold in the Marksman Guild thereafter. What then? Someone inquired. The earlier speaker contemplated briefly before suggesting, "Let us follow at a distance. If Ji and his group perish, we shall retreat. If that man and woman cannot defeat Ji's group, then we will strike." Thus, this proposal received unanimous approval from the other members, who then ambled towards the battleground of the beasts. As for those professionals who had not yet departed, most had left. But a few audacious souls drawn by curiosity followed at a distance. At this moment, at the sight of the beastly conflict, Ji had just ended the call, his expression fluctuating. Just then, a wail echoed from a distance, emanating from one of the 2 beasts. Ji looked up to see one of the beasts, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, being devoured by the other. Both beasts resembled bulls, yet bore a singular horn, their bodies cloaked in a fur that appeared almost real, their forms resembling small mountains. Bulls are typically herbivorous, yet this bull-like beast was consuming the flesh of its kindred, an act that seemed nothing short of bizarre. Simultaneously, as it tore and consumed the flesh of its fellow, its aura was swiftly intensifying. It was over. It was on the verge of ascending to become a boss. The 2 ferocious beasts, both at level 29, are on the verge of reaching level 30, a formidable boss. Yet, the specifics of its bloodline and star rating remain uncertain. It is of little concern. They are likely not excessively powerful, as the beasts in this region are merely at the elite level. Even if they are of the king beast caliber, level 30 is manageable for us. Besides Ji, several members of the Godgun Guild are brimming with excitement. They have awaited this moment for so long, all for this boss. Although Ji's expression betrays some exhilaration, he refrains from speaking of Wang Xian's demise. How frustrating. Why has the evolution not completed yet? Ji feels a rising urgency. With Wang Xian slain, that man and woman would undoubtedly be on their way. If he can vanquish this boss before their arrival, he could slip away without encountering them. However, Shen Lang and his companions are undoubtedly swift and have already approached nearby. Observing the unicorn bull poised to devour its kin, Shen Lang remarked, It appears we have arrived at just the right moment. This statement immediately captured Qiuji's attention, prompting him to look up. Upon seeing Shen Lang and Medusa, Qiuji's brow furrowed. This man and woman must be the ones who killed Wang Xian. Simultaneously, the others in the Godgun Guild also noticed Shen Lang and Medusa's arrival. Who are they? How did they manage to infiltrate here? They murmured, bewildered and hostile. Their gazes directed at Shen Lang and Medusa. Qiuji's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the pair would arrive so swiftly. Glancing at the ferocious beast, which was nearing its evolution, he realized it still required a brief moment. At that moment, someone asked, "Qiuge?" as he gestured with his hand in a throat-slitting motion, evidently inquiring whether Qiuji intended to eliminate Shen Lang and his companion. Qiuji understood that these two had slain Wang Xian, and their strength must exceed 3-star levels. Yet, there were several 3-star professionals within their ranks. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded, "Kill." With that, all members of the Godgun Guild, save for Qiuji, armed themselves and charged towards Shen Lang and Medusa. Qiuji, however, did not join them. Instead, he moved closer to the ferocious beast. His intentions unmistakable. His target was the beast itself. Regarding Shen Lang and Queen Medusa, though they might be formidable, he believed his companions could hold them at bay. Thus, he planned to seize the opportunity to slay the beast upon its evolution and then return to assist his comrades against the pair. The notion was alluring and promising. Yet the reality was starkly harsh. Just a few steps away, Qiuji heard a cold, disdainful voice pierce the air, a bunch of oblivious ants. Suddenly, the fire elements in the surrounding void seemed to ignite, and a chilling wail echoed in Qiuji's ears. Turning back, he beheld his companions engulfed in flames, each one a burning figure, fleeing and screaming in terror. With a dazed expression, Qiuji lowered his gaze to examine himself, as an excruciating pain surged within him, akin to flesh and blood igniting in flames. In the next moment, fissures appeared across his body, and countless tiny flames leaped forth from these wounds, enveloping him entirely in an instant. At that moment, Qiuji emitted a wailing scream, indistinguishable from that of his companions. The Medusa Queen's heart-devouring skill, at level 30, obliterated Qiuji and his fellow professionals in the blink of an eye, reducing them to mere ashes. Chapter 75. The boss was stolen, and the people were slain. A few 3-star and a plethora of 2-star individuals were annihilated in one fell swoop by Medusa, without any hint of hesitation. A cacophony of equipment tumbled onto the ground. Yet Shen Lang did not bother to examine them closely, knowing full well that these individuals could not possess anything of value. The quantity was substantial, nearing 500 items of worthless gear, not a single red item in sight. Having dealt with Qiuji and his group, Shen Lang advanced a few meters and lifted his gaze to the bull-like beast still undergoing evolution. At that moment, the beast was at a critical juncture, radiating a luminous glow. With a resounding moo, the bull-like creature's physique expanded once more. Particularly, its once straight horn had now curved elegantly, adorned with golden patterns. Simultaneously, the aura of this beast surged dramatically, though its level was not high and its aura lacked strength. It was incomparable to the iron-armored serpent in the 8th Forbidden Zone. Shen Lang shook his head, unable to conceal his disappointment. After all, the stronger the boss, the better the loot it would yield. While he certainly desired the beast crystal, who wouldn't appreciate a plethora of valuable items? However, it was reasonable to consider. This area resembled the Phantom Shadow Forest. Although it was somewhat stronger, it still fell short of being a zone for level 30 beasts, making it understandable that it was weaker than the bosses in the 8th Forbidden Zone. Out of habit, Shen Lang activated his reconnaissance skill and his bloodline insight talent. Powerful Horned Bull, elite level. Level 27. Upon discovering it was merely level 27, Shen Lang bypassed its attributes and focused on the bloodline insight. Bloodline limit, 5-star elite level. Level cap, 150. The star rating was commendable, but regrettably, it was just an elite level. Furthermore, the powerful Horned Bull was already an elite level at this moment, indicating that it had no potential left to grow in terms of bloodline. Even if it were to reach 5 stars, it would still remain an elite bloodline. Shen Lang lost interest in the other information, finding it utterly unremarkable. With a lackluster tone, Shen Lang commanded, "Sasha, dispose of it." "Understood, master." Medusa replied promptly, gracefully moving forward. The powerful Horned Bull seemed to sense the impending threat. Yet upon detecting Medusa, it instantly transformed into a frenzied beast, its hooves pounding wildly as it attempted to flee. Alas, a streak of fire had already descended from above. With a soft hiss, a fireball accurately struck the bull's head amidst the blaze. In an instant, the formidable one-horned bull's head vanished from its massive body, engulfed in flames. As the gusts of wind swept through, the ashes of the mighty beast were carried away. At that moment, Shen Lang had yet to ascend in rank. Thus he did not receive any experience points. However, equipment dropped nonetheless. Several orbs of varying colors lay scattered on the ground, prompting Shen Lang to disregard the loot notification. Upon activating the one-click collection, these orbs were swiftly gathered into his inventory, still left unseen. There was no need to examine them, astonishingly. This particular boss yielded only 4 pieces of blue quality gear. Can you believe it? Not a single red item was dropped. It can be said that this was the most disappointing boss Shen Lang had ever vanquished. Previous boss encounters had yielded purple epic items. Nonetheless, it is not stipulated that a boss must drop high-tier equipment. It may simply be a matter of fortune. Fortunately, the item Shen Lang most needed was present, as this was a guaranteed drop from wild boss encounters. The Beast Crystal. Wood Element Beast Crystal. Level 1 star. Description: formed from the convergence of wood elemental power. It can be utilized in crafting, ritual arrays, alchemy, and more. To his surprise, the mighty one-horned bull turned out to be of the wood element. However, this detail was inconsequential, for the ascent task did not specify the attribute of the beast crystal. It merely required 3 of them. Just as Shen Lang was preparing to ascend, he sensed the approach of other adventurers. To avoid complications, he exchanged a glance with Medusa and swiftly retreated to a more secluded location to complete his ascent. The first to arrive were undoubtedly members of the Marksman Guild. When they reached the site of the fierce battle, they found not a single living creature remaining. Where were Chiu Gu and his companions? And the 2 ferocious beasts? They should have evolved into bosses by now. The absence of any trace was telling. Their expressions turned pale, and after a brief exchange of glances, they hastily withdrew. They had seen the ashes scattered by the wind on the ground. It was evident that a similar fate awaited them where they had been blocked. Chiu Gu and his party had most likely been slain. As for the subsequent adventurers, they were initially bewildered, followed by a dawning realization. From the demeanor of the Marksman Guild members, it was not difficult to deduce that something significant had transpired within the guild. The boss had been snatched away, and its members had been exterminated. With the limited expanse of East Sea City and the considerable reputation of the Marksman Guild, it was only a matter of time before rumors of this incident began to circulate throughout the city. Let us go, let us go? Who knows which powerful figure did this? Truly formidable. To strike with such decisiveness against members of the Marksman Guild. Think about it, brother, silently eliminating 3-star adventurers. Such a person would not fear the Marksman Guild, would they? You're right. If it were me, I would deal with these arrogant fools too, relying on the guild's support. Strutting about like lords. And what of the East Sea Guild? They too present themselves with arrogance. I hope this powerful figure turns their attention toward the East Sea Guild. Amidst the discussions of these professionals, their figures gradually receded into the distance. Unbeknownst to them, the East Sea Guild had encountered the barrel of Shen Lang's gun even before the God Gun Guild, having already faced a thorough reckoning, albeit with less severe losses. Meanwhile, Shen Lang had long since departed, having activated the star upgrading task. You currently possess 3 beast crystals. Would you like to proceed with the star upgrade immediately? Was this even a question? Naturally, he would upgrade at once. Shen Lang silently recited the incantation for the upgrade, and in the next moment, a radiant glow enveloped him, swirling around before dissipating. Congratulations. You have successfully advanced to 2 stars. You are now a 2-star Beastmaster. This upgrade will comprehensively enhance your attributes, increasing each by 20. No wonder there were requirements for upgrading. A 20% boost across all 4 attributes significantly widens the gap between 1st and 2nd stars. Shen Lang mused to himself, casting a glance at his information panel. As a 2-star, all his 4-dimensional attributes exceeded 100, particularly his spirit, which, bolstered by his equipment, approached 700. Next was his physique, nearing 250. His weakest attribute was strength, barely surpassing 100 due to equipment enhancement. However, this was not a significant concern, as a Beastmaster. Having a slight deficiency in offensive capabilities was inconsequential. After a brief review of his data, Shen Lang retrieved the skill book Beast Blood Boiling and learned it immediately. He then tinkered with his equipment, discovering that many items previously unusable were now available. In Chapter 76, what a remarkable second profession this would be. Including equipment for Medusa and Shadow, he equipped them all accordingly. Shen Lang made only a few changes, notably equipping the Wolf Soul Pendant. Before long, the trio had completed their equipment adjustments, resulting in modest enhancements across the board. Now that he had stepped into 2 stars, he could utilize the second profession transfer card. Shen Lang squinted as he extracted the second profession transfer card given to him by Chu Jinhua and activated it directly. Second profession transfer card has been activated. Please complete the transfer task. Slay a 5-star divine beast boss X1. Upon seeing this transfer task, a question mark emoji appeared above his head. For a mere transfer task, it began with the requirement of slaying a divine beast. Moreover, it was a 5-star beast. Furthermore, it was not just any ordinary 5-star divine beast, but a formidable boss. Goodness, no wonder acquiring a second profession was so challenging. With such difficulty, even possessing the transfer card rendered the chances of completing the task exceedingly slim. Those below 5 stars need not even entertain the thought. Only 7 or 8-star professionals might be able to defeat a 5-star Divine Beast boss. Shen Lang turned to glance at Medusa and Shadow. With these two Divine Beasts by his side, it seemed he might not be entirely without hope. As for the true strength of the 5-star Divine Beast boss, Shen Lang remains uncertain. After all, while Medusa and Shadow are 10-star Divine Beasts, their low level renders them of little reference value. Only upon encountering a 5-star Divine Beast will he gain clarity. This raises the question, where can he find a 5-star Divine Beast boss? Shen Lang has indeed ascended to 2 stars, effectively shedding the shackles of the novice phase and stepping into the realm of professionals. However, this advancement is largely attributable to the presence of Medusa and Shadow. Outside of the fundamental knowledge required in the professional sphere, Shen Lang remains a novice. And even the most ordinary 1-star Divine Beast poses a formidable challenge for practitioners. The emergence of any Divine Beast would undoubtedly create a stir. In essence, Shen Lang is utterly unaware of the whereabouts of a 5-star Divine Beast boss. The absence of such a creature signifies his inability to complete the job transfer quest, rendering the prospect of transitioning into a new role elusive. Fortunately, the transfer card has no time limit. He can complete the quest at his leisure. Shen Lang pondered the implications. Were the transfer card time-sensitive, failing to locate a 5-star Divine Beast boss would be a significant setback. Where on earth could he find a 5-star Divine Beast boss? A sense of despair washed over him. If he could not find one, he would have to temporarily shelve this task until he could gather pertinent information. He decided to return. Initially, Shen Lang felt somewhat disheartened and contemplated resting in the city. But a sudden thought struck him. Although he was unaware of the location of a 5-star Divine Beast, there was certainly someone who would know. This is the advantage of having connections, and fortuitously, Shen Lang was acquainted with the individual at the pinnacle of the Great Xia Kingdom. Unsurprisingly, this person was Chu Jinhua. As a 10-star invincible war god, he was a practitioner who could rival 10-star Divine Beasts, and he must have encountered numerous Divine Beasts. As for a 5-star Divine Beast, it would likely not even pique Chu Jinhua's interest. Thus, Shen Lang promptly accessed the professional friend system and inquired about the 5-star Divine Beast from Chu Jinhua. At that very moment, Chu Jinhua was savoring a bowl of noodles at a renowned establishment in the Forbidden City. Recently, he had no pressing matters, often lingering in the Forbidden City, occasionally returning to the war god camp, and spending his free time wandering the city, indulging in noodles whenever hunger struck. Noodle slurping was one of Chu Jinhua's great passions, and he remained indifferent to any judgment regarding it. The noise he created while enjoying his meal was quite substantial. Yet the other patrons were equally engaged in their slurping. Chu Jinhua relished this atmosphere, though none were aware that they were dining alongside the Dragon Blood War god of the Great Xia Kingdom. Just as Chu Jinhua finished his bowl of noodles and downed a substantial portion of broth, the professional friend system notification chimed. Even while eating, he found himself disturbed. Who could it be? With a displeased expression, Chu Jinhua clattered his bowl onto the table and reluctantly opened the chat system. Shen Lang? How could he possibly treat me like a babysitter? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Jinhua was about to close the chat window, intending to ask his boss for a bowl of spicy sour noodles laden with extra chili and cilantro. However, just as he was about to shut it down, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of some chat content. Blinking in surprise, he immediately reopened the chat box, feeling a twitch at the corner of his eye. War God, I have ascended to 2 stars and activated the second career transfer card. This task is rather challenging, as it requires me to slay a 5-star Divine Beast boss to complete the transfer. War God, you must know where I can find a 5-star Divine Beast boss, right? Chu Jinhua stared at Shen Lang's message, unable to tear his gaze away, his expression momentarily dazed. The transfer task was to kill a 5-star Divine Beast boss. He had never even heard of such an outrageous mission. Indeed, for someone like Chu Jinhua, this was utterly unprecedented. The difficulty of a second career transfer task would undoubtedly be considerable, yet it would be assessed based on the practitioner's level of strength and their original profession. This meant that while the task would be challenging, there would still be a chance of completion. Similarly, the task's difficulty indicated the potential of the second career. The higher the difficulty, the greater the potential of the second career. It could not possibly be a worthless profession. Killing a 5-star Divine Beast boss. What kind of celestial second profession could this possibly be? Even Chu Jinhua found his mind momentarily short-circuited. Unlike Shen Lang, who activated his second career transfer card at 2 stars, Chu Jinhua had only been tasked with slaying a 3-star Divine Beast during his own transfer mission. It was merely an ordinary Divine Beast, not even a required boss. Yet here was Shen Lang, facing the daunting task of slaying a 5-star Divine Beast boss. This kid. Chu Jinhua muttered to himself, at a loss for words to adequately describe Shen Lang. Curiosity soon peaked within him. If Shen Lang were to successfully complete this transfer task, what sort of second career would he acquire? Wait a moment, This guy is capable of slaying a 5-star Divine Beast boss. Chu Jinhua raised an eyebrow slightly. The power of a 5-star Divine Beast boss far surpassed that of a 5-star practitioner. It was not merely the boss. Even a level 155-star Divine Beast could overpower several practitioners of the same level. He almost forgot about this fellow's beast companion, the Medusa Queen with a 10-star Divine Beast bloodline. The first time he met Shen Lang, he was barely level 5, yet even then, his beast could annihilate a quasi-4-star practitioner. Now that he had ascended to 2 stars and level 30, the Medusa Queen's bloodline had surely awakened significantly. Perhaps this fellow truly had a chance to take down a 5-star Divine Beast boss. As Chu Jinhua contemplated this, he felt uncertain about how to respond to Shen Lang's query. If Shen Lang were to inquire about the locations of 10-star Divine Beasts, Chu Jinhua could easily provide a detailed account of all known 10-star Divine Beast locations worldwide. However, as for 5-star Divine Beasts, even if they were bosses, why would a renowned Dragon Blood War god concern himself with such a level of Divine Beasts? Chapter 77. The unfortunate, yet fortunate Shen Lang. For a figure like Chu Jinhua, dealing with a 5-star Divine Beast was a matter of the distant past. Anything below 10 stars did not warrant his involvement. However, he was willing to accommodate Shen Lang's request, as he was genuinely curious about the nature of Shen Lang's second vocation. Please hold on. Chu Jinhua sent a message to Shen Lang and, after a moment's contemplation, contacted Minister Wang of the Vocational Department. Global powers meticulously monitor 10-star Divine Beasts. For should such entities invade a city, it would spell catastrophic disaster. Constant vigilance is imperative to facilitate timely rescue and prevention. Even formidable ferocious beasts are subjected to a corresponding level of surveillance. Naturally, the Great Xia Kingdom adheres to this practice. Although Chu Jinhua was uncertain about the surveillance intensity concerning 5-star Divine Beasts, it was worthwhile to inquire. If not, he would have to consult his comrades from the God of War camp. Minister Wang, recently appointed by the old monarch, was not easily reachable by the average individual. Even city lords like Yi Yunchang required a secretary to facilitate communication. However, Chu Jinhua was an exception, and it did not take long for Minister Wang to answer the call. Wang here. What can I do for you, Huazi? Why not come see me directly? Chu Jinhua wiped his mouth with a tissue from the table and got straight to the point. Old Wang, I need your help. Do you happen to know where I can find a 5-star Divine Beast? No, I mean a 5-star Divine Beast boss. A 5-star Divine Beast boss. Minister Wang replied, a hint of surprise in his tone. What do you need such a creature for? Chu Jinhua, growing impatient, retorted, that's none of your concern. Just tell me if you know, and if so, provide me with the precise coordinates. Minister Wang pondered for a moment and replied, ordinary 5-star Divine Beasts do not fall within our monitoring scope. So, there are unusual ones? Chu Jinhua inquired. Minister Wang confirmed, indeed. There was a recent occurrence in a secret realm where a 5-star Divine Beast evolved into a 5-star Divine Beast boss. Can you just get to the point? Where is it? Chu Jinhua snapped. With a chuckle, Minister Wang responded, you know this place well. The Abyss of Corruption. Upon hearing the name of this secret realm, Chu Jinhua paused, frowning as he realized. You mean that father-son duo? Without waiting for Minister Wang to say more, he abruptly ended the call, deep in thought. From their dialogue, it was evident that the Abyss of Corruption was no ordinary secret realm. Its danger level was exceedingly high. No, exceedingly high. The reason was simple. Within the Abyss of Corruption resided a 10-star Divine Beast. Wherever one might be, the presence of a 10-star Divine Beast invariably attracts the utmost level of attention. It is uncertain whether this little fellow is unfortunate or fortunate, thought Chu Jinhua to himself, his gaze flickering as if contemplating something significant. He referred to Shen Lang's misfortune, for the 5-star Divine Beast boss resided within the Abyss of Corruption. Naturally, if it were merely within this secret realm, Chu Jinhua would not have uttered such words. The crux of the matter is that this 5-star Divine Beast boss is the progeny of a 10-star Divine Beast. Years ago, the danger level of the Abyss of Corruption was even higher than it is now. Even 10-star professionals dared not venture in recklessly. And this applied even to superlative beings of Chu Jinhua's caliber. At that time, 2 10-star Divine Beasts inhabited the Abyss of Corruption, both of the same kind. They were a pair of 10-star Divine Beast spouses, but for reasons unknown, the female Divine Beast suddenly perished. However, in her demise, she left behind a single offspring. The offspring of 2 10-star Divine Beasts, it goes without saying, possesses a lineage that unmistakably qualifies it as a 10-star Divine Beast. Once matured, it will undoubtedly become another 10-star Divine Beast. Coincidentally, this Divine Beast offspring has already matured to 5 stars. Moreover, as Minister Wang mentioned, it has recently ascended to the status of a boss, a 5-star Divine Beast boss. Undoubtedly, if this Divine Beast offspring is allowed to grow unchecked, the Abyss of Corruption will eventually house 2 10-star Divine Beasts once more, reverting to a forbidden ground for 10-star professionals. Hence, the two divine beasts related to the abyss of corruption have long been included in the hunting plans of the war god camp. The options are clear. Either eliminate the divine beast offspring or the adult divine beast. In summary, while the abyss of corruption may harbor a 10-star divine beast, it must never allow the simultaneous existence of two 10-star divine beasts. Thus, Chu Jinhua remarked that Shen Lang was fortunate. Should Shen Lang venture into the abyss of corruption alone, it goes without saying that success would be improbable, and he would likely meet his demise therein. Regardless of Shen Lang's current strength, he could never rival a 10-star divine beast, even if his own summoned beast also possessed a 10-star lineage. A 10-star lineage beast and a true 10-star entity are not synonymous. Consequently, Shen Lang must either seek a 5-star divine beast boss elsewhere or temporarily abandon his second career transition, awaiting the uncertain arrival of another 5-star divine beast boss to fulfill his task. After pondering for a while, Chu Jinhua sighed. You've struck it lucky this time, little fellow. With that, he retrieved his communicator. Upon connection, he succinctly instructed, find two individuals to venture into the abyss of corruption. Without further ado, he ended the call and sent a message to Shen Lang through the professional friend system. Shortly thereafter, Chu Jinhua paid his bill and departed the restaurant. Once in a secluded corner, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly exiting the imperial city. Meanwhile, Shen Lang, stationed just outside East Sea City, awaited Chu Jinhua's response. As Chu Jinhua delayed in replying, Shen Lang decided to seek out Yi Hongyu to purchase a 2-star skill book for beast tamers. Although one could wait for monsters to drop items, who knows when that might happen? Given that he is not short on money now, it is simply easier to buy what he needs. As a 2-star beast tamer, he can learn 4 additional skills, but since he previously acquired the skill Beast Blood Frenzy, he can still learn 3 more. Furthermore, a 2-star beast tamer has access to more than just 3 skills, with numerous options available. Under the guidance of Yi Hongyu, Shen Lang decisively purchased 3 skill books that suited him well, one enhancing magical attack damage, called Holy Tactics, another boosting defense, known as Holy Shield, and lastly, the stealth technique Shadow Walk, specifically for beast tamers like Shen Lang. Chapter 78, Sweet Words, Sister Approves. Unlike Beast Blood Frenzy, which universally increases damage, Holy Tactics amplifies magical damage specifically. Coincidentally, both Medusa and Shadow are magic-type beasts, making them exceptionally compatible. As for Holy Shield, it speaks for itself. Both of Shen Lang's beasts possess formidable attack capabilities, even the defense-oriented Shadow. Enhancing their defense is undoubtedly a wise choice. As for Shadow Walk, it serves as an advanced version of the invisibility spell. While invisibility allows for temporary concealment, it dissipates upon using skills or taking actions. Shadow Walk elegantly resolves this issue, enabling movement and skill usage while remaining invisible. This skill is one of the few life-saving abilities available to beast tamers. Upon mastering these 3 skills, Shen Lang couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate he was to have met Yi Hongyu. As for useless equipment, he discarded as much as possible. If he wanted to purchase gear, Yi Hongyu could send it directly to him. How convenient. At that moment, the professional friend system chimed, and indeed, it was a message from the Dragon Blood War God. Chu Jinhua, you shouldn't be short on money now, so find a teleportation array and head to Linhai City. Chu Jinhua, once you arrive in Linhai City, go straight to the Fallen Abyss. If I'm not there yet, just wait for me. Reading this message, Shen Lang blinked in confusion. What did he mean? He was inquiring about the whereabouts of the 5-star divine beast boss. Yet Chu Jinhua instructed him to go to Linhai City instead. The name Fallen Abyss sounded like a secret realm or dungeon. Could a 5-star divine beast boss be located there? With this thought, a smile spread across Shen Lang's face. Truly, the Dragon Blood War God was reliable. A simple inquiry yielded results. However, the implication of the latter part of his message suggested that Chu Jinhua intended to join him at the Fallen Abyss. Was he concerned that Shen Lang might struggle against the 5-star divine beast boss? Shen Lang chuckled softly. To be honest, he did not have complete confidence. Yet he never imagined that Chu Jinhua would come to assist him personally for his secondary profession. Another favor to repay. Shen Lang turned to Medusa and Shadow, saying, Shadow, return to your form. Medusa, let's head back to Linhai City. Before long, Shen Lang found himself back within the city of Donghai. Numerous teleportation arrays can be found, totaling 12 in all directions, connecting to several nearby cities. Fortunately, there exists a direct route from Donghai City to Linhai City, thus eliminating the hassle of transfers. However, the cost is rather steep, with a one-way ticket priced at 200,000, without any discounts. Consequently, Medusa felt compelled to return to the Beastmaster space. Not long after, Shen Lang and his companions emerged from the teleportation array in Linhai City. This marked Shen Lang's first departure from Donghai City, yet he found himself devoid of the leisure to sightsee, as he was uncertain whether he had arrived before or after Chu Jinhua. Should he arrive later, it would be undeniably impolite, especially when the other party had graciously come to assist him. Thus, Shen Lang first procured a map of the wilderness outside the city before hastening towards the fallen abyss. Along his journey, he quickly sensed something amiss, for the map prominently displayed 10 skull icons representing the fallen abyss. It is worth noting that the previous 8th Forbidden Zone of Donghai City had only one skull icon. Each skull signifies a 1-star Forbidden Zone. Thus, the 10 skulls of the fallen abyss denote a 10-star Forbidden Zone. One need not ponder what kind of perilous area could be classified as such. Clearly, it harbors divine beasts of 10-star caliber or dangers equivalent to them. Shen Lang, possessing a keen intellect, deduced that the 5-star divine beast boss he sought was likely located within the 10-star Forbidden Zone of the fallen abyss, shedding light on why Chu Jinhua had personally come. Having no qualifications to enter a 10-star Forbidden Zone, Shen Lang understood that formidable guardians would undoubtedly be stationed there. With a multitude of uncertainties weighing on his mind, he finally arrived at the fallen abyss around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. To his surprise, he traversed unhindered to the entrance of the abyss, where powerful guardians were expected to be present. What could this mean? Had he misjudged the situation? As Shen Lang gazed at the entrance, Medusa suddenly positioned herself protectively before him, exclaiming, "Master, be cautious." The shadow lurking in the darkness emerged, vigilant and prepared to unleash their skills. Simultaneously, Shen Lang felt an icy aura sweeping around him, as if it sought to infiltrate his very pores, threatening to freeze both his body and soul. Strangely, even in the heat of summer, snowflakes began to drift through the air, an unmistakable anomaly. Fortunately, a familiar voice resonated. "All right, my enchanting one, that is enough." It was a playful female tone. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang immediately felt the bone-chilling cold dissipate, and the snowflakes vanished from the sky. Following this, 3 figures descended from above. Leading them was the dragon blood war god, Chu Jinhua. To his left stood a burly man with a powerful physique, while to his right was a woman clad in striking dark gold armor. The prowess of Chu Jinhua needs no elaboration. He stands as the foremost powerhouse of the new generation in the Great Xia Kingdom. The other pair, a man and a woman, are evidently formidable as well, undoubtedly ranking among the elite 10-star warriors. Moreover, those who stand alongside Chu Jinhua are certainly not ordinary 10-star beings. Before Shen Lang could utter a word, the female warrior scrutinized him with a smile, saying, "No wonder our commander took matters into his own hands for this little fellow. You have already contracted another beast. Impressive." Although shadow had emerged from the shadows, it remained cloaked in disguise. Thus the female warrior failed to discern its true form. This was a testament to the pride of the strong, coupled with Shen Lang being highly regarded by Chu Jinhua, which led the female warrior to refrain from probing further. Upon hearing her words, Shen Lang turned to look at Chu Jinhua, who introduced, "Yao Rao, 10-star, my deputy. By the way, her sister is also a beastmaster. If you've watched the treasure chest opening livestream, you should have encountered her." At this revelation, Shen Lang was taken aback, realizing that the imposter he had encountered earlier was indeed the sister of a 10-star warrior. However, he pondered how a young girl could possess such audacity. Despite these thoughts, Shen Lang courteously greeted, "I am Shen Lang. Pleased to meet you, Sister Yao Rao." "Ah, quite the charmer, I like that," Yao Rao responded, throwing a flirtatious glance his way. Chapter 79. The essence lies in participation. This remark left Shen Lang at a loss for words, and he could only respond with an innocuous smile. Chu Jinhua then gestured towards the burly man beside him, stating, "Quang Lei, also my deputy. Nice to meet you, Brother Quang Lei." Shen Lang returned the courtesy. Quang Lei nodded slightly and grinned. "Not bad, little fellow. No wonder the commander holds you in such high regard." Chu Jinhua cast a glance at Shadow, inquiring, "Is this your second contracted beast?" "Indeed," Shen Lang replied, not concealing the truth, as the current circumstances made it unavoidable. Chu Jinhua's gaze then fell upon Medusa, remarking, "I initially thought that relying on both of you to tackle that 5-star divine beast boss might be somewhat challenging. However, now that you have a second beast, the odds have improved significantly. We should give it a try." "Indeed," Shen Lang concurred. "Yet," Chu Jinhua scoffed, 3 10-star professionals have come to assist you, and you merely wish to try? I am determined to eliminate that 5-star divine beast boss." Shen Lang promptly revised his words and tentatively inquired, "Warrior, this is a 10-star forbidden zone. Is there not a 10-star divine beast here?" "Indeed," Yao Rao replied, her smile enchanting, "and your class transition task is precisely that 5-star divine beast boss, which happens to be the offspring of the 10-star divine beast dwelling in this abyss of corruption. Therefore, you owe us a significant favor this time. Remember, wealth and prosperity should not be forgotten." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang's expression twitched. Was the 5-star divine beast boss truly so elusive that it led him to such a place? Moreover, it was the offspring of a 10-star divine beast. This revelation made it clear why Chu Jinhua had brought along 2 10-star warriors. Indeed, they were here to safeguard him. 3 10-star warriors, including the invincible Chu Jinhua. As Yao Lao mentioned, The favor owed this time is indeed significant, considering it involves 3 10-star war gods. However, upon reflection, not everyone possesses the privilege of enlisting the aid of 3 10-star war gods to accomplish a job transition task. At this moment, Chu Jinhua spoke up. Enough of the idle chatter. Let's discuss the battle plan. Huanglei, you and I will confront that 10-star fallen angel first. Yaolao, take this opportunity to drive away its offspring and steer it towards Shen Lang. Shen Lang, wait for Yaolao at the perimeter of the secret realm. Once that 5-star fallen angel arrives, strike immediately. Understood? Both Yaolao and Huanglei stood tall and responded affirmatively. Noticing Chu Jinhua's gaze, Shen Lang mimicked them and said, understood. Let's proceed. Without further ado, Chu Jinhua led Shen Lang and the others into the depths of the fallen abyss secret realm. Upon entering the realm, a dim landscape greeted them, reminiscent of dense fog obscuring the sky, limiting their vision. However, initially, no ferocious beasts appeared nearby. It was only after advancing approximately 5 kilometers that Shen Lang vaguely sensed the presence of some beasts. Thankfully, their levels did not seem too high. Yet, from a distance, he could still feel an imposing pressure far beyond his capabilities. Chu Jinhua halted and turned to Shen Lang, instructing, stay here and do not wander. Understood. Shen Lang reflexively replied. Ignoring him, Chu Jinhua continued, addressing Yaolao and Huanglei. Stick to the plan. Both nodded, and in an instant, the 3 transformed into a streak of light and vanished from view. As a mere 2-star, I have ventured into a 10-star secret realm. TSK. Shen Lang chuckled wryly, refraining from acting like a curious child and obediently waiting without straying. Meanwhile, Medusa and Shadow, being formidable in their own right, could distinctly sense the peril surrounding them, especially as numerous creatures within this realm surpassed their strength. After all, this is a 10-star level secret realm, teeming with not only 10-star divine beasts but also other fierce beasts of varying bloodlines. Even if they did not match the 10-star divine beasts, they were still considerably stronger than Medusa and Shadow, rendering them no match. Noticing the heightened vigilance of the 2 women, Shen Lang reassured them, Sasha, little Shadow, you needn't be so anxious. We are merely at the perimeter of the secret realm. No formidable beasts will approach. Even if they do, we can handle them. Yes, master. The 2 responded in unison, yet they remained on high alert. Suddenly, Medusa spoke up. A large group of ferocious beasts is approaching from the direction we previously traveled. Shen Lang also sensed it, frowning as he gazed towards the surging dark power, a look of helplessness crossing his face. Wasn't I supposed to wait quietly? Now they've given me work to do. With the strength of Chu Jinhua and the others, Shen Lang doubted they would disturb the beasts along their path. Yet, the beasts were now headed towards them, undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by Chu Jinhua. Shen Lang realized this and stated, Sasha, little Shadow, prepare to gain some experience. Here lies the 10-star secret realm, a domain where the ferocious beasts possess formidable levels. Even the outskirts likely begin at the 2nd or 3rd tier. Slaying these beasts yields substantial experience points. However, Shen Lang, not one to be easily fooled, promptly configured his experience allocation to enhance his general skills rather than for leveling up. The rationale behind this decision was straightforward. He was on the verge of unlocking his 2nd profession. Once he activated this new vocation, he would thereafter receive double attribute point rewards with each level gained. To level up now would mean forfeiting that reward, a folly he would never commit. Moreover, with the assistance of Chu Jinhua and his companions, he felt a high degree of confidence, if not absolute certainty, in successfully commencing his 2nd profession. Thus, it was indeed most prudent to channel experience into enhancing his general skills at this juncture. Having set up the experience conversion, the ferocious beasts were fast approaching, their faint green eyes densely visible, a horde of fallen demons, moving with alarming speed like a dark tide rushing toward them. Without hesitation, Shen Lang unleashed all available auxiliary skills upon Medusa and Shadow, not out of fear for their safety, but rather to foster a sense of participation. Medusa, as the primary attacker, was the first to charge forth, casting spells and unleashing basic strikes, incinerating swathes of fallen demons into ashes. However, a small fraction of the demons began to approach Shen Lang from other directions. Yet, with Shadow providing a protective barrier, black mist swirling around, a barrage of dark arrows shot forth. No fallen demon could breach the 3 yards surrounding Shen Lang. Thus, Shen Lang found himself with little to do, occasionally casting Bloodline insight to casually probe into the bloodlines of the fallen demons. Although such fortuitous finds were rare, one could never be too certain. After all, who could predict such occurrences? Chapter 80. The 10-star Divine Beast, 3-headed Hellhound. With the onset of slaughter, experience points were rapidly harvested. Though the requisite experience for their general skills had now reached astronomical levels, the progress bar steadily advanced. Meanwhile, the relentless onslaught of demons grew increasingly formidable. Initially, there were 2- and 3-star foes, followed by those of the 3- and 4-star variety, yet none posed a significant challenge. Medusa was mercilessly dispatching the weaker ones, while Shadow, lurking in the shadows, could not resist unleashing a few cold arrows, resulting in heaps of demon carcasses. As for equipment, it need not be mentioned. Any item of red grade or lower was tossed to Yihong Yu, who had recently made the Wanbao Pavilion her primary residence. Even when away, her inventory had expanded to over 10,000 slots, and she had grown wise enough to enable one-click looting upon receiving Shen Lang's emails. After being buried several times, accumulating even a modicum of experience had become a challenge. Bored and restless, Shen Lang continued to exercise his bloodline insight, sweeping his gaze over the battlefield until suddenly, his eyes brightened with realization. Shadow, do not slay it just yet, bind it instead. Perhaps Medusa, aware of Shadow's boredom, intentionally left some demons for it, allowing a few to slip past her defenses. Among them was a diminutive demon stealthily trailing behind several others. Shen Lang's gaze fell upon this small demon, aptly named for its significantly smaller stature compared to the other demons, with short horns adorning its head and a rather modest level of merely 34. However, the very reason Shen Lang decided to halt was due to the demon's extraordinary bloodline. Upon receiving Shen Lang's command, Shadow, without hesitation, enveloped the little demon in a shroud of dark mist, trapping it within, while deftly maneuvering it to stand before Shen Lang. Within this dark mist prison, the little demon's eyes shimmered with purple light, arcs of electricity dancing atop its horns. Unfortunately, as a mere 2-star demon, it was utterly incapable of breaking free from Shadow's confinement. After vanquishing so many demons, Shen Lang finally encountered one with a commendable bloodline. He mused with a smile. Though a hint of regret lingered in his expression, the little demon's bloodline was not that of a 10-star divine beast. Purple-eyed electric demon, level 34, bloodline limit. King beast level 10-star thunder demon, growth limit, level 300, success rate for evolution below 6 stars, 100, 7 stars, 90, 8 stars, 85, 9 stars, 76, 10 stars, 51, a 10-star king beast. One must acknowledge that such a bloodline ranks among the elite in the world of beast tamers, despite Shen Lang having contracted 2 10-star divine beast bloodlines. The total number of 10-star divine beasts globally is quite limited. Primarily, it is a matter of luck for Shen Lang, a testament to his protagonist aura. Moreover, not all 10-star divine beast bloodlines can safely evolve, much like human prodigies, who, despite immense potential, often succumb to various misfortunes. Consider Medusa. Had she not encountered Shen Lang, how could she have shed her fire python form and evolved into the Queen Medusa? Possessing a 10-star divine beast bloodline and actually becoming a 10-star divine beast are two entirely different matters. The purple-eyed electric demon, while impressive, is indeed commendable. Besides being a 10-star king beast, its evolution success rates are astonishing. A 100 success rate for evolving below 6 stars, meaning that as long as this little demon survives, it is destined to become a 6-star king beast. Furthermore, the success rates for evolution to 7, 8, and 9 stars exceed 70%, with even a 51% success rate for reaching 10 stars. If a beast tamer were to nurture it with diligence and invest resources wisely, the purple-eyed electric demon's evolution into a 10-star king beast would merely be a matter of time. Yet, it ultimately remains just a 10-star king beast, not a 10-star divine beast. For Shen Lang, such a high potential, high evolution rate creature presents a slight dilemma. To consume it is to find it flavorless. Yet to discard it feels like a grave loss. If it were to be something slightly inferior, such as a legendary level creature, Shadow would be utterly unfazed if it were to be slain. By the way, that enchanting sister is a beast master. As this thought crossed Shen Lang's mind, a smile crept upon his lips. A 10-star king beast should fetch quite a handsome sum, wouldn't he? While he held little regard for a 10-star king beast, to other beast masters, it was undoubtedly a coveted prize. Shen Lang had previously contemplated amassing wealth through formidable beasts of powerful bloodlines, but the endeavor relied heavily on chance. And finding such high-quality bloodline creatures was not guaranteed. As for elite legendary creatures, he was disinclined to exert himself for such efforts. After all, beasts could not be stored away like equipment in a backpack. If he were to sell a beast, he would need to transport it back to the city, which entailed considerable trouble. However, since the enchanting sister was right here in the abyss of decadence, making contact was effortless. Thus, Shen Lang instructed Shadow to set the purple-eyed electric demon aside, temporarily disregarding it, and continued to harvest experience instead. He wondered what the 3 war gods were up to, whether they had encountered that 10-star divine beast yet. The absence of any commotion suggested they had yet to begin. Shen Lang mused quietly, observing Medusa ruthlessly dispatching demons while activating his bloodline insight talent. This abyss of decadence was teeming with various types of demons. Some soared through the skies, others scurried across the ground, and some even burrowed from below, with a few undead mixed in, indicating that this secret realm was not solely populated by demon-type beasts. For instance, a horde of decaying canine beasts, emanating a foul stench, suddenly emerged from the shadows. Utilizing his detection skills, he discerned that these were undead creatures, undead hounds. Upon further inspection, their levels ranged from 30 to 100, with the majority hovering around the 30s and a few exceeding 3 stars. The stench was unbearable, reminiscent of rotting rats. Shen Lang frowned and promptly instructed Medusa, "Sasha, over there, let us take care of this side first." Upon hearing Shen Lang's command, Medusa swiftly unleashed a barrage of fireballs upon the group of undead hounds. Boom. Under the onslaught of fireballs, the undead hounds were incinerated completely. At that moment, Shen Lang, in a sudden burst of excitement, shouted, "Quick, Shadow, save that undead hound. Hurry, the fireball is about to strike it." As he spoke, he dashed towards the impending impact site of a fireball. Beneath the descending fireball was an undead hound with only half a head, trembling in fear, unwilling to flee. Its skull appeared to have been cleaved in half, lacking its left eye and ear. Fortunately, Shadow acted with remarkable swiftness, conjuring a mist shield that interposed itself beneath the fireball. Boom. The fireball erupted, and the mist shield dissipated, allowing the half-headed undead hound to be rescued. Shen Lang approached, his heart racing with excitement as he gazed at the trembling hound. Undead Hellhound. Level 30. Bloodline limit. 10-star Divine Beast 3-headed Hellhound. Growth limit. Level 300. As for the scent reminiscent of dead mice, it can only be described as quite delightful. Chapter 81. Am I not essentially locking my health bar? Another 10-star Divine Beast. Shen Lang truly did not anticipate that after discovering one 10-star King Beast, he would encounter yet another 10-star Divine Beast. One must say that the Abyss of Corruption is indeed a 10-star secret realm. The crucial point is that this Abyss of Corruption belongs to the demon faction, yet it harbors the bloodline of an undead Divine Beast. What an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Without further ado, Shen Lang stepped into the Black Mist prison. Scrutinizing the undead Hellhound, he simultaneously instructed the Shadow to eliminate all other undead Hellhounds that had been intercepted by the Mist Shield. Upon closer inspection, this undead Hellhound was indeed somewhat different from its counterparts. Aside from having a head that was half missing, there were no signs of decay on its body. On the contrary, its fur was glossy and well kept. However, upon further examination, Shen Lang discovered multiple wounds on the hound's abdomen, and its breath was exceedingly faint. It was unclear whether the injuries were recent or had occurred earlier, but it was evident that the creature was on the brink of death. How fortunate it is for this creature to encounter me before its demise. What a serendipitous turn of events. Noticing the undead Hellhound's vitality waning, Shen Lang wasted no time in performing the contract technique. The starry array shone brightly, enveloping the undead Hellhound, and the contract was swiftly established. The once struggling undead Hellhound within the Black Mist prison gradually calmed, and after the contract was finalized, it became exceedingly docile, wagging its half-tail in Shen Lang's direction. Shen Lang chuckled, remarking, "Indeed, it is a dog. An undead Hellhound is still a dog." He grinned, allowing the Shadow to release the Black Mist prison. The little creature promptly dashed out, scampering to Shen Lang's feet and energetically pawing at him, its half-tail wagging with uncontainable joy. A sight that was rather difficult to behold. Glancing up, he saw Medusa still engaged in slaying the demons. The Shadow had emerged from his own shadow, centered around Shen Lang, dispatching the stray demons that had wandered too close. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Lang first bestowed a wave of supportive skills upon Medusa and the Shadow, then turned his gaze to the undead Hellhound gnawing at his pant leg, chuckling, "Little pup, you are about to rise." With that, Shen Lang unhesitatingly activated the Bloodline Ancestral Return talent on the undead Hellhound. God-tier talent Bloodline Ancestral Return activated. Do you choose to activate the undead Hellhound's Divine Beast Bloodline, reverting it to the 3-headed Hellhound? Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Lang affirmed with a silent yes. In the next instant, a dazzling radiance enveloped the undead Hellhound. Within this brilliance, the hound's form expanded, growing to the size of an adult bison before finally halting. During this transformation, all its injuries, including the lost half of its head and tail, were fully restored through the activation of its bloodline. Moments later, a magnificent black dog with lustrous fur appeared before Shen Lang. He lifted his gaze to scrutinize the creature, a plethora of questions swirling in his mind. Wasn't it supposed to be a 3-headed Hellhound? Why did it possess only a single head? As if sensing Shen Lang's bewilderment, the black dog shook its head, and in an instant, 2 identical heads emerged from its neck, while simultaneously, the aura of death emanating from it surged exponentially. Shen Lang blinked and inquired, "You can assume 2 forms?" "Indeed, master," the black dog replied, as the newly formed heads receded. However, Shen Lang keenly discerned that the voice of the creature resembled that of a young boy. For reasons unknown, this revelation brought him an inexplicable sense of relief. Medusa and Shadow were both humanoid, whereas this 3-headed Hellhound was undeniably beast-like. If the black dog were to be a female, and were to become envious like Medusa and Shadow, insisting on snuggling into his bed, the thought sent a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, the ability of the three-headed hellhound to adopt dual forms was indeed advantageous. It could remain outside without necessitating a return to the beast space. To be frank, the black dog's appearance would not lead the average person to recognize it as a divine beast. Shen Lang pondered this as he began to examine the attributes panel of the three-headed hellhound, along with the various statistics displayed. I shall refrain from detailing the data, for verbosity often leads to error, and frankly, I am rather disinclined. However, in terms of talents, the three-headed hellhound possessed 2 SSS-level talents. Akin to those of Medusa and Shadow, SSS-level talent, Deathly Might, Necromancy attack 400, upon being attacked. There is a chance to trigger a corrosion effect. SSS-level talent, Bloodthirsty, restores 500 vitality upon slaying an enemy. The first talent was relatively standard, offering a damage bonus, similar to those possessed by Shadow and Medusa, and was quite commendable. As for the second talent, it was extraordinarily formidable. As long as the hellhound dealt a killing blow to an enemy, its vitality would regenerate at a staggering rate of 5 times. In other words, as long as it dispatched foes swiftly, even if it sustained injuries and its vitality waned, the recovery rate would far exceed the loss. This was indeed impressive. It could function as a tank killer, simultaneously absorbing damage while delivering lethal strikes. If only I could attain a recovery rate of 5 times that, a staggering 25-fold. Coupled with the hellhound's ability to summon beasts for farming, as long as I wasn't instantly eliminated, wouldn't that effectively lock my health bar? With this thought in mind, Shen Lang lost interest in examining the skills of the three-headed hellhound and promptly activated his supreme talent, Talent Extraction. Congratulations. You have extracted the SSS-level talent Bloodthirsty from your beast. Upon hearing the notification, Shen Lang was elated, as if his desires had manifested. He had indeed drawn the Bloodthirsty talent from the three-headed hellhound, simply exquisite. Subsequently, he equipped the three-headed hellhound with suitable gear from his inventory. Regrettably, none of them are particularly fitting. However, they are still somewhat usable, and it is certainly better than having none at all. In terms of overall statistics, the three-headed hellhound is comparable to both Medusa and Shadow, with combined attribute points hovering around 8,000. Medusa boasts the highest attack power, Shadow possesses the most formidable defense, while the three-headed hellhound is simply characterized by its sheer resilience. As Shen Lang gazed upon the three-headed hellhound, he remarked, "Given your dark fur, I shall henceforth call you Little Black, and you shall serve as my steed." After all, it is a dog, and thus a rather lackadaisical name suffices. Any name would do. "Yes, master," Little Black obediently responded, promptly lowering its entire body before Shen Lang. With a firm push of his foot, Shen Lang gracefully landed upon Little Black's back. And to his delight, it was quite soft and stable. At that moment, an unparalleled aura surged from the depths of the fallen abyss, captivating the attention of Medusa, Shadow, and the three-headed hellhound, all of whom regarded it with palpable trepidation. Shen Lang also turned his gaze, narrowing his eyes slightly. It seemed that the Dragon Blood War God and his companions were finally commencing their task. Chapter 82, To Death and Beyond. In the heart of the fallen abyss, above a dim and bottomless chasm, a figure with flowing dark purple hair, pointed ears, and 6 pairs of wings hovered in the air. This being was none other than the 10-star divine beast of the fallen abyss, the fallen angel. The 12-winged fallen angel was accompanied by a smaller, nearly identical counterpart, though this lesser fallen angel bore only 3 pairs of wings. It was evident that this 6-winged fallen angel was the offspring of its 12-winged progenitor. Despite being labeled a youngling, it was, relative to 10-star divine beasts, remarkably powerful, boasting a strength equivalent to that of a 5-star beast, exceeding level 150. It surpassed ordinary 5-star divine beasts, for it also possessed the aura of a boss. Opposite these 2 fallen angels stood the Dragon Blood War God, Chu Jinhua, accompanied by his 2 aides, Yao Yao and Kuang Lei. The arrival of these 3 10-star professionals roused the 2 divine beasts from their slumber. The 12-winged fallen angel regarded Chu Jinhua and his companions with suspicion, its gravelly voice inquiring, "Humans, what is it that you seek?" 10-star divine beasts are certainly not lacking in intelligence compared to humans. In response to the 12-winged fallen angel's inquiry, Chu Jinhua grinned. "That is a pointless question. Having come this far, we are undoubtedly here to vanquish you." As his words fell, Chu Jinhua's aura surged dramatically, a dragon-shaped phantom rising from his form. The 12-winged fallen angel's expression shifted dramatically. "You are Chu Jinhua." Even the 10-star divine beasts were well aware of the Dragon Blood War God's reputation and held it in considerable esteem. Unsurprisingly, Chu Jinhua was not taken aback by the 12-winged fallen angel recognizing his name. He coldly declared, "To be honest, I have long desired to engage you in battle. Let us fight." Since the formidable Chu Jinhua rose to power, he has been relentlessly fixated on vanquishing Anthony. Unfortunately, Anthony has consistently refrained from engaging in combat. Thus, Chu Jinhua's recent declaration bears truth, for Anthony is a summoner whose most formidable asset lies in his ability to summon a 10-star divine beast, the fallen angel. Indeed, Chu Jinhua yearns to hone his skills against this formidable creature from the abyss of despair. The 12-winged fallen angel, on high alert, declined the challenge, stating, "Dragon Blood War God, since my arrival in the Great Xia Kingdom, I have remained within this abyss of despair and have not perpetrated any slaughter against your citizenry. Even if there were incidents, they sought to harm me first. I merely acted in self-defense. Should you wish for me to leave the Great Xia Kingdom, I shall depart with my son." As it stands, the 12-winged fallen angel is not originally from the Great Xia Kingdom, and its origins remain a mystery, including that of its deceased wife. It has indeed refrained from indiscriminate violence against the populace of the Great Xia Kingdom. From its words, one can discern the considerable pressure that Chu Jinhua and his companions have exerted, to the extent that it contemplates leaving the Great Xia Kingdom voluntarily. Upon hearing this, Chu Jinhua chuckled. "Do you truly believe you have the opportunity to depart?" Ansiful. Among the esteemed 10-star divine beasts worldwide, each possesses a name, and the fallen angel before him is known as Ansiful. Realizing that Chu Jinhua was unwilling to allow his escape, Ansiful replied solemnly, "Chu Jinhua, you are indeed powerful. But do not forget that among 10-star beasts, we are the strongest. You may not be my match. Even if you were to defeat me, you would not emerge unscathed. Rest assured, I am not alone in this endeavor," Chu Jinhua remarked playfully. Ansiful's assertion held validity. Within the same rank, Chu Jinhua possessed confidence in defeating Ansiful. Yet achieving a solo victory would prove challenging, likely requiring significant sacrifices. This was indeed the reason he had summoned allies. Meanwhile, Quang Lei, unable to contain himself, eagerly interjected, "Why all this talk? Let us just fight." Almost instantaneously, he charged toward Ansiful, donning his gear mid-stride. In his left hand, he wielded a dark golden warhammer, while his right brandished a dark golden square shield. "10-star divine beast, I shall crush you." Quang Lei moved with the swiftness of lightning, raising the warhammer imbued with potent earth magic, striking fiercely at Ansiful. Although Ansiful was reluctant to engage, he remained vigilant, swiftly conjuring a series of diamond-shaped purple magical shields, while two chains shot forth from his hands, aiming to ensnare Quang Lei. "I've stated before, we are not here for a one-on-one." Just then, Chu Jinhua's voice resonated from afar, having seemingly descended upon the fallen angel. With a roar, the sound of a dragon echoed through the abyss, causing the mist below to recede tumultuously, while the two chains disintegrated. Dragon claws, resembling 5 broad swords, descended ominously upon the fallen angel. "Chu Jinhua, do you truly wish for mutual destruction?" With a swift motion, Angsifa unleashed the 12 wings of the law, a vast expanse of purple, viscous poison spreading relentlessly, accompanied by a thunderous roar. "Your magical shield protects only against magical attacks, does it not? I am no mere mage." At that moment, the hammer of thunder descended heavily upon Angsifa's magical shield. Initially infused with arcane power, the hammer's magical essence had dissipated, replaced now by a fierce physical assault, one of the most formidable, belonging to the gold element. It was evident that Thunder was a warrior of both gold and earth, a 10-star combatant embodying both offense and defense. With a resounding crash, the hammer seemed to disregard Angsifa's magical shield entirely, poised to strike him directly. "Damn it! Cunning human!" Angsifa seethed in fury, for even as a 10-star divine beast, he dared not withstand such a blow. Without hesitation, he attempted to teleport away with his son. "Thinking of escaping? Have you consulted me?" The great sword of Chu Jinhua cleaved through the void, severing Angsifa's retreat. Thus, Angsifa was left with but 2 choices: confront Chu Jinhua's great sword or endure Thunder's mighty hammer, with no alternative in sight. In an instant, Angsifa, fully aware of the consequences, chose to pivot and face Thunder's hammer, unwilling to absorb Chu Jinhua's onslaught. However, as he braced for the hammer's strike, Angsifa forced a gap in Thunder's assault, sending his son to safety. The rationale was simple. He could withstand the hammer's fury but could not guarantee his offspring's safety. Indeed, his 5-star youngling was at great risk of being crushed by the hammer's might, hence he acted promptly to ensure its escape. Seeing this, Chu Jinhua could not help but chuckle. "Yao Rao, it is your turn." Upon hearing this, Angsifa suddenly realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. Chu Jinhua was not alone. There were 3 of them. Angsifa's demeanor turned frenzied as he roared, "Chu Jinhua, should you dare harm my son, if I manage to escape this place, I shall raise at least 10 cities of your great Xian nation. No, 100 cities. Until death do us part." Chu Jinhua dismissed his threat with a scoff. "Oh, then you must not be allowed to live." Chapter 83. My goodness, these 3 are Shen Lang's beast tamers. Angsifa yearned to rescue his son from the hammer's impending assault. Yet it was futile. Thunder's hammer had already descended upon him, forcing him to retract his wings and envelop himself to withstand the onslaught of a 10-star war god. With a thunderous impact, the hammer struck Anxifa's wings, producing a cacophony of clashing metal, followed by a series of resounding explosions. A chaotic energy surged from the point of contact, raging like a tornado. Simultaneously, Anxifa was relentlessly battered, his form staggering backward as thunder charged forth, having retracted his shield. Wielding the hammer with reckless abandon as if he were a tempest, mercilessly battering Anxifa. Delightful. Exhilarating. Thunder exclaimed, continuing his assault while taunting squad leader. Surely you can't withstand this many strikes. Hearing this, Chu Jinhua merely smirked, bemused. You simpleton with brawn over brains, just take a look at your feet. What's wrong? Thunder replied, perplexed. In the next moment, it seemed that the thunderous roar wished to utter something further. However, he became momentarily frozen. His warhammer suspended in midair. Although this trance lasted only the briefest of instants, it provided Anxifa the opportunity to extricate himself from the range of his attack, transforming into a violet wisp as he pursued his son. Meanwhile, the 5-star divine beast progeny had been intercepted and driven away by the enchanting figure, vanishing into the abyss. Which is why Anxifa was in hot pursuit. However, Chu Jinhua aptly positioned himself in front of Anxifa, obstructing his path. Get out of my way. Anxifa bellowed repeatedly, sweeping his hand as a torrent of purple viscous liquid surged toward Chu Jinhua. Yet, with a languid swipe of his sword, Chu Jinhua rendered the thick substance into nothingness. Anxifa was compelled to halt, his eyes brimming with resentment as he gritted his teeth. You come for my son. No, 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 we're here for both of you. Chu Jinhua replied, shaking his head and coldly continuing, you shall perish, and so shall your son. Thunderous roar, enough of the games, let us attack together. If their previous intent was merely to separate Anxifa and his son, now they were resolute in their purpose. Very well, let us proceed. Thunderous roar had already freed himself from Anxifa's grasp, wielding his shield and warhammer as he charged from behind. Great Xia Nation. Humanity. Anxifa's eyes flared with fury. Medusa, Shadow, and Little Black shared a common sentiment, nurturing a resolute belief in the necessity of becoming powerful at an earlier juncture. The Master and his 3 summoned beasts were all transfixed, each harboring their own thoughts. Suddenly, an icy chill permeated the void, causing Shen Lang and his trio of beasts to involuntarily shudder. A 5-star divine beast boss had arrived, accompanied by a familiar voice. A colossal ice sculpture descended from the heavens, crashing down not far from Shen Lang and his companions. Upon impact, the ice shattered, revealing a recently awakened fallen angel cub. Still dazed from its icy confinement, dispatch it swiftly to complete the class transition task. I shall assist. The enchanting voice echoed, yet the figure did not materialize. Evidently having returned to confront Anqi Fa, Shen Lang's response was swift. Upon hearing the voice and seeing the fallen angel, he did not hesitate to leap from Little Black, casting one supportive skill after another upon his allies. Attack! With a commanding shout, Medusa, Shadow, and Little Black shed their disguises and charged at the bewildered fallen angel cub. Unleashing their ultimate skills, a torrent of fire, darkness, and necromantic energy engulfed the cub, overwhelming it entirely. Meanwhile, a glimmer of cold light halted in the distance. It was the enchanting figure who had tossed the fallen angel cub and was preparing to assist Zhu Jinhua in vanquishing Anqi Fa. The presence of the 3 10-star divine beasts startled her, prompting an involuntary glance back. Upon turning, she nearly plummeted from the sky. The 10-star divine beasts, Queen Medusa, Lord Shadow, the Hellhound. How had 3 10-star divine beasts suddenly appeared in this abyss? However, as a 10-star battle god, she quickly discerned an anomaly. Although in their complete forms, their aura and power fluctuations did not seem to reach their full potential. Her gaze sharpened, clarity returning as she observed the 3 10-star divine beasts collaboratively attacking the 5-star boss cub, the fallen angel. Not far away, Shen Lang was diligently bestowing supportive skills upon them. Momentarily stunned, she regained her composure. Heavens, is this a jest? These 3 10-star divine beasts are under Shen Lang's command. Chapter 84, Second Career, Godly Talent, Divine Skills. The astonishment within her surged like a torrent, ultimately transforming into a profound understanding. No wonder he could achieve an SSS rating in conquering the Hell-level novice dungeon. No wonder the captain valued him so highly, bringing them to the abyss to facilitate his class transition task. Not to mention 3 10-star divine beasts. Even a single one would suffice. In the realm of global professions, Shen Lang is destined to leave an indelible mark, becoming one of the nation's most formidable champions. However, with her keen insight, she discerned the peculiarities of these 3 10-star divine beasts. Although they appeared in their complete 10-star forms, their exhibited strength was not commensurate with that of true 10-star divine beasts. In fact, The power of these 3 10-star divine beasts resembled that of juvenile 10-star beasts, perhaps even slightly weaker. Nonetheless, this was hardly a concern. Their possession of a complete form at such a juvenile stage was sufficient evidence of their 10-star divine beast lineage. Given time, they would undoubtedly mature, ultimately becoming genuine 10-star divine beasts. A beast master with 3 10-star divine beasts would be unparalleled in the world. Did you not notice that 3 war gods had come to assist in the endeavor against the 12-winged fallen angel, Anxifa? After the initial shock, her heart brimmed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the growth of these 3 10-star divine beasts. One could say she was also looking forward to Shen Lang's ascendance. Once Shen Lang reaches his full potential, the standing of the Great Xia Kingdom in the global professional arena would soar even higher. As a soldier and a war god of the Great Xia, what could be more exhilarating than the prosperity of one's homeland? Taking a deep breath, she did not turn back to scrutinize the 3 10-star divine beasts, but continued her flight forward, mindful of her mission. After delivering Anxifa's offspring to Shen Lang, she would promptly return to assist the captain in slaying Anxifa. On the surface, they were aiding Shen Lang in completing his job transition task, but eliminating Anxifa was their paramount objective. Slaying a 10-star divine beast was of utmost importance for the overall safety of the Great Xia Kingdom, leaving no room for negligence. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the horizon, heading towards the depths of the abyss. Meanwhile, not far away, Shen Lang's face beamed with joy as a series of notification sounds echoed in his mind. Though Anxifa's offspring was a 5-star divine beast boss, it had been encased in ice by Yao Lao, unable to recover in time, and thus, the 3 10-star divine beasts launched their assault without any defense on its part. Undeniably, the 5-star divine beast boss was powerful. At least currently, Medusa and her companions might not stand a chance against it one-on-one. However, under the current circumstances, being overwhelmed by 3 10-star divine beasts would lead to its swift demise. Under the onslaught of Medusa's trio of beasts, this 5-star divine beast boss was reduced to mere remnants. Congratulations, your beast has slain the 5-star divine beast boss, the fallen angel. You and your beast each receive 3,000,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained a Dark-type Beast Crystal 1. Congratulations, you have acquired. Following the Beast Crystal, he received equipment, 7 pieces in total, all beginning with perfect red quality. 3 pieces of perfect red, 2 pieces of epic purple, and 2 pieces of legendary dark gold. Undoubtedly, this marks the most significant acquisition of equipment for Shen Lang. Just the 2 pieces of dark gold legendary gear suffice. Additionally, the experience gained is astonishing, reaching a staggering 3 million. Considering the experience from the 3 summoned beasts is equally substantial, the total experience from this formidable boss amounts to 12 million. Truly formidable. This experience and drop rate are nothing short of extraordinary. It's as if the pinnacle of excellence has finally arrived. Shen Lang was brimming with excitement. Yet he understood that such a drop rate was not typical. The primary reason for this anomaly is perhaps the vast disparity in their levels. After all, this is a 5-star divine beast boss, while he and his 3 summoned beasts are merely at 2 stars at present. The level difference alone spans over 100 levels. A definitive leap into higher-tier monster slaying. Having activated the one-click loot feature earlier, all the dropped equipment has been securely stored in his backpack. However, the 2 dark gold pieces of equipment deserve to be examined closely. With a mere thought, a pair of dark gold gloves materialized in his hands. Remarkably thin and shimmering with a subtle glow, almost indistinguishable as gloves. Fall of the Feather Gloves, star rating, 5 stars, effects, Spirit 60, Agility 60, Mana Recovery Speed 12. Damage bonus 9. Wearing requirement, Spirit 2000, powerful is an understatement. There's no need for further elaboration, though regrettably, Shen Lang is currently unable to don them. However, now that he has reached 2 stars and completed the second job transfer quest, it won't be long before he ascends to 5 stars. Shen Lang stowed the gloves and promptly retrieved the second piece of dark gold equipment. This was a piece of armor, with dark gold patterns overlaying a deep black base, exuding a striking aesthetic. Fall of the Corrupted Armor, star rating, 5 stars, effects, Vitality 12, Defense 600, Strength 60, Spirit 60, wearing requirement, Constitution 2000, clearly. This is an armor piece that enhances both health and resilience, with a focus on boosting vitality and defense, making it perfectly suited for the recently contracted Cerberus. The Cerberus is indeed a tank character emphasizing vitality. Of course, this 5-star equipment cannot yet be equipped by the little black one, despite his spirit attribute meeting the wearing requirement. Nonetheless, they will ascend to 5 stars before long. Shen Lang casually tossed the fall of the corrupted armor back into his backpack, briefly glanced at the other equipment without further inspection. With a sigh of relief, the job transfer task was complete, and an exhilarating moment awaited. Shen Lang steadied himself, summon the second job transfer card, and immediately a related prompt appeared. Congratulations, Beastmaster. You have completed the job transfer task by defeating the 5-star Divine Beast boss. Would you like to proceed with the awakening of your second profession immediately? Shen Lang was somewhat speechless. These prompts were utterly superfluous. Awakening, he muttered under his breath while rolling his eyes. Awakening of the second profession in progress. Please wait a moment. Congratulations. You have successfully awakened the unique secondary profession of Beast Tamer. Congratulations. You have successfully acquired the new skill, Divine Skill, Super God Fusion. Congratulations. You have successfully awakened the divine talent, Beast God. Shen Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He never expected that this secondary profession would endow him with both a divine skill and a divine talent. However, what exactly is this Beast Tamer? Is it different from a Beastmaster? In Shen Lang's understanding, these two terms seem to convey similar meanings. However, upon deeper reflection, it appears that there is indeed a subtle distinction, particularly regarding the characters for control and tame. The character for control generally signifies direct management and is somewhat limited in scope. In contrast, the character for tame carries a broader connotation, suggesting an element of dominance. Thus, could the distinction lie here? A Beastmaster signifies a professional who controls beasts, while a Beast Tamer denotes a professional who rules over them. Shen Lang engaged in a self-analysis and provided a somewhat forced interpretation for his secondary profession as a Beast Tamer. Regardless, since this profession exists and is unique, it implies that he is the sole individual within the entire professional realm to possess it. There must be a reason for its existence. A unique profession certainly cannot be weak. Shen Lang could not help but summon his new talent and skill to examine them closely. Super God Fusion, exclusive divine skill of the Beast Tamer. By utilizing this skill, one can choose a beast to fuse with, forming a Super God Fusion combat mode. All attributes will be combined and increased by 10, with no consumption during the fusion process. The fusion duration is 10 minutes. Tip 1. For each star increase in the Beast Tamer profession, attributes will increase by 5. Tip 2. For each star increase in the Beast Tamer profession, fusion time will extend by 10 minutes. After carefully reviewing the description of this skill and understanding its effects, Shen Lang felt a surge of astonishment. The concept of fusing with a beast is quite comprehensible, as it involves merging with the beast to enter a combined combat mode. However, the aspect of all attributes being increased by 10 is truly extraordinary. This means that after the fusion, his attributes and those of the beast will accumulate, resulting in an overall enhancement of 10. 10 attribute points would translate to an increase of 1 attribute point. 100 attribute points would enhance 10 attribute points. 1,000 attribute points would yield 100 attribute points. 10,000 attribute points would amplify 1,000 attribute points. Furthermore, this increase will also scale with Shen Lang's star level, adding an additional 5 for each tier. Currently at 2 stars, this means that upon fusing with a beast, the overall attribute enhancement will be 15. Medusa and her companions have a total of around 500 in their 4-dimensional attributes. Once he engages in Super God Fusion with any beast, they could gain an enhancement of over 200 attribute points, not accounting for Shen Lang's own total attribute points exceeding 1,000. This calculation is based solely on their current 2-star status. Should they all reach 10 stars in the future, the augmentation would be terrifying. The fully realized 10-star Divine Beast possesses a total attribute of at least 50,000. When combined with the 10-star Shen Lang, the cumulative attributes could potentially approach 100,000. Adding a 60% enhancement would yield a total attribute value of around 160 to 170,000. Alas, this is a skill exclusive to Beast Tamers, and the blessings of the Beast Master cannot be conferred. Otherwise, upon reaching 10 stars, my attribute points would be doubled. Shen Lang mused to himself, feeling a twinge of regret. Nevertheless, even without that, the Super Divine Fusion would still be formidable. Envisioning the Super Divine Fusion between Shen Lang and the 10-star Divine Beast, it would essentially equate to surpassing the attributes of a typical 10-star Divine Beast by nearly half. This indicates an absolute dominance, making it effortless to challenge a 10-star Divine Beast. Truly, it is a divine skill. Shen Lang sighed in admiration before he began to explore his new divine talent. Beast God, exclusive divine talent for Beast Tamers. By utilizing this talent, one can perform Super Divine Fusion with multiple ferocious beasts, with the fusion effects remaining unchanged. Upon witnessing the effects of this talent, Shen Lang's eyes widened in astonishment. The skill of Super Divine Fusion was already unparalleled. Yet this Beast God talent was a veritable powerhouse among the invincible. Fusing with a single beast significantly amplifies the power of both Shen Lang and the beast. However, the Beast God talent allows him to fuse with multiple ferocious beasts, without any limitation on quantity. This means that even if Shen Lang had 100 beasts, he could fuse with all of them. Consequently, all the attribute points from these beasts would be conferred upon Shen Lang alone, resulting in a terrifying overall enhancement. A single 10-star divine beast has attribute points exceeding 50,000, thus, 10 would amount to 500,000, to say nothing of the rest. Just the 50,000 means that Shen Lang's attribute points would see an increase of 300,000. 300,000 attribute points equate to the equivalent of nearly 5 additional 10-star divine beasts. Of course, these are mere speculations. However, considering the current Shen Lang and his 3 beasts, he already appears invincible. The total attributes of the 3 beasts approach 30,000, so after merging with them, his overall attributes would surpass 30,000, yielding a 15% increase. This translates to an additional 4,500 attribute points. With such a talent, how could I not be invincible? Shen Lang could not contain his laughter. Undoubtedly, the Beast Tamer class illuminates his future even more brightly. The professional talent skills of Beast Masters merely empower him to possess formidable beasts that fight on his behalf. Conversely, the talent skills of Beast Tamers enable him to maximize the value of his beasts. Were it not for the inopportune timing, Shen Lang would have eagerly sought to merge with Medusa's shadow to test the effects. Although they had previously merged in another manner, this current fusion would be different, perhaps offering a unique thrill. As for Little Black, it would be best to avoid merging unless absolutely necessary. It seemed Little Black sensed Shen Lang's disdainful gaze. Blinking innocently with a perplexed expression, what have I done to earn such a look from my master? I am such an adorable pup. At that moment, deep within the abyss of despair, the already tumultuous energy surged once more, akin to a tempest unleashed. Shen Lang cast his gaze anew, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, is it nearing its conclusion? With his feeble perception, he could discern that 3 of the energies remained stable and formidable, while another, though still exceedingly violent, was in a state of decline. It was evident that the weaker presence emanated from the 10-star fallen angel. To his astonishment, this place harbored a 10-star fallen angel. Wait, could it be that the fallen angel I just vanquished was the progeny of this 10-star being? Does this imply that I have just eradicated a creature of 10-star divine lineage? As this realization dawned on him, a pained expression crossed Shen Lang's face. After all, 10-star divine bloodlines are indeed a rarity. Having transitioned to a new vocation over a month ago, he had only managed to tame 3 10-star divine beasts thus far. Alas! However, the notion of acquiring a 10-star divine bloodline in exchange for my extraordinary secondary profession did not seem like a loss at all. Shen Lang was not one to dwell on regrets. Upon recalling his secondary occupation, the pangs of regret dissipated like smoke.